Good morning everybody, and a very warm welcome back to Pembrey for the second day of this event organised by the 750 Motor Club. It's great to be back here at the South Wales Circuit. You'll hear today from myself, Ian Soman, Josh Barrett, and in a moment Johnny Palmer on commentary for this event on the 1.5 mile, 2.6 kilometre Pembrey Circuit, a former airfield venue of course, so not a lot of elevation, and just a few years ago the circuit celebrated its 30th anniversary. What's the weather forecast today? Well, yesterday was horrible, putting it bluntly. Today is looking a little bit better. It's overcast at the moment, and probably going to stay that way, to be honest with you, but we're not really expecting much in the way of rain, and it'll get a little bit less cold, shall we say, milder as the day goes on, but hoping for much better conditions for racing today than we had yesterday here at Pembrey Circuit. Yeah, yesterday really it was raining on and off, sometimes quite heavily for most of the day, and that meant the majority of the races yesterday were somewhat disrupted. I think the only event that passed completely without incident was the Mighty Mini race during the course of yesterday. What that also means is that this morning we've got a bonus race for you, because the last race of yesterday, which was the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, we didn't have time to finish that before the curfew, so we're going to start that race this morning, and that will be the first of their 3 races today in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, and the majority of the cars should be back out there, including 1 or 2 that have had some fairly hefty repair work done overnight. So we'll see exactly who is there and who is not when the cars come out onto the circuit. But before that, I'll introduce my co-commentator for this morning's races, and that's Johnny Palmer. Johnny, good to have you back with me in the commentary box.
Nice to be back, Ian, with much better weather conditions, it's fair to say. So, glad that we can run yesterday's race today and to be able to give you that bonus event. The amount of racing today is astounding, because obviously we spent half of yesterday qualifying these cars, but it is racing from the off, and potential to actually get going before 9 o'clock this morning.
Well, that's a lot of racing to come then, Johnny. We'll have 16 races during the course of the day, and coming up first of all is the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Okay, so this is the race held over from yesterday evening. It's the first race of the weekend for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. The grid lines up as follows. On the front row, it's 53, Owain Rosser, and 55, Justin Griffiths. On the second row, it's number 12, Spencer Stevenson, and 21, David Walsh. And the third row is 77, the repaired car. That was very heavily damaged yesterday. The repaired car of Andrew Harding, and alongside him should be the 111 car of Nick Harrison, but that's not appeared beneath our commentary boxes yet. On to the fourth row, that's where we will find number 1, Jack Dwayne, the reigning champion. He's in the first of the 182 clears, the first 6, all 197s. Alongside number 1 Jack Dwayne is number 40 Scott Edgar. On the second row of the 182s, the fifth row overall, it's number 30 Darren Ransom and 15 Alex Hawkins. On the sixth row, 33 Nick Brady and 22 Chris Keir. On to row 7, that's where we find 7 Stephen Richardson and 4 Tim Bentley, 48 Charles Shalburn and 49 Tom Stevenson Joyce on the 8th row. The 9th row, 38 Olivier Algieri, if his car's there, he was involved in the race stopping incident yesterday, and 65 Andy Bennett. On to row 10, 47 Ben Swift and 56 Chris Lawrence, with the 11th and final row being 31 Chris Page and 26 Gareth Tansey. That's the way the grid lines up. I can see a couple of gaps on the grid beneath me here. We've got the 111 car of Nick Harrison, that's the last of the 197s missing, and also number 40 Scott Edgar is not yet on the grid. There we can see the grid now, and that's the 53 pole position car of Owain Ross, the red 197, one of the new cars that's been launched into the championship this year to race alongside the 182s that have been the mainstay of the Clio Championship for the past several seasons. The idea is that their performance will be balanced lost during the course of the year, but that's not necessarily how things have panned out this weekend, with the 197s all qualifying ahead of the 182s. On a damp, wet track yesterday, Rosser did a 108.32 to put his car on pole position, about 6 or 7 tenths faster than Justin Griffiths. The best of the 182s was Jack Dwayne with a 1 minute 10.22. I can tell you now that Nick Harrison and Scott Edgar have both slotted into their grid slots, so they're a little bit late arriving, but they are now on their grid slots. And conditions, Johnny, very different for this race this morning than they were at about 5:30 yesterday evening.
It's chalk and cheese, isn't it? And yeah, there's going to have to be a certain recalibration of the brain perhaps overnight for a lot of these drivers to approach a racetrack which has an awful lot more grip, and potentially from the whole of the left side and the white line there all the way to the right hand side, not necessarily just on the racing line. And a nasty incident that took place in the first attempt at this race late yesterday evening. I'm amazed that the two cars involved in that, principally being the 77 of Andrew Harding and the number 1 of Jack Dwayne, they don't exactly look like brand new cars, but there's an incredible amount of bodywork that's been pulled out of Harding's car there to straighten it up, and we do now have the ones that you had concerns for. So thankfully Nick Harrison and Scott Edgar will be able to take the race start as well. Yeah,
Andrew Harding's car, when you look up close from the driver's side, it still looks rather second-hand, not quite as second-hand as it did yesterday. I mean, I walked past that on my way back to my car last night, and that was very badly stoved in, and I think the driver's door in fact couldn't open, so they've had to make sure that can open again, so that's safe to go racing today. It's all been through scrutiny again, of course, as will any car that's had damage in an earlier race before it's allowed to go back out onto the circuit. So we're not too far away then from getting the green flag lap underway, I don't think. It looks like actually we've got a full grid. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Now we've lost one towards the back, and that is Algieri. That's the one that's missing. So yeah, we've got 21 cars therefore rather than 22, but still a very good field of cars for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. A reminder that coming into this weekend, Jack Dwayne it is that leads the championship with 117 points. He has had 2 overall second place finishes during the course of the season so far, but a couple of Class A victories. Scott Edgar has 107 points. The 1 minute to go board's now being shown, by the way. Chris Keir 99, Nick Harrison 95, and Justin Griffiths 91. That's coming into this weekend, but this is going to be a big weekend for the championship because we've got 3 races, so that's almost as many as we've had in the whole of the season so far. So you sense with 3 races in a weekend, it's a very big one for any driver. If they have a weekend on the back foot, it could cost them dear in the championship.
Well, I do think that was a genuine concern for Andrew Harding last night, and that's been the inspiration to get the car fixed up. Jack Dwayne's perhaps not as bad, although they were concerned about the movement of the front wheels and maybe having done damage perhaps to that car's drive shafts, drive train certainly. But both cars out there, as you say, being scrutinised, so let's hope that they can do the distance, because it's important to score not necessarily all race wins, but just score consistently well across all 3 races if possible.
Off go the cars on their green flag lap, and this will be their only opportunity really to assess the circuit in these conditions. Some of them will have been testing, I think, in similar conditions on Friday, but yesterday all of the running that they did have in qualifying, and they didn't really have any racing laps, that was in the wet. Some of these won't have been in testing on Friday. Some of them will not have driven the circuit in the dry before ever, because it is a new circuit to the majority of drivers, I would think.
Yeah, so to an extent a launch into the unknown. There are 1 or 2 cars carrying novice crosses, which means they're new to racing full stop, not just here at Pembrey. And I'm also interested in 1 or 2 damp patches here and there that haven't quite burnt off, so that's a carryover from yesterday. There's a little bit of rain early this morning as well. Forecast a lot more brighter than it was yesterday, clearly. So hopefully, that will be the last we see of the wet stuff. But it's going to be a tricky first corner again. Now, we have read various reviews, or at least resumes of exactly what happened in that first corner incident yesterday. We understand Jack Dwayne was on the grass on the approach to Hatchett's, which meant that he wasn't able to slow sufficiently. Andrew Harding was just going through the corner ordinarily and minding his own business, if you like, before wallop. He got a big shove in the rear. And Algieri, potentially a gearbox problem for him as he headed down towards the first corner. So there were many stories. We didn't complete a lap yesterday, actually, but so many stories coming from the...
Did we?
Barely. So if that's a precursor of things to come, we want a lot less contact, but as many stories coming out of this, because it's a nice big grid and lots of points, as I've mentioned, to be scored throughout the day.
So they are heading back round onto the grid. A relatively slow green flag lap, this, headed by Owen Rosser. So he's there on pole position in his red car. Probably not seen too much racing on Alpha Live from Pembrey before, or indeed anywhere else. There's not a lot of racing goes on here these days, so it might be new to you. You might be watching it for the first time, but it's a very interesting and challenging layout. Only just under a mile and a half long, but a really interesting variety of corners. And we saw yesterday, even in the wet, it lent itself to some really good racing across the other categories. I'm sure we're in for much more of the same today. Hopefully a little bit less incident-packed in terms of red flags and safety cars and general disruption. So there's Rosser, I should say, number 53, on pole position, and alongside him is the 55 car of Justin Griffiths. It's 12 Spencer Stevenson and 21 David Walsh in the black and grey cars respectively. Then it's the white car of number 77 Andrew Harding and the treble 1 of Nick Harrison. That's the mainly blue car. The green flag there, you can see, is waved at the back, so we're almost set for a race here at Pembrey, which gets underway. And it's a pretty even start from the front row. In fact, it's a better start from Justin Griffiths from the outside of the front row. And as was the case yesterday, Rosser not particularly well away. It's a better start for Jack Dwayne. He's kept it off the grass this time, it seems, as they head down towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. So it looks like it's Griffiths leading about 3 wide on the exit of the hairpin for second place. It looks like Scott Edgar has stolen a march in Class A there for the 182s, number 40, late to the grid, but leading the way in the 182s, Johnny.
We nearly lost Chris Keir all the way down the escape road, but he went very, very wide in the number 22 car and was able to rejoin the track, but lost a handful of places because of that. Great start for Andrew Harding. I reckon he's up to second position here, but nibbling away at the rear is Spencer Stevenson in the black number 12 car, and also trying to regain spots Owain Rosser from pole position down into fourth, Ian.
Yeah, so Stevenson did get that move done at the Brooklands hairpin. He went up into second place then, as the cars go through the fast right-hander at Carter's Curve for the first time in the race. Now through the 90-degree right-hander at Honda that ends the lap, brings them back onto the Cal Straight, the start and finish straight here at Pembrey, and they speed their way down. So you've got Rosser in that red car in fourth position. He's going to be keen to make up some ground. He's going to have a look up the inside of Harding there into Hatchett's hairpin. And he's alongside on the exit as well, but a better drive out of the corner for Harding as they go through Spitfire. So the white number 77 car, the car that was badly damaged yesterday, holds on to P3.
Yeah, Owain Rosser really not very far away though in the red 53.197. Top 4 possibly breaking away a little bit now from David Walsh, but the fight is on for the head of the order. Justin Griffiths under pressure from a hard-charging Spencer Stevenson. He had a really good getaway from the standing start, just couldn't find the gap between the front row sitters as Owain Rosser gains another spot, so he's up to third position, dispatching Andrew Harding.
Spot quite close between the first two, isn't it? Spencer Stevenson now right with the race leader Justin Griffiths, who started from the outside of the front row of the grid in the number 55 car, heading towards Honda again for the second time. A relatively short lap time this. We have a lap record for these cars for 109.24. That might even go on the first flying lap of the race. Let's have a look to see if it does. Just waiting for that to update on our screens. Yes, it does. It's a 108.12 for Spencer Stevenson in second place, and he now has the lap record. So there we go. Rosser there in third, but look how Stevenson, who's just got that fastest lap and lap record, is nibbling at the heels of the race leader Justin Griffiths, the man who's fifth in the championship.
A sound of tyres being tortured in the background. Big hit on off the curb there for Spencer Stevenson, but he had the better run heading out of Dibeni and towards the crossing. Tighter again. It just looks like that number 12 car all the more manoeuvrable at this stage of the race than Justin Griffiths, who's having to react all the time to the movement of the number 12 car down to the inside of Brooklands perhaps. No, the door is shut, and this is allowing Owain Rosser to join the party, and a few others as well. Might have 5 for the lead by the end of the lap.
Yep, good group of cars this in the 182. Scott Edgar is in 6th place so far. He's got a car between himself and Alex Hawkins in the number 15 car, who's 2nd within the 182s, and Jack Dwayne, the reigning champion, only 3rd after that poorish start. Big bit of a moment there for the race leader Justin Griffiths as he came through Honda, and we have got 4 certainly for the lead. Walsh not quite with that leading group as they go over the start and finishing line. It's Rosser again having a look, but it looks like Stevenson's going to be a bit later on the brakes than anyone. Dan Tashick's hairpin, Griffiths is wide, and Stevenson's going to get the move done. It was really a mistake there from the race leader Justin Griffiths. It might cost him 2 places. It does, because Rosser follows through as well at Spitfires.
I wonder whether Andrew Harding had his arm out of the window, suggesting he might be slowing down on the main straight, but not a bit of that. Heading in and out of Hatchets, he's well in this scrap, and the second of the white cars then behind the 55 of Justin Griffiths, the former race leader. Griffiths looking up the inside of Owain Rosser to gain that place back again from the red 53, but can't do it through the kink at the centre S's. So they'll arrive at Brooklands Hairpin for the 4th time, and Spencer Stevenson, now he's in clear air, is disappearing up the road. So you could just tell how much pace that he had to unleash during dry conditions. Couldn't show it yesterday in qualifying, and obviously we didn't have a race yesterday, but the challenge is on now for everybody else to hold Spencer Stevenson back.
Absolutely, yes, he's got a pretty good advantage here. Let's see what Rosser can do. Of course, he was fastest in practice yesterday, but in very different conditions to these. The lead for Justin Griffiths at the end of the 3rd lap, then the 4th lap I should say, is 1.5 seconds as Griffiths goes back up the inside of Rosser and takes 2nd place back away again. So he's got that move done down into Hatchett's hairpin, and now Griffiths is going to have to lead the chase of Scott Stevenson again, but it's 1.5 seconds already to make up.
What about David Walsh, who's trying to attach himself on the back, still a little bit away in the silver car. I'm also intrigued at Nick Harrison's lack of progress. He's in Class B, so theoretically the faster cars this weekend. Dropped down as far as 8th, but has gained one of those places back again. Look to the inside for 2nd place. Is there contact? No, Owain Rosser just about managed to avoid that, but he's now got 2 cars right behind him and a change for 3rd because Andrew Harding gains that on Griffiths.
Yes, Griffiths was wide there at Brooklands, and that's allowed Harding to get back up into 3rd position. I think all of that scrapping has brought Walsh back into the equation a little bit more as well. So it's 4 cars for 2nd now, with Scott Stevenson just continuing to extend this lead. It's probably doubled, I would suggest, on that lap. It was 1.5 seconds. We'll get an update on the gap in just a second. Yeah, 3.09, so it has pretty much exactly doubled this time. Leaders, or the 2nd place battle, I should say, down to Hatchets once again. Will make it safely through, pretty much line astern that time around. Look at the window on Andrew Harding's car on the driver's door. That's the door that was badly stoved in yesterday, so that's possibly something that will need a little bit of attention after the race.
Yeah, hence me thinking that Andrew Harding was waving and warning everybody else that he might be slowing down, but it's not him, it's the parts of the car which was damaged yesterday, threatening to break free. David Walsh definitely in this fight for a podium finish. He's in 5th right now, just dropped a couple of tyres on the grass on the approach to Brooklands, which briefly unsettled the car. He's behind Justin Griffiths then, who's in 4th, and in 5th place Andrew Harding just ahead. Yeah, so the all-white car, the repaired Andrew Harding machine, not very far away from Owain Rosser, but for the race leader who's about to go back across the stripe, it's an advantage last time around of 3 seconds. It might have extended yet further.
Big advantage for Scott Edgar in the 182 division, but behind him in the 182s, you've got 8th back to sort of 14th, covered by about 3.5 seconds, headed by Jack Dwayne in 2nd position. They've in fact just gone over the line and through shot. They're heading down to Hatchett's hairpin now. I can see Jack Dwayne has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars close in behind him. So we've seen the leading cars go through. There's Scott Edgar, he's our 182 class leader, and the next car you see will be Jack Dwayne there in 2nd position in the 182s. He's just ahead of Alex Hawkins and Tim Bentley and Darren Ransom and Nick Brady among the 182s. 7.5 minutes of the race left to go.
Chris Keir lost a shed load of places on that lap. He was 10th, he's now down in 15th, so clearly had a bit of a moment somewhere. He's in the number 22 car, catching sight of Darren Ransom now, 6th place. Well, actually, that's probably now 11th place, 6th place in class. So he's slowly working his way up the order and has in front of him the red car of Tim Bentley.
Sweeping through Carter's then, that is Bentley in number 4 then at the moment. Behind him, he has the 30 car of Darren Ransom, a little bit of a gap back I think it is to Nick Brady in 12th position. Owen Rosser has just improved his own fastest lap of the race, a 107.38, so he has cut the lead to Spencer Stevenson now. That's down to 2.18 seconds, so will we get a battle for the lead before the end of this race? For the moment, we focus on the 182s, and that's Chris Lawrence, I think. Well, I think he was fully having a battle with Stephen Richardson there, number 7, and he's come out best of that down at Hatchett's hairpin. That's Lawrence in the number 56 car, and he, of course, was up from the penultimate row of the grid, so he's had a good run.
I like the old school Renault colours on that car, though, of Simon Lawrence, the yellow and red, and blue rather, that have adorned the odd Megane and Laguna in the past. 6 minutes to go, and Owain Rosser, second position in the red car, trying to at least keep sight of Spencer Stevenson, even if he can't catch him. Spencer Stevenson, I reckon, 14th in the championship to this point. So this will be a massive points haul, and if he can go well in today's later races too, he will vault up the championship table. Owain Rosser over the line, got the lead down to just over 2 seconds now, so that is altering very slightly. And managing the gap, the second place man, back to Andrew Harding, who's third.
Yeah, Stevenson didn't do the opening meeting of the season at Croft, hence is down in 14th position, so it's not necessarily reflective of his pace as we watch Darren Ransom and Tim Bentley disputing the final position inside the overall top 10 and 4th within the 182 class, Class A, the original class. Here we watch Andrew Harding. He's in third place with that window in the driver's door askew. Behind him is the 55 car of Justin Griffiths. They're now falling a little bit behind the Rosser car, which again on the previous lap, well, it lapped in a similar lap time to Stevenson on the previous lap. So the gap's still about 2.2 seconds first to second, but now it's a similar gap second to third.
Yeah, with Andrew Harding and Justin Griffiths fighting over the bottom step of the podium. David Walsh has just dropped away a touch.
And the checker flag goes out. Spencer Stevenson takes the victory then, and he does it by about 2 seconds in the end from Owen Rosser in second place. Andrew Harding takes third. Justin Griffiths is in fourth spot, so a slightly shortened race after the red flag yesterday. Oh, and right at the end, Jack Dwayne gets ahead of Nick Harrison. It was side by side over the line between Alex Hawkins and Tim Bentley, and that was for ninth position. There was only 5/100ths of a second between them at the end. Darren Ransom was 11th, Nick Brady 12th, but a win by 1.9 seconds in the end for Scott Stevenson, and obviously Owen Rosser would have been chasing after him. I wonder if it had been the full 15 minutes duration. Obviously the drivers presumably were told it was going to be a 10-minute race rather than 15, and perhaps Rosser always knew that his chase was going to be futile then. Harding third, Griffiths fourth, and Walsh in fifth position. Let's just confirm those results then. Number 12, Spencer Stevenson taking the victory by 1.94 seconds from number 53, Owen Rosser in second place. Andrew Harding, number 77, took third. Justin Griffiths was fourth in the number 55 car. Fifth to number 21, David Walsh. Spencer Stevenson, by the way, has just completed an extra lap, which he shouldn't have done. Sixth to number 40, Scott Edgar. Seventh to number 1, Jack Dwayne. Eighth to 111 car of Nick Harrison. 9th to 15, Alex Hawkins, and 10th to number 4, Tim Bentley. So Scott Edgar there in 6th place, winning the 182 class from Jack Dwayne and Alex Hawkins. Let's look a little bit further back if we can. And Darren Ransom, number 30, was 11th, and 12th was number 33, Nick Brady. 14th went the way of number 22, Chris Keir. 15th, number 7, Stephen Richardson. 16th, number 47, Ben Swift. 17th, number 49, Tom Stevenson Joyce. 18th was 26, Gareth Tansey. 19th was number 31, Chris Page. And 20th was number 65, Andrew Bento. It looks like several of the drivers have not headed into the pit lane at the end of their slowing down lap for reasons best known to themselves. Right, the race is over though. We will hopefully shortly hear for well, we're not probably going to hear from either of our class winners because both of them are still out on circuit. Josh will do his best to capture them as they turn into the pit lane exit the wrong way, which is what they're doing at the moment. We'll hear from Josh Barrett in a minute, hopefully therefore with Jack Dwayne and Spencer Stevenson when they make their way towards him. So lots more racing to come today. We've got our first scheduled race, if you like, in a moment, which is the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. Then we've got Classic Stock Hatch, we've got 750 Formula, low cost, historic 750 Formula, Mighty Minis, a sprint race, unusual sprint race for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, and the Takiwa Taipar Trophy to round out this morning's action. So still lots more to come on a very busy day. But for now, we'll go down to the pit lane and hear from Josh Barrett.
So we're down here with the Clio 182 winner, first of all, which was Scott Edgar. We're hoping to catch up with Spencer Stevenson in a bit after that confusion at the end of the race. So I'll let Scott take his helmet off, and then we'll have a chat with our first winner of a very busy day of racing here at Pembrey, including for the Clio drivers. They've got 3 races. Well done, Scott. The 182 win by quite a long way, though. Made a good start.
Yeah, it was a really good start, and then all I had to do was manage it from there. So yeah, it's a good result.
And you had one of the 197s, I think, between you. Do you think that helped a bit?
Not really, to be honest. Got past him on the start, and it was quite easy to keep him behind. So yeah.
Obviously, a very different day today after all the rain yesterday. How's the track conditions?
A little bit slippery into turn 1, but everywhere else bone dry. So yeah.
And have you had to adjust your driving style, or was that going back to Friday's testing really?
Yeah, it was exactly the same as Friday. So yeah, didn't take long.
And obviously now we've got 2 different races within the Clio, so you're really fighting against just the 182 drivers now?
Yeah, pretty much. With the development over the last couple of rounds, they're really gone. So yeah.
It's been a good start to the season. You had a win at Croft and now a win here as well.
Yeah, really good. So really pleased.
And a busy day with 3 races now all in one day.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Do you think there's any setup changes, or are you happy with how the car was there?
A little bit, yeah. It was pushing on, so I think we can improve actually.
Well, best of luck for the rest of the race. I think we've got our next cars already on the grid. Unfortunately, won't be able to speak to Spencer Stevenson. Maybe that we'll do that a bit later on. Out next are the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship.
Right, let's rattle through the grid for this one. On pole position is number 55, Simon Court, and alongside him is the number 37 car of Ben Powney. Row 2, the second row, is 77, Eddie Moore, and 71, Jonathan Lister. The third row, 7, Daniel Court, and 27, Danny Andrew. The fourth row, 35, David Winter, and 43, David Mason. The fifth row, 63, James Millman, and 66, Lucas Batt. And on the zone at the back is 47, Lewis Millman. But there is one gap on the grid. That is where David Winter is absent. His car too badly damaged after an incident in yesterday's race. The 5-second board is raised beneath us. We're about to go racing for the second time today in the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship. The red lights go out and away we go, and it's a pretty good start from the 55 car on pole position of Simon Court there. And also a good start from Ben Powney on the outside of the front row, although through the gears he's a little bit more slow away. And it's Eddie Moore in the 77 car that goes second. He tries to go into the lead as well, and he's done it up the inside there. 77 Eddie Moore takes the lead of the race then. Simon Court is second. Jonathan Lister it is in third place then as they head through Spitfires for the first time. But that was a dramatic move down there at the first corner.
Most impressive, and realising perhaps Eddie Moore that he hasn't got a moment to lose. 15 minutes is the race distance. The previous race obviously curtailed slightly shorter, but we shorter of that, but we should be able to get the full duration in for this one. Moyer's going to be under pressure though in the opening lap from Simon Court and everybody else queuing up behind. Nice side-by-side battle heading into Brooklands on this first lap as well, and gaining a spot there, Danny Andrew on the inside. Also Daniel Court on the move, because for whatever reason Ben Powney not finding the outside line round Brooklands working at all well, and he's losing places hand over fist. How busy is this for the lead of the race to complete the first lap, Ian Soman?
Yeah, not the biggest grid of the weekend, but a very good race in prospect here. The first four are sort of buzzing around like a pack of Andrew Bees. They go 4 wide. Look at this down into Hatches. A wheel on the grass for Jonathan Lister on the inside. Who's going to come out in front? It's going to be number 55, the man from pole position, Simon Court. That was outstanding.
They've all had their Weetabix this morning, haven't they? I mean, not a bit of a hangover from yesterday's busy day. Yeah, hard at it and eager to get going. This is what happens, you see, if you delay a gang of cars by a race. They were desperate to get onto the track and hammering the curb there over the crossing Simon Court, just with a bit of breathing space over Jonathan Lister. Lister, though, bringing with him Danny Andrew. So that duo scrapping over second and third. And I have a feeling they're going to be possibly 4 wide again by the end of this lap, because Court got a lead of maybe 4 car lengths. That's gone again.
Down they go towards the right-hander at Chris, and then at Carter, I should say, and then on towards Honda. Tighter right-hander at the end of the lap, but they carry good speed through there. First 3 of them all over the grass. Crikey, you wouldn't have done that yesterday and got away with it. And they are going to get 2 of them side by side. Make that 3 as I think that's Danny Andrew tries to buy into this as well. And it's going to be Listeter, is it, with his nose in front on the exit of the corner. Eddie Moore that time, I think, just sort of sat back and watched. He decided that actually this is so good, you don't want to be part of it, you just want to watch what's going on between the other three drivers. He'll probably have another go on the next lap. Look at them, still side by side through to Benny. Listeter just about, hang on. Moyer's now decided he wants to buy into it. He's getting alongside Danny Andrew as they head through past the crossing. And there's more cars being brought into it as well now, because Daniel Court and David Mason now back into the lead group.
Simon Court with the blue roll cage, caught on the wrong side here. He's going to allow one through, but if he can nip across the nose, which he can, of Danny Andrew, prevents any more overtaking and the danger of being railroaded on that outside line. Inside now for Carter's for Simon Court, but he can't squeeze up the inside there. And I think to the outside, Danny Andrew will gain the spot for third position. So Listeter will lead by a country mile in comparison to previous laps. Still that grass track route out of Honda is the favoured one for a few.
Danny Andrew won the race yesterday from Simon Court and Jonathan Lister. It's Lister that still has the championship lead coming into this weekend. He's got an 8/10 per second lead at the start of this lap. I somehow have a feeling, though, that's going to be eroded away. Ben Powney, who's only 7th, of course, he started on the front row. He's just done the best lap of the race at 1:06.67, which is a lap record.
So bright orange car of Ben Powney looking to be on the move. It's all about timing in these races. You don't want to necessarily be out front in the middle part of the race, but Jonathan Listeter has spent a couple of laps there, now has been reeled in. There's Ben Powney then to the outside of Daniel Court in car number 7, but Powney struggling really to make any impression on the top 6 ahead of him. And behind Powney is Lucas Batt, also trying to make it an 8-car train, but Listeter in the green and yellow car, now at Carter's, with pressure from behind once more. The first of those cars is the 77.
Yeah, at the end of the third lap, there were 9 cars running still, and they were separated by 4.5 seconds. That's very impressive indeed. We've lost James Millman somewhere along the way, which is a great shame. He had a good scrap yesterday. Leaders down at the hairpin, though, and Lister is going to lose that advantage, isn't he, to Eddie Moyer? In fact, to 2 cars, because Danny Andrew goes through as well.
Eddie Moyer with the new fastest lap of the race, helped by that tow then from the then race leader Jonathan Listeter, but Moyer becomes the new race leader. Listeter down to 3rd spot, so Danny Andrew plugging the gap, if you like, and Simon Court up as far as 4th again. Very sideways though for Moyer, who's on the grass coming out of the crossing. They're side by side through the right-hander at the centre S's and on towards Brooklands. An unusual approach for Danny Andrew, but he gets the race lead, possibly albeit briefly.
Yeah, Eddie Moyer, the farmer, a bit agricultural there with his approach at the crossing, wasn't he? But he'll soon be back on track. He's a little bit behind now, and he's going to have to defend here from Lister as they come down into Honda, but I suspect he will get back on terms with Andrew before much longer. This is the completion of lap number 5. Again, plenty of curb being used on the exit of Honda, which is just something you wouldn't have entertained yesterday in the very wet conditions. So the drivers have very quickly learned what they can and can't do today that they could do yesterday. Simon Court in the 55 car arrived at quite a pace into Hatchett's hairpin there, and he's sort of been run wide a little bit there as he was in an odd position, and that's cost him a few car lengths to the 71 car of Jonathan Lister, who stays 3rd. Meanwhile, it's the former low-cost champion and reigning champion in Mazda 7s, Danny Andrew, that leads the way.
Nice heads-up driving from Simon Court, though. He realised he didn't want to tangle wheels with Jonathan Lister. That could potentially mean a mudguard going loose or more substantial damage to the steering. And often if you put yourself on the outside of the exit of Hatchett's, that can be the end game. But he controlled it nicely, slotting back into 4th position. Danny Andrew, Eddie Moyer, Jonathan Lister, the top 3 then as they scamper away from Brooklands on the 6th lap. And now the scrap is on for 2nd position, looking up the inside, Lister again.
Yeah, not really close enough to make that work. I think he backed out of the move, didn't he, as they came through Honda that time. So lap 6 is now completed. At Danny Andrew, it is that leads. 2nd is Eddie Moyer in the 77 car. It's Jonathan Lister picking up the tow from Moyer down into the Hatchett's hairpin, but he follows Linus, and Simon Court again tries to get up on the inside. The race leader's now done the best lap of the race, a 1:05.44, and every time it's the fastest lap, that reduces the lap record, of course. It's the first time the Mazda 7s have been racing at Pembrey, and obviously in the dry today compared to yesterday's horribly wet conditions, when the best lap time was a 1 minute 10, so quite a bit faster than they went yesterday.
I noticed Ben Powney and Daniel Court have now got ahead of David Mason. Mason slipped to 7th position in the number 43 car. So Powney now pressurising Daniel Court. Just coming into shot and going up the inside at Brooklands to snatch 5th place. So Powney, I think, has got a quick car. That's a misrepresentative position for him to be in, but has just struggled. No, doesn't get through. Okay, that was bizarre. Exiting Brooklands, he looked to have made the place. There is a place change there, though, Ian.
Lister at Honda, but he goes wide on the exit of the corner. He just manages to hold on, but Moyer's going to be right in the toe here as they head down the Cowell Straight into Hatchett's Hairpin once again. Simon Court probably will try and buy into this as well. But yeah, looks like Lister has indeed made that move at Honda stick and to get back into 2nd place. I was about to say that I thought Powney, well, he could still be on for a podium here potentially, because he's not that far behind the leading group, but then he sort of lost that position to Daniel Court again. So I've revised my opinion. I don't think that Ben Powney is going to get on the podium.
It's a bit of a stretch with only 6 minutes to go, and as I said, it's a quick car, but whether he missed a gear or got on the grass on the exit of Brooklands, strange moment. He'll have another stab at it this time with Daniel Court, but can't be alongside as he was a lap ago because Court's covered that line off. David Mason not very far away either in the green and black number 43. 2nd, 3rd, 4th all together exiting Brooklands and on towards the kink at Carter's Curve, and then the gap before we find Daniel Court, Powney and David Mason. So Danny Andrew, a race to manage from this point on, but a trio scrapping over 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and then another for 5th, 6th and 7th.
So the leaders are down to Hatchett's again. We've just got the 9 cars left circulating. As we say, we lost James Millman, but a nice little scrap going on for 8th and 9th, by the way. But there's Ben Powney, did briefly get ahead, and is he going to stay fully ahead this time of the number 7 car? And yes, he is. So Ben Powney does go 5th now, ahead of Daniel Court. David Mason in the 43 car just tucked in behind them as well. 5 minutes left.
Yeah, good car placement from Ben Powney there. He lost out through the right-hander at Spitfires, but as long as he had the inside line at Dibeni, that place would be his. So 5th spot now, and 4 minutes and change to try and reel in the 3 cars ahead of him. Even if he got ahead of Simon Court, Ben Powney would only make 4th position, and he's got to lever himself away from these 2 behind, and they're not going to make that easy because Daniel Court again overlapping Powney round the outside on the approach to Carter's Curve. Great move.
Superb stuff from Daniel Court there. Meanwhile, the leaders are going across the line, I can tell you, but let's just watch these 3 because they're almost there. Ben Powney at Honda lost another position, and he's almost being pushed along there, you can see, by David Mason in the number 43 car, who now jinks out to the left-hand side as they go down to Hatchett's. That's the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle just going through shot. And yeah, Mason hasn't made that work, so Powney is still in 6th position, but Mason determined to get inside the top 6 as well here.
Danny Andrews not getting a lot of airtime right now, and you can understand the reason why, because Ben Powney and David Mason putting on a really good spectacle for 6th and 7th places. Daniel Court will be loving this in his mirrors because it's giving him the necessary breathing space to establish a 5th place spot. It's a shame that Simon Court is so far up the road for him to get involved with that, but on towards Brooklands they go, still very much undecided for 6th and 7th. Jonathan Lissitter though in 2nd position and clear enough at this stage at Carter's from Eddie Moyer and Simon Court behind.
Of course, with this result, if it stays this way, Danny Andrew will be nibbling away at Jonathan Lissiter's advantage in the championship. Danny Andrew with a lot more experience than Lissitter. Lissitter only started car racing in 2019. Has had raced initially in low cost, then switched to the Mazda 7s. And there we see, actually, those 3 cars, 5th, 6th and 7th, are now much more spread out, aren't they, than they were a lap ago. Daniel Court, number 7, Ben Powney, 37, who also races in the F1000 Championship, and David Mason, number 43. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Lucas Batt, number 66, and Lewis Penstone-Smith, 8th and 9th, they're also having a decent scrap as well for their own position. The only man not in a battle at the moment, therefore, really, is the race leader.
Yeah, and he will love that because Danny Andrew can just focus on the road in front, put in another fastest lap of the race, a 104.9. So the first time we've dipped beneath the 105s, getting a very decent lap record in the books for this fledgling championship. and on towards the right-hander at Carter's Curve will go the second place fight. To the inside, Simon Court of Eddie Moyer. Can't find a way through there, though. We'll have another stab at it midway through Honda, but it's well covered by Moyer in third.
I saw a green flag in the background there, which must mean there must have been a yellow flag at the previous marshal's post. We know not why. Anyway, down towards as they come, Ben Powney and David Mason probably involved in that, and the one that's gone missing is Daniel Court. Yes, he comes through a bit late. Meanwhile, for this battle for second, it's still Lister from Court and Moyer, but further back the complexion has changed because Daniel Court has dropped quite a long way back from Powney and Mason with an off presumably at Brooklands.
But Simon Court's charge to the podium might be very well timed. He's into third and ahead of Eddie Moyer. Now, what can the 77 car do about that in the closing stages? 1:40 still to go. Absolutely no pressure from behind then, after, by the looks of things, a bit of carnage kicked off late in lap 11. To the inside at Brooklands goes Moyer to reverse those positions, but the drive is good on the outside of Brooklands, as we've seen many times before, and Simon Court fends him off.
Does indeed. There's probably going to be one more lap to go, I would think, at the end of this one. Maybe two. We might just squeeze two out of it. We'll see. Danny Andrew it is then that goes on to his next lap. Oh, and off goes the two of them. What happened there, Johnny?
Well, to the inside, Eddie Moyer, but he didn't quite have the space. Now off to the grass is Ben Powney, but basically contact on the rear right of Simon Court's car pitched him into the spin. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe a bit of damage. No, Simon Court's okay, but he's mightily frustrated by that. It was a tad unnecessary, I would say, from Eddie Moyer.
Yes, and now the pack is very much spread out, with the exception of Simon Court, who's keen to get as many places back as he can. He's got past Moyer again on the way into Hatchett's hairpin. That's only going to put him in 6th place, though, where he was gunning for, well, certainly 3rd and maybe even 2nd position, wasn't he?
Yeah, so frustrating for both drivers. I'm sure Eddie Moyer was not, aiming to do that, just slightly misjudged it into Honda, put his nose in a gap that was closing, and now Simon Court, in desperation to try and recover places, is almost spinning through 180 degrees. It was well controlled, that, on what will be sodden grass just after the crossing. Final lap then, Ben Powney just ahead.
Yeah, in fact, just getting on to the last lap now. Danny Andrews starting his last lap with about 6 seconds remaining. He's got a clear lead over Jonathan Lister. So 1st and 2nd now is sorted, and I think 3rd place as well, probably, to David Mason. There is Danny Andrews just negotiating his way around Hatchett for the final time. It's very much his race to lose. Daniel Court, number 7, is in 4th now. Ben Powney 5th. Simon Court 6th. Eddie Moore 7th. I think the only changes we're likely to see are those for 5th, 6th and 7th now. So watch Danny Andrew, Johnny, heading halfway around the final lap.
And if he wasn't so far ahead of everybody else, he might have been able to end the race last time around, but you're quite right, there was a couple of seconds still left on the clock, so a great chance of another 1.5 miles or so of the Pembrey circuit to enjoy. Thankfully clear road in front of Danny Andrew, and he'll be very grateful that is relatively clear behind as well. Jonathan Lister then in 2nd position, and all change behind that with David Mason, who was 7th for the majority of this race. He should make the podium.
Yeah, checkered flags being made ready down beneath us as Danny Andrew comes through Honda for the final time, and it's a double this weekend for Danny Andrew in the Yokohama Mazda 7 Championship, and what looks on paper like a very convincing victory. Certainly for the first half of the race, it wasn't like that for him, but he did ease away in the second half. Jonathan Lister takes 2nd position. It's going to be David Mason 3rd, so 2 green cars on the podium. 4th is going to go the way of number 7, Daniel Court. Ben Powney does get 5th. Simon Court only about a car length behind him at the end. Eddie Moore 7th, and then we're just going to wait for the last 2 cars to come through, which are heading down, I can see, into Honda now, and it's going to be Lewis Penstone Smith here that's going to take 8th position in the number 47 car, and just ahead of Lucas Batt, number 66, in 9th place, the last of the cars still running. So an entertaining old race that for the Yokohama Mazda 7s. Here's the result. Andrew it was that took the win. It was a 14-lap race, and he finished 4.5 seconds ahead of number 71, Jonathan Lister, 27 the winner. In 3rd place was number 43, David Mason. 4th to number 7, Daniel Court. Then 5th, number 37, Ben Powney. 6th, number 55, Simon Court. 7th, number 77, Eddie Moyer. 8th, 47, Lewis Penstone Smith. 9th was 66, Lucas Batt. And poor old James Millman only managed to complete a couple of laps of that race. A reminder, you can find out lots more information about everything that's going on 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk/calendar. Scroll down to the Pembrey event page, you'll find the digital programme, you'll find access to the live timing as well. Both of those things will enhance your enjoyment of the weekend's racing, whether you're here at Pembrey Circuit or watching at home on this fantastic stream brought to you by Alpha Live. Reminder that coming up next we've got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stockhatch Championship. That was a really good race yesterday as well, so I'm sure we'll have some more very exciting action from them. But let's head down to the pit lane once again. Josh Barrett is there once again.
Well, that was an entertaining Yokohama Mazda 7 race here at Pembrey, and it was Danny Andrew that took the race victory. He managed to pull away while everything else was going on behind us. We'll let Danny take his helmet off and then we'll grab a word with him. Well done, Danny. I'll give you your winner's garland. A very frenetic start to that race, particularly for you there.
Yeah, it was a bit mad. Someone get a little bit excited, but no, I thought it was quick. And then when we got a break, I just broke the toe, and I was a bit crapped because my dad said, I asked him on the way down here, I forgot about Father's Day. What do you want for Father's Day? And he said 2 wins and a lap record will do. So there you go, Dad.
Well done on that, Danny, and good for the championship, obviously, catching back up to Jonathan's lead.
Yeah, but little sod finished second, didn't he? He keeps following me. He needs to just put a couple of cars between us, but no, it all helps, and it's nice to get a couple of wins finally. So, and can I just say hello to Max and Zach, because I'm here and they're not, so I'm in trouble.
Well done on your wins. I'm sure they'll be very happy with that. Second place for John, who was also involved in those battles at the start of the race, 4 wide into turn 1 at one point.
Yeah, it was pretty good racing, wasn't it? It was I was trying to get up to the front really. I needed to beat Danny today, so I'm a bit disappointed that I didn't come away with a win, but second place is all right, but I was just having to fend off my teammates because they were doing a good job. So just got to say thanks to Team Sellers and Hill, my sponsor. So yeah, really pleased.
Well done on second. Third place was David Mason. We won't be able to grab a word with him because already cars on the grid for our next race, which is for the Demon Tweaks and Yokohama Classic Stockhatch Championship.
Let's have a rattle through the grid then for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stockhatch Championship. There are some gaps, but this is how they qualified. Second fastest lap time setting the grid for race 2. Pole position number 8, Pete Morgan, alongside him number 88, Martin Kayser. That was the top 2 from yesterday's race. Second row is 46, Chris Deere. 93, Ben Bateman is not there. Third row, 47, Robert Campbell. 87, Stuart Place is not there. On the fourth row, on the inside, it's number 90, the repaired car of Finn Groom after an off yesterday, and 89, Titch Kelsall. The fifth row, 92, Rick Groom, and 12, James Hazelhurst. The sixth row, 40, Paul Thorpe, and Martin Rogers in number 39. The 7th row is 41, Jason Wood, but no Jason Watkinson. The 8th row should have seen 33, Ryan Clark, but he's not there. 58, Pete Oscarby is. Row 9 is 48, Neil Dudman, and I think that therefore is the last car on the grid. So a depleted field here for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stockhatch Championship, but nevertheless a very good racing prospect for these cars. Pete Morgan it is that's leading the championship by about 17 points coming into this weekend. As the 5-second board is shown, the red lights are on already and they go out. Away we go. Pretty good start by Pete Morgan from pole position. Good start as well by Chris Deere from the second row of the grid, and he's already squeezed up the inside of the XR2i of Martin Kayser on the run down to Hatchett's hairpin, and Chris Deere trying to go around the outside of Pete Morgan into the hairpin. Martin Kayser getting back up the inside as well in the XR2i. He may have done it. That's the number 12 James Hazelhurst Peugeot that was a retirement yesterday. That got a little bit wide out there as well. He's trying to go around the outside of number 90 Finn Groom, who was off the circuit at Dibeni yesterday, bringing out the red flags. Good to see that car is patched up, plenty of tank tape in evidence, and back out into the race today. But it was a good start there by Pete Morgan. He's got the lead of the race. Martin Kayser got second place back at Hatchett's though.
Yeah, great start as well from Robert Campbell and Chris Deere in the 2 yellow Peugeot 206s though, to be 205s to be up to that level for third and fourth position, and being chased down by the third of the Fiestas. Then there's a bit of a gap back to a repaired Finn Groom car. So they're all piling out of the right-hander at Brooklands, but an electric start again for Pete Morgan, attempting to stretch his legs in the blue and yellow Fiesta from Martin Kayser's newer shape Ford behind.
Yep, it's the XR2, the carburetted car of Pete Morgan, leading the injected car of Kayser in second place. A bit further back, Finn Groom I think is in trouble. He's not at full speed, I can see, past our commentary box, so we'll keep an eye on that one. The first 4 go through Hatchett's in the same order as they were at the beginning of the lap. To say Pete Morgan leading, Martin Kayser second, Chris Deere third, and Robert Campbell in 4th position. But we'll keep an eye on Finn Groom. He crossed the line at the end of lap 1 in 8th place. He started in 7th, which was actually net 5th with a couple of absentees, so he is heading in the wrong direction generally as we're watching the battle for second, which is already really developing because Pete Morgan getting away a little bit.
Yeah, so Kayser needing to hang on to Pete's coattails where possible. Speaking to Martin yesterday, he reckoned in the wet conditions, had he managed to get ahead of Pete Morgan, he might have been able to head away from him in the lead of the race, but that's not necessarily the story today. Drier track, Pete Morgan's car maybe had some tweaks overnight, and definitely Martin Kayser peering more into his door mirrors than out of the windscreen, because the pressure is on from Chris Deere, a podium finisher yesterday, bringing Robert Campbell with him in the similar car.
Chris Deere looking to the right, then to the left as they head down the Cowell Straight towards Hatchett's hairpin. The two of them alongside, but Kayser, well, either later or more effective on the brakes, and he holds the position into Hatchett's hairpin. But a good exit there from the 46 car of Chris Deere. He tries to get the car along the inside and sneak up the inside into Spitfires. That didn't really work though, and it actually cost him probably a few lengths in the end. He's back into the clutches of Robert Campbell in 4th place in the number 47 car. A driving standards flag going out to number 92, which is Rick Groom, I can see.
Over the crossing, the second place fight goes. Chris Deere to the outside at the centre S's, looking to maybe wrong foot Martin Kayser, but he's been around the block a little bit too much to fall for that. Into the right-hander at the Brooklands hairpin, putting the car right in the middle of the road. Just in the background, Richard Kelsall's XR2i getting slightly larger, so can he attach himself onto this 3-car train at this stage for second position? Pete Morgan loving this in the early stages, romping away to, well, by the end of this lap, it should be a full second clear.
On the last lap, it was Robert Campbell in 4th place who did the best lap of the race and therefore took the new lap record of 1:11.43. Previously that was 1:12.71 for the multiple champion Lee Scott, a record that stood since 2011. As we now watch Chris Deere do really what he did on the previous lap to Martin Kayser. This time I don't think he's going to attack into Spitfires as he did last time. I think he's learned from that. Pete Morgan's now got the lap record. In fact, Titch Kelsall a bit further on down the order has gone even faster. 1:11 dead for him. So he's now in 5th position and got that lap record.
Paul Thorpe trying to stay with Titch Kelsall in this opening phase of the race. It's side by side to the crossing again. Chris Deere likes that part of the racetrack, always quick through the long lingering left-hander, but needing to attack and defend at the same time, wary of where Robert Campbell's putting his car. Kelsall just creeping into shot there, and should make this a 4-car train then for second position by the end of the lap. They're all being held up a little bit by Martin Kayser's car that doesn't seem to have the speed it carried yesterday. Change there for second.
Just proving that point, and just as you were saying it, Chris Deere through on the inside at Carter's, the very fast flat-out right-hander, now through the 90-degree Honda curve to end the lap, and they are making their way down the Cowell Straight. So they've completed now 4 laps of the race. 2.15 seconds is the advantage for Pete Morgan, and now Titch Kelsall has just done another fastest lap of the race. He tried to go deep into the corner and around the outside of Robert Campbell, but that didn't really work out for him. He's still in 5th, but now it genuinely is a 4-car fight for second place. He's going to have another go at Spitfires, and I think he may have done it. Yes, he has. It looks like he has gone through, so well done to Titch Kelsall, up to 4th place now at the expense of Robert Campbell.
I was probably throwing you a little bit there because I was shaking my head, but only because I couldn't believe he'd made the overtake. Not that he hadn't done it at all. Titch Kelsall round the outside of De Benny and towards the crossing to bag 4th spot then. And Martin Kayser, we know, has slipped to 3rd after Chris Deere pulled off a good manoeuvre just on the exit of Carter's curve. So all change really in this quartet, which is starting to spread out a little bit. Titch Kelsall, I think, has got more speed though in car 89 than Martin Kayser's 88. Just up the road, Kayser a little bit sideways there on the approach to Honda and is losing ground again.
Yeah, well, now you can shake your head in disbelief because of Martin Kayser's misfortune, because he's lost 2 places. I think he's definitely got a problem with the car. He's got the indicator on. He's going to pull off, I think, down at Hatchett's hairpin. So he's out of the race. The man who was second yesterday, third in the championship coming into this weekend, and indeed after yesterday's race, Martin Kayser looks like he's going to be out of it. So it's now Chris Deere second, Titch Kelsall into a podium position, I think for the first time in his classic stock hatch career. Martin Kayser Robert Campbell now up to 4th place.
Remember, yesterday's race was a curtailed affair, an early checkered flag, it might have been a red and a checker in fact, and Martin said to me that if it had continued to the full 15 minutes, he didn't feel like the car would have made the distance. And as he limped back to the paddock yesterday, a lot of smoke belching out from the car. He's pulled off entirely though now. Is that a repeat of yesterday's mechanical dramas? That will have to have tried to patch that up overnight, but maybe not enough. And speaking of patching up, Finn Groom's car, isn't it great to see that competing today after it had a big off just after the crossing, rather battered and tattered on the front right corner, but they've done a good job because it's now fighting the Vauxhall Nova. Is that Pete Oscarby just ahead?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So good work from the All Groom Motorsport team to get Finn Groom back out into the race today. He's only 19. It's his first season of racing, with the family. And having a good dice with Pete Oscarby in that PDC Nova, so good to see that. And Paul Thorpe now, he's made a move on Robert Campbell there, has he? Yes, he has, down at Hatchett's hairpin. So that was good, because Paul Thorpe's made quite a bit of time over the last couple of laps to get on terms with Campbell, and now into 4th position. Can he chase down Titch Kelsall, who's about 2.5 seconds up the road?
So Paul in the older shaped XR2, and yes, getting ahead of Robert Campbell. So the second of the Peugeot 205s slipping a spot, whereas Chris Deere is just about the fastest car out there, running in second place, done the fastest lap of the race last time around. Into Brooklands though goes Paul Thorpe, new 4th place car. No immediate threat behind Robert Campbell from Jason Wood and James Hazelhurst. They're a bit further back.
Yeah, Paul Thorpe's been a past winner here at Pembrey. He's won a handful of races in his classic stock hatch career. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders are much closer together. On the previous lap, Chris Deere set the new lap record as he's done another one on lap 7 to get right with the leader. We're watching the Finn Groom and Pete Oscarby battle, but the leaders are pretty much together down at Hatchett's hairpin as well. It is still the same order between them, but that could change any moment. Here they are on screen now. Yes, because that gap was well over a second, and Chris Deere's just on 1 minute 10.2 to get the gap down to half a second. So very much race on here.
Yeah, Chris Deere had a quick car yesterday as well, and might have been able to gain even more positions than the 3rd he bagged yesterday in the shortened race. Well, sniffing a win here, Pete Morgan maybe wasn't entirely happy with his car's performance in yesterday's event, despite winning the race, and has his hands full now of the bright yellow Peugeot 205 GTI of Chris Deere. Fastest lap after fastest lap for Chris in 46, and good drive off Brooklands, but won't have a chance to overtake at Carter's.
These the top 2 in the championship, separated by 17 points coming into this race. So if they finish 1-2 in the order Deere and then Morgan, Deere will just chip away, but still be quite a long way behind Morgan in the championship going into the next meeting, which is going to be at Snetterton at the end of July. But he does now, I think, have a genuine chance with 5 minutes or so to go of taking the victory. Morgan taking a very defensive line down into Hatchett's hairpin, so not really an opportunity for Deere there. He went fairly deep into the corner, didn't see if he lost any time as a result of that, but nice shot there of Morgan's number 8 car, and Deere is still there, but I just sense he lost a length or 2 there, Johnny.
Yeah, whether that was a slight error or in getting the power down coming out of Hatchett's, but it's those small margins that can often break a toe in the respect of Pete Morgan. But this middle part of the lap really favours Chris Deere's car. He's shown so much speed coming out of Debenny and then over the crossing, and it seems to be more manoeuvrable, his car, at higher speed. Can't get close enough though in the braking area for Brooklands hairpin, and again it's sort of even Stevens on the exit of there, but the closing part of the lap between Carter's and Honda definitely favours the Peugeot.
It does. Into Honda they go then, and very little to choose between them. Pete Morgan, very experienced racer, raced in stock hatch over the years, but Christie's got lots of experience as well. He's a former Metro champion and midgets in Europe as well, and I think he's getting alongside now the race leader Is he the new race leader himself? Well, no, he's not quite, I don't think. Morgan on the brakes, stays ahead, but who gets the better exit from the corner? We'll find out in a minute. It looks like it's Morgan. We're watching second and third. Oh, and that's a change for third. There was Paul Thorpe and Titch Kelso were dead heating over the line, and Thorpe has made that stick. So this is a really good drive here from Paul Thorpe to take third place. Excellent stuff from 11th on the grid.
You're right, though. It was absolutely to the hundredth of a second, exactly the same race time to that point for Thorpe and Titch Kelso, and in the end, Thorpe getting the place. Then the red Fiesta ahead. Meanwhile, Chris Deere through one of his favourite parts of the circuit, a little bit wider on the approach to Brooklands there, I noticed, which means that puts him out onto the red and blue curbing to confirm Paul Thorpe's XR2 is now ahead then of Titch Kelso's injected version, the newer shape car. Chris Deere maybe to the outside this time at Honda, as there's only 3 minutes left on the clock, and Chris trying to carry that speed through to the end of the lap.
Yeah, so probably going to be 3 laps to go, and they're going to be pretty much dead heating over the line this time, aren't they? Let's have a look at the gap on our screens. 0.02, so not quite, but Deere it is that's got the advantage on the way in, and this time I think he has done it, although Morgan might get a better exit here. He's going to have the inside line for Spitfires, and he's done it. So it was a very, very short-lived lead that for Chris Deere. Only a matter of feet really before Morgan's got the place back at Spitfires, and wow. How's this one going to play out, do you think, Johnny? Now, is Chris Deere going to be able to make a move that sticks?
It's a super battle, isn't it? But he needs to be able to time the run so that he's ahead, obviously, at the finish line in a couple of laps' time. Again, he can't find a way by Pete's Fiesta on the run through Centre S's. Into Brooklands they go again. And I notice Pete Morgan's car can just put the power down slightly better than the Peugeot on the exit here, but actually the 205 is closer than it has been all race. So to the outside now at Carter's. Can he get the overtake done on this very quick right-hander, or more importantly, the slingshot out of Honda, which might give him the lead just before they cross the line? This is where he needs to be strong in a lap or maybe 2 laps' time.
Yeah, I think it's going to be 2 laps, isn't it? Because there's a minute and 3/4 to go. A lap time is about a minute and 10 minutes and 11 seconds here, so they'll get 2 laps out of it. Deere again looking to make the move, but possibly he realises that the trick here is to just getting that run through Honda and just nose in front over the line. That might be his best chance of winning, even if he can't get ahead at any other part of the circuit. Paul Thorpe is about 4 seconds adrift in third place, by the way. Still got Titch Kelso right behind him. Robert Campbell is 5th, and Jason Wood in the Nova up into 6th position as well. So he's going well. Look at that, 3-wheeling the Peugeot 205 through the crossing section was Chris Deere, not holding him up at all as he heads through the Centre S's down towards Brooklands with a lap and a bit to go.
Every credit to Pete Morgan so far, though, to soak up all of this pressure. I don't think he's got the quicker of the 2 cars, but it's about where he's putting the Fiesta on the road to defend, but without kind of overly blocking, just not allowing Chris to turn in at the right point and to accelerate as well. This will be the crucial corner in a lap's time then to keep the Peugeot behind, and again an exemplary run through. No checkered flag this time. Can Chris Deere draw alongside? The gap between 3rd and 4th actually showing to extend, but here they go again.
Side by side into Hatchett's hairpin. It's Morgan in the Fiesta on the inside line. Deere on the outside. He'll try and get the cutback, but he don't think he has such good speed out of that hairpin as Pete Morgan in that XR2 does. It's great to see these classic hot hatches of the 80s and 90s doing battle, isn't it, around this Pembrey circuit. They always put on a great show, classic stock hatch, wherever they go. It's not been the biggest grid this weekend, but the racing has been absolutely superlative.
Again, Pete Morgan, where he's putting the car over the crossing and into the Centre S's, means that Chris Deere can't take advantage of the slightly higher pace and speed that he can carry through that sequence of corners. They're into Brooklands for the final time, and Chris Deere wanting to put the power down earlier than he might be able to. A quick flick of the windscreen wiper there, I think, but that was more about the mud being chucked up from the leading Fiesta. Trying to draw alongside at Carter's, and can just about make that stick, but has to carry the speed through Honda this final time.
He can't quite do it, I don't think. It's going to be Pete Morgan that comes through. Good speed going off Honda. but the finish line is just too close to the Honda curve for him. So it is Pete Morgan that takes the win by 1800ths of a second, or 1500ths in fact, as the screen updates himself from Chris Deere. A great race and lots of respect, it seemed, between those two as well. It was a good clean race between them. Paul Thorpe, an excellent third place from him. He got 1.2 seconds ahead of Titch Kelsall in the end, and was actually slightly closing on the lead. As if it had been a 20-minute race, we could have had a 3-car fight for the victory. Titch Kelsall, number 89, was 4th. Jason Wood, 5th in the Nova, number 41. Then James Hazelhurst was 6th. That was a really excellent race, John. We've had 3 cracking races already this morning.
Yeah,
it's not even 10 o'clock.
No, indeed. Still early, isn't it? And yeah, thoroughly good entertainment. So if you are here at Pembrey, hopefully you got here nice and early to witness the events we've had. Nice and clean, I think, is a great point from you as well, Ian.
Yeah, it certainly was. 8. Pete Morgan then took the win in the second and final Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch race of the weekend. Just 1500ths of a second at the end of 13 laps between himself and number 46, Chris Deere. Third place went the way of number 40, Paul Thorpe. Then it was 89, Titch Kelsall, and 41, Jason Wood, rounding out the top 5. James Hazelhurst, better result from him today. He was 6th in number 12. 7th to number 39, Martin Rogers. Robert Campbell, 47, was 8th. Then Pete Osgoby, 58, 9th. And Finn Groom, reward for getting the car repaired with a top 10 finish. 11th was Rick Groom. Neil Dudman was 12th. And Martin Kayser, of course, sadly, having been disputing the lead with Pete Morgan, was a non-finisher. So as I say, the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship, that's going to continue at Snetterton at the end of July. Then they'll go to Brands Hatch in August, Cadwell Park in September. They'll complete their season of 7 double headers at Mallory Park in October. And there's sure to be some great racing between Pete Morgan and Chris Deere and others between now and the end of the year. Lots more racing still to come throughout the day here at Pembrey. Coming up next, we've got what should be another cracker, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, and then low cost and historic 750 Formula Mighty Minis, the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy and the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. It's going to be a cracking day's racing here at Pembrey, so do stay with us here on Alpha Live. And there'll be more 750 Motor Clubs meetings live streamed during the course of the season, so watch out for details of those in due course. But the next action from the 750 Motor Club will come at Brands Hatch in July. But let's head down to the pit lane now and hear from Josh Barrett.
So we're down here with the top 3 from the Classic Stock Hatch Championship after a great race that once again from Classic Stock Hatch, as Ian was saying, not the biggest grid, but a fantastic battle out front, and Pete Morgan had to work really hard for that win. Well done, Pete. I'll give you a winner's garland, but that wasn't the easiest race to win by the looks of it.
It was never going to be, to be quite honest with you. It just started going off towards the end, so just try and keep him behind. That's all I can do, really.
Guess it was pretty obvious you could see him catching in the middle of the race there.
Oh, he was coming. There was no two ways about that. Yeah, it's just a matter of just kids trying to stay in front as long as you can, really. Another couple of laps, I think, I'd have been done for. But
at one point he got through, but you immediately got the place back.
yeah, I just got it back at the hairpin. He just overshot a little bit, which just gave me a bit to get back, really. But after that, he'd have to gone over the top of me to get past.
Well, well done on your win. Let's catch up with Chris. Chris, it was close a few times there, but you couldn't quite do it.
I think I got in front 2 or 3 times just by a nose, but not quite enough to get me over that. Pete's super quick. I said yesterday, catching is one thing, passing is another. But look, we've got the 2 possibly fastest cars in the championship. No damage, both fast, a hell of a good race. What more can you want on a Sunday morning? And Father's Day as well. So happy Father's Day to my dad, and thanks to all the marshals who are here without their sons or taking the time off. So we appreciate it all. And yeah, nice day.
Much nicer than yesterday. And well done, Chris, on second. A real championship battle now starting, coming between the two of you. And look who's third. Well done, Paul.
Thank you.
You were frustrated when I saw you yesterday morning, way back on the grid, but you're here on the podium.
Yeah, well, the qualifying was particularly difficult. It was very wet and slippery out there, and I couldn't get a good lap in at all. And I got 14th and 11th for the race today, and I was so disappointed. I was really disappointed. I managed to do quite well yesterday to get up to 8th, but it's quite a busy train, and yeah, I managed to pull it together. I took a gamble on the setup, and it worked so well for me. It's been nearly 10 years since I've had a podium, so I'm really pleased, Josh, really pleased.
And you had a bit of a battle with Titch there at the end, made a nice move sort of towards the end there.
Oh yes, I had to defend well on the hairpin because there are no clues to where to brake, so you have to really be as late as you can. And I thought if I defended, and I'm holding him off, and I thought this is going to be a battle, but I managed to get a bit of a gap on him, and I sort of relaxed, and I was trying to catch these two, hoping they'd trip up, but they didn't. These are very fast guys, but I'm really chuffed with third. This is fantastic.
There was a point where they were battling really hard. You were starting to bring the gap down. So
I could see the gap was coming down. I thought, please trip up, but these are two very fast guys, and that looked absolutely fantastic. I'll have to watch the live stream later, but it was absolutely fantastic. That's really picked up my weekend, Josh.
Well done, Paul, on third place. And second place to Chris Deere. The winner was Pete Morgan. So great stuff from Classic Stockhatch. The race programme continues to move on though here at Pembrey. We go sports car racing next with the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship.
So the Race Part 750 Formula Championship next. We can take a slightly more leisurely walk through the grid this time because these cars do have a green flag lap. So on pole position it's the number 1 car of the reigning champion Peter Bove. He also won the race yesterday. And number 4, Mark Glover, who had problems yesterday, was a non-start. He is there alongside him on the front row. The second row has number 6, that's Simon Bolter, and yesterday's runner-up, number 9, Richard Jenkins. Row 3 on the inside is number 2, Chris Goff, last year's championship runner-up, and 31, Ollie Collett beside him. Back to row 4 and 17, Richard Rothery there on the inside, but 42, Martin Kemp, is absent from the grid. On the 5th row, it's number 11. Sorry, beg your pardon, it's, yes, the grid has moved up past it. So 39, Matthew Unwin, I can see, and then 5, Jake Doherty next to him. Then it's Bill Rutter on the next row, alongside Hugh Davis. Then Martin Depper, Alan Bunter, and indeed Paul Mason are going to round out the grid. So we did have the withdrawal of Ian Barley after yesterday's race, and there's a gap on the grid where Martin Kemp should have been, but I think everyone else is there that should be, and so we have the cars off on their green flag warming up lap ahead of this second and final race of the weekend for the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship. So yesterday, in a shortened 10-minute race, it was a victory for Peter Bove. It was also disrupted by the safety car. So Bove took the win from Richard Jenkins, and Chris Goff took third position. And as far as the championship points are concerned now, after yesterday's action, if I just have a look at those, it's Peter Bove now with 75 points. He's won all 3 races so far this season, including the 2 at Silverstone that started the year. Oliver Collett second with 62 points, and Richard Rothery third with 49. Conway Dorr, he's not here this weekend, but he nevertheless is still holding on to 4th place in the championship. So 750 Formula, that's been part of the racing scene since 1949. It's the world's longest continually running formula. Clearly it's evolved over the years, in particular in the engines that these cars use. So it's not the 750cc Austin 7 engine now that the car started out with back in the 1940s, but it is the 1108cc Fiat engine, the Fire engine as it's known, that went into cars such as the Panda, and they've been using this car for pretty much 2 decades now. In between times they used the Reliant engine as well. So Peter Bove, it is, there he is on pole position in the Derby. He's been a 6-time champion in the Race Parts 750 Formula Championship down the years. This car has been a champion 7 times because Robin Gearing also won the title with it in 2016. Mark Glover beside him on the grid. He didn't take the start of yesterday's race, hoping for better fortunes today. He's been a double champion as well in the race kits Falcon, but not for the last 2 years when Peter Bove has won it. And you've got on the inside of the second row Simon Bolter in the number 6 Derby and the number 9 Shepherd of Richard Jenkins. Red lights go on and out, and away they go. And it's a pretty good start. One not getting away quite so well is the number 70 car of Martin Depper at the back of the grid, but it's Peter Bove with the lead. Mark Glover there in second position. Ollie Collett there has made a good start, but Richard Rothery out of the blocks like a scalded cat there. He is already up a few places as well. He was late on the brakes for Hatchett's hairpin. I think they've all got around safely this time, with Peter Bove leading the way from the rest of the field as they stream through that left-hander.
Yeah, Rothery got around Chris Goff and Richard Jenkins, I think, as well. So maybe 2 places picked off by the number 17 car that started in 7th place. Peter Bove, though, away as the race leader and jostling for 3rd and 4th positions. Ollie Collett there, heading down towards Brooklands. All getting through there safely. Just ahead of Collett then, Simon Bolter from 3rd position. So it's Collett that's made the spots, 2 of them gained in the space of, 6 corners on this opening lap. and actually slotting through to third in the background there at Carter's.
Yeah, let's just confirm that then as they come through. Honda, the top two right together. Collett there in third place then. Yes, the number 31 car. Simon Bolter fourth. Richard Rothery is fifth. And Richard Jenkins is sixth. But if you can have a look at the two leaders there heading down towards Hatchett's, we can see out of our window that they were pretty much side by side. Just there they are on screen now. So Mark Glover taking the fight to Peter Bove here. Glover, who down in fifth of the championship before the start of this weekend and dropping back further with that non-start yesterday. He is keen to start to take some points away from Peter Bove here if he's going to have any chance of snatching the championship back from Peter Bove, who's won it for the last 2 seasons. Very experienced Peter Bove has been racing in this championship for decades, and Glover in it for quite a few years now. He raced in low costs previously, but has switched to 754 with this race kit's Falconbit belt, and which this year has new bodywork on it as well. I must say it looks very smart indeed.
Briefly, yellow flags at Hatchett's at the start of this lap because of a melee that I think everyone scampered away from, but it was Collett just ahead of then some overlapping with Simon Bolter and Richard Rothery, I think, as well. Lead us back across the line, and yes, green flags being waved once again at Hatchett's as to the outside will go Glover. Likes that line where he can cut back to the inside then for Spitfires and maybe take the race lead away from Peter Bove. Yes, he's done it. Brilliant.
Absolutely fantastic from Mark Glover then. So I think we've got a race on our hands here. The other thing that Peter Bove was telling you yesterday, Johnny, was that he's very keen to get this long-standing lap record as well. That's a 1 minute 4 dead from Bob Simpson. It's 14 years old, that lap record. On that lap, Bove and Glover did identical lap times, a 105.02. So they've both got just over a second to make up to try and get that record away from Bob Simpson, who raced in the championship for more than 50 years, and his grandson now, Jake Doherty, is on the grid in his car, in his stead, and he's running in 11th place at the moment with the fight back on for the lead here.
To the inside goes Peter Bove at Carter's curve, but not quite given the space to be able to utilise a quick line on the exit of that corner. Wanted to try and warn out wide, but realised there wasn't the space there. So again, good forward-thinking driving from Peter Bove. We'd expect nothing less to get out of that. For the risk that it was going to carry. Now to the inside at Hatchett's hairpin from a long way back. Peter Bove will get the race lead again.
I think Mark Glover saw him coming and kept out of the way there, I must admit, just wanting to make sure there was no contact between the pair. So Glover has lost quite a bit of time because of that. He did actually get the fastest lap of the race, a 104.89. So 9/10 of a second outside the lap record, but he did get the fastest lap, but he has lost the lead now to Peter Bove. So number 1 in that Derby that was built by Dick Carvey for Ernie Frost originally, that car. But Bove down the years has had 45 race wins, the majority of them in that car, might be a few more than 45 with the victories he's had already during the course of the 2022 season, I should add. Mark Glover there in second place, about 6 seconds clear now of Ollie Collett in third place in his race kits Falcon. You can just about see him in the distance in the background there, but these two do seem to have a bit of an advantage over the rest of them this weekend, Johnny.
Yeah, the gap is ever growing. There's now a drama though for Hugh Davis in the Class B car. Hugh, number 21, sadly being wheeled into retirement in the Phoenix Fire Mark II, and I assume he just pulled off the road in a safe manner. That's actually at the end of the start-finish straight, isn't it? So being pushed the wrong way into pit lane, but safe to do that by the marshal. So that's a shame after not nearly 5 minutes of this race. But Peter Bove, Mark Glover, we were making the point now, 7 seconds clear of everyone else.
And while all that was happening, Peter Bove has done it. He's got the lap record that he wanted. So, I don't know, maybe this will tempt Bob Simpson back out of semi-retirement to try and get the lap record back. I don't know. He's done a 103.33, Peter Bove now, to pull away now from Mark Glover. 0.6 of a second between them, and it is now more than 7 seconds back to Ollie Collett in third. He in turn has got about 3 seconds to Richard Rothery, who's there in fourth place now. I think he got ahead of Simon Bolter on the previous lap.
Well, that's what Peter wanted. Of course, it wasn't going his way particularly when he slipped behind Mark Glover, so the issues were twofold. Hang on a minute, hang on.
Mark Glover, 103.31. Well, Peter Bove, my friend, you've got some work to do again, because Mark Glover's now taken that lap record off you, and he's getting closer to you as well in the fight for the lead. Just coming up to lap the 67 car of Paul Mason as well. There's Chris Goff. He's making a place on Simon Bolter at Hatchett's Head. He's gone to 5th now. It's all happening in this race.
So Mark Glover presumably making use of a bit of a tow that he is picking up from Peter Bove's car. These cars are aero dependent to an extent, so won't go so well in the draft of another, but that time around Mark Glover making it work for him perfectly. He's only half a second off the back of the race leader Peter Bove. There is Chris Goff in the CCR2 Evo, running in 6th position right now, with behind him Bill Rutter in the, no, that's Simon Bolter, who's got by, in fact, since they last crossed the line. So the blue and red car of Simon Bolter, which is another Derby, like the race leader Peter Bove, who leads by only half a second.
Yeah, so there is Goff. He was running up in the championship last year. They're sort of all going through to lap that Paul Mason number 67 Derby. As we watch the two leaders, this time there's 0.6 of a second between them. This time there's no improvement in the lap record, although they're both underneath the old lap record, I should say, set by Bob Simpson though all those years ago. Jake Doherty can tell you he's made his way up into 10th place now. And Martin Kemp actually did get out into the race. I don't think it's his correct grid position. He must have started from the back, but he is there into 11th position now. Martin Kemp in the number 42 car.
So just about the full quota of cars. Unfortunately, though, we lost Hugh Davis not too long ago. We actually qualified with 16 yesterday, 15 started, now 14 run, and it's nose to tail over the crossing for the scrap for 10th position. Jake Doherty under pressure. There's that Martin Kemp behind in the 42, in the Race Kits Falcon.
Yeah, so that car you can see the SSF. It's still got Bob Simpson's name on the side of it, but now in smaller letters underneath the name of his grandson Jake Doherty, who's driving the car this weekend. Peter Bove, look, he's got the lap record back again at 103.06. He and Mark Glover are spurring each other on here, I think, to see who's going to get that mark. But good drive this from Jake. One of his first races, he did the meeting at Silverstone a few weeks ago. That was his debut, second event here at Pembrey, and he's acquitting himself very well here, taking 10th place overall. I'm sure he's going to get faster and faster as he continues to learn the circuits and learn about racing.
Well, that was Paul Mason making space for these two to creep through at Honda. But Glover's still finding speed as well, so despite the lap record now being in the hands of Peter Bove, it was an improvement for the second place Race Kits Falcon of Mark Glover, car number 4, down to a 103.2, but a 103 dead for Peter Bove. Can he get into the 102s, I wonder? He's only got 0.06 of a second to try and find, as now Martin Kemp trying to find a way by Jake Doherty as they head into the centre S's, but Doherty covers that line off well.
Yeah, leaders can tell you are a bit closer together again, less than half a second between them now, and they're down at Hatchett's hairpin. We're continuing to watch this battle for 10th though, Doherty and Kemp, and Kemp having a look up the inside as they go down to Carter's this time of Doherty. Lou leaves some space, and it looks like he's going to carry more speed through Honda. Is Doherty though? Possibly, yes he does, and so he holds on to 10th position. There's just under 6 minutes of this race left to go.
So nothing between this duo. Elsewhere, really close still for the race lead. There were no improvements on lap time that time around, but clawing back 0.4 of a second, Mark Glover. So 0.48 is the gap as they started lap 9.
One to watch as well, it will be the battle for 3rd place, because Richard Rothery closing in on Ollie Collett. He just did a PB. Richard Rothery, who was 9 tenths faster than Collett on the previous lap. So not only the battle for lead we need to watch, but the battle for 3rd place as well. These though are the leaders, and the gap actually has gone out this time, I think, Johnny.
Yeah, by a small margin. Oh no, actually larger margin, because it was a bit of a delay before we got Mark Glover's lap time there. A second now, so Peter Bove doubles his advantage out front. It's a 103.5, which is a very respectable lap time again for the leading Derby 88P. And the Race Kits Falcon, whether that was a slight error from Mark Glover, not sure, but it's dropped him a bit further back. The good news is that Oliver Collett is a fair distance back now by 15 seconds or so, but Collett's just put in a personal best as well. Clearly track conditions are constantly improving. That's a bit more of the moisture dissipating, a bit more cloud cover as well, which will be liked by the race engines.
Yeah, it's still pretty cool, isn't it? It's not terribly warm yet here at Pembrey this morning. So, as you say, the Fiat engines will appreciate that a little bit more than if we'd got a very hot day. It's probably almost perfect conditions for really fast lap times. 14 degrees, we reckon, at the moment. I'm not sure it feels as warm as all that, to be honest with you. That time through, the gap had come down again to 8/10 between Peter Bove and Mark Glover. And here we're watching Ollie Collett, because he has now lost out to Richard Rothery.
Yeah, Rothery through in the PRS 1B, so they were only separated by 0.6 of a second at the start of the previous lap. They'll cross the line now with those positions reversed, and Rothery on course for a podium therefore. Collett across the line in 4th, Chris Goff still there in 5th, then Simon Bolter in the 2nd of the Derbies. Bill Rutter still there in 7th position. Car 17 is the 3rd place car though of Richard Rothery, gaining 3rd and starting to edge away a little bit now from Ollie Collett in 4th.
Off camera, there's a nice battle for 6th going on as well, with Bill Rutter in the ex-championship winning Baton, with Simon Bolter in the Derby. So watch out for that. Oh, we can just see popping on the screen there. Martin Kemp's got ahead of Jake Doherty as well, up into the top 10, with about 3 minutes of the race left to go. Are we going to see a change again in that 3rd, 4th and 5th place battle? Possibly we will. But,
hey, there you go.
As well. Peter Bove, 102.74. Have that, Mark Glover. Have that, Bob Simpson. Is there any comeback here? Oh, and problems for yesterday's runner-up. That was Richard Jenkins. We've not seen too much of him during the course of this race in the Shepherd, but it's new for 2022 race kits Falcon rear end. Clearly some problems with the car though, and sadly he's out of the race.
Yeah, and doing the wise thing there, staying off the racing line, arm up to warn everybody else, but it's happened on a very quick part of the circuit between Brooklands and Honda, so some caution required. No doubt some white flags being displayed by the marshals as well, as Ollie Collett running in 4th position, still with Richard Rothery up ahead. Chris Goff's maybe a little bit closer this time, so that one's spicing up in the final 2.5 minutes. There's Chris Goff's purple CGR2. And Bill Rutter, you mentioned, with Simon Bolter having a good fight as well. Bill Rutter's just done a personal best lap of the race.
Jake Doherty back ahead of Martin Kemp again. That's for 9th place now, of course, with the demise of Richard Jenkins. So there is Jenkins into the pit lane, as we were just mentioning him. Sadly out, but I think he's going to chat to Hugh Davies by the looks of it. But anyway, here's a possible change here. Chris Goff and Ollie Collett with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go onto the Cal straight. Goff to the left-hand side of Collett here on the way down to Hatchett's hairpin. We saw Goff very quick in here on the very first lap of the race, and he gets the cut back. And I think he's going to get through here. He's going to have the inside line for Spitfires. That's nicely done by Chris Goff. Well thought out move. He goes up into 3rd place.
And has
4th place, I should say.
Yes, and has he maintained a tidy line exiting DeBenny in the crossing? It looks like he has. It's just a touch on the curb there, which briefly unsettled the car, but certainly not giving this one up, Ollie Collett in the Falcon. Looking for a way by at the Senna S's, but he will probably need to carry this on to the next lap. Now, top 2, much closer than they have been. Peter Bove and Mark Glover, the gap's come down to, well, less than a second.
It is. Now, they might get 2 more laps out of it if they're feeling generous, or it might just be 1. It was going to be pretty marginal as to whether they get 1 or 2 more laps out of this, I think. We'll wait and see. But Mark Glover, 0.6 of a second behind Peter Bove at the start of this lap. No improvements in lap times, actually, from either of them. Both in the sort of 3s and 4s that time, as though they may have had a bit of traffic to do with. That's the shark of Alan Bunter, number 28. He's in 12th position, so they've already lapped, 15th, 14th and 13th, therefore, as things stand. There's Bove down to the Brooklands hairpin, and the Glover's not really making any impression at all. In fact, Glover seems to have dropped a long way back. Has he got a problem?
It's bizarre, that is, because he was 0.6 of a second close to Peter Bove at the start of the lap, and now less than, about half a mile on from that, all of a sudden Mark Glover's pace has completely disappeared, Ian.
Yeah, we've got the checkered flag being made ready, though, so it's all academic. Peter Bove is going to take the win and win round 4 of the 2022 race part 754 in the championship. A sort of slightly recalcitrant Mark Glover, 2nd in the end. And who's going to be 3rd? We think that's going to be Richard Rothery, but he's quite a long way behind. He's just coming into Honda corner now for the final time. And it is going to be Richard Rothery in the PRS, number 17, that takes 3rd position. 4th and 5th, with that late move for Chris Goff to get ahead of Ollie Collett, has served him well. He's got 4th place, Collett 5th. I think it's going to be Bill Rutter in 6th. I mentioned the battle he was having with Simon Bolter, and again the baton came out on top of that scrap. So 6th Rutter, 7th Bolter, 8th Matthew Unwin. Then I think it's going to be Jake Doherty 9th. And Martin Kemp will round out the top 10. They've got nearly a lap left to do, though, because they were... In fact, no, they've not. They're almost here, making a liar of myself. Jake Doherty's just going to come through to take 9th place, and Martin Kemp to take 10th, although they were obviously quite a long way behind the race leaders. So plenty of drama in that race. Peter Bove winning it by 4.8 seconds. That does not really tell the story of it, though, I don't think, Johnny.
No, I'm amazed how much sort of different chopping and changing of the narrative they could include in 15 minutes there, because there were all sorts of different battles, cars at times limping and then finding pace, and then vice versa as well. And 4.8 seconds rather belies Peter Bove's difficulty in winning that race.
And the subplot of the lap record as well, and how often that was exchanged. It's gone to Peter Bove in the end, a 102.74. He's also won the race, probably more importantly, in the number 1 car. 14 laps completed, and he was 4.8 seconds clear of Mark Glover in 2nd place. 3rd went to number 17, that was Richard Rothery. 4th to number 2, Chris Goff. 5th to 31, Ollie Kite. 6th to number 15, Bill Rutter. Simon Bolter did win his class as one of the less experienced drivers in this championship. He took 7th place in number 6. Ahead of number 39 Matthew Unwin in 8th, and number 5 Jake Doherty in 9th. Martin Kemp rounding out the top 10. And then we'll get to the cars that were a lap down or failed to finish. Alan Bunter, Martin Depper, Paul Mason, Richard Jenkins and Hugh Davis. So the 750 Formula Championship, that is going to continue at Snetterton in a few weeks' time. They have a triple header there at Snetterton. Let's head down to the pit lane. Hopefully we'll hear from our top 3 with Josh.
So we're down here with Peter Bove after his victory in the Race Park 750 Formula Championship, and a new lap record as well for Peter. We'll let him take his helmet off, and then we'll grab a word with him. I'll give you a garland while you do that, Peter. But a close battle that was between you and Mark through most of the race, and you had to keep pushing each other to go quicker and quicker while racing each other as well.
Yeah, sorry, yes. Because it's so bumpy around here and this is a really stiff car. I don't sound all Formula One, but I was really struggling to breathe at points in that race. So Mark kept closing in. I got held up a couple of times, and that made it worse. So glad to see the checkered flag at the end. I don't know what happened to Mark on the last lap, but yeah, it was a good race.
A 102.74, so you got well under a second under Bob's lap record.
Yeah, shh, because Bob's daughter Lisa was warning me if I did that, she wouldn't be very happy. I won't say exactly what she said, but it wasn't a good thing. But yeah, we haven't been here for quite a while, and the cars have got a lot quicker in the last few years. So yeah, it's good.
Well done, Peter, and you kept that winning tradition and fastest lap tradition going. We'll quickly grab a word with Mark before the next race starts. Mark, you managed to keep up with Peter. The car's going well today.
It was until the last lap. Right. Something went bang, and which is why I failed that little bit. But yeah, I was pleased to finish after not starting yesterday.
Yeah, well done in second. Next car's already onto the grid for the next race. That'll be for the Demon Tweaks and Yokohama Low Cost Championship.
Yes, it's the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship up next. Pole position for this one is number 87 Craig Land. Alongside him is number 94 Martin West. The second row is 19 Daniel Garrett and 99 Ryan Garrett. Third row 79 Tom Parker and 29 Jeff Peake. On row 4 it's 40 David Martin and 82 Paul Clark. Row 5 73 Rob Apsey and 9 William Wright. On the 6th row 69 Todd Boucher and 84 Carl Roysenars. On row 7, 58 Brad Horsnell and 38 Rob Hardy. Row 8 is number 90 Thor Tuller and 96 Jonathan Higgins. The 9th row, 33 Glenn Boyer and 50 Ian Hardy. Row 10, 31 Glenn Griffiths and 25 Tony Mole. 57 Daniel Russell and 18 Nick Garrett on row 11. 20 Bill Ward and 41 Jeanette Malpas round out the grid. So we're already on to our 5th race of the morning here at Pembrey Circuit, and the second race of 3 this weekend for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. Yesterday it was Craig Land that took the win in a shortened race from Ryan Garrett and Martin West. And in the championship, that means that Craig Land continues to lead the championship. He's won every race so far this year. He now has a 29-point advantage over Martin West. So is Craig Land going to be defeated today for the first time this season in what will be round 7 of the championship? Race already gets underway then, and it's a good start from pole position by the number 87 car of Craig Land. Martin West trying to go with him. Up on the inside, it's number 19, Daniel Garrett as well. But how's this going to play out as they head into Hatchets for the first time? Was almost a little bit of a touch there on the back of Craig Land's car from number 19, Daniel Garrett. Well, certainly they've all survived. So far, it would seem they stream through that right-hander at Hatchets. Out of it now towards Spitfire, and to Benny they go, and it's not Craig Land leading, so I think it could well be Daniel Garrett, is it, that's got out in front? We'll get a view on that in a moment. Yes, it is.
So Garrett in the 19 car from third position to the lead in the space of a few corners. Martin West trying to get his sleeves rolled up and stuck in, but didn't want to put the nose up the inside where he could potentially risk contact, so decided the outside line at Hatchets was the best bet. And there's Martin West then in the 94 car running in third behind the pole sitter Craig Land with the orange roll cage. But just a 2 car lengths or so ahead, Daniel Garrett has got this good start, prodding his nose up the inside now, West, as they come to the end of the first lap.
Yeah, and be a big difference today with this race being run in dry conditions rather than the very wet. I think we're going to have a big slipstreaming train of cars here. I think the pit board almost got taken out of that mechanic's hands there on the pit wall as the low cost came past 3 wide. Not quite the Mazda 7 standards of 4 wide into Hatchets that time, but you've now got Martin West and Craig Land who've got ahead of Daniel Garrett, who led over the line.
Tremendous battling though at very close quarters, and Craig Land almost forced over the grass at Spitfires right on the apex of the right-hander. That really shook the car from left to right, but he kept hold of the wheel and kept hold of second position. A little bit wide coming off the crossing though for the race leader Daniel Garrett, who caught a bit of curb and turf as well, and sideways almost drifting Craig Land through the right-hander at the centre S's.
Down to the Brooklands hairpin they go, and they stream through that. It's only just a little bit over 90 degrees, that corner. It's not a hairpin like Hatchets, which is pretty much 180 degrees, much tighter corner. That one at the opposite end of the circuit. So there's Garrett in third position, and he was eventually classified yesterday in 12th position in the race, as off the circuit goes Martin West. Back onto the circuit goes Martin West, like nothing really happened at all. He has lost quite a lot of ground there though.
He will have scooped up a fair bit of grass into the nose of the car, I would have thought as well, but yes, he didn't. Oh, well, there's an out-braking manoeuvre there for number 84, that's Carl Rusinars, who goes deep into the Hatchets hairpin but controls it nicely in a cloud of tyre smoke. Lost at least 1 position, possibly 2. And yes, Martin West, a scary moment, but he kept his head, and again he's on the attack, trying to and getting third position.
Yeah, and it's Ryan Garrett that's now in the lead, ahead of his brother, who was denied the victory yesterday right at the end of the race, as it turns out, with an off towards the end. But still the 2 brothers then out front here, although a mistake there at Brooklands has cost Daniel Garrett time and allowed Martin West, who only 3/4 of a lap ago was all over the grass coming out of Honda, to buy back into this as well. He's there in third place. He's the championship leader and 5-time or 6-time winner so far this season. Craig Land there in 4th spot at the moment, and then everyone else is 5th.
Pretty much, yes. There might have been an element of contact, I thought, between Craig Land and Martin West's car as they came through Carter's. The lap board not going out this time. I think the mechanic being wise not to do that. Very late braking again for the 87 car. Is he into a spin for Craig Land? No, just about hangs on to it. This isn't for the race lead, because now out in front is Ryan Garrett in 99. They're all battling for second.
Oh my word. I mean, that looked like it was going to be disastrous, because Craig Land came steering up the inside. I think there might have been a slight bit of contact. His back end stepped around, but no real harm done. But the only harm it has done is that it's handed, for the moment at least, a relatively big lead to Ryan Garrett. It was 1.27 seconds at the start of the lap. It might be bigger than that now, although what you often see in low-cost racing is what you think, oh, that's a big gap, he's going to pull away now. All of a sudden, it's not such a big gap as the cars behind work together to slipstream one another and get back on terms with the leader. Let's see if that happens this time.
Yeah, you always find that 2 or even 3 cars work through the air better than if you're on your own, as Ryan Garrett is. 1.2 seconds to the good last time around. They're bump drafting one another as well, though, into Honda. Second, third and fourth. Martin West thought about going to the right, then he goes to the left. You can overtake around the outside at Hatchetts. It's happened already in this race, and they think about going 3 abreast. It's a new fastest lap for the third place car of Martin West, now second place car, and scrabbling for grit through Hatchetts 1 or 2. The 69 of Todd Boucher is slow away from turn number 1.
79 Tom Park also lost ground as well. He started on the front row for yesterday's race as well, so no slouch. Right, what's going on then? Try and regather our thoughts here. So that's Martin West in second place. Look, he's with the leader. What did it tell you? I mean, you can have a big lead in this race. It's 1.3 seconds at the start of the lap. In half a lap, Martin West's got that down to about 1.3 car lengths.
Yeah.
Incredible, really. But he's also taken with him, it's Daniel Garrett behind him now, isn't it? And Craig Land in fourth place. Are they just beginning to make a bit of a break from the left? Jeff Peake's there in fifth. He's won races in the past, so if he can latch himself onto the front group here, he could be a contender for the victory as well.
Martin West now right on the boot lid of Ryan Garrett, and surely will be able to at least get his front wheels level with Ryan's rears. To the left will go Daniel Garrett, I think, as well. A bit of a lock-up there from Martin West, who hit the brakes earlier than I would have expected, and that's because he was right behind Ryan Garrett, but he's gone straight on.
There was contact there, and and also off Todd Boucher and the 40 car as well, which is David Martin. That's down at Hatch as well. There was just a slight bit of contact between Martin West. You could see it dislodge the right front wheel arch, and I think that's what sort of unsettled him, really, is probably the braking effect didn't take effect.
Well, it was wedged under his front right wheel, I think.
Exactly.
So the contact on the ground was actually fiberglass wheel arch rather than tyre. So he did incredibly well to actually control that. Now to the inside is Craig Land at Brooklands to try and squirrel his way up the inside of Ryan Garrett in car 99, and just ahead of them Daniel Garrett. That is for the race lead, so no longer do we have an outlier, if you like, scrapping away for the lead honours. This is it, first, second and third, with in fourth place Jeff Peake, quite possibly, in the 29.
Yeah, that's right. Just keeping an eye on the fastest lap. That's to Martin West at the moment, 1:10.38, 2/10 outside Tom Collar's lap record. Tom Collar's here today as well to see his lap record be broken potentially. Here are the leaders down to Hatchetts Hairpin. This is lap number 7, and it's the 19 car, which is Daniel Garrett trying to go around the outside of his brother Ryan. Doesn't quite work out. They can see Royce Snartz, he's up to 5th place, Paul Clark 6th, Robert Apsey going well, I think, though, down to 8th place again, because Tom Parker in the 79 has got back through on the inside at Hatchetts Hairpin. Martin West 11th at the end of that lap.
Oh dear. So fallen a great deal of places that are going to be tricky to regather in the remaining half of the race. Side by side for the race lead again. Ryan Garrett to the inside, Daniel Garrett to the outside, and trying to prod his nose up the inside of both of them. Craig Land in number 87 in the orange roll cage. There's Jeff Peake's yellow and black car then. He's really been sort of in the middle order of the top 10 up until now, but finds himself in 4th and very capable of taking the fight maybe for a top 2 finish. To the inside though, in the final corner at Honda and the race league, Craig Land again.
Wow. Fantastic racing there, still 6 3/4 minutes to go. Oh, and almost a brusher there, I think, between the first two. Land and Ryan Garrett as they came over the line, those two side by side. Ryan Garrett, he's got his car in front at the moment, but look at that, all over. Well, certainly number 19 there, not even using the curb at Hatchetts Hairpin. He's gone right down the inside, but one of them has gone off, and that is Ryan Garrett, we think. Ryan Garrett.
No, it's Craig Land, I think.
Land's
the orange roll cage. Looking really slow coming out of Hatchetts. Now, was that because he was on the grass, or is it a mechanical drama for Craig, the race leader? Side by side for the Garretts, though. Ryan on the inside, Daniel to the outside. And yesterday, Ryan was absolutely gutted at Daniel Garrett's spin from the race lead. Jeff Peake trying to go between the two of them as they reach Brooklands.
With Craig Land, we think he was struggling to get a gear as he went down through the gears en route into the hairpin, so that might have been the cause for his off. Was interested though in the move there by Daniel Garrett, and how much of the curb he did or didn't take down into Hatchetts. It's not really made any difference there because he's still behind his brother Ryan, but he's now these 3 for the lead. Jeff Peake is the 3rd of those, and Carl Roysenars I think he started to bridge the gap because he was 2 seconds behind Peak at the start of the lap. He's not now. Black and white driving satisfied, going out to 38, which is Rob Hardy, who's not really part of the lead equation. He's in 11th place.
Someone else to watch is Tom Parker, who's just set the fastest lap of the race at 109.9. Again, plenty of cars right over the curb, but one going a touch wider is Tom Parker himself, so maybe he finds that actually going right across the curb at Hatchett's isn't conducive to a quick lap time. Rob Apsey in 73 running in 7th, just ahead of Martin West.
Looks like Craig Land is pulling out of the race, I'm afraid. The number 87 car is just pulling off the circuit behind us here at Benny and out of the race. He was in 9th place, 1 place behind Martin West at the end of the previous lap. One other bit of business, that lap for Tom Parker at 109.98 is a new lap record.
Right, okay, and still scope to improve upon that again, because track conditions are clearly near enough perfect right now with the air quality and the amount of grip that's available on the racetrack. There is confirmation of Craig Land's car out of the race. He hasn't made the paddock, so presumably that area now covered by yellows, at least for the next couple of laps. Fourth for the lead, Ian Soman.
Yeah, okay, over the line they go. It's Jeff Peak. I think he's going to mount the attack now. He's got a double toe. He's gone to the left-hand side now. Carl Roysenars is there on the right-hand side. It's Daniel Garrett. Ryan Garrett's from Daniel Garrett on the way into the corner. Still is on the way out of the corner. Jeff Peak 3rd. Carl Roysenars 4th. Paul Clark is in 5th. He's about 3 seconds behind. And right behind him he's got Tom Parker, the recovering Martin West, and Rob Apsey. Just under 4 minutes to go.
So 4 together, acknowledgement of the yellow flag there, at least from Jeff Peak, and certainly no overtaking from any of those 4 cars involved. They can, though, continue to compete, and it's been quite a competition to this stage between the 2 Garretts, who are not side by side into Brooklands, as we've seen them many times previously. They're about to catch some traffic, though, as well, which will further complicate matters. Bit of a gap back from 4th position and Carl Roysenars to Paul Clark in the 82 car, and then still the fastest car out on track, Tom Parker in 6th.
There's the recovering West then. He's ahead of Paul Clark now, up into 5th position. Can he bridge the gap in the remaining 3 minutes? So probably 3 laps to Carl Roysenars and the lead pack, who are now, by the way, in traffic as well, just because this race needed a little something else to spice it up.
Yeah, so going to have to be very careful here, threading the eye of the needle. The 20 car involved on the left-hand side in the all-white livery. That was William Ward sensibly staying off the racing line to allow the 3rd and 4th place fight through. So Jeff Peak and Carl Roysenars now free of that, and haven't lost a great deal of time actually to the race leaders. So Ryan and Daniel Garrett still 1st and 2nd. Yes, 99 ahead of 19. Ryan in front of brother Daniel, and still very much with them, Jeff Peak and Carl Roysenars. Martin West wanting to be part of this. He's just set his best lap of the race.
He has indeed, a 110.20. 2 minutes 20 to go, so I think we'll get 2 more laps to go at the end of this one. They're approaching the final couple of corners of lap number 11. Oh, and off on the grass goes number 19. How's he going to get back on the circuit? Well, he's done it in a reasonably safe way and only lost 1 position. So that was number 19, Daniel Garrett. So it's Ryan Garrett that's got the lead back, but for how long?
So that was almost a full repeat of what happened to Daniel yesterday when he spun from the race lead at the time. That was from 2nd position. He's going to allow up the inside. Carl Roysenars, I say allow, with Martin West very close as well on his recovery drive. I think from Daniel's point of view, that was the sensible thing to do, because he knew the game was up as far as 3rd place was concerned. 90 seconds left on the clock. 1st, 2nd and 3rd still heading through, no longer yellows in fact, they've been withdrawn. Everyone well aware that Craig Land's car is sitting there, so overtaking permitted once again.
Yeah, got a yellow flag though.
Oh, race lead!
Oh yes, there's 2 of them off together. We could see the car off at Honda as well. So who's come through in the lead? Is that Carl Roysenars that's now in the lead of the race? I think it is, as a result of all of that. The 19 car of Daniel Garrett is up to 2nd. The car that was off the road was the 9 car of William Wright, I think. That's at Honda. He's got back going again, so we've got no yellow flags at Honda as they come towards that corner shortly for the penultimate time.
So we've had quite a bit of unwanted contact at times. This is very, very close racing. There's more contact coming out of the final corner, and that's going to certainly delay the 29 car of Jeff Peake, and Ryan Garrett was the one spinning across his nose. Number 99, I believe. Still half a minute to go. Who's leading now?
I've no idea, Johnny. Can I just go and lie down? Over the curb they go. Rob Apsey had a wheel arch. I think it was a Garrett wheel arch in his roll cage a moment ago. He soon got rid of that, though. So that's the 84 car of Carl Royce. Martin West it was that was leading.
Over the line,
been, I think 11th, wasn't he, at one point, over the line. And he still is now. He's going to win this race. What a remarkable turnaround. Oh no, hold on. Oh no, Martin, don't do that. You've been off the road. You're sideways through the centre. Don't throw this away, please.
It's all come to Martin West. All of a sudden, the seas have parted and left the 94 car out front. But as long as he doesn't make any more of those very slight errors out of the centre S's, so Carl Roussillon's losing ground. Ryan Garrett, therefore, back up to second position as the leaders head through the final sequence of corners and into Honda. What a thoroughly entertaining race.
Yeah, so Martin West, he was 11th, comes back to win this motor race from second, number 99, Ryan Garrett, third, number 84, Carl Roussillon, fourth, number 79, we think, was it Tom Parker? In the end, just waiting for the screen to confirm yet. Fifth to number 82, Paul Clark. Sixth to number 29, Jeff Peake. If we had our mate Dave Vass here doing his lap chart, I think it would have been different. Well, I don't think he'd have got it all down, to be quite honest with you, but it probably would have been different every single lap that race.
He would have torn them all up by the end of that, I think, because, it was a fresh order. Every other corner, let alone every lap. We don't like to see the contact, obviously, at the head of the order, which really spiced things up. But Martin West will have been rubbing his hands with glee because his issues hit in the middle portion of the race, but at least he still had 7, 8, 9 minutes in an attempt to recover. And that's exactly what happened. Still with mudguards flapping on certain cars, sitting in the middle of the road on the exit of Honda as well. And the marshals doing a splendid job to make everyone aware of those problems here, there and everywhere. Unfortunately for Craig Land, it's a retirement for him, but that makes the championship a lot more interesting.
Well, it does, and just having a look, because it was Martin West that was behind in the championship. He won't get enough points from that to take the championship lead, but he closes the gap right up. Results that time then. Martin West the winner, 15 minutes 39.35 seconds for 13 laps, 0.7 seconds clear of Ryan Garrett, number 99. Third, number 84, Carl Roussillon. Fourth was 79, Tom Parker. Fifth was 82, Paul Clark. Jeff Peake was sixth, in number 29 from Rob Apsey, Todd Boucher, Rob Hardy and David Martin. Glenn Boyer 11th, ahead of Brad Horsnell, Jonathan Higgins, Ian Hardy, Thor Tuller 15th, Nick Garrett 16th. Sorry we didn't see too much of these other cars, but there was kind of something else going on. 17th was Glyn Griffiths, then Daniel Russell. Tony Mole, good to see him back out. He had the wheel that came off the car yesterday and he ended up in the pit wall. William Wright was a retirement. No, he wasn't. He did get back to the checker flag in the end. We did lose, though. Daniel Garrett, Bill Ward was a lap down. Jeanette Malpas likewise, and Craig Land a retirement, of course. So somewhat against the odds, it's Martin West that we're going to hear from in a moment, talking to Josh Rout. He's narrowed the gap to Craig Land in the championship. There is one more race to come this weekend for the low cost as well, so that's going to be something to look forward to. Might be a bit of repair work to be done, I suggest, though, Johnny, before they get out this afternoon. But I think we're about ready to head downstairs to the pit lane, where we will hear from Josh Barrett.
Well, I'm sure Ian and Johnny will want to take a big breath after that race. What an extraordinary morning of racing we're having here at Pembrey. Absolutely fantastic stuff from all the 750 Motor Club categories. That low-cost race was probably the most bonkers. There is some discussion going on with drivers, so I think we might just keep a little bit of a breather for a second so we don't catch any language that we don't want on the Alpha Live channel, and then hopefully we'll be able to grab a word with the drivers. Martin, well, that race was bonkers. You were the winner. You were 11th at one point. Yeah, what happened?
I'm going to try my hardest not to swear, but I think all us low-cost drivers should be ashamed of us. Well, not all of us, but a good portion, especially us front lot. That was embarrassing. Right. We haven't done ourselves any justice there. I think a few of the Mazdas as well on the low cost, they've had the same problem as well. If everyone's trying to win everything on the first couple of laps and it's not going down too well. I mean, there was some horrendous driving there. So yeah, and it's nice to have the win, but I don't want to win it like this. That's, you know, I should have been nowhere near them, but they're trying to rip shreds out of each other, and hence why I got back from nowhere to here. So yeah, obviously pleased to have the win, but it's not how you want to win it. We need to yeah, we all need to have a big chat with ourselves and get things sorted out, hopefully.
So obviously there's another race, isn't there, later on? So I
If
get
there's any left, yeah. But yeah, I think there's a few repairs we've got to do in that. But yeah, hopefully we'll settle down and it's not like a touring car race 3, because I think that was touring car race 3. But yeah, no, let's we'll all regroup, try and stay friends, and you know, been doing it long enough. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll sort it out.
Well, well done on the win, Martin. Second place went the way of Ryan Garrett. Ryan, you had a lot of your race, you were battling away with your brother there.
I was, yeah. It was great fun whilst it lasted. Unfortunately, he had a little incident at coming onto the main straight there, but hopefully he's okay. Just want to get back and see him, to be honest.
Yeah, I saw him drive past, he's fine.
Yeah, but yeah. Second place, I suppose I'm happy with that. Leading the race most of it, so yeah, all good.
This weekend's been great, hasn't it? Both of you right up the front here.
It has, mate. Yeah, we've both put a lot of time and effort into the cars. They're both brand new, and it pays to work on them and maintain them. So, yeah, all good.
Well done on second place. And then Cole is over here, who finished in third place. Cole, you had a view of a lot of that going on in front of you for quite a lot of the race.
I did, yeah, and it was kind of, I was just trying to get onto them, but I'm really not that happy with the third, because we had there was contact everywhere, and it was just not how I'd like to have done it. And then Dan and I, who's a really good mate, have had contact, and he was across the coming into this last corner. And I hope his car's all right, because you know he's a good mate, and I really don't want there to be any damage here. So hopefully we can race again in the next one. But yeah, it was a bit of a Larry race, that one. Yeah.
It did look like it. Do you think that because this track is just slipstreaming all the way around it, so it brings everyone together, I guess?
It does, and then it got all very tight and choppy, and yeah, I don't know, I just sort of found things were happening in front of me, and I was working my way up, and it was clean for me up until, unfortunately, that last lap. Yeah, and I found myself in the lead at one point, and it was like, oh right, okay, brilliant. Let's try and just keep clear of it. And then we ended up with Dan. Yeah, came up the main side into Honda, and then he was obviously really tight, and then he was slipping out, so I was cutting back underneath him, but he was still slipping, and as he gripped, I think he just come across the front of me, and I let go of the steering wheel. I got to just wait for it to finish happening, this accident. I thought we were going in the wall and everything, and then it came straight, but I just, I want to go and see Dan and check he's all right and apologise for anything that could have been, if I could have done anything. But yeah, it's not fun when it's like that. To get a podium that way, it's not ideal, but yeah.
Let's hope for some happier drivers after the next road course race. Racing continue here at Pembrey. I think we've got the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula out next.
So the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, here's the grid. On pole position it's number 18 Timothy Roebuck, beside him is 29 John Village. The second row, number 2 even, Nigel Howard, and 7 Graham Wilson. Third row is 42 Timothy Sage and number 1 Gregan Thruston. On row 4, 72 and 23, that's Trevor Slatter and Lyndon Thruston. Row 5 is 61, Simon Gallen, and 22, Charlie Plain-Jones. James Miles in 11 and Hugo Pickup in 69 on the 6th row. Row 7 has number 19, John Ingram, and 6, Richard Verheyden, with number 20, Ian Grant, and 27, Richard Pryor, rounding out the field. So we'll get this race underway very shortly. It's the second and final race of the weekend for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula cars. They're not part of a championship, it is just a series of races. This is the 4th of 2022. Yesterday it was John Village that took the win in his eponymous self-built Village V2. In a shortened 8-lap race, he won by 1.34 seconds over Graham Wilson, number 7, in second place. And number 27, Richard Pryor, came through to take third position, with Nigel Howard 4th. Timothy Roebuck 5th, winning the Supercharged Austin 7 class. And in 6th position, number 72, Trevor Slatter, in the Centaur Mark 11. And earlier on this season, we've had wins for Christian Pedersen at Halton Park in the Scratch race. John Village won the handicap race that we had. Always have a couple of handicap races every year in historic 750 Formula. And it was John Village that won the handicap race up there in Cheshire. It looks like the final few cars are going to slot into position. There's a bit of swapping around having to be done because a couple of cars out of order a little bit further back. So Charlie Plain-Jones and Simon Gallen are swapping around, and once that is done, I think we will all be set for the off. It's going to be another 15-minute race, this for the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series. Good work there by the marshals, getting off the grid, already into the countdown procedure, and the race about to get underway. 30-second board is shown. So it's number 18, the supercharged Austin 7 of Timothy Roebuck. On pole position, John Village. Number 29, the white Village V2. As the race gets underway and the lights go out, I think they all get away, which is good to see. It is John Village there on the outside line for the right-hander at Hatchett's that's going to lead into the first corner. Number 29 leading then, number 18 Timothy Roebuck in second place, and he's being attacked on two sides by two of the historic 750 Formula cars. Well, that's Richard Pryor, who appeared from nowhere into our shot, avoided everybody and has looped it round and is rejoining the race. I'll give a friendly wave, sorry folks, and he's back into the race.
Yeah, tricky start that. Maybe Cole breaks into the first corner. We're always going to catch one or two out, but he was right in the mid-pack and did very well to avoid those around him. Yellow flags quickly coming out for anybody behind thinking about overtaking. You need to have very quick reactions on this opening lap, but it is John Village then who's got the good getaway, a win yesterday. Timothy Roebuck's car typically doesn't get away from its starting position that well, but then the supercharged nature of its engine coming back into the reckoning partway through the race. So we'll keep an eye on the progress of the number 18 car, the Austin 7 Special of Timothy Roebuck.
We certainly will. So there's Graham Wilson in the time 3B, number 7, going through Honda Curve for the first time in this race, behind John Village, long-time team owner in Formula Ford, and as Josh was saying, he ran cars here in Formula Vauxhall Lotus and Formula Vauxhall Junior as well here at Pembrey, but it was the first time he'd raced here yesterday. All the times he'd been coming here running cars for young drivers. We've got three cars side by side outside our commentary box window, one of the Austin 7s, but watching at the moment the battle here for 6th and 7th positions, and that's Lyndon Thruston in the HCS Mark II and Nigel Howard in the Centaur. They were doing battle for 6th place.
Roebuck going through shot, being chased down by Tim Sage then in his Mallock, and then Trevor Slatter, who started in 7th position and has gained a couple of spots therefore in number 72. He's racing the Centaur Mark 11. Nigel Howard's car, number 2, just going through the tight right-hander at Brooklands and on towards the kink then, a very fast Carter's Curve, where you're just balancing the car through a very fast right-hander, leading you into Honda, which does require a more substantial dab of the brakes to get the nose of the car down and through a tricky apex. Very easy to run wide on the exit of that corner. John Village across the line, and he has Graham Wilson in attendance, just a second back.
And has got a new lap record, but has he then gone off the circuit? Yes, he has gone off the circuit, John Village, at Hatchett's Hairpin. We can just see that out of our window. He just got the new lap record, a 1:14.16. Richard Pryor from 8th, or back up to 8th place there. He's going through after his off on the first lap. But yeah, we'll try and pick up where John Village is in all of this after what looked like an off at Hatchett's Hairpin out of our window. At the moment, though, we're looking after the number 42 car in 4th position. That's the Mallock of Tim Sage.
I'd be surprised if Graham Wilson was in a position to attempt an overtake, so probably an unforced error from John Village, but now confirmed that Wilson's time 3B is ahead of John Village's V2. And some tough work to do now. It's about a 1/10 of a second quicker, John Village is on average. Now there's a drama, though, for car number 1, which is Greg and Thruston's Rawson Special. And that is at the wrong end of the pit lane, isn't it? So it's doing a 5-point turn and heading back into pit road the wrong way.
As the two leaders are over the line together, so it's Graham Wilson, who only started racing in 2020, with a man with a lot more experience than his, about John Village getting back into the lead on the way into the Hatchett's Hairpin, although Wilson will have the light. Oh, and nicely done, back up on the inside for Graham Wilson, who was inspired to join the historic 750 Formula after a visit to Alton Park in 2019. He tried to get into Simon Bolter's car, which was for sale at the time, but he physically couldn't get in it. He says a life of playing rugby and working outdoors didn't really contribute to an ideal racing physique. Well, clearly the Time 3B is suiting it now, and he's lost out. Oh, as they go wheel to wheel, and he spins onto the grass. Graham Wilson, maybe it was tempting fate there, trying to find a gear to get back into the race, but John Village now has the lead on a plate.
Was desperate not to make contact with John, wasn't he, on the run into the centre S's, and veered to the left to avoid that, but then couldn't stop the pendulum, which swung in completely the wrong direction. Another car now off the road at the end of pit lane is Hugo Pickup in number 69, the car that was raced yesterday by Mike Pickup. They are sharing the Austin 7 Ulster replica this weekend. Car 69 quite possibly out of the race as well. Keeps catching a sight of Bridport's Tim Sage in his Mallock, and Tim, well, with the various incidents going on at the head of the order, has worked his way up to third position now.
Yellow flags waving while another of the Austin 7s is retrieved to the pit lane, keeping the rescue crew based down there, very busy as they recover cars. There's Richard Pryor continuing to make his comeback up the order. He was gunning for 4th place there. He's going to probably end up 6th behind Lyndon Thruston again, because Thruston has the inside line for Spitfires, but Pryor's going to have the inside line for DeBenny in that JGS, and he's going to go back through on the inside.
So Tim Sage actually up to 2nd place, of course, because of the very wayward moment from Graham Wilson's Time 3B on the run into Brooklands. Nigel Howard nibbling away at the rear of the 72 car of Trevor Slatter, then in 3rd. So the 2 Centaurs going hard at it, and a recovering Richard Pryor, who spun or had to loop the car at the first corner on the opening lap. He gains 2 spots in 1 manoeuvre there.
Nicely done by Richard Pryor, who won a few races over the last couple of seasons, so he's very quick, and presumably after that first corner at least he's finding today's conditions much more to his liking. Up front though, it is John Village continuing to lead by about 9 seconds now from in 2nd place Tim Sage. Oh, was off the circuit goes Trevor Slatter on the run towards Honda there, so he's lost a bit of time because of that. Just about to say though, Tim Sage, the only sort of 1 litre car in the race, that's the Ford 1 litre engine. The majority of the cars in Class C being the 850cc Reliant engines that power them.
Nigel Howard down to the first corner at Hatchett's again. Some breathing space in front and behind actually, but not very far away is Lyndon Thruston in the HCS Mark II. So Thruston now getting a couple of wheels onto the curb at Spitfires, approaching half distance in this race. Howard running in 4th, Thruston 5th, Trevor Slatter, after a slight error a moment or 2 ago, slipping to 6th position in the Centaur. And Richard Pryor now shaping up Tim Sage for an overtake on the Mallock. This is for 2nd and 3rd, arriving at Brooklands Hairpin.
Just pretty much halfway through the race at the moment, 7.5 minutes to go. It's been a dramatic race so far, plenty of incident. We've not talked too much about what's going on in the Austin 7 division though. Tim Roebuck has gradually, as Pryor gets onto the grass, that's a big moment there, Tim Roebuck's gradually dropped back down the order, but he's still leading the supercharged Austin 7 class in 7th place overall. He's about 14 or 15 seconds clear of Simon Gallen. Charlie Plain-Jones is about 7 seconds clear of Richard Verheyden in the normally aspirated Austin 7s. But let's focus for the moment on this battle for what is now 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Johnny, in Class C.
I don't think I've necessarily done Timothy Roebuck a favour in saying that his car comes good mid-race, because he's actually been losing places lately, down to 6th position in the supercharged Austin 7 Special. John Village leading though with the fastest lap in hand currently, and has a lead of nearly 13 seconds now over Tim Sage because of all sorts that has been happening in John's wake. And this fight for 2nd place really livening up. Richard Pryor to the inside in the low-slung number 27 car, the DNC Mark III. And to his outside, Nigel Howard. A little bit of a lock-up there from Richard. Did he control that? Yeah, still finds the apex just about. And a better exit than Tim Sage from Brooklands.
6 minutes left to go then, and it's Pryor up on the inside through the right-hander across. Oh, there's a back marker ahead which has compromised things a little bit there. That's the I think the 11 car of James Miles, who's in 11th position overall as well. And they're going to be coming up to the lap Charlie Plain-Jones as well, the Austin 7 non-supercharged class leader any moment now. So it's still Sage in 2nd, Pryor in third and Howard in fourth position. They're a little bit further clear now of Travis Lassett, who stays fifth.
The top 5 overall are all from the Class C division though, and these are the quickest of the cars, as squeezing up the inside of number 22, one of the back markers. That's Charlie Plain Jones, as you mentioned, leading the non-supercharged part of Class A. But Timothy Roebuck still with a Class win as a strong potential, because his nearest rival is Simon Gallen down in 8th position. Timothy in 6th spot. Nose to tail still between Tim Sage and Richard Pryor. Pryor again with the same lockup that he had a lap ago at Brooklands, but seems to be able to live with that, and almost the difference coming off Brooklands is so severe that he almost ran in the back there of Tim Sage, but reacted well to it.
Yeah, so it's still Sage that's holding on to that position, isn't it? Second place, number 42 from 27 Pride. John Village, by the way, out front, 14-15 seconds clear, just another fastest lap of the race, a 1:13.71, so now at 1.7 seconds inside the previous lap record, which was held by Peter Chattin. We continue to focus on the Malek, leading the next 2 cars here, second, third and fourth together, very evenly matched. I think he does have a problem with the brakes, Richard Pryor, on that car. And now it's nearly gone red. Oh, and he's taken the nose off Nigel Howard's Centaur as well, which is now dragging, and you can hear it dragging underneath the car as well. It's almost sort of reattached itself, but it's a slightly more jaunty angle, having been completely removed. And now he's going to pull off the circuit, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know whether he can continue without the nose, but it's not going to go anywhere with the car at speed, so he'll need to stop and almost engage reverse to fully detach the nose from the car. But yeah, I think sensibly he may well be pulling off right and back into the paddock. Really unfortunate that for Nigel Howard, because you're right that the issue for Richard Pryor was getting more and more substantial, whether that's a brake bias issue or just a brake grabbing on one side of the car. Didn't grab a look of his route into Brooklands that time, but it looks to be getting slowly worse for the number 27 car. That JGS, I think it is to be correctly termed, running in third position behind Tim Sage.
That's Charlie Plain Jones, our Austin 7 class leader in number 22, and he has a considerable advantage over Richard Verheyden in second position within that class. I think there's just those 2 cars still running, because we lost Hugo Pickup earlier on. There's a green flag waving there at Carter's. I think it's gone in again, so someone was briefly off the road there, possibly at Brooklands Hairpin, the preceding Marshall's post on the sort of Speedway straight there.
Yeah, have a look at some lap times as they come round to complete lap 10 to try and work out who that might have been. John Village's times, though, still very respectable indeed. Last time around, he was only 0.03 of a second shy of his best lap of the race, so he's extending the gap to nearly 20 seconds now. Tim Sage has got his hands full of the advances of Richard Pryor. There was a positional change there with well, Nigel Howard, I suppose, his new position and potential retirement just being logged by our timing system. Timothy Roebuck still leading the supercharged class in 6th place, no, 5th place now, with the demise of Nigel Howard.
Yeah, and this battle going on still for position for second and third now, Sage and Pryor. Pryor heading through Carter's that time, and through Honda that time to complete another lap. 2 minutes to go. John Village quite a bit further up the road, so is it going to be 2 or 3 laps that we get still to run in this race? Down to the hairpin at Hatchett's, and that is the 42 car of Tim Sage heading through there. There's Richard Pryor still there in third position, so we've lost a few cars along the way in this race. Greg and Thuston, Hugo Pickup, Graham Wilson, of course, who was a front runner in the very early stages of this race, but I think we've got 12 cars now circulating left, including the 42 car of Tim Sage, and this is the battle of the race, really.
Now, there was definitely a squeal of tyres at Hatchett's at the start of the lap for Richard Pryor. How are the brakes this time into Brooklands? Much more controlled this time, so he might be driving around this issue. Carries very good speed through the middle of Brooklands corner again, and can almost draw alongside Tim Sage, but then the straight line speed of the Malek comes into its own and is able to keep the JGS at bay. But fascinating for me to see the slower speed, the amount of torque from Pryor's car in comparison to Sage, and then they get into their stride and the gap is maintained for Tim Sage, although closing up a little bit again as they cross the line. 45 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, so they're probably starting their final lap maybe. I'm just looking at the checkered flag is being prepared. I'm not saying it's going to be shown this time around. So look how hard he has to work and how hard you have to work generally in these historic 750 Formula cars. Good battle going on as well, a bit further back by the way, I should say, for 4th and 5th. Trevor Slatter trying to get back ahead of Timothy Roebuck, because Roebuck got ahead on the previous lap. There's John Village. Now he's already making his way towards Carter's for the final time, and the checkered flag can see is being ready. 9 seconds to go, so it's going to be very tight whether we get the checkered flag or not this time. I think we probably are going to get it. Yes, we are. So it's going to be a second win of the weekend for John Village in the Race Parks historic 750 Formula Series. After that early skirmish with Graham Wilson in the Time 3B, it was really a dominant performance from John Village. We didn't need to see too much of him after that because everything else was going on further behind him, really. In the battle for second, it's just coming into Honda now for the final time. And who's it going to be? It is going to be Richard Pryor that's got it. Oh, has he on the final lap? I think, actually, our summon screen says, yeah, it's Tim Sage by 600ths of a second. Pryor was ahead coming into the corner, but all of a sudden, Sage was able to accelerate past him on the way out of it to take second place there from Pryor. And then the Slatter and Roebuck battle, as we said, that had swapped around again, so it's Slatter up to 4th place in number 72, and Tim Roebuck 5th in number 18, still winning his class. I'm not sure there's too many more cars left on the lead lap, but some dramatic scraps there down the order in that race, Johnny.
And even though they were embroiled in an intense battle, Tim Sage and Richard Pryor producing their best laps of the race on that final tour as well. 2/10 of a second gained by Pryor's JGS. It wasn't quite enough, as you say.
Let's quickly run through those results then at the end of that Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series race. A 12-lap race for the historic 750 Formula cars. The winner was John Village in number 29. He beat Timothy Sage by 23, nearly 24 seconds in number 42. Third place that went the way of number 27, that was Richard Pryor even. Get my teeth in. 4th to number 72, Trevor Slatter. 5th to number 18, Timothy Roebuck. Then it was 6th to number 23, Lyndon Thruston. 7th to number 61, Simon Gallen. 8th to number 19, John Ingram. 9th was 22, Charlie Plain Jones. And 10th was number 11, James Wiles. To note that Tim Roebuck and Charlie Plain Jones both won their classes. And then we got to Richard Verheyden in 11th. I think he was the last of the finishers because Nigel Howard, Graham Wilson, Hugo Pickup and Greg and Thruston didn't make it, unfortunately, to the checkered flag. What have we got before the lunch break? Still got 3 races to go. The Mighty Minis, the Ashok 116 Trophy and the Tigiwa Type R Trophy. But let's head down to the pit lane once again and Josh.
So we're down here again with another race win for John Village in his BRDC overalls. So we'll let John take his helmet off and then we'll grab a word with him. And then hopefully we should also get our class winners as well from the Austin 7 classes in the historic 750 Formula Series. John had quite a battle at the start of the race, but then that dissipated. Then you got a lap record later on, I think a couple of seconds under the lap record, John. So that was pretty quick. Then let's just let you take your helmet off, then we'll have a word with you. So the first time these cars are into Pembrey, I think, for a few years, and John showing all his pace from all his years of experience. Well done, John.
Oh, thank you very much.
I'll give you another winner's garland to add to your collection.
Thank you very much.
Like I say, quite a battle at the start of the race you had.
Yeah, obviously it's my first time here, would you believe, as a driver, not as an entrant, but as a driver, and I didn't know where the braking points were because you couldn't learn anything yesterday, but I eventually got there.
Yeah. And quite a fast circuit, lots of quick corners around here.
Oh yeah, lovely. Plenty of G-loading and a bit of fun.
Obviously you've been driving this car now for a couple of years and you're enjoying coming back into a Formula which you're racing way back then.
Yeah, I started in this Formula back in 1973. Yeah. That shows me age, doesn't it?
You got any particular memories of racing this type of car back then?
Oh yeah. There's 1 or 2 cars that are racing here that I was racing against then. So yeah.
And you're enjoying being back here in this paddock?
Yeah, it's all good fun, isn't it? So no pressure.
Yeah. So I know you had a little dabble in classic Formula Fords, but is this something you prefer, this type of racing?
Yeah, classic. you've got to go testing every day and all that, and I'm not into that anymore. So.
It's great to have you here, John, and well done on a couple of wins. Unfortunately, I don't think we are going to get time to speak to anybody else. The cars are back on the grid for the next race as this programme carries on with the Mighty Minis up next.
So a 20-minute race ahead of us for the CCRC Mighty Minis Championship, their second and final race of the weekend, the guest category here this weekend. This is how the grid lines up. It's going to be Stuart Coombs on pole position, and beside him is going to be number 19, Mark Ditchburn. The second row will be 7, Stephen Rideout, and 1, Ian Slark. Third row, 10, David Kirkpatrick, and 11 is going to be Nevin Kirkpatrick, because for a reversed grid from yesterday's result. Then it's going to be Ollie Samways and Laura Harris, the first of the Mighty Minis, 58 and 30. 32, James Jenkins, and 12, Susie Inch. Then 36, Darren Nightingale, and 93, Sam Slater. 4, Mark Price, and 6, Paul Hollett. And 9, Graham Shepherd, and 45, Dan Smith. And there was some developments after yesterday's race as far as Dan Smith was concerned. Craig Cook, Mighty Mini commentator, who's alongside me for this one.
There was some big issues at the end. We had to wait for the celebrations, which is unfortunate. And in scrutineering, it was told that Dan was disqualified because he was underweight. Now they've sorted it out. They all got scrutineered this morning. Everyone's tip-top. We should have a good race tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So that meant that as far as the Mighty Minis, it was Mark Price then that was classified as the winner yesterday from Sam Slater and Darren Nightingale. And in the Super Mighty Minis, which are the quicker, slightly more potent cars at the front of the field, it was the two brothers first and second, Nev and David Kirkpatrick,
right,
with Ian Slark completing the top 3. But we had good races, didn't we, in both the Supers and the Mighties yesterday?
It was, I think the word was insane. Trying to keep them on the track was interesting. Ian Slark had a moment, Graham Shepp had a big moment, stopped the car literally on hatchets, managed to get it going. But the action was just phenomenal, wasn't it? It was great. One of the only, I think it was the only race that actually ended with no red flags, which is fantastic. Yeah. So a massive shout out to them. But yeah, they look absolutely fantastic. The colours of the cars, they look brilliant. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how Dan does. I know he was upset about yesterday, but literally went up to him and said, "Do you know what, mate? Go into this race confident. You know what you can do. Show him what you can do."
Well, and ironically, he's starting at the back of the grid, towards the back anyway, with the reversed grid formation. So in that sense, he's not lost anything particularly much in terms of grid position for this race. But of course, he has lost the win from yesterday, which will be more of a disappointment to him, I guess. I'm sure he'll be confident of being able to make his way through the order anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Mark Price was a bit upset because it was the way it was won. I think he was wanting to win it fair out, outright, and he could have done if they actually carried on that last lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So here we go. That's Smith, who we were just talking about, coming into his position at the back of the grid. On pole position, it's the bright orange car, easy to spot, number 8. That's Stuart Coombs, who won one of the races at Castle Combe in the first event of the season. Nev Kirkpatrick also won at Combe, so he's now won 2 for the season. Mark Ditchburn in the sort of dullish green car that's alongside, that's not being uncomplimentary, it's just the shade of green.
Spitfire colours.
Yes, exactly. Appropriate with the corner name of Spitfires here at Pembrey. Ready to go, red lights are on, out they go. Pretty good start between the two cars on the front row of the grid then. And also a good stop by Steve Rideout from the second row. How did he squeeze through on the inside of Stuart Coombs there? He's going to take the lead in the Dayglow number 7 car as they go down to Hatchett's. Ian Slark's late on the break up the inside and Hatchett's hairpin as well. Is this all going to work out okay? I think it probably is. The pole position man's dropped back to 5th somehow, and it's Steve Rideout that's got into the lead. What a crazy first 2 corners that was.
Oh wow, didn't Steve Rideout light up the tyres in number 7, the luminous yellow car? Wow, what a start it was. And he actually did say to me he's having it. I think that was code for I'm going for it today. Red mist, he's on it.
Okay, well he's started as he means to go on then, and you've got the 6 of them still right together in the Super Mighty Minis. The Mighty Minis, they are a few seconds a lap slower, and they are therefore a bit further behind. And probably the gap, I would guess, between the Supers and the Mighty today will be a bit bigger than it was yesterday in the wet.
Yeah, we might manage to see them lap twice, maybe, I don't know. We'll just have to look at the first few lap times. Obviously, different conditions today, nice and dry, and looks like Ian Slark's going down the inside here of Steve Rideout. going through Carter's there, and he's got it done. Beautiful move. And also, look at Nev Kirkpatrick going round Honda's. Oh, that's sensational. Look at Dave as well. Dave Kirkpatrick in the UK flag there as he's gone through into 5th. And Stuart Coombs is not enjoying himself this weekend, is he?
He's not. And meanwhile,
really strange.
Ian Slark was all sideways through Honda as well, but managed to hold on to the lead of the race. In the Mighties,
wow,
who's leading that?
That's Ollie Samwell's. Ollie Samway, sorry.
So he was on pole position for that class, so he's held on to that, which is great to see. It's Mark Price second, so he's had to make up some places, and Susie Inch in 3rd place.
Yeah, very interesting to see. We're on board there with Dave Kirkpatrick on camera, Stuart just behind, but Ollie is really pulling away, and if they keep battling behind, he's just going to increase that gap. But look at Rideout's now into 3rd, Nev's into 2nd now as they come through Brooklands there, and look at Dave Kirkpatrick. He's really enjoying himself, and he wants to be up there with his brother, I'm pretty sure.
Well, he did that yesterday. Can he do it again today? We will see about that. It's very much possible. Stuart Coombs then from pole to 6th. Of course, he did get that pole because of the reversal of the results from yesterday. So in some ways, the natural order has been restored. There's that fantastic Octane Racing Dayglow coloured car of Steve Rideout, who made that fantastic start. Has now gone very sideways through Honda. Quite a bit of curb used on the exit. He's in 3rd place. There's David Kirkpatrick. He's in 5th. So really, we've got almost like 2 threes now, haven't we, Craig?
Yeah, and as you can see already, Ian Slark fastest lap, 1:12 is obviously a lot faster than yesterday, 3 seconds near enough faster than yesterday. So really started to get intense in the battle for 4th there. But Rideout's still on the back of Nevin, but Nevin's literally hanging that car out to dry. Absolutely brilliant to watch. And as you can see, just still holding on his Ditchburn.
So through the left-hander to Benny, Ditchburn again letting the back step out on that car through the crossing. Here's what's going on in the Mighties. Well, at the moment it's still Samways ahead, we think, but there has been some change in the order. It looks like Sam Slater's got ahead of Susie Inch on this lap already, and we can see the 45 car of Dan Smith, so he was already up 3 places at the end of lap 2.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Dan. Yeah, I think the emotions are kicking in now. He really wants to win. If he can get into the top 3 podium, again, it's last time round he didn't manage to finish the races. He got disqualification in the 3rd. Hopefully he can get through the 4th. Oh, Ian Slark again going around Honda. He always scares me.
It does. Let's continue to watch Susie Inch and Graham Shepherd, who was also a winner at Castle Combe, going through. They are heading to, they're trying to go 3 wide down the speedway straight into that flat out right hand kink at Carter's, and it's Inch holding them off, but Smith, the man coming through from the back of the grid after that disqualification yesterday, he was looking for a place around the outside, but he couldn't make that work.
I mean, look at Susie really pushing on now, in the toe of Shepherd now. Is she going to go for a dive down the inside it? Now, that would be impressive. Is that going to happen? We are on board with them now on the TV, and you can just see, is that going to happen? You can see Darren Nightingale under pressure from Slater, and it looks like Mark Price has also got through past Ollie Samways.
He has, so he's gone through to take the lead of the Mighty Minis at the start of lap 4 of this race. Mark Price, the winner yesterday, once that exclusion for Sam Smith was put into effect. So we'll be looking for his 2nd victory of the weekend, and he's at the moment probably about 5 seconds clear of this battle, which is a useful lead to have.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just going to mention quickly that Dan Smith looked like he made a bit of a mess there at the through Spitfires. He's a little bit further back from where he was on the Shepherd and Inch, and that's cost him a few seconds, but hopefully that'll sort itself out. But still, the leader is Ian Slark in the Supers, with Nevin just behind in 2nd. Lock up there from Slater! Has he done it? Yes, Mr. Slark there. Very close. I actually called him the wrong name there, Ian.
Well, he is still there, which is great, and he is actually pulling away a little bit, I reckon, from Nev Kirkpatrick in 2nd and Steve Rideout in 3rd. We're watching that next supercars come through, David Kirkpatrick and Mark Ditchburn and Stuart Coombs. They're still having a very good scrub. And then there's about 20 seconds after, what were we, 4 laps between the Mighties, the Supers and the Mighties. So 27 seconds, in fact, after 4 laps. So we're looking at 6 or 7 seconds a lap that they're pulling out.
Incredible, isn't it?
So we're going to get close to the Mighties being lapped twice here, I think, as you were saying at the start.
Yeah, they were. Some of them, it's a 50-50 blend between can we have rain or not. I know Laura Harris really enjoyed herself yesterday, so rain was definitely on the cards for her. But again, it's great to see them all still together, and the battle for 4th here is looking very interesting. Is it Dave Kirkpatrick just in front of Ditchburn there in the green Mini.
You mentioned
coming around the right-hander there.
You mentioned Laura Harris. She finished 6th, didn't she?
Brilliant.
In the 90s yesterday.
Absolutely
She's at the back today. Graham Shepherd's got a 5-second penalty there. That's going to be for exceeding track limits, I would think. So Graham Shepherd's got to be careful of those track limits. Don't go over the white lines. Don't go over the curbs. Meanwhile, Ditchburn locks up in the fight for 4th place. And that's going to cost him a position because Stuart Coombs can nip through on the inside at Hatchet on lap 6.
He took a lot of that curve there, didn't he? Just a little bit more than normal, but great move there from Stuart as he come through. We're back with 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively, and it's still Dave Kirkpatrick holding that from Stuart Coombs. Hopefully Stuart Coombs can turn up a little notch with the last 13 minutes of the race, but Ditchburn's not giving this up, is he? He's right on the back of him, and Mighty Minis have just come through, and there's a 4-way battle for the lead at the moment, Ian. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Mark Price is at the head of that. It's level pegging for 2nd. We'll see if we can pick the Mighty Mini battle up, which is just about to come through DeBenny as well. We've got the battle that's yes, here we are. This is the battle on screen now because it involves Ollie Samways, it involves Sam Slater, and that's Nightingale as well. So Slater's got ahead of Nightingale already on this lap.
Yeah, I was going to say Sam Slater, who's a UK indoor champion, 19, 20 and 21. So he knows knows how to drive, and he obviously likes the way the Mini handles around it. He did a good job yesterday as well, obviously finishing 2nd in the race, the 3rd round, should I say. And but great stuff from him. But Mark Price holding the lead from Samways, who's having a better race this time round. Obviously nice and dry. He did say he was looking forward to this race today.
Yeah, Ollie has raced with 750 Motor Club before. In sports specials, notably, but here he is racing in the Mighty Minis, administered these days by the Castle Racing Club. 6 event calendar for them this season. We'll see them again with the 750 Motor Club at Cadwell Park later in the year.
Yeah, we would love a bumper cam on there right now, wouldn't we? As Sam Slater goes down the inside, coming up to Hatchet's hairpin. Has he got that done? He's got the nose in front. He's got half a car. He's now got a full car. That's going to be done. He's on the brakes. Oh, nearly clips the back end of Mark Price's rear bumper, and that would have been another chrome bumper for sale on eBay. But manages to get that done, and the gap's still opening up. But Sam Slater looks like he's on a bit of a charge now, Ian.
He is. So that's Slater, the number 93 car. There's Mark Price, the leader of the Mighty Mini part of the race. He's got a few car lengths in hand at the moment, but I'm not sure it's going to stay that way. It's Slater in 2nd, Daz Nightingale 3rd, Samways the one that's lost out there in 4th position, Graham Shepherd on the back of this group in 5th place, but don't forget, you've got to add 5 seconds to his time. Oh no! That's Dan Smith, who we were hoping to see come through from the back to maybe challenge for the win, but he's left the fit circuit there with a cloud of smoke out there, Craig.
Yeah, was that bodywork or was that engine? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure there, but it's a real shame for Dan. He will be absolutely devastated.
Had a nightmare start to the season,
I know.
Hasn't he? That's
absolutely
four
unbelievable.
Now, nothing to show for it.
Nothing at all.
What a shame, yeah. So what we're watching now, watching the battle for 2nd, that's Nev Kirkpatrick. This is the Super Mighty Minis, number 11, and Stephen Rideout, number 7. That's Nev Kirkpatrick, who was the winner yesterday, of course. He also won one of the races at Castle Combe as well. And he's got Steve Rideout, who made that blinding start to the race, right behind him. There's Dave Kirkpatrick in 5th, and behind him it's Mark Ditchburn in 6th place. And side by side here.
Nevin, brave man coming through Carter's there, and he's done it. He's also got the power to come out of that with a 3-car gap as well. That was absolutely incredible. Wow. Absolutely amazing. Well done, Nevin, as he come through Condas there, going into Hatchets, and he's got a nice bit of a gap now on Rideout, and he's now chasing down Ian Slark, and now they're catching up with the first of the Mighty Minis.
Yeah, they'll be starting to do lap some traffic soon. Talking of the Mighty Minis, here's the battle for the lead in that class. It's Mark Price now with Sam Slater right behind us. Nightingale is there in 3rd. See Graham Shepherd's now got his way ahead of Ollie Samways as well on the road, but still has that 5-second penalty to be applied after the race. But here's Price. Can he hold on from Sam Slater, do you think, Craig?
Yeah, Pinky's doing well, isn't he? He's a wet room specialist, so he should be able to hold him off, hopefully. He knows his way around these tracks, and obviously he's been in the rain yesterday, so we'll see if that develops into anything. But you can see, still it's Mark Price in the lead from Slater. He's trying to find the inside line, but great defensive work there from Mark. But look at Darren Nightingale, see, winning the championship. Oh, he started the lead of the championship in the Mighty Minis going into rounds 3 and 4, but that could all change this weekend. But in 3rd place now.
Yeah, he'll be keen to get some places away from Mark Price, because if Price gets a double win here, that's him moving up the championship standings, of course. Still a long way to go. 4 more meetings to come after this at Silverstone, Brands Hatch, Cadwell Park and Castle Combe. And here are the 2 leaders almost side by side heading into the Senna S's. That time Price and Slater, and just getting away a little bit now from Daz Nightingale in 3rd place within the Mighty Mini class. 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, these slightly different lines from both the drivers. You can see Mark's taken that a lot wider line, and there's a slight bit of karting excellence there coming in from Sam Slater there, and it's very interesting to see those 2 different lines coming through these corners. But let's see if he can close up the gap. But Darren's still on the back of this as well. And is that Shep in 4th? I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, but he's still got that 5-second penalty, which is going to really kick him.
Well, if he can get away from Ollie Samway's by 5 seconds, which I wouldn't rule out here, he's probably about 2 seconds ahead now. It might not cost him too much, but if he gets ahead of the cars ahead of him, he'll be kicking himself because it will cost him then. So, Slater to the outside, down into the hairpin, very late on the brakes. I don't think he's going to get that turned in. He's not, is he? No.
Oh, that was very unlucky. He tried to get the inside line, didn't get the nose quite there. Mark Price literally just went, nope, you're not having that, mate. Sorry. The door was cleanly shut, and has another crack at it. So great job from both these drivers. Great respect. It's absolutely fantastic. Fast-paced action, clean, cheap racing.
Ooh.
Can't miss it. Oh, and then I say that, and commentator's curse nearly kicked in, or has it? No, he's stayed on the track. I'm lucky.
He nearly lost that. It was right on the limit of adhesion, really, I think, as they went through the sort of second part of the left-hander. We call that the crossing, really. And they head to the Senna S's. And so Slater held on to that and didn't lose too much time in all of that. He has probably brought Nightingale a little bit close to the back of him again. Best laps of this race, well, Ian Slark 1:12.55 in the Supers. In the Mighties, it's hard to discern. I think it's actually Shepherd with a 1:17.28, but bad news for him, he's now got a 15-second penalty, so another 10 seconds added on. He's been a little bit naughty with those track limits.
Yeah, very, very naughty indeed. You're going to see something come out pretty shortly, but hopefully, you know, that it stays there, and they're not going to make a gap on there, but he might actually still be able to get 5th place, because there's a big gap, isn't there, between them and the next one, which I think is Susie Inch. But Nevin Kirkpatrick there still having a great battle with Steve Rideout, and it's just brilliant. Watch the cars bouncing through Honda Curve. It's absolutely brilliant, Ian.
Yeah, nearly 3/4 of the way through this race now. An exciting moment in as the traffic, isn't there, going down towards the hairpin, and that's Susie Inch being lapped by Steve Rideout there, the 3rd placeman who threads his way between Susie Inch and the 32 car of James Jenkins.
Yeah, benefited massively for Nevin. As you can see, it's giving him a 5-6 car lengths there nearly on Steve Rideout. Really frustrating. Had to cut through the 2 Mighty Minis like butter, and has managed to get on, but he's not going to give it up. He's got 5-6 minutes to go there, and he's going to keep pushing. And Stuart Coombs is now back in this as well, so he's got through the traffic quite well there, Ian.
Looks like it. So we've got just over a quarter of the race left to go. This is the Mighty Mini lead battle again, and this is Slater coming up the inside into Honda. Can he do it? Yes, he can do it. He takes the lead away from Mark Price.
Beautifully done there, Ian. He did a great job, and that sort of put Mark Price under pressure now, because Darren Nightingale's now having a look. Don't forget, he was winning the championship coming into Pembrey this weekend. And again, is that guy going through the middle of them there? No, he's not quite done that, has he? But again, he's trying a little cut on Mark there, and he's literally shut the door, hasn't he? He made sure he got through, and he could get around the outside here of Sam Slater. Is that possible?
Yeah, Nightingale's done it, so he's got through there. He's used a lot of curb on the inside there at Hatchett's. He's got the outside line, though, for the left-hander, so Slater in the sort of grey car is going to come back at him. He's got his nose back in front, but it's Nightingale on the outside line who finally loses out. So Slater, and Price is back to like 4th in the train now. Because Shepherd has got through as well. Shepherd with that 15-second penalty, so I don't think we need to worry too much about him, but Price has had a troubling few corners.
Yeah, that was very, very audacious there from Darren Nightingale, but you can see that's how much it means to them. They want to race, they want to get in there, they want to get that win, and Darren Nightingale's literally found some mojo with 4.5 minutes to go, hasn't he? He's right on Slater's case now, so we'll see what happens here, but it's a shame for Graham, because he's actually with the pack and doing a good job there, isn't he?
In the Super Mighty Minutes, it's still number 1, Ian Slark, that's leading by 2.5 seconds from Nev Kirkpatrick in 2nd, and number 7, Steve Rideout, is 3rd. On the live stream, we're focusing, though, on the Mighty Mini League battle, because you've got Sam Slater there ahead of Daz Nightingale, and on the road, Graham Shepherd as well, and he's going to have a look down the inside of Nightingale into Hatchett, but he locks up. And he now uses. Oh, yeah, okay.
That could be another 5.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, after 15, it's then another 30 seconds that gets added to your time, and then if you do it again, you're black flagged. So Graham Shepherd needs to watch his step, I think, if he's not going to have a very long conversation with the clerk of the course after the race.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a very long conversation. I think he's going to need a coffee and a bagel for that one. Yeah, he's still there, but Ian Slark is carving through the Mighty Minis now. But I've just noticed that it looks like Steve Rideout is now on the back of Nevin again, isn't it? I mean, he's obviously 3 car lengths behind now, so he's definitely closing up. 3.5 minutes to go. He could do it.
He could do, yeah. We'll keep an eye on that. There's Rideout just going through shot there, isn't he, in the 7 car, the bright yellow car. And that is back to the Mighty Mini lead battle.
Ian Slark carving his way through there, Ian, isn't he?
Through. Yeah, so he's going to get out of the way, and he can leave therefore Slater and Nightingale to it.
Yeah, he looks like a police car with those flashing lights in the front there, doesn't he? He's like, get out of the way, I'm in an emergency. And Nevin just going past down Nightingale for that battle for the lead. But look at the gap that Sam Slater's got now. I mean, yes, Shep's going for that 2nd place, but obviously we know what's going to happen there. So as Nightingale just decided to think, do you know what, we know where we are now. Are we going to attack that? But look at this, Rideout is trying his best to get past Nightingale through the hatchets.
Yeah, so Rideout has done that. Again, lots of curb being used by Rideout to do that at Hatchet's hairpin. We've got a black flag now being shown to number 9, Graham Shepherd. So he is, I'm afraid, going to be hauled off the circuit because he has been pushing the limits, exceeding the limits a little bit too often.
Yeah, well, we had the 5, then it went to 15, then it's gone another 5, and I think they've just decided, you know what, that's enough today. And it's a real shame for Graham Shepherd because he was really enjoying it, the racing from yesterday as well. So and also won at Coombe.
He did indeed. Right, only 2 minutes left to go in this race now.
Oh,
and that's the problem for Slater.
Oh,
yeah, problem for
no.
Slater. The Mighty Mini class leader all of a sudden goes very slowly indeed. So it's going to be Daz Nightingale that will effectively assume the lead of that race then. There is Slater, he's going to pull off, so that's 2 retirements from the Mighty Minis.
What's that dropping at the bottom there? Is that something, is he hit something?
Yeah,
there's something
possibly.
dragging at the bottom, not too sure what that is.
But 2 retirements for the Mighty Minis, that's quite unusual with Dan Smith disappearing a few laps ago. Look how disappointed he is, or possibly he's just looking to try and, I don't know, get the car fired up again. No, it's come to a halt. There is something trailing underneath, not quite sure.
Yeah, is that some sort of, that looks like a cable or something, or is that, I'm not too sure what that is. That's
well, either way, he's out of the race, isn't he?
Yeah.
Minute 16 to go. So Graham Shepherd now leads on the roads in the Mighty Minis, but he's got the black flag, as we've seen, so he's not going to keep that win. So effectively, he's Daz Nightingale from Ollie Samways now, and Mark Price, I think, 3rd in the Mighty Mini. So he's been going backwards during this race as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a real shame. We're just on with Ian Slark at the moment. He's really not put a foot wrong, but he's also put a lot of passion into his race, hasn't he, to try and get away. Just seeing what is happening on screen at the moment, and you can see there is Laura got a problem as well? Was she just slowing down for the? I think she's slowing down for the Super, so it's very clever.
Yeah,
well done.
Yellow flags, I think, for the Slater car that stopped on the circuit.
Yeah, just down to the right.
Slark coming through now to start his final lap underneath our commentary box. So 30 seconds of the race left to go. It's Slark leading, Kirkpatrick 2nd and Rideout 3rd. We're looking at Graham Shepherd. We were briefly looking at Graham Shepherd. There's the black flag we were talking about. And it will have been seen by Graham Shepherd as we're watching the David Kirkpatrick car go through. He's still in 5th place.
Yeah, very open now, isn't it? But the battle at the moment that we should, if we can, look at is the Nevin Kirkpatrick Rideout battle, which is starting to hot up with a few seconds to go there, Ian.
Ollie Samways has now got a 5-second penalty as well, so that's going to cost him a position, I think, as well. So, yeah, we'll certainly just get the abacus out to work these results out, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, Shep's just coming as well, Ian, so he'll be very disappointed, very frustrated man. I think he's going to need a breakfast when he finishes.
Okay, well, it's like your responsibility to sort that out.
Yeah, I think I might do that for him. I think that's nice.
Right, okay, so we're watching Rideout there. He's right in behind Nev Kirkpatrick, but that means that Ian Slark is a little bit further up the road. He's already coming into Honda for the final time, but who's going to be second? Checker flag is going to go out now, and it's going to be Ian Slark that wins the race. There he is, but 2nd and 3rd, nose to tail over the line, it is just Nev Kirkpatrick from Steve Rideout. Stuart Coombs got closer to the top 3 in the end, only about a second or so behind them, and quite a long gap back to 5th and 6th, which I think is going to be David Kirkpatrick and Mark Ditchburn.
Yeah.
And also, we then have the...
Darren Nightingale's just come through.
Yes, Daz Nightingale has come through to win the Mighty Mini part of the race. Got rather confusing towards the end, didn't it? So he was 1.6 seconds ahead of Ollie Samways on the road. Yet Mark Price coming home.
He'll be second. Is that second now? I think.
Yeah, it will be.
I think it was under 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that would be second for him. So he'd be pleased with that. It's just a shame for Ollie Samways there.
Yeah, first and a second then for Mark Price. I think they've all come home now. So we'll have a look at the result then. Ian Slark, number 1, the race winner, from number 11, Nevin Kirkpatrick. 2.8 seconds between them in the end. Third to number 7, Steve Rideout. Fourth was number 8, Stuart Coombs. David Kirkpatrick was 5th, and Mark Ditchburn rounded out the top 6. Then we get to the Mighty Minis. That's a win for number 36 then, Daz Nightingale. Ollie Samways done 58 second on the road, but he'll drop down to 3rd behind Mark Price after that 5-second penalty. So number 4, Mark Price will move up, and rounding out the top 10 was James Jenkins. 11th to Susie Inch, 12th to Paul Hollett, but we lost Graham Shepherd. He was black flagged. Laura House, I think, did make it to the checkered flag, but Sam Slater and Dan Smith didn't. Some great racing this weekend from the Mighty Minis, Craig.
Yeah, again, it's another race that they've managed to finish. Unfortunately for Dan, didn't make it this time round, but he'll be back at Silverstone, so really looking forward to that one next month, so fingers crossed. But it's been an absolute pleasure, Ian, wasn't it? Absolute pleasure.
Yeah, no, it's been great to have you with us in the box to give us your perspective on the Mighty Minis. Hope to see you again later on in the season when you're back with the 750 Motor Club at Cadwell, so we'll look forward to seeing you then. What have we got? We've got 2 more races still before the lunch break, haven't we? We've got the 116 Trophy, the sprint race for them, and the Tagiwa Type R Trophy as well. You can see that the cars are heading down the pit lane, only just arriving now, so it's been a relatively sedate slowing down lap for Ian Slark, who has got his first win of the season to add to 2 seconds and a 3rd place that he's had this year so far. But we can now go down to the pit lane and hear from Josh Barrett with our winners.
So we're down here with the winner of that Mighty Mini race, which was Ian Slark, and we'll let Ian take off his helmet. And he managed to pull away during the course of that race, and then he had lots of traffic to deal with, which always gets busy in these races. So congratulations to Ian, who gets congratulated on the win there in the Super Mighty Minis. I'll give you the winner's garland.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And like I say, the reverse grid, first of all, that becomes a bit busy in the first couple of laps.
Yeah, that's part of the fun, isn't it? Yeah, it's like, how are we going to get through this, not what's going to happen? But luckily, they sort of opened up down there, and I managed to sneak up the inside, and from there, it was just hang on for dear life and hope that they wouldn't catch me. Or Steve, or anybody else.
I guess they were battling behind. Did that help you just keep sort of maintain that gap?
Yeah, I couldn't tell if they were battling or working together, and they were probably doing a bit of both. But yeah, I just sort of kept my head down and kept going and hoped for the best.
And lots of drifting around this circuit. It's a good circuit for a Mini.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't done it in the dry since, well, I haven't done it at all since 2007. Right, okay. So it was a bit of getting used to it again yesterday. But today in the dry, yeah, it's pretty awesome, isn't it? It's good fun.
It's nicer to go home in the dry as well, isn't it?
Nicer to go home in a straight car. Less covered in mud than yesterday.
Looking forward to the rest of the season now?
I'm actually having a few off, unfortunately, which, of course, now you start doing all right again, you're a bit worried about. But I think I have to have a break, unfortunately. So yeah, here's what it is.
Well, congratulations on your victory. And we can catch up with the Mighty Mini winner, which was Darren Nightingale. So we get Darren over. So congratulations there. In the end, it was all your competitors sort of had dropped out for one reason or another.
No, I won fair and square, and that to do with that. No, yeah, it's a shame. We was battling 3/4 of the race, and then they started dropping away like flies. I don't know what happened. Yeah. A bit of a coming together in the hairpin, but I don't think that had anything to do with it. Hopefully. But yeah, it's a shame. But yeah, it was really good battle, great race. So we've had best of both, wet and then dry. Fantastic, loved it.
Yeah, like you say, there was a lot of cars involved in that battle for quite a long time that you were well in the middle of.
Yeah, it was great. It was tussling, and that's mini racing. Yeah. That's what we do. Absolutely great, brilliant. Recommend it to anyone.
You enjoyed this weekend at Pembrey?
Yeah, loved it. First time here. Yeah, never tested, nothing. So just went out yesterday, had a go. Yeah. So to win, happy days. Yeah.
And a good start to your season, I think?
Yeah, I've had 2 wins now, 2 thirds. I'm pretty much up there. So, yeah, keep it up. Reliability, I think, hopefully, through the season will keep me going. So, yeah, hopefully.
Best of luck for the rest of the year. Cheers, so that's our race winner from the Mighty Minis and the Super Mighty Minis. Up next, I think it's the sprint race for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy.
Yes, it's the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy coming up next, and rather unusually, we have a sprint race for the cars first. They'll have their usual 90-minute feature race, the endurance race, this afternoon, but for this one, it's just a 20-minute sprint. It is going to feature, we think, a green flag lap as well. Although that wasn't timetabled. This is how the grid's going to line up. The Treble 7 car is actually not going to be driven by Mark Sullivan, but by Sam Carrington-Yates. So it's Treble 7 Sam Carrington-Yates on pole position, and beside him is going to be number 5, which is Anthony Seddon. The second row is going to be 87, Louis Woodward, and 71 is not going to be Christopher Godden, but his son Jack Godden, driving in the number 71 car for this race. On the third row, it's going to be 89, Freddie, this is right. This is where my piece of paper is different to the grid. So we'll go with what's on screen. 34 is Toby O'Reilly, and 42 is Chris Warburton. On the fourth row, we've got the number 1 car, that's Richard Lakey, and 151 Peter Keane. The fifth row, 44 Richard Phillips, and 88 Ross Riley will be starting that car. The sixth row is going to be number 50, that's Liam Brezitz, and number 12, Andrew Woodbine beside him. Then we've got on row 7 for Chris Noakes. The 40 car is not going to be taking part in this race. Then on the next row, that's where Freddie Tatham slots in, the number 89 car. I think he's got a 10-place grid penalty. That's why he's starting on row 8 in the number 89 car, and beside him is going to be number 3, that's Jeremy Woodgate. The 9th row, that's going to be 209 on the inside. That's William Abraham rather than Paul Abraham starting the car, and 57 Toby Partridge is on the outside of row 9. Row 10 on the inside is going to be Simon Fox rather than Austin Browser. So Simon Fox is going to drive the number 220 car in this race, and George Adshead will drive in the number 123 car rather than Johnny Webster. And then the final row of the grid, that's going to be Richard Roundell on his own, because the 41 car not taking part in this sprint race for the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy race. So we'll await the cars to come out onto the grid for what will be a 20-minute race, and sort of an unfamiliar kind of race for the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy competitors. Will they be going all out, or will they be saving their cars for the 90-minute race that will be a little bit later on this afternoon? It's going to be fascinating to see how this pans out. 116 Trophy, a relatively new addition to the 750 Motor Club portfolio, launched only in 2019. It uses the E87 generation BMW 1 Series as its basis, and in a very much a sort of stock format with very minimal modifications. So it's a 1.6 litre I engine in these cars from 2004 to 2006. They use a sports exhaust and catalyst. There's an ECU reflash as well, but otherwise the engine remains standard. Suspension wise, there's a controlled coilover damper kit from Gaz Shocks, which is adjustable at the rear only, just to keep things simple and to keep this very much a budget category. That's priced at £600 plus VAT. The brakes are standard, although they can choose their own pads. They use the 5-speed manual transmission, and they run on very affordable Nankan control tyres, as well as a control roll cage bolted in or put in the cars for safety. That's priced at £1,000. So usually it's a 90-minute race. Today we've got the 20-minute race before the 90-minute race, which is going to be held later on this afternoon. Good opportunity while we have a slight hiatus to tell you about other things that are coming up as far as the 750 Motor Club are concerned this season. Brands Hatch is the next event on the 2nd and 3rd of July. There's going to be races for the 5 Club MX5 Cup, the Armed Forces Race Challenge, 750 Motor Club RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is there, plus F1000 has a triple header, there's Formula V as well, Hot Hatch, MR2s, Road Sports and Sports Special. So a very full weekend of racing coming up at Brands Hatch in just a couple of weeks' time. And then Club Enduro heads to Spa-Francorchamps on the 8th and 9th of July, and Alphas to Anglesey on the 23rd and 24th of July. And then the next full 750 Motor Club race meeting after that is at Snetterton on the 300 circuit on the 30th and 31st of July. But as you can see now, the cars are out onto the circuit for the 116 trophy sprint race, and it's the treble 7 car, familiar car in this category, on pole position of Sam Carrington-Yates, and he's a very rapid driver indeed, so I think he could be tough to beat in this this sprint race. He's got alongside him on the front row the number 5 car of Anthony Seddon. Just in behind there you can see that very smart number 87 car of Louis Woodward, the man from Gloucester, the traditional BMW colours on board, and just in the back right of shot there you can see the 71 car of Jack Godden, and then third row you've got the 34 car on the inside, which is the Eco Trailers liveried machine of Toby O'Reilly, and then the 151 black and blue car behind, which is Peter Keane, the Reading-based driver. So looks like all the cars are there, and we've got the green flag at the back, and we're now getting a 5-second board, so the race about to get underway. In fact, no green flag lap. Red lights about to go on, they go out, and away we go then. And it's a pretty good start from the front row. There's some cars not getting away at the back of the field, but they're heading down towards, right, okay, interesting. Sam Carrington-Yates is sort of weaving as they go down. So the red lights have gone out. I think possibly the drivers are expecting a green flag lap there, but they're heading through Hatchett's corner for the first time. So this is a little bit chaotic, Johnny.
It's not ideal, is it? Because half the field were expecting just a kind of sedentary rolling lap to get things up to temperature, and half thinking this is the start of the race. So many cars towards the rear not going to be in the fight initially, and there may be a decision to be made here from the clerk of the course. There's still weaving going on for Sam Carrington-Yates, so this is absolutely not the start of the race, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, well,
it should be.
It is the start of the race,
but nobody's considered that it is.
Yes, I think they were expecting a green flag lap, which wasn't timetable, but I think there was a decision made that there would be one, but maybe that's not been communicated, and we have now got a red flag.
Yeah.
So
that's the sensible decision for
Yes.
me, because the message had not got to everyone that they were racing. I wondered whether they were racing at the front and then not towards the back when they hadn't seen the red lights extinguished.
Then it was the opposite way round, wasn't it? Because then you got Sam Carrington-Yates that was weaving in heat to get heat into the tyres.
It became so, yes. Yeah, just very untidy, unfortunately, and whether something was communicated in error during the driver's briefing, or they've just all assumed that there would be a green flag lap. Thankfully, no damage done to any cars, and crucially to any drivers, and they will be gridded up again for a second attempt.
Yes. Now, does that then count as the green flag lap? Is the question, or will we have another one? We will find out soon, I'm sure.
This might eat into the race distance, though.
It could do.
So it might take a couple of minutes away from what was supposed to be a 20-minute race. We'll wait to see on a decision for that. We are actually bang on time for an 11:45 start for this race, so fingers crossed.
How have we done that, Johnny?
I have no idea.
How have we done that? We've had an extra race this morning.
Yes, we have. So theoretically we were 15 minutes behind. It didn't quite run to the full 15, the K-Tech Renault Clio Sport Championship. But yes, on the resultslive.co.uk, the scheduled start time 11:45. We're now a minute late.
Yes.
For this sprint affair for the Gas Shocks 116 trophy.
Okay, so what's going to happen this time? We've got a green flag at the back again, so what are we going to have? We are waiting to see. It's going to be a 1-minute board, I think, so we're probably going to go into a full countdown and a green flag lap again, I would suspect. We'll wait and see what exactly is going to happen. So there you can see Sam Carrington-Yates sitting on the front of the grid in the treble 7 car alongside number 5 Anthony Seddon. Lee Woodward alongside. Jack Godden on the second row of the grid. Yeah, the green flag now being waved, so we are getting a green flag lap this time, which actually in some cases feels more like the start of the race. But yeah, green flag lap getting underway now, and we will get the cars back onto the grid for their 20-minute race in just a few moments' time. It's, as I say, the first time we've had a sprint race for these cars. It has the feel now of drivers racing. I have to say, drivers know what a red light means and they know what a green flag means.
Yeah.
Not clever, I have to say.
No, I completely agree with you, Ian. They are overlapping down at the first couple of corners.
But a green flag does not mean start the race, does it? They
does
all know
not,
that.
It doesn't
there's
mean
no excuse for this at all.
No, I quite agree. And they were all had a driver's briefing, a meeting about what's going on. They're used to endurance racing, but this is quite frankly a race now because there are distances between them.
Are we going to get a red flag again? What's going to happen here? I'm absolutely baffled. One experienced driver like Sam Carrington-Yates, or any of these other drivers who are experienced, and now Sam Carrington-Yates is weaving, and I think Jack Godden's now got the message, and there's the
yellow flags, further
round,
round,
as you would do. Stop the cars on the grid at the end of the green flag lap. No matter whether you think you're getting a green flag or not, or whether you think something's a race start or not, if you don't see the red lights go out and you see a green flag waved, you should know what that means. Many of these drivers are experienced drivers, some of them not so much, but really it's a shame to see something like that.
But you don't start with a race with a waved green flag.
No.
And this is a big audience that these drivers are in front of. Here at Pembrey we have spectators obviously on site, but a hugely large audience courtesy of the Alpha Live stream. And it's just not particularly clever. But there we are, a third attempt at a start to the race here, and the grid is rather untidy now as well.
It is. It is, but the red lights are going to go on, they go out, we do get a race underway, but this is the race, third time of asking, and it is a good start from Sam Carrington-Yates. He's going to have the lead down into the first corner. It looks like to me. You've got Anthony Seddon there, excuse me, in second place with Jack Godden trying to go around the outside, and as they go down to Hatchett's, he's not going to get into the corner anything like. He's gone far too deep. I think his ambition exceeded his ability down into Hatchett's for the first time.
Yeah, tricky that in the conditions that have improved obviously since yesterday when these cars were qualified, but nevertheless a chance to see what those conditions were like for the first couple of touring laps that we had in the opening stages. But it looks to me to be Sam Carrington-Yates who is disappearing up the road, 3 abreast on the approach to the centre S's though, and sandwiched in the middle there is car 88, the machine of Phillips. So it's a squabble in this opening stages, real bumping and boring over the curb as well for Richard Phillips in the 44. But he gets the car under control and heading back towards Honda for the first time. William Abraham there, brief glimpse of him in the 209 car starting down in 17th position.
Okay, so the leader is coming over the line already. That's Sam Carrington-Yates at the end of the first lap. There's 2 or 3 off. Oh, that's Jack Godden off for the second time within the space of a lap. He rejoins the circuit now. We'll see exactly where he comes through at the end of the first lap. Oh, there's 1 off. That's Richard Roundell, number 22. He's on the grass beneath our commentary box, but he rejoins as well. It's extremely scrappy, this race so far, it must be said.
It's nice and close though, yes, at the Hatchett's hairpin with Liam Brisitz sitting right in the middle there, and the 2 either side needing to behave. Contact was avoided there on the ragged edge of grit through the crossing. So these 116 trophy cars certainly not hanging around in the opening phase to up the speed as much as possible. The 71 car of Jack Godden running, well, he started 4th. He has lost places in the early phase. And also having a good little dice is Tom Partridge in 57 ahead of Simon Fox.
151. Peter Keane's got a 10-second penalty. That's for an out-of-position start. There's the leader, Sam Carrington-Yates, then coming towards the end of his second lap. He's got Louis Woodward second in number 87. Anthony Seddon is third in number 5. Then it's the 34 car of Toby O'Reilly in 5th position. Keane is 5th on the road. And 6th is Jack Godden, having come back through, although he's not showing on our timing screen. He was showing 19th at the end of the lap. He wasn't in 19th, he was a bit further up, but Jack Godden not showing on the timing screen, but he was there in 6th.
Scrabbling for grip as they all slow for Hatchett's once again. 89 car leaving the tricky first right-hander of the lap is Freddie Tatum, and ahead of him is the number 12 car of Andrew Woodbine. So he's made good progress in the early stages. Sam Carrington-Yates, though, leading after a couple of laps from Louise Woodward. And the all-white 87 car with that M-Power branding. Louise Woodward running in second, as I say, ahead of Anthony Seddon, who's lost a place from his starting position. 3 coming through together as well. Jack Godden at the tail end of that trio.
Yep, so watching there, O'Reilly and Keane here with Jack Godden just behind us. He is now showing on the timings tower in 6th position in the number 71 car. They're coming towards Honda to complete the lap. End of lap 3. Sam Carrington-Yates goes across the line again, but that time through the gap does what? It stays about the same, actually, at 1.28 seconds. Sam Carrington-Yates doing the best after the race at 1 minute 12.70. Peter Keane looking up to the inside of Toby O'Reilly as they go into Hatchett's Hairpin. Doesn't find a way through, but Jack Godden now is going to have a nibble at the back of Peter Keane as they come out of Hatchett's Hairpin and go through Spitfires. Jack in the number 71 BMW. He's quite a long way clear now of the car in 7th place, which is number 44, Richard Phillips. 8th is the 88 car of Ross Riley. And 9th is Richard Lakey in car number 1 as Godden makes up a place at the centre S's.
Yeah, he mounted the curb coming out of the crossing on driver's left. I thought that was going to slow him down, but no, he was ready to pounce and picks off Peter Keane. So up a spot, and really not very far away, is Toby O'Reilly in the car with the green trim. Green sides to the windows, the eco backing. So car 34 running in 4th position with a rampant Jack Godden tucked in behind, and Peter Keane carrying a 10-second penalty in the 151. So was that Peter being out of position at the race start? Yeah.
Well,
there were plenty.
There were plenty that were in a bit of a higgledy-piggledy order.
True
right.
enough.
For 4th place, it's Toby O'Reilly coming under pressure from Jack Godden down into Hatchett's Hairpin. Godden on the inside. Does he get the car stopped and turned in? He does just about this time. So Godden goes up into 4th place on the road. And look at this, 5 or 6 of them together. A little bit further back, that's Ross Riley just ahead of the 1 car of Richard Lakey there. So that's for 8th position as well. And just ahead of them is the 44 car on screen now, Richard Phillips.
Good pace being found in the middle order. Liam Bressitz and Andrew Woodbine, their best lap of the race so far. Jeremy Woodgate and Freddie Tatum likewise. Freddie's lost quite a bit of ground though from his starting position as they work their way through centre S's and up towards the Brooklands Hairpin. To the inside now will go car 209, William Abraham, with a move on Chris Noakes. Gets that done at Brooklands. Notice the 88 car is carrying 1 or 2 scars from perhaps earlier on in the weekend or indeed earlier on in the season. Ross Riley, though, still good for 8th place. 30 and 3/4 minutes scheduled to go in this race. She's still being led by Sam Carrington-Yates. I noticed that in 4th position now, Jack Godden's getting away from Toby O'Reilly. Black and white driving standards flag going out to number 44, which is Richard Phillips in 7th position. Toby O'Reilly also has now got a 5-second penalty. That'll be for exceeding track limits. As we're watching the 4 car go down the inside, so that's Chris Noakes, go down the inside of Richard Lakey and up into 9th place. Meanwhile, the 50 car of Liam Bressitz is getting passed by William Abraham, that just outside the top 10. Yeah, back up to 11th position for Abraham. They got Chris Noakes ahead of them in 10th. Squeal of tyres again as they work their way over the crossing, which is a little bumpy, and especially if you catch the curb on the outside of that corner on driver's right. There is an offshoot, which is the alternative version of the circuit used here at Pembrey on occasion, but we're on the more traditional lineup, and the national circuit providing great racing from category to category so far today. Nice to see the back end of that terrible weather yesterday, making things a lot more even today. The suspension with a great deal of travel on it, it would seem, for the 44 of Richard Phillips. He's jostling for position with Ross Riley, and Riley gets ahead. That's a scrap for 7th, 8th, 9th and downwards.
Looks like Simon Fox is also getting a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits as well, based on the board that's being hung out on the finish line beneath us. So this is Ross Riley and Richard Phillips battling over 7th and 8th positions. Just seeing on the timing tower, place is changing further back as well. 12 minutes left to go in the race. Remember, a 90-minute race for these cars coming up later on this afternoon with 2 mandatory pit stops for each team as well. Although there's quite a lot of solo-driven cars here this weekend. Here is the fight now for 3rd position because Jack Godden, he's been setting a good pace. He's got the best lap of the race, a 1:12.37, and now is on terms with the number 5 car of Anthony Seddon, and this the battle then for the final podium position.
Yeah, and Anthony Seddon's finding speed as well. Last time around on lap 6, he said his fastest lap of the race. The fastest lap holder, not necessarily a lap record, but Jack Godden's gone quickest in the race so far with a 1:12.3 on his tail in car 71. Sam Carrington-Yates, 2 seconds clear now of the M-Power liveried Louis Woodward car, number 87. And into Hatchett's there. A little wayward was Peter Keane with that 10-second penalty. The car he's fighting with also now with a 15-second penalty. That's car 34 for Toby O'Reilly.
Yeah, that's going to be the mounting track limits infringements which we saw in the previous Mighty Mini race as well, which ultimately caused Graham Shepherd to be black flagged completely, so he's really going to have to watch his step here. As Anthony Seddon trying to keep Jack Godden behind him now in that number 71 car. It's the car that was driven at one point by such luminaries as former Formula 1 driver Martin Donnelly and Autosport's Stefan Mackley, as they head down towards Carter's and then Honda again to complete lap number 8 of this race. Sam Carrington-Yates a bit further up, just coming over the line now. Louis Woodward still in 2nd place, and these two on screen, they're about 7 seconds behind the leader, but they are nose to tail as they head down to Hatchett's once again.
Yeah, absolutely nothing between the two of them, and certainly Jack Godden's going to have a little look at an overtake. He's found the space, and as long as he can tuck back across the nose of Anthony Seddon, he will confirm 3rd position for the start of the lap. Done so brilliantly well. They're both scrabbling for grip. A couple of cars a bit further down the order, that was, in fact. 71 and 5 equally spaced as well. So who was that in the background? Quite possibly Ross Riley and Richard Phillips, who crossed the line together. 88 ahead of 44, but this is the scrap for 3rd position.
Yep, it is. I suspect we'll see Jack Godden ease away now from Anthony Seddon. Question is, can he close in on Louis Woodward before the end of this race? He's got about 5 3/4 seconds to make up, so I think that's going to be a tough ask here with only 9 minutes of the race to go. Another 5-second penalty board going out now to I can't see the number of ends. 50, so that is the car of Liam Brezitz that's getting the 5-second penalty now.
And Simon Fox had a 5-second penalty a lap or so ago as well. He's just behind Liam Brezitz, so it'll take the two of them further down the order. Some trim trailing from the back of 151, Peter Keane, and to his inside, fellow penalised driver 34, Toby O'Reilly. They're door handle to door handle heading into Hatchett's hairpin. It's the rear bumper that's trying to work its way loose from Peter's car.
Yeah, so Peter Keane with that 10-second penalty, that at the moment is going to drop him down to about 10th place. Toby O'Reilly with a 15-second penalty, that's going to drop him down to about 15th position, but of course the gaps will increase between the cars as the race goes on, so the impact of those penalties will be lesser as time passes. So there's Keane, as you say, with that bumper just flapping away slightly. I don't think it's in real danger of coming adrift, is it? It just looks like it's that one corner that's a little bit loose, maybe.
Yeah, agreed. Those spring clips are holding firm right now, which are mainly there actually to keep the boot lid closed, but they'll help in addressing the bumper issue as well. I might be feeling that in terms of the car just being extra drag and therefore can't quite carry through the air as well as the car in front, because it's just serving as a big scoop right now. But it'll get in the toe of Toby O'Reilly and pick up a bit of extra miles per hour because of that. But O'Reilly covering off the line of the advancing Peter Keane in 151. Keane can't find a way down the inside at Hatchett's. Nearly a 4-second lead now for Samuel Carrington-Yates over Louis Woodward in the 87.
Oh, that's Ross Riley that's pointing the wrong way there at Hatchett's in the background. Didn't quite see how that all unfolded, but he was 7th at the start of the lap. is going to have lost several places as a result of that. This battle continues to rage on for 5th and 6th on the road between Toby O'Reilly and Peter Keane as they go through the centre S's.
The other cars involved with Ross Riley's incident, Richard Phillips and Chris Noakes, they all crossed the line together. Chris Noakes' best lap of the race, in fact. But whether there was contact or Ross Riley just felt the pressure from behind, a spin the result for car 88. And he'll have to use the rest of this race, 6 minutes and change, to try and recover as many of those places as possible. No let up in the scrap for 5th. These cars are going to be demoted at least time and quite possibly positions as well come the end of the race.
Huge train of cars behind as well. So very evenly matched, these 116 trophy cars. It's going to be the makings of a good 90-minute race later on as well. I think hopefully not quite as frenetic in some respects as this one has been. I can see a drive-through penalty now being indicated to 34, so Toby O'Reilly's now going to have to serve a drive-through penalty, so that's going to disrupt the battle for 5th.
So that's likely to be more track limits infringements, quite possibly. Get to 15 seconds and then it gets more and more severe. 2:09 is William Abraham running slowly.
He was 8th.
Picking up the pace again now, so was that just him struggling around for gears, a box full of neutrals? And what about this? It's like the start of the race all over again. Jeremy Woodward just ahead of Richard Lakey and Freddie Tatum involved with this. Chris Noakes has slipped back into the clutches, so Noakes was clearly delayed in the moment when we talked about Ross Riley spinning at the first corner.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we've got the 50 car on screen there. That's the Resitz car with his 5-second penalty just ahead of Riley, who lost therefore 6 places as a result of all of that. Riley going through in number 88. 5 minutes left of this race to go. Still seeing that drive-through penalty board being displayed beneath us. So just let O'Reilly know that he's going to need to make a visit to the pit lane. He's just lost out position on the road to Peter Keane as well. In fact, he has come into the pit, so he has seen that now. So Toby O'Reilly serving his drive-through penalty.
Richard Lakey over the line, bringing Freddie Tatum, Chris Noakes, Liam Bressett with him. Ross Riley trying to recover from that spin at the first corner, which saw him drop from 8th down to 14th position. Scrabbling over the curb there is Toby Partridge with his 5-second penalty as well.
There's another car off at the background as well. I'm trying to see which one that was off. Just Hatchett's hairpin.
One of the EcoBack cars, I would say. Again, similar livery, or maybe it even was the 34 of Toby O'Reilly, who's obviously lost ground.
That would have been about right, because he had just rejoined from the pit lane. Yeah, that
okay.
Makes sense.
So ran a touch wide into the Hatchett's hairpin. Running through the pit lane doesn't really cool much off, tyres and brakes, etc., but nevertheless misjudged that slightly.
Jack Godden is now only 2.4 seconds behind Louis Woodward with 4 minutes of the race left to go, so he has eaten away at that advantage, which was quite considerable. But the checkered flag, you can see, is being made ready, so possibly that's going to be displayed a few minutes early after the earlier delays. So we'll watch out for the next time that Sam Carrington-Yates comes through, but in the meantime, heading through Honda, it's that great big gaggle of cars from 6th back to 16th, 11 cars involved in it.
And Richard Lakey had a right old tank slapper on there coming into and out of Honda. Freddie Tatum wasn't quite close enough to pounce, but Lakey did very well to keep the car on the straight and narrow, running in 8th ahead of Tatum 9th and Chris Noakes in 10th position.
Yep, so I'm just keeping an eye out for Sam Carrington-Yates. He's heading into Honda for the final time, and I think may well get the checkered flag here. We'll just see if that is going to be waved at him. Not yet. No, he's going to get at least one more lap out of this, it would seem. So Sam Carrington-Yates continues to lead from Louis Woodward, and that does mean that Jack Godden has a bit more time to try and play catch-up. Meanwhile, very much out of shape there was the number 3 car, which is Jeremy Woodgate.
Similar lap times for Carrington-Yates and Woodward, and again it was a slight extension for Carrington-Yates' lead, up to 6.5 seconds now. But the gaps are just not emerging in this fight for basically 6th position. So Richard Phillips leads a long train of cars. Car 44 is 6th ahead of Jeremy Woodgate, and they are side by side heading across the line. Woodgate on the inside and looking to try and make it 3 abreast. Here comes Richard Lakey with his 15-second penalty. Lakey, though, not given the track space to be allowed at the inside of Jeremy Woodgate. Woodgate very much on the defensive. There goes Lakey right over the curb. but can't find the traction.
It's almost a question now of who's not got a penalty of any description, isn't it? There's a lot of them showing on our screen, 5s and 10s and 15s. So Terry Stevens will be getting his calculator out to sort out the final results at the end. But meanwhile, the check flag is being made ready this time, and the victory is going to go the way of Sam Carrington-Yates in the treble 7 car. So he takes the checkered flag. A pretty dominant win for him there. Second place going the way of number 87, which is Louis Woodward, and Jack Godden just running out of time to catch Louis Woodward, and he finishes in 3rd position. Anthony Seddon's going to take 4th on the road, and I think he will keep that in spite of a 5-second penalty. But then there's a queue of cars heading down the Speedway straight into Carter's for the final time. So it's Jeremy Woodgate here that's heading these cars through in 6th position. Richard Phillips is 7th at the moment, I think, but it's Richard Lakey that's next up. So we'll just get the orders as they come over the line. It's going to be Woodgate from Phillips, then Lakey, and then the car of Chris Noakes, 9th, Freddie Tatum from further back down the grid, completing the top 10. But look how close those gaps were further down the order. We're really talking, from 6th place Jeremy Woodgate, he was 38.71 seconds behind the leader. Just getting all the times updated to 16th Andy Woodbine. 51.25, only 13 seconds between all of those cars. It was really quite a tight pack, and an entertaining race, which was won then by the treble 7 car of Sam Carrington-Yates. He was 7.01 seconds clear of Louis Woodward in 2nd place. Jack Godden in the 71 car took 3rd position. Then it starts to get a bit more complicated because there's all these penalties to be applied. So before they are applied, Anthony Seddon 4th on the road in number 5, 5th on the road number 151 Peter Keane, 6th number 3 Jeremy Woodgate, 7th was the 44 car of Richard Phillips, 8th number 1 Richard Lakey, 9th number 4 Chris Noakes even. Freddie Tatham rounds out the top 10 in the number 89 car. And Ross Riley was 11th ahead of Liam Brezit, so 88 from 50. Then William Abraham, Toby Partridge, Simon Fox, Andrew Woodbine, Toby O'Reilly, George Adsett and Richard Roundsell. I don't think actually made it to the end. We'll see those cars back out again later on today for the 90-minute race featuring pit stops as well. What time is that coming up? That's going to be at around about 3:15 this afternoon, so do tune in for that, or don't go anywhere, more to the point, because there's still one more race to come before the lunch break here at Pembrey. It's the Tagiwa Type R Trophy coming up in just a few minutes time. Then we'll have a break and we'll get back underway with more racing at about 1:25. But let's head down to the pit lane. Josh Barrett's got our race winner.
So we're down here after that sprint race for the Gadshocks 116 Trophy. The top 3 all congratulating each other, Sam Carrington-Yates, Louis Woodward and Jack Godden. And we'll first of all present the garland to Sam. Well done. And after the confusion at the start, you managed to pull away from the rest.
Yeah, I did 3 starts and they were all pretty good. I don't really know what happened. We had a 45-minute driver's briefing about starts, and then they gave us 2 green flag laps after having none to start with, so it was interesting, but yeah.
All good data, I guess, in that session, ready for the longer race later, know what it's like in the dry?
Yeah, I think that was just, it was a bit of fun to have a nice sprint race, but that's mainly just about practicing my stint before I pass over to Mark later. He's going to do a little bit more in the car today, so just more today about just banging consistent laps and practicing for my 20-minute stint at the start of the next race.
So Mark's going to get a nice long drive this weekend?
Yeah, it's a really good, we've got a 30-second penalty, so it's a really good opportunity for him to get in the car and get some mileage, and like everyone keeps crying about him getting in the car a little bit more than me.
Well, good luck for later on. Well done on your win, Sam. Second went the way of Louis, and Sam just slowly pulled away from you for the stint.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he got the jump on me there a bit and slowly pulled away. But yeah, no, it's a good result.
And obviously good pace there, knowing that these 2 guys are going to have penalties later on in the race for the main race. So are you hoping to be right up there later?
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully this is our weekend. So yeah, no, that'd be good.
Well, best of luck, and a quick word with Jack before the next race starts. Jack, I think your start didn't quite go to plan, but then you worked your way through nicely.
Yeah, I had a bit of a shove at the first corner, threw me the way back, but we were able to recover it quite nicely, so not too bad in the end.
Well, best of luck later on. Final race before lunch is coming up, and that is for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy.
Yep, second of 3 races this weekend for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, and it's a partially reversed grid based on the results of yesterday's race. So on pole position, it's the treble 7 car of Mark Dicken, and beside him is number 11 Joseph McMullen. Second row on the inside is 67 Conor Murphy, and 20 is Ash Moore. Third row is 92, which is Jake Hewlett, and 84 is Chris Smith. On the fourth row, it's 104 Daniel Chapman, and 8130 Christopher Nyland, who was third yesterday. Fifth row, I should say, 97 Matt Digby, and 28 Joe Jessup. Those are first and second place cars from yesterday. Sixth, 96 Tim Leckman, row 6, and 7 Jack Thomas. Row 7, 94 Ursula Jordan, and 27 Daniel Bailey. Row 8 is 69 James Mansell, and 83 William Puttergill. The 9th row, 95 Samuel Dennis, and 30 Craig Atkinson. On the 10th row, it's 18 and 39, that's Matthew Duffel and Warwick Ellis, and on the 11th and final row, 23 Alan Gill, and number 9 Gavin Johnson. So in yesterday's race, it was Joe Jessup that took his third victory of the season in what amounted to a 5-lap sprint in the end. He defeated Matt Digby and Christopher Nyland, with Daniel Chapman 4th, Chris Smith 5th, and Jake Hewlett in 6th. That has meant that as far as the points are concerned, the gap is now 9 points between the leader, Chris Nyland, on 157. Jake Hewlett has 148. A slightly disappointing result for him yesterday, I thought. Joe Jessup trying to bounce back after a non-finish in the second race at Alton Park a few weeks ago. He's third on 134 points. Fourth on 131 now is Matt Digby. That good result yesterday, putting him a little bit further up the order. Fifth, Mark Dicken on 130 points, I should say. And sixth, Daniel Chapman on 114. So this championship still very much wide open as we go into the what are we on? 6th round of this championship. It's a 14-round season. We'll be at the halfway mark of the season after the third race of the day, or third race of the weekend later on today. Type R Trophy last year was won by Adam Shepherd, who's gone on to race in TCR UK this season, so it can be a platform to move on to something else. But Adam's a very quick driver. He really did sort of dominate last season. This season's a lot more competitive. We've had a number of different winners. Chris Nyland, Jake Hewlett and Joe Jessup all winning races so far. I wonder if we'll get anyone different taking a victory today. Of course, this partially reversed grid means that some of the drivers that have had wins so far have got a little bit of work to do to get to the front of the order. So this should be a very interesting race, Johnny.
I mean, looking forward to Mark Dicken's potential getaway, because he had a really good start yesterday in the mid-pack but just couldn't find a way through. So from pole position, clear road in front, let's wait and see. And then there are others we know have pace that have to do it the hard way in this partially reversed grid.
They do indeed. So it's going to be a 15-minute race this for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy race number 17 on our 24-race programme. Last car is coming into position. At the back we get the green flag, so very shortly the race will be underway. The red lights go out and away we go, and it's a pretty good start from Mark Dicken, as you were saying there, Johnny. And it's one of the cars has not got away at all. Who was that? It was the... Well, we'll pick up on that in just a second, but we'll watch the leaders as they head down to the first corner. And it's a chaotic first corner because Chris Smith almost goes round, but he does get through there as they make their way around Hatchett's for the first time. I think that it was the car from pole position. Yes, it was Mark Dicken in the lead of the race.
As Ashmore is fully sideways at the crossing, and it's a big off to the left-hand side in the end for Ashmore, destroying the front end of his car, I'm afraid to say. I think Conor Murphy was the slow one away, which is bizarre, because he was due to start on the left-hand side of the track, but he was slow on the right-hand side. So there'd been a crossover before that.
I think the grid, as we've got it on paper, was actually
slightly out of a line. Yes, okay.
Yes, it was the Conor Murphy car that was slow away. So we've got that situation with Ashmore at the crossing. The yellow flag and the safety car. So the safety car is going to head out at the end of this first lap of the race, and the drivers will see the yellow flags now as they come through Honda. They're being led by the 92 car of Jake Hewlett. So somehow he'd found his way into the lead. Some drivers reacting to the safety car in different ways than others there.
Indeed.
As they come out of Honda. But I think any kind of collision has been averted, fortunately.
Jack Thomas had to absolutely leap on the brake pedal there with both feet. He didn't drill the rear of the car in front, but yellow flags were clearly being displayed and the safety car boards as well. But when you're engrossed in your own battle, it is tricky sometimes to pick those out, not offering an excuse, of course. But yeah, nasty moment that for Ashmore. Cold tyres, tail end stepping well and truly out as he exited Spitfires, and that fired him into the tyre wall on the left-hand side of the track.
Red flag now. The driver out of the car, I understand, which is good to see, but I think the officials have decided that it's going to take probably a little bit too long to deal with that behind the safety car, and probably just be a bit too difficult with the car where it is. So we'll have a red flag and we will restart. We'd been going pretty well this morning, hadn't we, for not having safety cars and red flags until we get to the final race before the lunch break, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. So we'll go back to the original grid, which is potentially bad news for Jake Hewlett because he was leading at the end of the first lap. And they'll put Mark Dickin back on pole position for what will, I imagine, be a reduced distance race once we get back underway. We were just about back on timetable as well, weren't we? As you were saying for the 116 race. So again, we're back on timetable for the start of that Type R Trophy race at just after, I think, 12:15, which has been great work by all of the officials to get us into that position, having to slot that extra race in this morning for the Clio's first thing. So great work, helped by the lack of red flags and safety cars, that kind of thing, it must be said. But now we do have this situation where Ashmore's car was quite beaten up there.
It was, and that, as I say, is to do with cold tyres, not necessarily a greasy track surface because it's been producing very good lap times. But when you're jostling for position, you can find yourself off the racing line coming out of Spitfires. I don't think there was any contact to initiate the spin, just that weight transfer between Spitfires and then into Dubeni, and then the corner gets a little tighter, the left-hander on towards the crossing. So the sorry state of Ashmore's car, which was very quick yesterday, now looking rather second-hand, and everybody will be re-gridded. You make the point, though, this is the thing that slightly confused me, pole position on driver's right rather than driver's left, as the grid sheet would indicate. So that's the reason why Conor Murphy was on the right-hand side of the circuit, but then struggling to get away, and everybody needing to dodge around the Dubliner, run by DH Racing. But Mark Dickin, who came to Pembrey this weekend, third in the championship, will be eager not to make the same, not necessarily error, but to get a better getaway compared to Joe McMullen, who was able to get in front in the opening phase. Dickin's clearly got a very quick car in the 777 and hasn't necessarily had the chance to show its outright speed so far. But he, being out front, wasn't involved in any of those melees in the opening phase of the attempted start to the race, and will begin again from pole position. So, Ashmore was assisted, in fact. Now, at the inside was Daniel Chapman, Jake Hewlett, number 92, we think. So Hewlett and Moore arriving out of Dubeni together. Hewlett on the inside and Ashmore across the nose of the number 92 car, which subsequently led to more damage to Ashmore's car. So that may well be looked at again by the clerk of the course.
So the grid, meanwhile, is forming up below us once again. So pole position, that's going to go the way of treble 7, Mark Dickin, in his, obviously, Civic Type R there, that's at the front of the field. All of these cars EP3 shape Civics, of course. Mark, who works for Jaguar Land Rover, based in Warwickshire. He started racing in bikes in 2007, then cars in 2018. In between times, he raced Rebel stock cars on the ovals between 2015 and 2017 as well. He's had success in the Hyundai Coupe Cup in 2020. He won the series that year, and he prepares this Civic himself to go racing in. Alongside him on the front row of the grid is number 11. That's Joe McMullen, whose first season of racing this is. He's 23 years of age. He'd only done track days before this, which he says started out at the Nürburgring and then snowballed from there. I'm not quite sure where you can snowball from the Nürburgring, Johnny.
That's quite high-level stuff, generally. If he's talking about the full lap around the Nordschleife as well, yeah, he needs to have a good memory around that place.
Absolutely, and this car is one that he's built with his dad. It's been rebuilt, he says, a few times to different specifications. He did have a K24 engine at one point, but put the K20 back in to enable it to race in the Type R Trophy. On the second row of the grid, we would have had Ashmore on the inside. Clearly, we're not going to now, but we'll have hopefully Connor Murphy, or will we? Because he made that poor start, didn't he? He's parked up, so he's out of the race. So there'll be no one at all on row 2 of the grid. Row 3 on the inside, that's going to be the number 92 car of Jake Hewlett, who had got into the lead of the race briefly, hadn't he, Jake Hewlett? The man from Stevenage is 29 years of age, a fibre engineer, another driver in his first season of racing. He's done sim racing before that. His future racing plans, he says, TCR, British Touring Car Championship, Porsche Cup and GT cars, so he's going to have a pretty fulfilling career, it would seem.
Sounds like it, yeah. He'll struggle to find the necessary weekends in a season to do them all. Maybe he's planning of like a 4-year programme.
Maybe, and good luck to him with all of his racing plans. He's in the JPH Racing J Autos prepared Civic, a 2003 car in his particular case. Alongside him is going to be the 84 car of Chris Smith from Mepham, and he is 35 years of age, a mechanic. He's married with 2 girls, aged 8 and 11, who no doubt will be wishing him a happy Father's Day. He only started racing last season, did some Super 1 karting up to the age of 12, then overall racing till he was 25, we'll say 10 years ago now, then had a break up until last year. And his car, it's prepared by himself, his dad, his brother-in-law, his nephew and his mate Alan as well. And also his daughters Sophia and Hannah help out, of course, with the preparation of the car as well. I think their contribution is probably the most invaluable of all, I would suggest, on Chris Smith's car. And then we've got the 104 car of Daniel Chapman. He lines up on the inside of the 4th row of the grid. And then it's the 130 car of Chris Nyland, but not too much more time to... maybe there's a bit more time to check, because we have got another green flag lap before the race gets back underway again. What we don't know is, Johnny, is how long this race is going to be, but I'm going to guess it's probably going to be 10 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, we were racing for, well, a lap and a bit, weren't we, before that red flag came out. So in the length of time that we've been racing, and then the clear-up process as well to make the track safe once again, the recovery of Ashmore's car, 10 minutes seems the logical route to go, but not our decision to make, I suppose. We will get word on that in a moment or two, and we'll have to look out again for an early checkered flag.
Yeah, 8 minutes is going to be the distance we're here. Yeah. So 8-minute restart. So it's probably going to be 7 laps, I would think, that we get out of this.
Well, that's still a reasonable amount of time, as long as these Honda Type Rs behave themselves a little more. As we know, Ashmore's incident coming as a result of some contact, having been able to witness that event, that moment again or from the live stream. We managed to wind that back and watch again out of frame. So, can Mark Dickin get a better start this time and keep behind him Joe McMullen? Connor Murphy will want to get away a little better as well, because he was bogged down for whatever reason. And there are cars out front that could very much make use of this partially reversed grid. Christopher Nyland, leading the championship coming into this event in South Wales, looking to gather some points back again, but from 8th position on the grid.
Yep, so they are heading to the grid to start this 8-minute race. It's going to be 7 laps therefore. It's going to be Mark Dickin starting on pole position. When the red flags came out, Jake Hewlett was ahead at the end of the first lap, but he's been put back to row 3 of the grid, albeit there's now effectively no row 2 of the grid, so not quite as far back as it might seem. We didn't really get a chance to see what the likes of Chris Nyland could do. He had made it up to 3rd place at the end of lap 1. We'll see if he can repeat that good start. He's now effectively starting in 6th place with that gap up where the second row of the grid should have been. And beside him will be Matt Digby, and then, or behind him will be Matt Digby. Beside him will be Joe Jessup, yesterday's race winner. Last few cars just making their way around Honda, appropriately named corner for this race. And once the green flag is waved at the back, we'll be underway for 8 minutes of racing for this Takiwa Type R Trophy, round 6 of the season, second of 3 races that we have this weekend. 5-second board goes up, red lights are on, and out they go now. And it's a pretty good start again from Mark Dick and Jake Hewlett, pretty nicely away from second position. Joe Jessup, I can see, has stolen a march on Matt Digby as well as they head up towards Hatchett's hairpin for the first time in the race. Chris Smith this time is very late on the brakes into Hatchett's. He does get the car turned in though, to his credit, and is he going to come out of it in second place? No, he's not quite. So it's going to be Mark Dickin that is leading then. I think it's Jake Hewlett in second place, and in third place it's Chris Smith as they make their way through Debeni.
Terrific car control though from Chris Smith to go around the outside of a couple of cars then, and up to briefly second, but now third. So he's tucked in behind the black car of Jake Hewlett, who's already trying to fashion an overtake, and Dickon is completely sideways. 2 cars going straight on and to avoid the spinning treble 7 as well, one of which was Chris Smith, and I think Jake Hewlett going with him. But amazingly, they've stayed on the track, yes. And Hewlett's still in the lead.
Yes, they have indeed. So it's Hewlett leading now. Chris Smith is second. From the outside of the front row of the grid, it's the number 11 car of Joe McMullen in third position as they make their way towards the end of this first lap of what's probably going to be 7 in this race. Both of them using quite a lot of curb on the exit of Honda that time. It's given Chris Smith a good run up the Cowles straight. Can he challenge Jake Hewlett into the hairpin, which is concentrating a little bit further back at the moment? There's Chris Nyland, the 130 car. Daniel Chapman in 104, but couldn't get Chris Smith into lead. And again, quite a lot of curb being used there by the drivers at Hatches, including that painted green bit on the inside.
Yeah, which is generally a no-no, particularly if you persist in that route through Hatches. It just shows how important it is to try and get some tyre temperature in early on in the race, because that for me was Mark Dickin's rears, just with, well, not exactly completely cold, but not enough operating window within them for the rear MRFs, and it meant that the car was sideways before he knew it, and then on the grass. So the treble 7 has recovered through in 17th place at the end of the first lap, and you're not going to be able to recover all those spots with only an 8-minute race. Concentrating briefly on William Puttergill, racing with James Mansell, but the race leaders still Jake Hewlett in the black car, yes, ahead of Chris Smith.
We did very briefly see a glimpse in the background of Mark Dickin. He was 17th at the end of lap 1. We'll see how far he can climb up the order. But it's Jake Hewlett leading there in the number 92 car, who had a win at Alton last time out. Second is Chris Smith at the moment, who coming into this weekend was 11th in the championship. Hewlett's just done the best lap of the race, and surprisingly on the first flying lap, a 106.86, which is a new lap record because we've gone faster than we did yesterday. But it's Nyland in third place, the man that leads the championship coming into this weekend. Joe Jessup fourth now. Of course, he had to come through from 10th or 8th on the grid. And then Daniel Chapman 5th, Matt Digby in 6th position. And where did Mark Dickin come through? He made up 3 places on that lap. He finished that lap in 14th position.
Okay, so that's a little better for him from 17th. If he can keep going at the rate of 3 cars a lap, then it will get him into the top 10 very swiftly indeed. But obviously it's more difficult to overtake the closer to the front you get. And Jake Hewlett, this man, is going to take some stopping in a very svelte looking black livery for the number 92 car. Over the line he'll go with Chris Smith still in attendance. Which of the 2 cars was slightly the quickest? That was the race leader, Jake Hewlett. So he's opened the gap up to 0.7 of a second now over Chris Smith. Chris Nyland is also coming, although he wasn't as quick as Smith in front of him. Joe Jessup, 4th position and 4th quickest of those leading cars.
Round Debeni on lap number 4 of this race, then pretty much halfway through the race now. As we see the cars flash through past the crossing, we pick up on Joe Jessup, who's in 4th place, Daniel Chapman 5th, Matt Digby 6th, and then Joseph McMullen 7th going through shot, ahead of William Puttergill going well in 8th, Jack Thomas 9th, and the rest of the field coming through. Mark Dickin still was 14th at the end of the previous lap, so he didn't make up any more places on that that last lap. Here are the leaders then, heading through Carter's there and down towards the right-hander at Honda to end the lap. So we reckon then 3 more laps over there. I tell you what, they could even squeeze 4 more laps out of this, just about. We'll see about that. Over the line they go. It's Hewlett leading now by 0.95 seconds. The lead went out by about a quarter of a second that time, but he didn't improve his best lap time. Most of the cars behind him did, I think, improve their personal best lap times. There up on the inside goes James Mansell in the 69 car, ahead of 7 now, Jack Thomas. So that's for 9th place at Hatchett's Hairpin.
These 2-litre engines in front of the Type Bars do really make a great sound as they hurl themselves across the line. And Jake Hewlett, fashioning that gap to virtually a second now over Chris Smith. So good measured pace from the race leader to this point. Car 69 heading through shot is James Mansell. He has behind him Jack Thomas. So that's a change of position as well. Mansell up to 9th spot, and behind them is Tim Necklin just outside the top 10. 2.5 to go. 5th position for Daniel Chapman in the blue with the Dayglow stripes. Car 104, kicking up the dust here and there and really rattling through Matt Digby yesterday, finishing 2nd position behind race winner Joe Jessup. So Digby having to work his way through from the reverse grid, and he's up to 6th place.
Yeah, if things stay this way, Jake Hewlett will narrow that gap to Chris Nolan in the championship. It will be almost level pegging, I think, in the championship going into this final race of the weekend later on this afternoon. So that's going to be something to watch out for, certainly. But that's by no means guaranteed he's going to do that, because there's only half a second between himself and Chris Smith, who took 4/10 out of him on the previous lap. That's the 97 car of Matt Digby in 6th position, just behind 104, the DH Racing prepared car of Daniel Chapman. Matt Digby, a very experienced driver, been racing with the 750 Motor Club for a long time now in stockhatch and Clios, before latterly switching to the Type R Trophy.
And going well in that, particularly yesterday, has had to really get his mind around a different bit of kit, although still front-wheel drive. So a lot of those learned processes from previously have come in useful. Nice gap at the moment to the car behind, which is Joe McMullen. Remember, Joe started on the front row with Mark Dickin, even with the restarted grid. So he's tumbled down the order to 7th spot and just ahead of William Puttergill. We grab a glimpse again of the race leader, Jake Hewlett.
And they are catching back markers as well, so this could be interesting. They're getting them up to Benny. That's the 23 car of Alan Gill, and also the 39 car, which is Warwick Ellis. Both of the leaders, though, have got past those without too much disruption, I think, although maybe Chris Smith's just a smidge close to the rear bumper of Jake Hewlett now. 30 seconds to go on the clock. We'll see whether we get the flag this time or we get one more lap. Blue flags are waving to let the back markers know that there's quicker cars coming through. The other cars in the sort of top 6 and 10 positions. It's going to be Jake Hewlett then with Chris Smith, with this very narrow gap between them, making their way down towards the Honda curve for the final time. Are we going to get the checkered flag this time or not? Checkered flag's been made ready, but no, they're going to go one more lap to go, Johnny.
2 seconds left on the clock, but it is the latest lap, or the lap to be completed after the 8 minutes is done, and they cross the line having done 7 minutes and 58 seconds. So round we go again. And is there any more traffic? Chris Smith will desperately be wanting that to be the case. Matt Digby gains the place on Daniel Chapman. That is 5th spot as the black and green car for Matt, yesterday's 2nd place finisher, now ahead of the blue and yellow of Daniel Chapman. And Joe Jessup is the next car on Matt Digby's list, but Joe's got a quick car this weekend, as has Jake Hewlett, round the centre S's and into Brooklands for the final time. Still can't shake the attentions of Chris Smith, but should be able to again judge this over the next couple of right-handers to pick up the race win.
Yeah, it's his to throw away from here, isn't it? So it's Jake Hewlett who's going to look for what will be his 2nd victory of the season. It will bring him close, nice and close to Chris Nyland in the championship race. Up to the line he comes at the end of 8 laps. It's Jake Hewlett that wins round 6 of the Tequila Type R Trophy. Second place goes the way of Chris Smith. Third goes to Chris Nyland. Joe Jessup can't add to his victory tally. He takes 4th position. 5th to number 97 Matt Digby. 6th to 104 Daniel Chapman. Joe McMullen takes 11th, 7th I should say. Then 8th in the end. Almost a blanket finish there. It's William Pottergill and James Mansell, I think, coming home 8th and 9th and rounding out the top 10. Just waiting for the screen to update itself. It was Jack Thomas in the end that got 10th place because Tim Necklin, I think, has dropped back somewhat in the closing moments of that race. But very entertaining race again for the Tequila Type R Trophy. A shame it was shortened to just about half of its original distance because of that red flag incident, but it was Jake Hewlett, number 92, that took the win from number 84, Chris Smith, in 2nd place. 3rd place went the way of 130, Christopher Nyland. In 4th place it was number 28, Joe Jessup, then Matt Digby in 97, and Daniel Chapman rounding out the top 6 in 104. Joe McMullen, William Puttergill, James Mansell and Jack Thomas completed the top 10. And further back, it was Daniel Bailey. Mark Dickin, only 12th place he got back to in the end after that incident on the opening lap of the race. Then Gavin Johnson, he took 9th place, or 13th place in number 9. Tim Necklin 14th, Samuel Dennis 15th, then Ursula Jordan, Matthew Duffel, Craig Atkinson, and then those lap drivers Warwick Ellis and Alan Gill. Well, Johnny, it's been a pleasure to have you with me this morning, and indeed the end of yesterday afternoon as well, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to send you outside for the rest of the afternoon now.
Thanks very much, Ian. A delight to be back with the 750 Motor Club. Thank you for the invitation to South Wales. I haven't come to Pembrey for 5 years, I think, and it's been even longer to be associated with the 750 Motor Club, so thank you. I'm not going anywhere, as you say, apart from downstairs.
Yes.
And for that 90-minute BMW race. Looking forward to that, to keep you up to date with pit stops, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. So Josh Barrett, who's headed downstairs to speak to our successful Type R Trophy drivers, he's going to replace Johnny in the chair next to me, and we'll bring you this afternoon's races, which will get underway at around about 1 with the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. Then it's the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Their second of 3 races today. We get 3 Clio races today. But we're ready downstairs in the pit lane, so we'll head down to Josh Barrett before the lunch break.
So we're down here with our top 3 from the TGR Type R Trophy race, that reverse grid race which had plenty of action, and it was Jake Hewlett that came across the line first to take the checkered flag. So we'll let Jake get out of his car and then we'll grab a word with him if he can. I think from that damage in the earlier race, you can see it's buckled the door there, so it won't open. So that car will have to be re-scrutineered before the next race, I suspect. Jake, well done, Brad. I'll give you the winner's garland. A couple of starts there, but you got to the front in both of them.
Yes. We really struggled yesterday with wet setup, and the car was going into limp mode. So we knew we'd hopefully be strong in the dry, and the plan was to obviously just get off the line good and see where we could go from there. Be consistent and get where we could.
Chris pressurised you a lot though all the way through that race.
Yes, absolutely. Struggling through 4th gear. Don't want to be that guy to give all the excuses, but you would have heard through DeBenny, and we was struggling for gear. Got 3rd and 2nd a couple of times whilst going for 4th, which the engine stayed in one piece. So
I did see some black smoke come out the back of the car a few times there.
Yes. Yeah, it was a bit touch and go. Hopefully she's okay.
You've had a nice start to the year though. I think this is your first season in cars, so it's going really well.
Yep, first ever season. Thank you very much. We're doing the best we can.
I think you've got to go and see the Clark next, so
Clark, yeah.
best of luck with that. 2nd place went to Chris Smith. Chris, 2nd there for you. You were pleased about the restart, I think, because the first start didn't go quite so well.
Over the moon. I tried going around the outside and it didn't pay off, but I was lucky for the restart. But
the restart, you managed to execute it properly.
Yeah, no, I thought, should I try it again? Should I not? No, we'll try it again. And yeah, it paid off. The car's got some good pace in it again, so yeah, it's nice. It's finally getting a handle on that car, which is starting to look good. So.
You did hot hatch last year, didn't you? Yeah. So this is a totally different car to that one.
Yeah, completely brand new car for this year. You know, everyone at my garage Apollo was putting a load of effort to get it done and preparing it in between meetings and stuff. So yeah, no, it's good. Happy day.
A different type of racing, I guess, with one class or everybody with the same car.
I mean, we was in Class A last year anyway, so you break away at the front anyway. And again, that was nice tight racing. Just a lot of cars really come up to lap them, so it got a bit chaotic in that. And
although saying that, the last lap of that race, it got close as well.
I was really happy to see them. I got to admit, I was really happy to see the back markers, and it made me get a little bit closer, but our tyres went off a little bit. So, but no.
And then another race later, try again.
That's it, some alterations and we'll go again.
Best of luck for that. And then in third place was Chris, the only driver who's been on the podium in both races, and that's all good points for the championship.
That wasn't a good points all that one. Yeah, starting from 8th, I was quite happy with that one. Kept it clean. So, and then just by the end, I was just running the laps. I don't know what the fastest lap was. I was just trying for that, but I had no idea what it was. But I was just trying for that really. I wouldn't be able to move forward. I think the pace of the two at the front were good. So yeah.
But how did the start go then as you managed to get up there?
Both starts actually made quite a good start. The first start I went down the inside, tried that line, and then the second start I went around the outside. So it's for the most part it was clean. You know what I saw around all the guys around me. So yeah, it was good.
And obviously a very different day to yesterday. How do you find the track in the dry?
Yeah, it's obviously a lot more grippier. I'm not doing pirouettes today, so not being marked on my 360s. But yeah, no, it's a good little track. I like it. It's fast flowing. It's great.
And all day the racing's been really close and there's been overtaking. Do you think in these cars overtaking is certainly possible?
Oh yeah, overtaking is possible. I think that this track lends its hand to a bit more. You know, it's difficult to overtake, and we're all the same. So you've just got to position your car or try and force somebody into an error. But on the whole, you can overtake, but it's very, very difficult.
Obviously, one more race to go today. We presume it's going to stay dry. Setup changes, or are you happy with how the car was there?
It was a little bit understeery, so we're going to make a setup change definitely. Try and get it a bit more pointy, and then yeah, see what we can do in race 3.
I noticed, obviously, from yesterday, there were quite a few damaged cars. I think they're all back out there, so lots of hard work in the paddock overnight, was there?
I believe so, yeah. I mean, the main thing is obviously all the drivers are all right, but yeah, the cars were all on the grid, so and I'm pretty sure, you know, I've seen a little bit of contact out there. Then I'm hoping they'll all be out for the next race as well.
Well, good luck with your race.
Thank you.
So that completes our morning races here at Pembrey. There's lots of racing to come this afternoon, but do stay with us on Alpha Live because over the weekend we've caught up with some people in the paddock, and that's what you'll be seeing during the course of the lunch break. So we're here at Pembrey for the historic 750 Formula with Tim Roebuck. Tim, a new venue this weekend, a few years since the Championship's been here. Have you been here before?
Yeah, no, it's a completely new one for me. So looks like we've got some weather to come as well, so just to add to the challenge.
And tell us a bit about your car.
So my car, this is the 4th season that I've been running this car. It was originally a Mark I Pigsty Special, which was built for the road, and was then bought by John Miles about 7 or 8 years ago. He rebuilt it extensively into a race car and modified it heavily, and I worked on the development of the car with him. And sadly, about 4.5 years ago, nearly 5 years ago, he passed away, and the family were gracious enough to offer me the chance to buy the car. So yeah, I bought the car and have been running it ever since.
You had any part of motorsport before that?
Yeah, bits of sprinting and hill climbing. I didn't start circuit racing until I got this car, but yeah, sprints and hill climbs in a variety of cars.
Is Austin 7 something you've been interested in for a long time before being part of this car?
It's something that John got me interested in. This was, I think, the 3rd Austin 7 that John worked on in later years as part of his retirement. And actually he started before he retired, and I was still working with him, and he was enthused everybody with the projects that he was working on. So yeah, it wasn't something that I knew anything about until John started messing with them again, and yeah.
And what is it like to drive in the dry and then in the wet?
It's surprisingly modern in most regards to drive. It's got a really good setup in the dry, handles really nicely, and in the wet. I'm running more modern radial tyres compared to the Class C cars and some of the VSCC eligible cars that are running. They're not cross plies, and they're a big advantage in the wet to run the radial tyres.
I remember at Snetterton last year, you're sort of right up at the front, getting very sideways a lot of the time.
Yes, yeah, that was really unfortunate because I was in 2nd place overall, and the gearbox failed. So yeah, that was a bit disappointing, but yeah, it was nice to be right up there.
I guess with tomorrow, there's a very large possibility of rain. I think, is that something you think an overall result could be quite likely?
I don't know. It depends a lot on how much grip there is out there, how much rain there is, what the circuit is like when it gets wet, but we'll see.
And you enjoying all the racing here?
Yes, yeah, it's an interesting circuit. As I've never been before, and it's you spend a lot of time in a fast corner here. Yeah. So yeah, it should be good.
Because I guess a track like this, which hasn't got very many long straights, is something that sort of suits the speed of an Austin 7.
Yeah, it's flat out for a lot of the lap. Yeah, you've got a really hard braking area for the hairpin, which is not the best thing for me at the moment. I'm just bedding in some new brake linings, so today's been a bit of staying out of people's way and trying to get the brakes bedded in and keep adjusting them. But hopefully it'll be a bit better for the race tomorrow. Well,
best of luck and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
So we're here at Pembrey, ahead of the Locals Championship with Paul Clark. Paul, the Locals have had a couple of rounds so far. How's it gone for you?
Could be better, putting it nicely. Yeah, I come in the Silverstone thinking I'll be all right this year, and then got brought back down to earth quite quick. But yeah, no, to be fair, if it wasn't for West, I wouldn't be out, I don't think, because most of my cars is. So yeah, so big thanks to West. Good as gold. I wouldn't, like I say, I wouldn't be out here if it wasn't for him. So, yeah, just trying to keep up with him now. That's the problem.
The Silverstone round you talked about, the racing there was quite extraordinary, wasn't it? Especially the first one.
Yeah, no, I had a great start in the first one. I started 13th and got into the lead and cut the laps, and then from the lead to about 7th in about 3 corners. So, yeah, no, I made a couple of mistakes which killed my race really, and then yeah, so it was just one of them really.
Then it was quite a special experience for the championship going to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. Were you at that one?
Yes, yeah, went there. I wish I wasn't because it wasn't great. So yeah, that was a learning curve. A good track. I think everyone enjoyed the track, but I didn't really get the grips with it. I was too far off the pace, and that was the end of that really. It was just trying to get as many points. Made a mistake in the first one and tapped the wall, bent the steering rack, so that was the end of that. And then yeah, it's just damage limitations after that in the next couple of races. So hoping for a bit better in this one.
Obviously here at Pembrey, it's quite a different circuit and quite a good grid here this weekend. What do you expect from it?
Well, hopefully better than Brands, is put it that way. No, I've been out this morning. It was good. I felt quite good really, but just trying to keep up with the quick ones at the front, and it's hard work. But touch wood, it'll be better than Brands, so we'll go for that.
You've been in the championship now for quite a few years. You're obviously enjoying it, coming back each year.
Yeah. It's time away from the missus, isn't it, really? But no, she's over there. Better not say it too loud. But yeah, no, I love it. I think it doesn't matter where you are on the grid. It's you're always battling someone. Everyone likes to be out the front, but you got to be on it all the time. No, any mistakes and then they're gone. But yeah, all through the grid, everyone will help everyone. Doesn't matter if it's at the front or the back. Everyone seems to help each other. So that's what it's about.
You obviously mentioned there about Martin West helping you out, and like you say, that happens all the way through the paddock.
Yeah, well, like I say, I think I've got about the mirrors and the fuel tank on that, and that's about it of mine. The rest is Westy's spare parts, so yeah, I'll be lost without him, to be fair. So it is. Hopefully he'll do it again this year. I know Craig's had a couple of good results. He's running away for it at the minute, but we'll see. It's a long way to go yet.
Well, best of luck with you this weekend.
Cheers, thanks mate. See you soon.
We're here at Pembrey ahead of the Classic Stockhatch Championship. Ryan Clark. Ryan, you've been in the Championship for a while now and obviously still enjoying it coming back each year.
Yes, yeah, it's. I think it's one of the most competitive, friendly championships anywhere in the UK, to be honest. So yeah, so it's a nice paddock, good racing, and I don't think you beat it anywhere.
It's one of the few championships where you sort of got a choice of car all within the same class. So what made you choose the Peugeot?
It came up. I wanted a Fiesta. I've always been a Ford man. As a boy growing up, and I was avidly after an XR2i, and I couldn't find one, and a Peugeot came up cheap, so it was my first experience of French cars. But on the whole, I think they're a lot stronger than, in respect to durability, they're a lot stronger than the Fords. Fords are quite fragile.
You got a nice livery on it. What made you choose that one?
A theme's run through Classic Stockhatch, I think, for the last 4 years, of people paying sort of homage to older touring cars and world touring cars. So my last car, I did it in the Pikes Peak colours of the 406, and so that is the 307 World Rally Car colours. So it's just to sort of keep that theme going.
Obviously, that's sort of a rally type of thing. This is circuit racing. Is rally what you're into?
Not, but there's a majority of the options were taken. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Most people have claimed, so rather than sort of doing something that somebody else has already done, it was just a case of trying to do something still race themed but different.
You've got a nice knitted family of friends that you come racing with here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we all sort of, in essence, started doing it on our own. And we've banded up together, and we've sort of been together now for about four or five seasons. So yeah, it's good. It's good to have that support, that network. If you need anything, you know, even away from racing, if you need to get something done on the car, it comes back to what Classic Stockhatch is and what Classic Stockhatch is about.
So that as well means it's not just the competition you have over a weekend. Obviously, a weekend sort of 3 days, but you only get a few 15-minute races. But that social side of it really adds to it.
Massively, I think it's as much of it, if that makes sense. So I know there's very different drivers in different championships that want different things, and I think, but the one thing you tend to find in classics, which is why everyone stays, is that it is just a big family and it's friendly, and we've all just been to Le Mans to watch the Le Mans for a week, and you know, it's much to my wife's dismay, it takes over quite a large part of your life.
Obviously, you say you've been to Le Mans. Now you're here at Pembrey the week after, two very different places. But also, how are you doing for sleep?
Yeah, It's we're all none of us thought we would, but we were all absolutely knackered. So, but it was worth it. Yeah.
Again, that's the way that the racing families all come together. You probably wouldn't have known each other without this championship.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And you learn off each other, and we've all got different strengths. You know, so it's brilliant. That side of it's very, very good.
And on track, have you got any ambitions for this weekend?
No, just finish somewhere and have some good battles. In all honesty, I'm not good enough, I'm not quick enough to be right up at the sharp end. So it's just nice to get out there wherever you are on the grid and just have some good battles with 3 or 4 other cars, come back with a smile on your face and sweaty.
Again, that's the whole point. You don't need to be at the front to be enjoying yourself, and you're always going to find somebody out there to race with.
Yeah, it's very, very rare that you don't have a race weekend, whether you're 5th, 15th, 25th, and you're not battling. And I think that's the enjoyment of this, is that wherever you are, there's other drivers who are in or around your level, and you know, you can have some fun with them.
Well, best luck this weekend. Enjoy your weekend.
Lovely. All right, take care.
So we're here at Pembrey ahead of the 750 Formula race. We've got Jake Doherty here, who had his race debut at Silverstone a month ago. How did that go?
Yeah, it went all right. It's just first time doing any sort of racing. Like, haven't done any karting or nothing like that, so straight into it, and yeah, got 2 finishes out of it, so it was good.
You've been around race paddocks for a long time, though. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I've been about it all my life, really. Obviously, with my granddad doing it, so yeah, just getting into it now and actually doing the driving.
Granddad's here as well, Bob. It's a bit unusual, is it, now, to have your grandson out racing?
It doesn't feel too bad, but at Silverstone, you can't really see him racing as such, can you? So I'll let you know after tomorrow's race. And it's going to be wet as well tomorrow, I understand. So we'll have to wait and see how that one goes.
You've obviously been around the club for a very long time. How have you found the championship progressing all through those years?
Progressing, I don't know whether it's progressing, but it's got more expensive to keep up with the front guys, I suppose. So that's about the only issue.
And the car itself, that's a car I think built quite a long time ago originally now.
Yeah, it was, in the early 90s. So it's getting a bit old now, but it's still going, and I'm hoping Jake can get it back to the front. Whereas I was slipping back, I'm hoping he can take it back to the front of the grid again.
Obviously, you've got so much experience. Have you been passing that on to Jake over the last few months?
Well, the last few years, yeah, we keep talking about it. So I'm hoping he's picking things up, and he's got his own ideas anyway. So hopefully we'll get further up the grid.
I presume you're still enjoying coming to the race circuits after all these years?
Yeah, I love it. I love this bit of it. Yeah. I really enjoy the race weekend.
And what's your favourite memories from the championship in the past?
In the past, well, of winning it, obviously. It's just something that I've always wanted to do, and I've enjoyed doing it. You know, all this time. So it's about 53 years at the moment. So, you know.
And you plan to get back in the car at some stage?
Well, that was Plan A at the start of the year, and I'll let you know by the time we get to Cadwell, because I think Cadwell will be my last chance to have a go. So, but you know, while Jake's enjoying it and still progressing, we'll leave him to do it, I think.
Yeah, back to you, Jake. So this weekend at Pembrey, I think you've done a session out in the car. How do you find this circuit compared to Silverstone?
Well, it's definitely a lot more bumpy than Silverstone. The circuit is similar in some ways, but there's a couple of other different areas. The car feels a lot better in terms of than what it was at Silverstone, but that's probably me as well. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully it'll be a good weekend.
And obviously, I think it's 3 races, isn't it, this weekend? So you get to. You'll hit 2 this one.
I think it's 2.
Planned on 3.
Yeah, if we're doing 3, I don't know about it. So yeah, I think so.
So 2 races this weekend. We may have different weather, like you say, each day. So that's going to be lots of learning experience this weekend.
Yeah, definitely in the wet. I haven't driven it in the wet. So tomorrow is looking like it's going to be wet all day. So it'll be a big learning thing tomorrow, and then hopefully Sunday can put all the testing from today into Sunday's race.
Obviously, these cars don't have too much power, but they've got lots of grip. It looks like. How are you finding that?
Yeah, it is. There's loads of grip in the corners, keeping up with quite a lot more powerful cars than what we've got. But yeah, there's more than enough grip to get around.
Well, best of luck this weekend. Hope all goes well.
Thank you.
of the Locals Championship with Dan Garrett. Dan, a new class, you're new to the class here, and it's quite an extraordinary category to be in.
Yeah, it is, mate. Yeah, definitely.
Silverstone started off, I think, not great for you, but the race in there was quite an interesting races to be in, loads of overtaking.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was sort of 4th to 14th and back again, and yeah, it was an interesting race, yeah.
Then the championship moved on to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, which was the first time championship you've ever been there, and how did you find the circuit?
Oh, awesome. Absolutely awesome, yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to do the GP next year and get back out again, so yeah.
And like we talked about, the racing is quite different really to any other championships. How have you found getting involved in having to do loads of overtaking throughout a race?
Yeah. Actually, I don't know. I find it all right, to be honest. It's good. It's the further up the grid you get, the cleaner the driving. You build a trust up with the other drivers, and yeah, no, it's all right.
You obviously got quite a family outing nowadays. I think there's 3 of you here this weekend.
Brilliant, mate. Absolutely brilliant. It's great to be with both brothers, and my dad come down and watch the last race, which was fantastic. So, yeah, it's good.
I guess there's that social element as well as the actual competitive part of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ryan's actually chasing me down this weekend, so I'm going to have to watch myself, but can't have him beat me, so yeah.
First time you've been to this circuit?
Yeah, it is. I've only actually done Brands and Silverstone and Stetson a couple of times, so yeah, it's still a learning curve. Yeah, it is. But testing's good. Testing's great.
It sounds like you're enjoying it all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. And it's just good. It's good environment. It's good atmosphere.
Best of luck this weekend.
Fantastic. Cheers. Thank you.
So we're here at Pembrey for the Locals Championship with the championship leader, Craig Land. Craig, it's been quite a remarkable start to the year for you.
Yeah, it's been absolutely phenomenal, to be honest. Going in this season and putting two on the go in Silverstone, and then going to Brands Hatch, no testing, and putting in pole by nearly 2 seconds. Yeah. So I thought, blimey, I'm just going to have to get my head down and see if I can get away. And there we go, I got 3 more wins. I mean, they didn't make it easy. Like, I think I just spoke to Dan Garrett, and both him and Westy was on my tail probably for the first 3 or 4 laps. It's about being consistent. I know I had the pace, so if I kept putting lap after lap, at one point they're going to basically get each other in a knot, and that's when I basically pull away. And then just about keeping it consistent then, and keeping lap after lap after lap while they keep going further back, getting each other in a knot, and that was the idea. Then I kept that same strategy through the 3 races, which then obviously I managed to get a victory in all of them. But yeah, I mean, she's going absolutely perfect at the minute. It's just about keeping her happy and just keeping her going in a straight line. I mean, last year I had a big crash at Donington, which basically a big setback in the championship, and it was constant chase then for the year. And then I had a really good last round. Even though I had qualified last at Mallory, I was up in the top 3 after 2 or 3 laps, and I knew if I carried on improving it over winter, I'd come in fairly quick. And yeah, I'm hoping that this weekend's going to be kind to me, and I've never been here before, so I'm going to see how it falls a bit. And obviously got rain tomorrow as well, so I seem to go all right in the rain, touch wood. So fingers crossed. I'm looking forward to it, and it should be exciting. I think I think West is here, and Dan Garrett's. I think it's going to be Carl Reginald. I think it's going to be close between us 4.
Locals racing traditionally anyway had lots of overtaking, obviously like the first race at Silverstone. Pembrey, a bit of a different circuit, but you think that's going to be a similar sort of thing here?
Yeah, I think so. I can imagine there's a lot of fast corners, so it means the toe's going to be even more useful. Even if you get good momentum for the bends, you're going to lose 4 or 5 car lengths every single straight for the guys behind. So to be able to pull away tomorrow, it's going to be a whole different ball game compared to Brands, where you can really keep. Brands, obviously, it's about momentum and breaking away through those corners. Like I said, it's using your competitors against your competitors, basically, and thinking it through that. But yeah, I think tomorrow's going to be close. I think it's going to be. You'll see probably 4 cars going abreast into the hairpins. It's going to be close, just like Silverstone, basically. It's going to be like the first race, I think, unless I can get away.
You obviously that unbelievable thing at Silverstone in the second race, because after the first race where nobody led for more than 1 corner, the second race you did manage to break the toe somehow.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was. I was struggling for power in the first race. My carb, for some reason, the carb decided to give go, and I was only on the first choke, which I was down by like 10% of power. I managed to do Westy by the smallest of margins over the line, but I think with Silverstone, I managed to break away. I think it was just again, just trying to keep consistent. I think that's the key. When I've got the speed, I think on a lap on my own on a lap, I'm just as quick as the guys in the tow. So I'm just hoping to keep that momentum going.
And obviously you mentioned how good your Brands Hatch weekend. First time the championship ever went to the Grand Prix circuit, so that was quite an experience to be around then. Obviously you enjoyed that track.
Yeah, I love it. I think it suits my driving style down to a T. I think it benefits whoever puts the most into the corners and push like 110%. You get the most reward of that circuit. But obviously, if you do go over there, there's not much runoff in the GP section, so it can be quite critical if you do put it in the tyre wall. I just think that circuit really suited me, and I'd love to do it again one day. But it's just where we get that chance and opportunity again.
And you're obviously enjoying this category. You've been around now for a few seasons.
Yeah. I mean, I love it. I came here from karting. I was doing karting for 20 plus years, and so coming in from that to do this, it's just the same. Like, it's all about the tow, getting your head down, and being in a chain with some of these guys. You can have 11 car battles, and one lap you can be 11th, the next lap you're in the lead. So it's all to play for, and I think that's why there's always large grids turning up. Obviously got the Mazda class, but these guys are still running. They're still going strong, and I think I'll still be here for two to three more seasons at least, because I just enjoy it so much. There's always someone to get race against, and I think that's the fun part about it.
Well, best luck this weekend and for the rest of the year.
Yeah, cheers. So thank you very much. Take care.
We're here with the communications manager of the 750 Motor Club, James Stonley. James, the 750 Motor Club in the 2022 season, it's looking a good year ahead.
Yeah, we're all set for an exciting, busy year again. 2021 was a very good year for the club. It was great to have a lot of newcomers joining us, both from elsewhere, but also novices coming in. And a lot of appetite for club level racing, and hoping to see the same again this year with a packed calendar.
Obviously, there was a lot of challenges worldwide over the last couple of years. How have the club adapted to the new way of life?
There's been, there's certainly been some positives that have kind of come out of the, I suppose, upheaval of pandemic-related issues. Processes are a lot more efficient, kind of going forwards. A lot more is done online now, which ultimately, if we can refine those processes to make life easier for the competitors, but also crucially, the officials and the marshals, and try and ease that process into, I suppose, the new generation of the admin procedures, then it works really well.
Obviously, the club's changed a lot over the years. What are the sort of the new things over the last few years that people can come to expect from the 750 Motor Club?
From the competitors' point of view, we've got online signing on. We're doing everything kind of digitally in advance, so a little bit more to do on the run-up to a race meeting, but you don't necessarily have to be up quite as early, at a race meeting. But we're constantly progressing, adding new things. We're doing a lot more live streaming. For competitors, it works for everybody. It works for the competitors, the sponsors, and just to get the 750 Motor Club kind of brand and club motorsport really out there to the wider world that perhaps don't know we exist.
And for the on-track championships, how have they had to adapt over the last few decades?
I mean, it's a kind of constant progression really for many championships. We've got such a varied range from kind of development formulae to kind of one make series, and it's a kind of natural progression for some, and a lot going on both in terms of the car builds and refining things to keep costs down for competitors where necessary by refining the regulations.
You mentioned regulations there. There's obviously some championships which are much more tightly than others, so if you perhaps like building a car, there's some championships that perhaps prefer that type of competitor.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's we kind of cater for every competitor, whether it's somebody that wants to be really hands-on and build a car, completely from scratch. It's obviously 750 Formula, this championship going, and that is it's having a good resurgence over the last kind of year or two. New people coming in, and you can literally start from scratch. And that we have other formula that are like that. If you're that way inclined, or there's kind of things in between: buy a chassis, convert it. But then right at the other end of the scale, we like to make it easy. So if you just want to go hatchback racing or saloon car racing, there's formally where you just need to do the bolt-in roll cage and some basic bolt-on modifications, and it's not a huge challenge. And then taking that a step further, in most of the formally there are teams that work around 750 Motor Club paddock that can offer just an arrive and drive option. So you've got the license and your safety kit, turn up with your helmet and your suit and your license, and away you go.
And if you are new to racing, best way is to contact the club directly, I assume.
Absolutely, yeah. Always encourage people to just pick the phone up, give us a call. Happy to talk through all the different formulae we run and the steps involved in getting your license. But also, come along to a race meeting and chat to us in person, speak to the drivers, and we try and ensure that although you might be on track for 45 minutes or something like that across a weekend, it is the whole weekend has got to be an enjoyable experience, and that is a really prime factor for 750 Motor Club. So anything we can do to improve that experience, we do, and ensure that everybody has a good time, both on track and off.
And you mentioned there about obviously on track it's all very competitive, but in the paddock there's a really good feel.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, as I say, that really has been a long-standing part of the club. Everybody wants to win on track, but nobody wants to win by leaving somebody back in the pit. So you have a mechanical problem, your rivals on track will descend on your car and help you get it fixed, get back out. And in the evenings it's social, there's barbecues, and everybody makes new friends, and it's always really encouraging to see and nice to see when newcomers kind of come involved, and it becomes kind of their life both on and off track.
And for those that are not sure what sort of budget they can commit to, what sort of things should they be looking at?
It's kind of in some ways it's how much you kind of want to spend, how much you want to get involved. One thing we always try and get across from the start is that you don't have to commit to a full season in any championship. There's no obligation to sign up with the big bill at the beginning of the season. Do as many or as few races as you want once you've got the license and your kit, and if you're running your own car, do a few track days, come and do some racing. So you can get involved. You can do a whole season in some of our championships for kind of £3,000, that sort of range upwards. If you're sharing a car in something like road sports, you could probably do it for that maybe even a little bit less. But then if you were wanting to do arrive and drive in one of the kind of quicker, more involved championships, you're probably looking at kind of £20,000 and upwards. It really depends what you want to spend on the car yourself. But whatever kind of your budget is, we should hopefully be able to find a home for you.
Thanks, James, and hopefully some of the people watching at home today might be on track soon.
Very warm welcome back to Pembrey, where we're about to get racing underway a little bit early after the lunch break with race 18 of the weekend, the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. The cars having just been released from their assembly area towards the grid, where they will line up on in this grid order based on the fastest lap times from yesterday. So pole position is number 88, Richard Webb. Beside him is number 14, Paul Smith. Second row of the grid, on the inside you have number 1, Ryan Yarrow. And number 2, Michael Roots. Row 3 is 8, Dan Clues, and 63, Colin Chapman. On the fourth row, it's 24, Rich Miles, who had to stop from the back yesterday because he missed qualifying, and 43, Paul Rogers. Fifth row is 21, Phil Hutchins, and 9, Ian Hutchinson. Row 6, 33, Daniel Ashby, and 72, Jonathan McGill. On the seventh row, it's 44, Carl Austin, and 11, Paul Sawyer. James Foley, 71, and David Watson, 85, will be at the back. David Watson in an invitation class car, which we will talk more about as the race goes on. Well, Josh Barrett is back alongside me in the commentary box for this afternoon's racing. And yesterday, Richard Webb made it 5 wins out of 5, didn't he? But it was a little bit closer than some of the other races we've had this season in Sports 1000.
Yeah, he was chased really hard, wasn't he, by Paul Smith all the way. There was very little to choose between them in very different conditions, though. It was stopping wet, wasn't it, when they were racing? Big spray coming off the cars. Actually, Paul Smith couldn't really see where he was going most of the time because there was so much spray. A very different story today, so we'll see how that translates. But Paul Smith was saying that they changed the car again, and this time it worked, although that was wet. Now it's dry, so that's going to be a different factor. But if anybody could take this to Richard Webb, you'd kind of think that might be Paul Smith with all those years of experience in other categories.
Yeah.
And lots of bad luck he's had over the last few seasons in that Mattel. You can see the cars lined up on the grid here. I wonder now if he will be able to take it to Richard Webb. They both had different backgrounds, but both very experienced, very quick drivers with lots of success in other things.
Yep, so it's a Spire versus a Mattel, which is always good when we get the two different marks up against one another. Second again, it's Spire versus Mattel, because you've got Ryan Yarrow in the car that he's developed alongside the Mattel of Michael Roots. And the third row, another Mattel run car, the number 8 of Dan Clues, is doubling up this season with F1000 and Sports 1000, and the very experienced number 63 Colin Chapman on the third row of the grid. So we've got the 1 minute board now being shown, race about to get underway. So it's going to be a 15 minutes, it's the super sprint weekend for the Sports 1000 Championship. We've had one 15-minute race already. There's 2 more this afternoon. Race gets underway, and it's a yellow flag because, again, Michael Roots does not get off the grid at all well. He fluffed the start yesterday as well, so there must be a problem with the car, I should think. But the leaders are all heading down towards Hatchett's for the first time. It's Richard Webb that's got the lead. Paul Smith has gone very wide. That's unfortunate. That's the invitation class car being driven by David Watson, number 85. He went pretty deep at Hatchett's as well, Josh.
Yeah, so the order's in a bit different than what we might have expected. That car that's gone spinning off out of shot, that was Paul Smith, so he's been off twice now in a couple of corners really there, so that's not gone well at all after talking up Paul Smith's chances. But there is Richard Webb, he's certainly the leader. Second is Ryan Yarrow, the former champion. Third is Dan Clues, who's come through there from 5th on the grid. He's getting more and more experience in this car, coming from the single-seater F1000 Championship that runs with the 750 Motor Club. But there is Richard Webb. These cars so quick, we're already at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Be interesting to see what lap times they do in dry conditions. The record is a 58.97 to Matt Higginson. That was set 9 years ago. So we'll see if that's been, I'm pretty sure it probably will be actually, as they head round Hatchett's for the second time then. And it's actually pretty close, isn't it, between Richard Webb and the reigning champion, the double champion in fact, Ryan Yarrow in second position.
Yeah, that's right. So Ryan Yarrow's taken it to Richard Webb, and he's forced Webb into a mistake. Who's gone off the road? That's the first mistake I think we've seen from him all season long. This in the 6th round of the championship, and it's the first time anybody else has led a race, I think.
That's right, yeah.
So it's Ryan Yarrow that leads, and it's not just him that's right around Richard Webb, because Dan Clues is there in 3rd place, and then Paul Rogers, who's returning to the championship this year, is there in P4. So this is a really interesting start to the race.
Yeah, Paul Smith came across the line 15th at the end of lap 1 after his very eventful first lap of the race. We'll see where he can climb up to. Rich Mars was up to 6th at the end of the first lap as well, but already at the end of lap 2, first flying lap, and it's Ryan Yarrow that's leading therefore, and that was a 1 minute 00.79, so we're not down to lap record pace just yet, as up the inside of Richard Webb goes Dan Clues at Hatchett's hairpin. So Richard Webb down to 3rd place, is he? Just ahead of Paul Rogers.
Yeah, this is most unusual. Not in the form book of the season at this point. So they're making their way through the 3rd lap. The fastest lap with Rogers, actually. So he's going really well here. Webb's already got back past Clues. Not quite sure how he made that work, but he has done that. So he's back into 2nd place, is Richard Webb. Back ahead of Dan Clues, who, as I was saying, getting more used to in sports car racing now from the single-seater racing that he also competes in, and going really well here at the start of this race at Pembrey. Looks like Richard Miles hasn't made it to the end of the 2nd lap, I'm afraid. So it looks like he's out. Here they come then through Honda curve. The car's really bouncing over the bumps here. You don't really see that in any of the other formulas, but these low downforce type cars, low sports cars, you really see the cars over the bumps. And there is Richard Webb into the Hatchett's hairpin with Dan Clues and with Paul Rogers right behind.
And Rich Miles now in the pit lane beneath us, as we said, didn't get beyond the end of the first lap of the race. So that's sad for him. hopefully his car will be fixed for race 2 of the day, race 3 of the weekend. So we've now got Richard Webb, the championship sponsor, the man behind RLM, now pursuing the reigning champion Ryan Yarrow in the lead once again. Meanwhile, Dan Clues has got Paul Rogers to try to fend off, and Paul Rogers making his return to the championship. This season he's raced a number of different cars down the year, but I think as he's getting used to this this latest car that he's driven, the Spire, then he's getting quicker all the time.
And Colin Chapman is going right with them. But I think I just saw from the corner shot there, Richard Webb is right with Ryan Yarrow for the lead. Here they come out of the Honda curve, the top two together, and Ryan Yarrow has a big moment. There's Miles in the pit lane, but there are the leaders across the line, absolutely together now, as Richard Webb goes back after Ryan Yarrow, who made a good start to this race. But now Richard Webb is putting the pressure on. Here they go through the hairpin. He's just done the fastest lap. He's got under a minute finally, at 59.54. So he's got 6/10 of a second or so to find on the lap record that you mentioned with Matt Higginson from nearly a decade ago now. And there's Webb over the inside, sideways, and now Ryan Yarrow is going to have a lot of pressure put on him. And Webb there, he's sideways as well, so they're absolutely on the edge. And now Webb finds space. I didn't expect that. He outbraked himself here, though.
Yes, he has. He went through on the inside briefly at Brooklands hairpin, but had to concede the place back to Ryan Yarrow, I should say, almost immediately then. So Ryan Yarrow in that number 1 car, leading the race. The man from the north of England, from Bury, the electrical engineer, loves racing in Sports 1000, so enthusiastic about it. He's done some development work on this car himself, the ex-Billy Oldbone car, but this car for Richard Webb, that's a fresh build car, isn't it? That one that Richard Webb's got for this season.
Yeah, it looks to me like it's got a little bits of downforce or little bits put onto it to create ground force when you see the cars up close, so it's a little bit more developed. Is Yarrow out wide here? No, I think he's okay as they come through the Senna S. It's so quick, these cars, through this part of the circuit. Well, pretty much all the way around the circuit it's really quick, but particularly around here, you can see the drivers working at the cars. They're sliding around a lot, these cars that do run on treaded tyres, and as you can see they've got no wing, so all the downforce that is created is really from underneath the cars. They've got little sort of winglets on the back of the cars, but nothing too drastic, but they are so quick. They're affordable cars as well for the speed that they go, and they have some great racing, as we see here. Top 2 together across the line.
Yep, so that is the end of lap number 6 of the race, and 2/10 between them as they go down to Hatchett's, less than that. Webb trying to get his car up on the inside of Yarrow. He takes the very tight line there. He's going to have the inside line for Spitfires, but then the outside line for DeBenny, and Ryan Yarrow keeps him at bay there, I think. Yes, he does. So it's the Ryan Yarrow Spire with the blue livery ahead of the orangey red livery of the Richard Webb Spire that's yet to be beaten this season, we remind you. He's really hustling hard, isn't he, to try and get past Ryan Yarrow. He's pushing and pushing and pushing, and you do wonder if that might at some point lead to a mistake.
Yeah, you wonder if the car is actually set up right, don't you? Because it is moving around a lot. We said the cars on treaded tyres and so forth, so they do move around more than a winged car on slicks, but it does seem to me that for dry conditions, Richard Webb's car's moving around more than you'd expect. But we've mentioned the Pembrey circuit, maybe not as smooth as some of the others, so therefore the cars are bouncing over some of the bumps here, and it's really exciting to watch because of that. And now Richard Webb is down the inside into Hatchett's. He's up late on the brake. Can he get the car stopped and turned in? He can. Can Ryan Yarrow, though, come back on the exit of the corner? He tries his best, but he can't do it this time, no. So here's Richard Webb taking the lead then at the start of lap number 8.
Yeah, so Richard Webb's had to work hard to get there. He's possibly, as you say, Josh, battling with the car a little bit because it's not set up perhaps quite right. Of course, it was wet running that they had yesterday, dry running today, so maybe any setup changes that they made, they've not quite gone in the right direction. That may well be something that they will learn from for the final race of the weekend later on this afternoon. But it's Richard Webb back into the lead now from Ryan Yarrow in second place. It's still 43, Paul Rogers in third place, number 8 Dan Clue is in fourth, Colin Chapman number 63 is in fifth position, and Michael Roots number 2 rounds out the top 6.
He's right with them, isn't he, Michael Roots, in the second group. So perhaps we might be able to have a look at that in a moment. Now the top 2 are spreading out, and it's actually a change for third since we saw them last, because it's Paul Rogers ahead of Dan Clues. Here they are. Cluzo is fighting back in the Mattel. down. He's down the inside. He breaks really late. He's alongside Rogers, who has to give him room. They are absolutely level. Are they almost leaning on one another there? And Dan Clues on the inside line as they go through Spitfires. He's back ahead there of Dan Clues. But here you can see behind them, Colin Chapman and Michael Roots are right there. So it's a four-way battle for P3.
Yeah, Michael Roots got back to 5th place yesterday after his dodgy start. He's in 6th place at the moment. He's trying to make a move. Well, he is making a move up the inside of Colin Chapman at Senna, S's, but that didn't really work out. I thought it was going to, actually, but it didn't. So he'll have to plan and plot something else, Michael Roots, in that Mattel Cars run machine, chasing after the privateer Colin Chapman in his ex-Richard Morris Spire.
So here they come, down towards Honda curve that completes the lap. We've still got 6 minutes on the clock. We're completing the 9th lap of this, the 6th round of the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship for 2022, and Richard Webb just sets the fastest lap of the race. The race leader, a 59.52, so slightly lowers his best from earlier, and he's pulled out a 1.7 second margin over Ryan Yarrow. And through next comes the 3rd place battle, still headed by Dan Cleves.
Paul Smith up to 9th position now after his eventful opening lap, and he is chasing after Phil Hutchins and Jonathan McGill. So a 7th place on the card for Paul Smith. Just a shot there of Dave Watson. And Josh, he's in the invitation class car this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. He's out there in the MK Indy, which here it is, and into Hatchets that Dave Watson is aboard, or first time he's driven it this weekend. But it's a front engine 7 type car, a bit like what the RGB Championship used to have, front engine cars, but it's running the bigger engine, the 1340cc 200 brake horsepower RLM tuned engine, and we're expecting, I think, to see 2 of these cars out at the next round, and then going forward more of them coming out is the plan. And it's great to have the front engine element back into the championship. But Ian, you're spotting some important things going on up front.
Yeah, Richard Webb's got a 5-second penalty, so that's for exceeding track limits. He's had to work so hard to get into the lead of the race, having lost it to Ryan Yarrow. But now he's going to have to try and pull out a 5-second margin.
And you were mentioning, Ian, when we saw the car sliding around, you wondered if that might force him into a mistake. Well, it's not forced him off the circuit as such. It's lost him time. It's forced him to run out wide, perhaps, and exceed those track limits, like you say, more times than he should have done. Here's Webb. So he's leading on the road by 2 seconds, but he's actually not leading the race on sort of net position.
That looked like more than 2 seconds, though, on that shot. They're coming through to complete lap number 11 now of this race, with just under 4 minutes to go. That looks and feels like more than 2 seconds now. What's it say on our time screen? It's 2.46. It's gone out another 4/10, but he's going to have to pull out another 2.5 seconds in the remaining probably 4 laps of this race.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. So he's got his work cut out here. He's still second on combined results kind of thing. But there he is. He's still flinging the car around. Hopefully for his sake, he's seen that penalty board that's been shown out to him, so he knows he's got to keep pushing on within the track limits, of course, and try and build out a 5-second gap. But may we see a different winner in the result sheets this season then. So as it stands, Ryan Yarrow leads by 2.5 seconds over Richard Webb. This battle is a real battle on the road. For 3rd position, Dan Clues versus Paul Rogers. Behind them, Michael Roots has got himself up ahead of Colin Chapman, I noticed. So he's back into 5th, just like he was yesterday.
Absolutely right, and Chapman just falling away a little bit from this group, but here's Clues in 3rd position at the moment, and he's getting quicker, I think, as he gets some more and more experience in the Sports 1000s.
Change for 7th here, Ian, as Paul Smith makes his way past Jonathan McGill. McGill tries to fight back, can't do that. So Smith is into 7th for 3rd. A change into Hatchets as Paul Rogers gets himself up the inside of Dan Clues. So these two have changed positions a few times during the course of this race. Because they both looking for their first podium as well this year.
I was just going to say Dan Clues is yet to have a podium, and he might not do yet. Paul Rogers, he has not been on the podium either as yet, but he has had podiums in the past in Sports 1000 and race wins indeed in the past as well.
And of course Michael Roots would quite like to get into one of those positions as well, because he's just behind them, working his way up after those problems early on during the course of this race. Well, getting off the line was his real issue, and now he's right there behind Clues. He pops out of the toe. He's up the inside here into Carter's curve, but he can't make that stick. Up next is Honda. These cars are so quick through here, not really an overtaking opportunity. It's all about being late on the brakes down into turn 1. 2 laps to go.
4.27 seconds is now the lead for Richard Webb, so he's within 7/10 now of overturning that 5-second penalty that he's got. So this could be on, I think, for him to do that now. It wasn't looking like he might do, but he had a good last lap there. He pulled out 1.6 seconds, no, so 1.3 seconds on Yarrow that lap. Continuing to focus on this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th though. Paul Rogers number 43, Dan Clues number 8, Michael Roots number 2. It could still be any one of these three drivers, I think, to claim that final podium position. Roots has had a couple of second place finishes so far this year, and he was pretty successful during the course of last season as well when he was the runner-up in the championship. But as you say, Rogers and Clues both looking for their first top 3 finish of the season.
Yep, and they've got just one lap to go at the end of this one as the leaders come across the line. These guys turn into Honda Curve with Rogers still there ahead of Clues after that move he made. Leaders across the line, gap 4.7 seconds, so it's going to be all on the timing screens. Who's going to win this? Richard Webb has to pull out a few more tenths of a second if he's going to keep this clear winning streak he's got going on this year.
Paul Smith is up to 7th place now, so he's got ahead of Jonathan McGill. He's not going to catch the top 6 though, so what lap times has Paul Smith been doing actually? He's been doing 59.96. It's one of only 4 drivers to go below a minute. Richard Webb, Ryan Yarrow and Michael Roots being the others, and that's probably a fair reflection of who's looked the quickest and the most racy during the course of this race. But here comes Ryan Yarrow, Richard Webb through Carter's again. Sorry, that's up to here he is out of the corner.
Checkered flag.
And the checkered flag has gone out. It was Richard Webb then that did take the victory in the end by... Or did he? Did he? Yes, he did. 5.62 seconds. So Richard Webb takes the victory. 5.62 seconds, the advantage over Ryan Yarrow, so 0.62 seconds once that penalty is applied. 43, Paul Rogers takes 3rd place. Dan Clues, number 8, takes 4th position. 5th is number 2, Michael Roots. 6th to number 63, Colin Chapman. And then get back to Paul Smith, who takes 7th in number 14. 8th was 72, Jonathan McGill. 9th, 21, Phil Hutchins. And Carl Austin running out the top 10. So it was only right in the final lap there did Richard Webb pull out enough time to get the advantage over Ryan Yarrow.
Yes, so that's a very important final lap speed that Richard Webb had in the 59s. Let's take a look at these provisional results.
Yes, Richard Webb it is that will get the verdict in car number 88 in the Spire. From 2nd to number 1, Ryan Yarrow. 3rd place getting in the way of number 43, Paul Rogers, so he gets his first podium since his Sports 1000 comeback. 4th place to number 8, Dan Clues. In 5th place, number 2, Michael Roots. So a repeat of his result from yesterday. 6th to number 63, Colin Chapman. Then Paul Smith bounced back after 2 offs on the opening lap to take 7th place in car number 14. In 8th place, it was number 72, Jonathan McGill. 9th to number 21, Phil Hutchins. And Carl Austin rounding out the top 10 in car 44. Then Ian Hutchinson, number 9, was 11th. James Foley, 71, was 12th. The guest class car, David Watson, was 13th. Ahead of Daniel Ashby and Paul Sawyer, with Rich Miles joining Paul Sawyer amongst the retirements from that race. So still plenty to come here at Pembrey this afternoon. We've got the second of our 3 Clio races today coming up next. Then we've got Low Costs Type R Trophy, the 116 Trophy, the Marble Sports 1000 and Clios to round out the day here on the South Wales coast. We'll have hopefully a word with our race winner though, Robert Webb, in just a moment. Richard Webb even. He's down there with Johnny Palmer.
Back in the pit lane, and we have a top 3, which is, as it was presented itself on the grid itself, on the race finish I should say, but a narrower victory in the end for Richard Webb than he was expecting. What I'm interested to know is how much of the penalty was communicated to him mid-race, and there's only one man to ask about that. First of all, Richard, victory garland for you. You seem to be pushing on there despite dominating the race. Was anybody able to communicate to you that had a 5-second penalty?
I did see it on the board that had a 5-second penalty. On top of that, we've got a horrendous misfire in the left-handers for some reason. Yeah, the car, it was just a different car to what we tested on Friday. So yeah, but I have to say, probably one of the most enjoyable races with Ryan pushing me right from the start. We got the job done. The lads did a great job on the pit board telling me to push, so I knew I just had to extend that gap past 5 seconds, and we just managed to pull it off.
5.62 it was at the flag, so you basically won it by 0.6 of a second.
A win's a win, that's all we needed.
And this misfire, is that going to be a concern moving forward?
I think Ryan put sugar in my tank before I went out, so I imagine that's what's happened.
Sabotage, it has to
absolutely, be. Absolutely.
Well done on a very close victory in the end. Where's Ryan gone from the number 1 car? Ryan, I speak to someone who wins a race narrowly. You've lost it very narrowly by 0.6 of a second because of Richard's penalty.
Yeah, I knew he had a penalty, but kind of the more I tried, the worse it went. I made a few changes that kind of worked early on, but then kind of overworked the tyres. So, kind of by the midpoint, it went dead greasy. So, like a lot of my fastest laps were like really early on. But it was just nice to actually be more in the mix and giving him a run for his money, to be honest. Because I mean, for a fat northerner, it's not too bad.
You're doing yourself down. You did very well. Congratulations on second place.
Thanks.
So we move forward now with the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship for a sprint race for them.
Yes, the second of 3 races today for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. We had a bonus race this morning, which they didn't get last night. The grid lines up like this. Front row is 53 and 55. That's Owen Rosser and Justin Griffith. The second row is 12 and 77. Spencer Stevenson and Andrew Harding. Third row, 21 and 111. That's David Walsh and Nick Harrison. Scott Edgar, number 40, is on effectively class pole position for the 182 class. He lines up 7th alongside number 30, Darren Ransom. There's number 1, Jack Dwayne, and number 4, Tim Bentley on row 5. Row 6, 56, Chris Lawrence, and 22, Chris Keir. The 7th row, 33, Nick Brady, and 7, Stephen Richardson. Row 8, 15, Alex Hawkins, and 47, Ben Swift. Row 9, 48, Charles Shelburne, and 31, Chris Page. The 10th row will be 49 Tom Stevenson Joyce and 26 Gareth Tansey and 65 Andy Bennett and 38 should be Olivier Algieri. That's the way it's lining up. We had a short attempt at running the race yesterday evening, which was red flagged, but we did get it all in this morning, and it was a win for Spencer Stevenson by 1.94 seconds from Owen Rosser and Andrew Harding, with Scott Edgar beating Jack Dwayne and Alex Hawkins in the 182 class, Josh.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. And we're obviously seeing this domination at the moment from the 197s, but the overall championship is still going to be taken from overall race results, isn't it? Where actually it's 182s that lead the championship. Jack Dwayne by 8 points ahead of Scott Edgar, but they're being reeled in now by Justin Griffith, who's there in 3rd place. And he's chipping away. So Justin Griffiths, the best of the 197s in the overall championship. Good to see cars got out earlier, like you and Johnny were talking about after those incidents yesterday. I saw the Olivier Algieri car return to the circuit earlier, but I don't actually think he's lining up there on the grid when I saw the cars leave.
Can't see it, I don't think.
So perhaps we might see him later. But there is the car that was a development car for the championship there on pole position, the K-Tech Racing liveried car of Owen Rosser that we still have outings last year. So he's on pole alongside Justin Griffiths.
As the lights go out and the race gets underway, then it's Rosser and Griffiths, but a good start by Stevenson. Spencer Stevenson from the 2nd row of the grid. He's going to try and thread in between the 2 front row cars. No gap there. Has to look to the inside line. That's covered off by Rosser as well. So it's going to be Griffiths then in the 55 car from the outside of the front row that leads, but he goes wide and loses 2 places again. So it's Rosser, I think, that's going to have the advantage from Stevenson in 2nd place, is it? As we watch the 182s go through as well.
Every race this season, Owen Rosser has started from pole and not led into the first corner until now, but he kind of didn't lead into the first corner. That's only because Justin Griffith outbraked himself.
He was on the way out.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
We'll give him that one, I think.
So he's been obviously working at these starts. Remember at the beginning at Croft, he somehow went from pole to last at the start. So he's really come on now, working these starts out. And we know he's really quick. I think he's had fastest lap in every race. He's had every pole position. So now, whether anyone can beat Owen Rosser in this race, we shall see. We'll watch the 182 battles as well during the course of this one. where you can see car number 47 out there, Ben Swift, one of the number of drivers, have a novice cross on the back. It's the 197s out front, and Owen Rosser is pulling away from Spencer Stevenson in second. Nick Harrison, who made a good start, is there in third position at the end of one lap as they head up towards Hatchett's Hairpin. In the 182s, it's got Edgar that leads, but only just.
Justin Griffiths was trying to find a way back ahead of Nick Harrison there, who's got up to third place on the opening lap, but couldn't find a way through. Oh, and it's all a little bit messy, and that's Hawkins having a spin. The 7 car that was off on the left-hand side of the circuit was Stephen Richardson. Hawkins has got a bit of a dent in his driver's door now, but he's back into the race.
Yeah, I think he had a lot of assistance in having that spin, didn't he? So not great there for Alex Hawkins, who's been having a decent season, 13th in the championship into this race. There's 21, David Walsh, who's really improving as the season's gone on, and he's challenging Justin Griffiths here. He's in 5th, he's ahead of Andrew Harding, who won both races at Silverstone. He's got this damaged car that might be holding him back a little bit today, you would think. Although say now, you can actually go past Walsh, as I was saying. There's Stephen Richardson, who is the other driver, one of the 3 drivers involved in that incident at Hatchett's on the previous lap. So hopefully he's been able to pull off into a safe place so we can carry on racing.
Yeah, hopefully the Ryan Pulley Motorsport Pad car will be back out later on this afternoon. So the top 10 or so cars have now gone through to complete their second lap in this 15-minute race. Spencer Stevenson has done the best lap of 1:07.18, which is faster than we had earlier on, where Justin Griffiths and Owen Rosser set a joint lap record. Well, that's been broken now by Spencer Stevenson.
Yeah,
as we watch the 182s.
We go back to Spencer Stevenson. I think he missed crop because he blew the engine on Friday.
Right.
Then he got 2 4th places at Silverstone. But he's really come on this weekend, obviously winning that race earlier. And he has taken this race to Owen Rosser. But here's some of those battling in the 182s. Chris Keir there is just up ahead of Chris Lawrence and Nick Brady. They're battling something like the 5th place within Class A for the Clio 182, which the top 4 are there, being headed by Scott Edgar, the winner from the earlier race, ahead of Darren Ransom, Tim Bentley and Jack Dwayne, last year's champion, only there in 4th place within the class. And then this battle that continued further behind, being headed by Chris Keir, who was, I think, the winner earlier on in the season at Croft there in the second race. We've had a couple of wins outright as well for Scott Edgar, who is currently leading the way within the 182s. There's Tim Bentley, who's returning to the championship this season, his 3rd within the class, ahead of Jack Dwayne, who has a little look to the outside at Hatchett's, but he's not going to be able to make anything of that as we start the 4th lap of this race.
Yep. There we see the class leading car going through shot. Scott Edgar, number 40 from number 30 Darren Ransom, and that's the scrap for 3rd and 4th. Bentley and Jack Dwayne, who's a 30-year-old car dealer from Lincoln. Started racing quite a long while ago, but only came into Clio's at the end of the 2020 season, wasn't it? And had obviously a very strong year last year, winning the championship after a season-long battle with Jack Kingsbury. This season, obviously, we've got the change with the 197s coming in, but I think actually he's finding it quite hard going as well within the 182s anyway. Certainly this weekend here at Pembrey, because he's headed at the moment by Edgar, who would be sort of close to him last season, but Darren Ransom and Tim Bentley, who perhaps are a bit of a surprise package.
Yeah, that's right. So far this year, it's got Edgar and Chris Keir won at Croft. Jack Dwayne did both races at Silverstone within the class, but obviously Scott Edgar then took another win earlier on today to get his 2nd win in the class. So that's very close between Dwayne and Edgar in the championship. Here is the battle for 3rd place. Quite a long way behind the top 2 now. Nick Harrison and Justin Griffiths, who have been joined by Andy Harding, making it a three-way battle. Griffiths and Harding, they always place themselves together in the paddock, kind of teammates, work together. And they've done a great job to get Andrew Harding's car back out. You can see the dents on it all the way around. Almost every body panel's had to be seen to since yesterday evening's first attempt at the first of 3 races this weekend. Harding out there in P5. He was the double winner at Silverstone in this new car to him. And here is Harrison then turning through Honda Curve for the 5th time there in 3rd position. Formerly raced in the Clio, the Michelin Clio road-going type series. Now joining the 750 Motor Club one, but he might lose 3rd. No, because Justin Griffiths outbraked himself rather. and that might allow Andrew Harding through. So these two mates are going to run side by side. Don't touch each other, otherwise that may not end well. Let's see. Well, they're still side by side, and it's Justin Griffiths that's turned out of Debeni just about in front.
Indeed he does. So 9 minutes of the race left to go, just under that. Still trying to sort out 5th and 6th between them then, amongst the 197 cars. They're about 2 seconds ahead of Scott Edgar, who's the first of the 182. So there's not a huge discrepancy in the performance between the two classes of cars, but just enough to get all the 197s ahead of all the 182s. But we only took about probably a second a lap really, as again Harding is going to have another go. This is going to be up the inside at Carter's curve, and he's got through.
Yeah, he's done it this time. It's taken him almost the whole lap to complete it, but he's gone through. In front of this pack, the top two are getting closer to one another because Spencer Stevenson is reeling in Owen Rosser, so the gap's come to under half a second for the first time during the course of this race. So they're in front of this battle for third. There's the 182 leader going through. That's still Scott Edgar. He's 7/10 of a second ahead of Darren Ransom, but here are the 197 and the overall race leaders.
Yeah, Scott Stevenson last time through took about a quarter of a second out of Owen Rosser's advantage. So battle on here. Earlier on, of course, it finished in the order Stevenson and then Rosser, with Harding in third place. Can Stevenson get ahead? He's still got half of the race left to go here to do that. We only had a 10-minute race earlier on, should have a full 15 minutes here. Rosser not very clean through Brooklands, and that means Stevenson carries more speed out of the corner. He's going to be on the outside line for Carter's, though. Is that going to matter? Is he going to go around the outside? No, I don't think he is. He's going to have to look back in behind Ross. A pretty daunting place to go around the outside, a flat-out right-hand king.
Yeah, that's right, but that all started, as you said, by I think a bit of a mistake at Brooklands Row. Ross. He braked really late and then the car ran out wide. He understeered through the corner, but he's just about been able to repel that challenge from Spencer Stevenson's Russell James-backed Clio. Uses a lot of the curb. We know today the officials are keeping an eye on that, so you need to make sure you do keep within the track limits, because it wouldn't be the first race where somebody's got a penalty today on Sunday of this 750 Motor Club meeting at Pembrey. But it's Owen Rosser still in front again. Stevenson put him under pressure. This is where we saw that mistake a lap ago, heading now down towards Brooklyn. So can Owen Rosser hold on this time? Stevenson knows about it. He tries to attack. Rosser defends the inside again, though. He goes in a bit deep, not as deep as a lap ago, though, and therefore he's able to come out of the corner in the lead. These two, by the way, Ian, 5 seconds ahead of the rest.
Yeah, I don't know what Scott Stevenson's, Spencer Stevenson's background is. He's not got a novice cross on the back of the car, though, which is actually, he has done some racing before. He's just behind Owen Rosser, who does sport the novice cross on the back of his car. We saw him make his race debut at Croft and failed to get the car off the line very effectively, but he's sort of mastered that part of the racing driver's armoury now. But he's right, getting a real nudge on here from Spencer Stevenson. And these two, 5 seconds or so clear of the rest, Josh.
Yeah, it looks like Stevenson's come through the British karting scene and did a bit of Fiesta racing last year. So now moving into the Clio, so different brand of one-make racing, similar type of racing I would expect. Perhaps a bit bigger grids here in the Clio Sport Championship. But he's going really well, isn't he? This is fantastic performance here at Pembrey this weekend from Spencer Stevenson, and he's put in Owen Rosser again. Both of them have come from karting, both haven't got that much experience in cars, but both doing a great job here to be at the front, a long way clear of now Andrew Harding, who's made his way up into third, who's been racing with the 750 Motor Club for a long time, although only took his first car circuit race in victory last month at Silverstone. Top two across the line. We completed 9 laps, and is Stevenson going to attack here up towards Hatchet? Well, Rosser's got the inside covered. He knows this is the real overtaking opportunity, and therefore he covers the line off and stays in front.
Interestingly, no improvement on the fastest lap, I think, since it was the second lap that Spencer Stevenson set the fastest lap of the race of 107.18. So no improvement since then. We're now working lap 10 of the race. In the 182s, by the way, still number 40, Scott Edgar leading from number 30, Dan Ransom, number 4, Tim Bentley, and number 1, Jack Dwayne. Chris Lawrence now has a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, but he's down in 13th position. We're watching the overall and the 197 race leaders, who are really close together as Stevenson was attacking Rosser into Brooklands.
Yeah, Ross's car's getting a load of understeer there. I'm not sure if it's just because he brakes too late and then has to try and desperately get the car turned in and power on and stay in front, or if the car isn't quite set up to his liking. Nevertheless, he is still there, out in front, in the car, sporting the livery of the championship sponsor, K-Tech Racing, who are massive Renault preparers and parts department. So if you've got a Renault, K-Tech are the people to go and speak to, who have supported the 750 Motor Club Renault Series now pretty much since its inception and have a big part to do with the championship.
Yeah, also been supporting the development of the 197 category as well. Nice view there of Rosser, good view of him as working in the car. They're still trying to keep Spencer Stevenson at bay. I mean, what's impressive here is they are battling quite hard, these two, but they are getting away from the rest of the 197s. Andrew Harding now a little bit on his own in third place. Nick Harrison, Justin Griffith still together fourth and fifth, and David Walsh in sixth.
This is where the struggles seem to come for Owen Rosser through the Brooklands hairpin section of this track. He knows he's got that issue and he defends well, therefore. Here's the battle for fourth. Nick Harrison, Justin Griffiths. The 182s, by the way, I think we've got 4 to 5 cars all together up front because Scott Edgar and Darren Ransom have been caught by Tim Bentley and Jack Dwayne. Notice there's a bumper lying on the side of the circuit there. So someone's obviously had an incident at some point. But this is the battle between Nick Harrison and Justin Griffiths. We're watching for fourth and fifth.
I'm just watching out of the window and I can see that Jack Dwayne is coming up the inside to take second place away from Tim Bentley there. So Jack Dwayne made up 2 positions at Honda Curve there in the 182. They're a long way behind now. Scott Edgar in the lead of the 182 part of the race. But Jack Dwayne has made a great move. We're sticking with the 197s on the stream though. And there's a bit more of a gap now between Spencer Stevenson and Owen Rosser. And you've got Griffiths and Harrison going side by side into Benny.
Yeah, and Harrison's just about holding Justin Griffiths back at this stage for fourth position as they head up now through the S's. This is the part of the track we've been talking about that's so quick. We're right on the limit. Absolutely fantastic part of the track here to view the cars from. And Harrison hangs on to fourth. Then you have to get the car slowed down for this Brooklands corner, which we've seen some chaos changing on the way in and on the way out, and that's what we might see this time as Justin Griffiths gets the better exit. He's on the inside line. He's going to take fourth here as they go through Carter's Curve on what probably be 2 laps to go, perhaps?
Yeah, 2 laps to go. We've just had the leaders go over the line a moment or 2 ago, so there should be 2 laps to go in this K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race. Looking at the 182s just out of our window, it's still Jack Dwayne in second place with Chris Keir now up into third position within that class, but we're still watching this battle on screen between fourth and fifth, Griffiths and Harrison. Griffiths having made his place in that time. Yeah, on that lap, Chris Keir made up 2 places, I think, to go up into 9th spot.
Yeah, Darren Ransom, who was up there second, he's dropped to fourth. He was having his best run in the 182s, but he has dropped back, as you say there, with the more experienced Dwayne and Keir coming through. But here are the leaders on the penultimate lap. As ever, Owen Rosser that is massively under pressure from Spencer Stevens as they head through Carter's Curve, flat out, and up towards Honda Curve with 1 lap to go at the end of this. They both take pretty much identical lines all the way through Honda Curve. The checkered flag goes out early, and Great Dunmo's Owen Rosser takes the race win.
Does it indeed. There's a black and white driving standards flag going out to someone as well, so just a few moments early we do get the checkered flag then. Rosser it is getting the win from Scott Stevenson. Andrew Harding comes across the line in third, Justin Griffiths fourth, Nick Harrison fifth, and David Walsh in sixth. It's going to be Scott Edgar that makes it 2 out of 2 today in the 182 division from Jack Dwayne in second, Christopher Keir third, and Darren Ransom in fourth position in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race, the 182 division. But yes, Owen Rosser did really well in that race, Josh, to soak up a lot of pressure.
Yes, he had, especially from about, what, lap 3 or 4, Stevenson really pushing him all the way, and Ross's car didn't look particularly nice to drive at times. It was understeering, but he was able to hold off race 1 winner Spencer Stevenson here at Pembrey. Let's take a look at the results of round 6.
Yeah, 0.29 seconds all that there was between 53 Owen Rosser and 12 Spencer Stevenson. 8 seconds back then to number 77 Andrew Harding in 3rd position. 4th place to number 55 Justine Griffiths ahead of Nick Harrison in the Trouble 1 car. David Walsh rounded out the finishes in the 197 part of the field. Then Scott Edgar was 7th overall. And winning the Clio 182 class A, from number 1 Jack Dwayne, who made that audacious move at Honda about 3 laps from the end to get the class win, but he was about 2 seconds behind, or 3 seconds behind Edgar. In 4th place within that class, 9th overall number 22 Chris Keir, and then Darren Ransom number 30 completing the top 10. Beyond that, it was Tim Bentley and Nick Brady. Chris Lawrence's 5-second penalty won't change the result, I don't think. He'll stay 13th. Charles Shelburne 14th, then Ben Swift, Alex Hawkins with that damage to his driver's door. Chris Page, Gareth Tansey, Tom Stevenson, Joyce and Andy Bennett rounding out the top 20. And Stephen Richardson, retirement on the 2nd lap of the race. So that's the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship action for now, but there is another race for them later. It's our final race of the weekend, due off at around about 5:25 this afternoon. But let's head down to the pit lane now. We'll hear from our respective class winners with Johnny Palmer.
More fraught stuff, wasn't it, from the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, and a chance to actually catch up with both of our class winners, because they were changing. Well, 2nd place in the 182s was changing fairly late on in that. The one man that stayed ahead was Scott Edgar. I'm going to have a word with Scott first, actually, because we always like to put the spotlight on the class a little bit lower down. And, of course, with the balance of performance in this championship this year, you can theoretically win a race whether you're in the 182s or the 197/200s. So Scott's just getting the helmet off. We'll also have a word with Owain Rosser, who I get the feeling this win's a little bit overdue this weekend. He certainly had the pace in the car and has started last night's aborted race from pole, started today's race earlier today from pole, but finally gets the win. Scott, congratulations. We always like to put the spotlight on the 182s, quite rightly so, and battling, changing behind you, but you stayed in front.
Yeah, Dan was really fast in that race, kept me honest for half of it, but then I think the 2 behind him, gave him a bit of trouble, and it left me free to drive it home. So.
And how was the car through the race? A relatively short races these, but can develop.
Yeah, I mean it was a bit warmer than earlier, but yeah, manageable. It was quite good. Yeah.
We'll congratulate Owain Rosser off camera, because thank you very much, Scott Edgar. We've got more action here on Alpha Live next from the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship.
Really fast turnarounds here at Pembrey, aren't they? So we're not always able to hear from all of our class winners, but we've got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship up next. This is how the grid's lining up. Number 94 Martin West on the front row. Besides him is number 99 Ryan Garrett. Row 2, 85 Carl Ruisenars and 79 Tom Parker. The 3rd row, 82 Paul Clark and 73 Rob Apsey. On the 4th row, it's 69 Todd Boucher and 38 Rob Hardy. Row 5 is 29 Jeff Peake and 40 David Martin. Row 6, 33 Glenn Boyer and 58 Bradley Horsnell. Row 7, 96 Jonathan Higgins and 50 Ian Hardy. Row 8, 90 Thor Tuller and 18 Nick Garrett. 31 Glyn Griffiths and 57 Daniel Russell on the 9th row. The 10th row, 25 Tony Mole and 9 William Wright. The 11th row, 20 Bill Ward and 41 Jeanette Malpas. The 12th row, 19 Daniel Garrett and 87 Craig Land. That's the way that the grid lines up. There's going to be a brief moment because we're getting the Sports 1000 cars back to the outer paddock after their race. The race we had this morning for the low costs, Josh, was chaotic.
Yes, there was lots going on, that is for sure. And it means the race result from that earlier race sets the grid for this final race of the weekend for the low cost, which means championship leader Craig Land is right at the back with Daniel Garrett, who's been quick this weekend. And Craig Land has won every race up to that earlier race where he seemed to have some sort of gear selection issue. And that means his championship lead is down to 5 points to Martin West, who starts right at the front after winning that earlier race. There he is, alongside Ryan Garrett. So
and Martin West had to come back from 11th place, of course, in that race after an off at the Patrick's hairpin on the Well, it's early on in the race. Can't remember what lap it was. It wasn't right at the very start, was it? But we're about to go racing here again for the 20th race of the weekend. The Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. Revs starting to rise then. Red lights go on. Out they go. And a pretty even start between all of the top 6 or 8 drivers, it would seem to me, as they head down towards Hatchett's Hairpin for the first time then. It is West in the advantage, but it's the 99 car of Ryan Garrett that's level pegging with him. Roy Senar's there as well in the number 84 machine with the Dayglow roll cage. They're making their way through Hatchet. It looks like they've all managed to get safely through, not entirely without drama. And it's West then that has the lead, Josh, as they head through to Benny for the first time.
Yeah, it was almost a bit circumspect right at the front, wasn't it? They were one by one for a few of them, which made life easier on lap 1. I don't expect it will continue that way throughout this race, but it is Martin West that leads away then, the champion. Martin West, but he has Ryan Garrett behind him, then Rusenars and Clark and Parker, who was quickest in qualifying yesterday, and there's a collision, there's a car that's gone off stage right.
Ooh,
there's a couple off, 18 was the one that comes.
That's Nick Garrett.
Yeah, he come barreling up the inside, the car that is out of the race, I think.
Is that the 9 car of William Wright, possibly? We'll try and get confirmation on that in a moment. Leaders continue over the line, and it is the 31 car, in fact, which is Glyn Griffiths, I'm afraid. Leaders are already heading down to Hatchett's Hairpin once again, though, and I can tell you it looks like Paul Clark is up into 2nd place down at Hatchett's Hairpin. Who is in the lead at the moment? I think it is still Martin West that is there in the lead. There's Clark in 2nd place, and then Carl Roystenars overlapping in 3rd place. So back through to Benny again, but they're going to have yellow flags to contend with, I think, once they get to Brooklands.
From the back, Dan Garrett and Craig Land got to 14th and 15th, but not quite the perhaps not quite as much progress as you might have wondered. There are the yellow flags, you can see. So therefore everybody has to slow down, get their car fully under control, and hopefully everyone will achieve that. And is safety car coming out, everybody?
Yeah, must be, because red flag in fact has gone out. Race being stopped. So we have a red flag in this Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship race. We think that's going to be because of the 31 car of Glyn Griffiths that was off into the barriers. The drive from Craven Arms off there at the Brooklands Hairpin, Josh.
Yeah, so that's will mean a full gridded restart, won't it? So for Craig Land and for Daniel Garrett, they'll be going back to the back of the grid.
Yeah, they've made up several places, haven't they, to be 14th and 15th at the end of lap 1.
Yeah, something like 6 cars they got past who were able to continue.
So we've got the drivers going to form back up on this original grid then, which is easier for the marshals. We don't need to wait for a new grid to be released for the second attempt at starting this race. So Paul Clark will lose out a little bit, having got his way up to 2nd place. He'll be back onto the 3rd row of the grid. This then the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. Triple header then this weekend. Very different conditions we've had today to yesterday, of course, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. It was very wet at times yesterday. I think the local sort of out when it was a bit damper compared to the full wet that we had towards the end of the day. But of course, as we've been saying, a weekend before the previous race this morning, Craig Land had won every race. He'd won the 2 races at Silverstone. He'd won the 3 races on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch, and then he won yesterday's race here at Pembrey. Although it didn't look like he was going to win it, because Daniel Garrett had led but spun on the final lap of the race. But anyway, then it went really wrong for Craig Land this morning with whatever issue it was that put him out of the race. That means his championship points lead has really reduced. Of course, he'll be able to drop that retirement, but it does put a little bit more pressure on him and the car's reliability over the course of the season. So on net scores at coming into this halfway point of the championship, he's only 5 points ahead of Martin West. He's been really consistent. He got that first win earlier on. He got 2 seconds at Brands. He got a second at Silverstone as well. He got a third at Brands and a third here yesterday, and he got a fourth at the second race at Silverstone. So he's been in the top 4 in every race, and he's only been off the podium once. So he's racking up the points. But Land and West quite a long way ahead of the rest. Cole Rousenard's third in the championship. He got his first podium of the season earlier on today. Daniel Garrett fourth, who was on the podium a few times at Brands. Todd Boucher fifth and sixth for Paul Clark.
Yep, so we do have this hiatus while this incident is cleared at Brooklands, but we'll soon be racing again, I'm sure, in this Demons Week Yokohama Low Cost Championship race. These cars powered by the 1300cc Ford Crossflow engine. The genesis of low cost was the book by Ron Champion, which was called Build Your Own Sports Car for as little as £250. Well, the budgets to build a car and certainly run a car are considerably more than that these days, but that was the basic design of the cars by the Arundel school teacher, Ron Champion.
I suspect fuel cost less than that. It costs almost that now, probably do a season, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, probably more than that. But that was about 20 odd years ago. We had the 20th anniversary a few seasons ago for the low costs, and it's been strong all the way through those 2+ decades. Really, this championship has proved very popular. Had lots of drivers cut their teeth in it and then go on to race in other things. So you think of Scott Mattel. He was, of course, someone who's gone through this, and then he and his dad and their team and their manufacturing outfit have become a stalwart of 750 Motor Club paddocks with the Mattel cars that they've run in what's now Sports 1000 and Bike Sports as well, and now they run cars in other categories too, including in the F1000, which these days is in the 750 Motor Club stable too.
It's a bit like the Team Sellers racing team, isn't it? They run now cars in F1000, still here in low cost, in Mazda 7s as well, which we saw earlier on today, and they had loads of cars down there in their order. They had two sides to their awning. They had so many cars here this weekend, including cars from the Low Cost Championship. So great to see, but of course then there are people that run their own cars, and there's plenty of them that do that. I think Martin West is one of those that runs the car himself. We heard in the lunch break from Paul Clark, who said Martin, if it wasn't for Martin West, he wouldn't be out there, because almost everything on his car is something that Martin has helped him either get or put onto the car.
I mean, Martin's car in its own right has an interesting history, because it was the chassis that won the first ever low-cost championship in 2001 with Darryl Beckwith, that chassis. So he stumbled upon what was left of the car in a shed back in 2017. I'm not sure how you do that, whose shed it was. They agreed a deal in 2018 to buy the car. He spent the next 2 years giving it a full nut and bolt rebuild, refit a more modern front end and upgrade the car to bring it to the winning standard, which he demonstrated by taking the title last season after a good deal of trying as well for Martin West, because he had been runner-up in the championship in previous seasons as well. Race gets back underway then, and it's a good start from pole position for Martin West this time, as it's Ryan Garrett slotting in behind him in the number 99 car in second place. The 84 car of Carl Rousenard's is there in third position. Who's that? That's the 38 car. That's Rob Hardy. He's getting well stuck in the XE and Alley car, and he's making his way through Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. There's one of the TSR cars we were talking about. That's the Thor Tuller car, number 90.
And right in front of him was Craig Land. Craig Land has already made very good progress there for, although saying that, higher up the order is Dan Garrett, so he's made even more progress on this second start. So this will be a shortened restart, I'm sure, for the low-cost championship. There's Cole Rousenard chasing Ryan Garrett for what is second. Then behind them is the really quick start in Rob Hardy. He's up there in fourth position. Such was his start there. So they make their way around the circuit. But Martin West has gone. He's pulled away from everybody else. For second, Cole Rousenard has slipstreamed his way up ahead of Ryan Garrett. Behind there, Rob Hardy may lose a place now, because Paul Clark is on his inside line and goes ahead.
Does indeed. It's a good lead for Martin West, though, at the end of the first lap of the race. He's really stormed off into the distance. We'll get an update on what the gap is in a minute, but there we can see Ryan Garrett and Carl Rusinar's level pegging, really, for second into Hatchett's hairpin. 1.3 seconds was the gap for Martin West. Scrabbling for position further back, you can see Rob Apsey, Tom Parker in the 79 car. That's them in 7th and 8th position, but there's the race leader, number 94. That's Martin West, and he does still have a good lead over those two who did themselves no favours with battling for second and third.
There were some interesting interpretations where the race circuit was through Hatchett's on that occasion, a bit further down the order. But anyway, there's Roussillard in second, as you say, a little way behind Martin West. But there's a real battle going on for second. Well, Martin West come through from 11th, didn't he? So this is easy from pole position.
Yeah, exactly.
No problem at all. So here's Roussillard then ahead of Ryan Garrett, but Garrett's in the tow, so he should have a good go at this, up in towards Honda Curve. But no, he sits in behind. I wonder if this was race 2, whether that move would have been done. But after some of the things that were going on in that earlier race, so far we haven't seen the aggressive moves, but perhaps they're yet to come. Round the outside goes Garrett, and he just gets second here.
He does indeed. Martin West getting the best up of the race, a 1:10.98. We did a 1:9.98 in the first race. That was Tom Parker, the first race of the day. That's the Rob Hardy car. He's got the 69 of Todd Boucher behind him. That's 5th and 6th.
Dan Garrett's in the top 10.
Craig Lamb 13th, isn't he, as well?
Right, okay, so they're starting to progress. With somebody off the road there, not sure. For second, Roussillard is trying to fight back now after Ryan Garrett passed him at the start of the lap, up in towards Hatchett's. This is lap 3 then. And well, they're 1.5 seconds behind the leader, who can now run his own lines, hasn't got to worry about what is going on behind. There was a car that went off. And is that Craig Land?
It might be, you know. It could well be Craig Land that has gone off. It looks a bit Craig Land-like. You can see him getting out of the car there at Spitfires, and so that will be... Yes, it is Craig Land, and that brings his sort of Pembrey weekend to a stuttering halt, doesn't it? The man that was dominating before this weekend has not had a very good weekend at all.
I think he's got the interviewer's curse. We spoke to him on Friday, which you saw in the lunch break, and he spoke about how good the reliability's been in his car.
Safety car's coming out. Safety car is coming out. It's going to pick up the leader at the exit of Spitfires. So number 94 still leading the race. Martin West, he sees the safety car and they're all going to queue up behind.
And that 2-second lead he had is gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Craig Land, I think he might learn not to talk up reliability of cars going forward when being filmed, because it's gone terribly wrong today for him. It's a disastrous day in his championship campaign.
Daniel Garrett just in the best lap of the race at 1:10.54, up inside the top 10. We've had 3 laps of this race. Now, we don't know exactly how much time there is to go, because it was a restarted race, so probably less than the original 15 minutes. And we are probably 4 minutes or so into this race already, so it's going to be a question of how quickly that Craig Land car, which I presume is the reason for this, can be recovered. Already I can see the Zurich vehicle heading out, and I imagine it will tow all right, so it shouldn't take a whole lot of time, because it is literally just across the circuit from the pit lane, so it shouldn't be much of a problem to get it back to a position of safety.
Yeah, he's the only car that didn't come through at the end of that lap, so that must be the cause for the safety car, as you say, to come out, and we shall see, as you say, how long we get to go after this. But you'd think it might be quite frenetic with very little time that will remain once the safety car comes in.
Yeah, but Carter's now, so they're going to have to do one more lap at least, aren't they? Behind the safety car. The Craig Land car is now, I think, attached to a tow rope, so that's boding well for a relatively quick recovery. Yep, it's now being towed. They're towing it across the circuit now. They're towing into the pit lane exit now, so really probably the safety car can speed up a little bit now, and we can have one more lap behind the safety car and then get back into a few more minutes of racing. So yeah, I think the safety car is now starting to accelerate a little bit because the circuit is clear again. So good work there by the Pembrey recovery staff to get that car cleared so quickly. from the outside of Spitfires. No messing around by the staff here at Pembrey. Many thanks to them, and many thanks, of course, to all of the marshals here this weekend as well at Pembrey. They endured a torrid day yesterday with such bad weather. Didn't envy them at all, having to be out there in the rain. But today it's still quite cool and fairly breezy, as you can see, but dry at least.
So we should, as you say, get going this time, and I wonder what Martin West's plan is here on the restart, how he's going to be able to get that break again. In the previous race it was pretty much impossible to do that, and now we're all bunched back up. It may be again pretty difficult for that to happen, but we shall see if Martin West can manage it, because he is probably the most experienced driver here at the front particularly, isn't he? Ryan Garrett's pretty new to this still. Cole Roussillon's been about for a few more seasons, as has Paul Clark, but certainly as the consistent front runner, Martin West here, Ian, is the most experienced driver in this category.
He is. So safety car lights are out and it's pulling in.
He caught the safety car almost too early there, but I think he just about timed it okay.
Yeah, he did indeed. So he's coming through Honda and gets the green flag to restart the race. He's made a decent fist of that restart, actually, with Ryan Garrett a few car lengths behind in second place. Roy Senard's there in third, Paul Clark fourth, but Todd Boucher it is on the outside line up into fifth place.
West has gone wide. He's lost the lead in. He outbraked himself after making a decent restart.
Yeah.
And Ryan Garrett has got himself ahead and into the lead of the race, as we see here as they come into the frame. So a really silly mistake there perhaps from Martin West, outbraking himself after making a good gap. So Ryan Garrett is in front, West is second, third is Roussillon, and fourth, as you said, Todd Boucher now ahead of Paul Clark. 5 for the lead.
Through the Senna S's and towards Brooklands hairpin they go then. So West with a little bit of work to do to try and get this victory back into his grasp. It will be an important victory for the championship as well, with Craig Land DNFing for the second time today, if he can do it. But Ryan Garrett's also had a pretty strong weekend, hasn't he? I think looking for his third visit to the podium this weekend. Certainly, can he cap it off with a win as well? That's the question. He's in the lead at the end of that lap. He probably won't be in the lead by the time they get to Hatchett's hairpin. West having a look up the inside. The door closed there. It's Royce Nars on the outside and Clark also on the outside, trying to go very deep into Hatchett's corner. They're 3 wide on the exit. Quite a lot of curb being used by some of them, but it's Royce Nars that's come through. He was third over the line. He leads at Hatchett's.
Yeah, he's perhaps not the person who you thought was going to go through. Now Martin West slices up the inside of Ryan Garrett to get second. Sounds like somebody may have not been on the tarmac there on our effects bikes here at Alpha Live. But anyway, the leaders come through. They're all still there, are they? It's Todd Boucher still in here. There's Paul Clark in 62. There's Roussillon. He leads. Second West. Third is Garrett. Yeah, I think we might have lost Todd Boucher there. DeBenny, perhaps. He's may have gone off the road. We'll catch up on that at the end of the lap. But for now, for the lead, West to the outside of Roussillon's. They run level here up towards Honda Curve, but to go round the outside is difficult. But Martin West has made it, and he's gone through to the lead. A remarkable move, but now they've held them both up, and Ryan Garrett's got the run up towards the hairpin on this occasion, but he can't find space. West and Roussillon there come close to contact, but I think they might have avoided it. Anyway, it's West in front. Second is Garrett. Third is Roussillon, and for Todd Boucher, he's dropped all the way to 14th.
Yeah, absolutely right. Meanwhile, Daniel Garrett is in 8th position. He's about 2.6 seconds behind the car in front. He's got a bit of a gap to make up before he can get back on terms with the leading pack. We'll see if he can do it in what's left of this race, which is not going to be very much. Black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody whose number ends in a 9.
Martin West has a bit of oversteer there, coming out of the Brooklands hairpin as he desperately tries to put the power down. And next up is Carter's Curve, the fast right-hander. 99, Ryan Garrett, the man with the driving standards flag, so that'll be a track limits issue, which doesn't completely surprise me. Well, yeah, we've seen quite a lot of road that might not be race circuit used up there. Hatchett's hairpin and There we see the board as the top two go absolutely side by side. Ryan Garrett on the inside takes the lead back up towards Hatchett's on lap number 9, but West brakes desperately late.
Well, is he going to hold on to it? His nose is in front, but he's not got the line for Spitfires. He will have the line for DeBenny. He's on the grass, though, coming out of Spitfires, but nevertheless, Martin West is back into the lead. So Garrett back down to second, and then it's Royce Nars in third.
So quite a remarkable few moments there, but West, after losing the lead, got it back straight away pretty much with a fantastic late break in move into the Hatchett's hairpin. Behind they were side by side between Cole Rousenars and Paul Clark as West runs out wide sideways. Rousenars come out ahead of Clark. Then Tom Parker is there in fifth, not far ahead of Rob Hardy and David Martin. But for the lead through Carter's curve, Garrett goes through round the outside to get himself up ahead of Martin West. Into Honda curve they come. 12 minutes of this race has gone. West is sideways as they come up across the line.
And take the checkered flag. So that was the last lap of the race, and that was therefore a very important part of the circuit to be leading at. Ryan Garrett takes the win by 16/100ths of a second from Martin West in second place. Carl Rousenars in third position. All very close indeed. The top 5 covered by 1.47 seconds. The top 6 by, or the top 7 by just a smidgen over 2 seconds, 2.01 seconds covering the first 7 cars there. Ryan Garrett then taking his first win in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. Martin West second, Royce Nars third, Clark fourth, Parker fifth, Hardy sixth, David Martin seventh, Daniel Garrett eighth, Rob Upsey ninth, and Glenn Boyd 10th. A few drivers, I think, getting their best results there.
Yeah, well, certainly for Ryan Garrett, his first win. Before this weekend, his best result this season was a 10th.
Wow.
And he got a second and a second in the wet race and the dry race this morning. And then he got that win with that toe-in move around the outside through Carter's curve on the final lap of the race. Where his brother yesterday chucked it away on the last lap, today Ryan takes the win.
He does indeed. Let's get confirmation of those results then. And it is Ryan Garrett, the winner, this time by 0.16 seconds in the number 99 car from 94, Martin West in second, 84, Carl Rousenars in third, then 82, Paul Clark fourth. Tom Parker was fifth in number 79, ahead of Rob Hardy, number 38. And it was David Martin and Daniel Garrett, 7th and 8th. Rob Apsey, number 73, was 9th, and Glenn Boyer, 10th in number 33. William Wright in number 9 was 11th, ahead of Ian Hardy. Brad Horsnell, number 58, took 13th position. Todd Boucher, 69, was 14th, and 15th was number 57, Daniel. So then it was Nick Garrett, Tony Mole, Thor Tuller, Jeanette Malpas, and William Ward, Bill Ward. And Craig Land, non-finisher. And the safety car made an appearance again as well. So that's it for the low costs for this weekend. They will continue their season at Snetterton at the end of July, so a little bit of a summer break for them coming up. But it should be a very exciting season now. Probably selfishly a little bit more exciting than it might have been from a championship point of view, with Craig Land failing to finish the 2 races today. Let's head down to the pit lane and Johnny Palmer.
So again, a slightly earlier race finish than most were expecting, but Ryan Garrett, who's been there or thereabouts in the previous 2 races, gets a first win of the season in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low Cost Championship. Let's have a word with him, because it feels like this one has been a little bit overdue. Perhaps you've had the pace all weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I'm well chuffed. I just want to thank my brother Dan for setting the car up for me and building an absolutely amazing engine. Yeah, so all respect goes to Dan, really.
And did you say that you and Dan's cars are brand new for this season?
They are, yes. It's been since this is a new car for this meeting. It's the same chassis, but the 3-week off period, we completely rebuilt the car from start to finish. New roll cage, new engine, new gearbox, axle, you name it, it's got it, and it's just gone to pay. So I'm well happy.
And I think 3 times on the podium this weekend.
That's a first for me. So it is, yeah.
But what about Dan's luck? Because it seems like he's had similar pace to you, but just can't buy a break.
With me, unfortunately, he had a little bit of a collision with Carl in the second race. Racing's racing. We're all friends at the end of the day. So yeah, it's a shame, but I'm sure we're at Snetterton next. I'm sure he'll be up here with me. That's the plan anyway.
Good stuff. Well, yes, it's always great to see you door handle to door handle, two brothers. Congratulations on the race win. We've missed Martin West entirely. He was a little bit outspoken at the end of the previous race, you may remember. What I've forgotten to do, I'm holding this all the time. Well overdue. Congratulations, Ryan. And let's have a word with Carl Rousenars, because you, again, were in the right place at the right time. I mean, these races, they're supposed to run to 15 minutes, but who knows how long they're going to last.
That's it. And so you've got to take your opportunities when they come. And I managed to find my way to lead, but it's so close to the front, and it's very, very choppy change. Everybody's multiple positions in one lap. But I've got to say, the car was absolutely bob on. So a big thanks to Rob at RPN Racing and to my dad for setting it up. And yeah, to Pete Hatfield, who built the engine, so absolutely brilliant. We're really chuffed for the weekend.
Nice to have most of the cars in one piece this time as well. I think a few words were said maybe after the second race, but
yeah, the second race wasn't as fun because there was too much contact and things, but that was a better race. So yeah, I'm very happy. Thank you.
Very well done. Third place, Carl Rousenars, and next, now on a green flag lap, third and final time for the Tigiwa Type R Trophy.
Yes, the cars heading out onto their green flag lap for the Tigiwa Type R Trophy. Race 21 of the weekend. This is the grid. Pole position number 92, Jake Hewlett. Beside him is 84, Chris Smith. This based on the result of the earlier race. Chris Nyland, number 130 on the inside of row 2. Beside 28, Joe Jessup. In 5th position on the grid is number 97, Matt Digby. Next to him is 104, Daniel Chapman. On row 4, it's number 11, Joe McMullen, and 83, William Puttergill. Then on the next row, it's 69, James Mansell, and 7, Jack Thomas. That's 9th and 10th. Row 6, 27, Daniel Bailey, and treble 7, Mark Dickin. We'll see him come through, I'm sure, from mid-grid. Then on row 7, it's number 9, Gavin Johnson, and 92, Tim Necklin. Row 8 is 95, Samuel Dennis, and 94, Ursula Jordan. Row 9, 18, Matthew Duffel, and 30, Craig Atkinson. It's Warwick Ellis and Alan Gill on the 10th row, 39 and 23. And Ashmore and Conor Murphy, the two cars slated to be on the back row of the grid. We'll see if they're there or not. Ashmore's car certainly was fairly heavily damaged in this morning's race, which brought about a race stoppage, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen good work, though, last night from teams to get cars out that were damaged. So we'll see if Ashmore is there on the back, although, like you say, wouldn't be surprised if he's not. Championship here looking very close after 2 races already this weekend at Pembrey. Chris Nyland only 3 points ahead of Jake Hewlett, so very little can separate them. Nyland had a win in the opening race at Croft. He hasn't won since then, but has been in the top 4 in every race. Jake Hewlett, he cooked his second win this season earlier on today. He also won at Holton Park. Joe Jessup, he's a few points further back because of a DNF earlier in the year, but he has also won. He's actually won more than anybody else 3 times. He's won at every meeting. He won once at Croft, once at Holton Park, and already here at Pembrey. Then Matt Digby not far behind either. He's there 4th in the championship after a couple of podiums. A podium at Croft and yesterday in the wet here at Pembrey. So championship very competitive. You were mentioning that earlier, Ian. It's a very close fought championship, but our top 2 are there in the championship, are there together on the grid in 1st and 3rd. Jake Hewlett, new to racing, and a lot more experience behind him, Chris Nylon.
Yeah, and in between them on the grid today, Chris Smith in his red and blue Apollo Autos liveried car. Last car's just coming into position. We get the green flag at the back. We'll be very quickly into racing. Red lights go on, and out they go. And it's a good start then by the car from pole position of Jake Hewlett. Chris Smith's made a decent getaway as well, as too has Chris Nyland. I think pretty good starts all across the board there. Nyland's going to have the inside line up into the hairpin, but actually it's around the outside that we can see the blue and red car of Chris Smith trying to make a move. I think in actual fact Jake Hewlett has probably just about held on. Yes, he has. Chris Nyland is that's gone up into 2nd place, or has he? Yes, he has. And Chris Smith in 3rd position with Joe Jessup 4th, Matt Digby in 5th.
Yeah, they were almost overlapping, I think, as they went through short there at Debenny. But let's see as they come into the S's. It's Hewlett versus Nyland. 3 points between them in the championship. 3 points between them if they get 1st and 2nd. The 3rd place car there looked very sideways, but got through the corner without drama, but did lose a place. Chris Smith has lost out then. I think to Joe Jessup.
Dickens out of shape. Sorry, Josh.
We saw this in the earlier race, didn't he? That he seems to get out of shape on cold tyres a little bit, Mark Dickin, this weekend. But there is Smith, so he's lost some more position. Daniel Chapman, that's one of the repaired cars from yesterday, goes up the inside of 83 Will Puttergill at Honda, the corner named after his brand of car. He ran a little wide on the exit. Here are the leaders, the championship contenders, almost overlapping here into, they are overlapping now into Hatches, but that's only because Chris Nyland's gone in deep and wide. Behind them is Joe Jessup, another championship contender here this season. So the three drivers that have had the most success this year are in the top three here in the 7th round of the season, the halfway point in the championship for the Jaguar Type R Trophy.
Yeah, it's going to be a dramatic season. I think it's probably going to be one of these three drivers that wins the championship. Either Jake Hewlett in the lead, or Chris Nyland, or Joe Jessup. Jessup, who's had a few wins so far, but so too now is Jake Hewlett. He's had a couple as well. Watching Chris Smith there, he's dropped back to 5th position behind Matt Digby. It was back to 5th by the end of the first lap of the race. Gap back then to Daniel Chapman in 6th position. This is the 28 car of Joe Jessup, the man who has won races at Croft and Alton Park so far this season. Before we think about what's happened this weekend, and then we see them all head through Honda, the leaders down the straight towards Hatchett's Hairpin for the 3rd time. That's Chapman. Behind him is Pottergill, who's going pretty well this weekend, challenging for 6th place there at Hatchett's.
And using plenty of road in the meantime, but he can't go through. We did all Chapman make that move a moment ago. Fastest lap has gone the way of Joe Jessup, a 1:07.01. He's in 3rd place, hunting down the top two. But there is Daniel Chapman, sort of best of the rest, because Matt Digby and Chris Smith going with the top three. Then Chapman there in 6th, ahead of Puttergill. Then Joe McMillan in 8th, and then Mark Dickon did make progress at the start. He's 9th despite that sideways moment, and James Mansell having his best weekend of the season. He runs in 10th, a new driver to car racing. There is William Puttergill, who raced in the championship last season, but I'm afraid one car off the road, which is 23 Alan Gill.
Yeah, so he is out of the race. That is just on the exit of Spitfires. It's only a few feet really from the edge of the circuit. So we've got yellow flags down there. Wouldn't surprise me if we saw more than that. Indeed, I can see the safety car moving out, and I think it's going to do what it did in the previous race, and yet it's going to join the circuit at the exit of Spitfires, and will pick up Jake Hewlett, the race leader. So we're back into safety car conditions here in the Jaguar Type R Trophy. Yeah, that car of Alan Gill, it literally is about 6 feet away, and if my eyes don't deceive me, it looks like that's not going to be quite such a straightforward recovery. Look, from this angle, it looks like the left front corner is broken on that car. So I don't know quite if that's correct, if indeed how it is correct how that's happened, but it might be a slightly less rapid recovery than the one we saw in the previous low-cost race.
Yeah, that looks to be the case, doesn't it, Ian? Outside our commentary box window, rather than what you might have seen on the screen, perhaps. But yeah, the top three here, you mentioned that it'll probably be one of these drivers that will win the championship. They're the only drivers that have actually won a race this season, aren't they? We mentioned 3 for Jessup, 2 for Hewlett, and 1 for Nylon.
But the race now being stopped, and I think they've probably realised that recovery is going to be a little bit more complicated than perhaps was first thought, and so it'll need the race to be stopped and to allow that recovery to take place. And we will get a restart, I'm sure. We'd had 3 laps, so that does mean we'll go to a new grid for the restart, which is going to be a little bit different than the first grid. Chris Smith is the one that loses out effectively, because he started 2nd and a restart 5th, I think. And
yeah, just everybody's moved up ahead of him, haven't they? Nyland, Jessup and Digby during the course of this those 3 laps.
That's right. So, and I suspect we'll get, I don't know, maybe an 8-minute restart or something like that again once that's all been sorted out. So we don't really know what happened to Alan Gill, who was towards the back of the field, whether there's been some contact with another car, or maybe something's just broken, maybe after hitting a curb or something like that. We don't know, but it does look like there is some damage to the left front corner of the car, so it's going to need, it's not going to be a straight tow effectively that's possible to sort that out.
No, it looks that way, doesn't it? But helpfully, because the safety car did come out, everyone has been collected, haven't they? So
yes,
that makes life simpler than what it might do otherwise.
Yes, it does mean that that's held back at sort of Honda, isn't it? So there's Alan Gill's car, something being put in the in the boot.
Yes, perhaps it is some sort of incident damage. Then.
Yeah, could
it
well be.
Looked a bit bumper-like, I think, what he was putting into the boot.
Yeah, possibly some trim from the side of the car, maybe.
Yeah, it might have been, yeah.
Could have been. So it'll take a few moments to recover that. And yeah, as I say, because the car's been held back there at Honda, they can then bring them forward in the order that they choose, or not choose, but they are required to put them in for the re-grid based on the positions, probably at the end of lap 2, one would think. Let's, while we've got this pause though, take a short break. For the 23 car of Alan Gill to be recovered. It's going to need a full lift because the suspension has collapsed on that car, I'm afraid to say. So whether there was some contact that has caused that or if it's just a random failure, I'm not quite sure, but it is going to need a full lift, and so as it turns out, the right decision to stop the race and allow that recovery to be done safely, because the car was only right at the edge of the circuit. And we'll have a restart, therefore. They're starting to bring the cars forward to the grid for that now, so that just as soon as that incident is cleared, and again, they've not got too far to take the car away back to the pit lane, but as soon as that's done, we'll be able to get racing back underway. We'll have another green flag lap as well, I should think, because these Tequila Type R trophy cars do have a green flag lap. Still a reminder, after this there's 3 more races to go, including the 90-minute race, the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy endurance race. Then we've also got the third and final races of the weekend for the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship, who are having their Super Sprint weekend this weekend here at Pembrey, and the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship, who we will see out for a third time today as well. So plenty more action to come here at Pembrey, and we will look forward to bringing that to you here on the Alpha Live stream, We've been bringing you 750 Motor Club action for a few seasons now, and it's been good to bring so many of these events to you from all across the country. First time we've done so from Pembrey, the first time 750 Motor Club has visited Pembrey for several years. Your first visit to Pembrey as well, Josh. What have been your impressions here for the first time?
Well, I think yesterday we sort of have to take it out of context because of the weather. So from today, I found the racing thoroughly enjoyable. There's been, especially this morning, there were some cracking races. I really enjoyed listening to you and Johnny, like back in the day, the two of you together. But yeah, some great racing we had, didn't we, with some big packs of cars, loads of overtaking, and a really quick circuit as well, where the cars are moving about. We saw with the Sports 1000, the character of the circuit means the cars move around perhaps more than they might do at Silverstone, for example. And yeah, so a fast with that one slow corner, of course, means overtaking possible there, but the quick corners particularly, especially from the Alpha Live pictures that we're getting here into the commentary box and going around the world, really spectacular sort of driving around here. And I think the drivers are enjoying it. Most drivers seem to be pretty happy with the circuit and the type of racing it has been given. And we'll obviously have to see if a return to Pembrey is on the cards for future seasons. But we had good grids here, and I think people enjoying the racing. We had unfortunate weather yesterday, I think.
Yes.
Because actually, all the week up leading here in Wales, it's been a very nice week. And actually, I think the forecast for the following week is okay as well, which I'm sure you're pleased about.
Yes, absolutely. 10-minute restart. That's what we're going to get after a green flag lap. That'll be time for probably 9 laps, I would think.
Yes, quite generous after we had 3.5 minutes or so anyway.
So should get a good race distance in. It's gone back to, I think, the order at the end of lap 1, hasn't it, by the looks of it? No, perhaps the end of lap 2. Yeah, with Chris Smith there on the third. I was trying to work it all out, but yeah, that is the order, I think, at the end of lap 2.
So we've got those 3 championship contenders at the front, which is obviously the big sort of talking point, isn't it, in the Type R Trophy this year?
Right.
It's sort of a talking point we didn't really have going on last year because, as you were saying earlier, Adam Shepherd basically won every race, so it felt that way. I think he actually did win every race he competed in, didn't he? Of course, you can watch Adam Shepherd this weekend back on the Alpha Live channel because he's racing in the TCR UK Championship this season.
Yeah, you can certainly catch up with that later, but I think for now, stick with us here at Pembrey and the 750 Motor Club. Just looking at the calendar for the rest of the Type R Trophy season after this weekend, they go to Donington Park on the 6th of August, Brands Hatch, 27th of August, and then it's another triple header to round out the season, the 1st and 2nd of October at Snetterton. I think there's a good chance that the championship will be decided in that final meeting, Josh.
Yes, because it's a 2-drop scores, isn't it, in Type R Trophy with 3 races at Snetterton. Means it's very unlikely anybody's going to win before that final meeting. And Snetterton, that'll be an exciting races, I'm sure, fast circuit in different ways to here at Pembrey. You've got the long straights of Snetterton with some slower corners amongst it, and that, as you say, will be a championship deciding weekend, and how close the season's been, it could well go to that 3rd and final race there at Snet. So you've got 3 MSV venues to end off the year, but 3 very different type of tracks. You've got the fast and flowing Donington Park circuit, which always has great racing, and then a bit tighter Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Back with 750 Motor Club, unlike last year where they raced at the Japanese festival, didn't they? So hopefully a cleaner race meeting than what that one was last year. There was very few racing laps at Brands, so I'm sure that'll be different this year. Very different group of drivers this season as well. So those top 2 in the championship, Nyland and Hewlett, weren't around last year in this championship. No. Joe Jessup, of course, is back, as is Matt Digby, 3rd and 4th in the championship. But there's lots of new people. I spoke to Chris Smith earlier, didn't I? Who raced in Hot Hatch in a bit more of a powerful car. Enjoyed that, but he was obviously had his first year with a 750 Motor Club paddock and liked the look of this Type R Trophy championship with the tight regulations. And he's getting quicker and quicker. He got his first podium there. He's 7th in the championship. And this weekend's been going a lot better for him because his best result coming into this race was an 8th. and he got a 5th yesterday. He got a 2nd earlier. So more drivers are getting quicker, getting more used to these cars, and are becoming contenders, and that's certainly what we like to see.
It's hard to believe, isn't it? These iconic EP3 shaped Type Rs. I mean, these cars are around about 20 years old now. They're still absolutely fresh. I still think they're probably the best looking of the Civic Type Rs as well. I'm not so keen on the look of the more modern cars. So they look really good.
And it's really helped with some fantastic liveries here in the Type R Trophy paddock. And yeah, like we see on these Alpha Live pictures, the cars do look really good, and quite different liveries for most of the cars. That's always helpful from a viewing perspective, so easy to pick out, hopefully, each of the cars. And yeah, they do look like sort of mini touring cars, don't they? And like with Adam Shepherd, I guess it's a great way to get in if you have got that ambition of being a touring car racer. This is a great sort of first step onto the ladder with cars, as you say, they are a little bit old, but they are still very similar to any modern front-wheel drive racing car.
Yep.
And they're very good value. You've got the foundation package that the 750 Motor Club offer, which is a great way to get into the racing.
A lot of people have done that over the last 2 years. They've got involved with the foundation that's run, certainly for the last 2 seasons. An influx of numbers last season to sort of more than double the grid sizes from the previous year, wasn't it? Which is fantastic.
You almost forget those days, didn't you, of the first full season, when the grid wasn't healthy, and the 750 Motor Club kept pushing with it because I suppose there could have been a point there, perhaps a discussion was had whether to keep going with this format. But now, here at Pembrey, we've got over 20 cars, 33 drivers have competed in the championship so far this season, and it really shows the worthwhile effort the 750 Motor Club has gone into to make this championship work out.
And that foundation package, to put that in context, for £10,095 for this season, you can have a race-ready Honda Civic with all the controlled parts, and that will be your car to keep. Second set of tyres, pre-season track day, club membership, registration fee, the race entry fees, transponder hire, and discounted mechanical support and parts for just over £10,000. That's a lot of money, but in motorsport terms, that's a bit of a bargain, isn't it? And if you're a novice, you also got all the stuff that you needed to go racing for the first time as well. Your race license, your starter pack, your race kit package as well, for only another £1,500. So really affordable way to get into the sport, and it clearly appealed to a lot of people.
Well, like you say, it's a lot of money, but you get the car, and the car is worth a good amount of money that if you decide to either move on or you can't afford to carry on, you've got something that you can sell on and therefore get most of that money back again, I'm sure.
Yeah, lots of demand for Type Rs out there.
Yeah, it's sort of come on, haven't they, Honda Civic Type Rs, as a popular club racing car over the last few seasons.
It is an iconic, hot hatch in terms of road cars, isn't it? You think of things like down the years Peugeot 205 in its era and the Golf GTI. I think the Honda Civic Type R was the sort of 2000s iconic hot hatch car. So I think it's got that sort of credibility and that appeal to people, and as well as making the platform for a very good racing car. Just having a look over my shoulder to see what's going on at Spitfires. We're still awaiting the recovery of that car. We've had lots of very efficient recoveries, but I think with that broken suspension, this one is proving a little bit more difficult to pick up. So we will await for the number 23 car of Alan Gill to be recovered, and then we'll hopefully get the race back underway in the not too distant future.
I wonder if the extra delay might make Race Control rethink the time the race start will be, but we shall see.
There's some progress now with getting that car away.
It obviously was, in the end, not felt needed to go on the back of the flatbed, I assume.
Yeah.
So actually, out the window, it looked like there was less progress than there actually is. So.
Yes, so it looks like they will get that car over the circuit into the inner paddock, and as soon as that's done, we'll be able to get a green flag lap. Where fortunately, there's no sort of damage to circuit furniture because it was nowhere near the barrier.
Yeah, an unusual reliability failure as well, we have to say there, from the Type R Trophy competitors. Don't normally see that without any. Well, perhaps there was some contact or something.
Contact
that happened before.
or maybe a curb being hit or something like that. That's caused a failure. Wind farm's working well. Breezy day, as we've said here in South Wales, but there's a bit more blue sky, not necessarily in that shot, but out of our commentary box window now, there is more blue sky than there was first thing this morning when I arrived at the circuit, when it was overcast still.
I think we take overcast
Yes.
over what we had yesterday. Recovery has now paused, unfortunately.
Yeah, so they... I'm not going to speculate what they're trying to do here, because I've got no idea. But hopefully they will get that car somehow back to the paddock shortly. They're now taking it off, so maybe now it's back onto the tarmac. Okay, now they're reattaching it again. They're in a slightly different position. So this will get recovered shortly, I'm sure.
It's quite typical that the morning runs smoothly, isn't it?
Yes.
And then when you get the afternoon where you've got the time pressures, that things haven't quite gone to plan.
No, we did get ahead of ourselves. This race, I think, started about 15 minutes early originally, but we've lost that upside now. They're going to take a bit of the trim off that car as well now, but that's probably the least of the worries at the moment, because that'll slot back on easily enough.
A lot of effort is put in by our rescue crew to try and make this work.
It is. It's a more physical job than you might imagine to get this done. Meanwhile, we've got the cars sitting on the grid. Drivers, I think, nearly all of them have got the windows open to get some air into the cockpit. Try and keep relatively cool.
It does look like there's a bit of dentage around the wheel arch, doesn't it? So that kind of goes to that theory that there was some contact that led to the suspension failure for Alan Gill.
Tell you one thing that's different since my last visit to Pembrey. 4 years ago when we were here, the forest on the hillside behind us was on fire, which it isn't this weekend.
Well, it's quite a good job it didn't last 4 years, really, isn't it?
It is. So that is one change from Pembrey. I was just thinking about the weather, because that's very, well, you might expect when you've got forest fires going on hot weekend, as it was in some parts of the country on Friday. Although it was, I don't think ever reached such temperatures here as we had further to the east and south of the country. Right, that car is now very gingerly being taken back. But it will, of course, be soon taken back into the paddock. And just as soon as that and the other flatbed is off the circuit, I'm sure we'll then get the green flag lap underway. And what should be then a 10-minute race. We'll see if we do get the full 10 minutes, but obviously this recovery is probably taking a bit longer than anticipated. Certainly it's just for we didn't continue behind the safety car, because there wouldn't have been much of a race left at all with that. They're not taking it into the this entrance to the pit lane for some reason, so it's going to take a little bit longer to get off the circuit elsewhere, I think.
Of course, we'll need a green flag lap as well, like you mentioned. So
absolutely,
everybody can get their tyres back up to temperature, because probably that has dissipated. Just as well, it wasn't Friday. Like it was in sort of the southeast of England. Otherwise, everyone would be getting very much overheated down in the on the grid at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you said it earlier, it was about 14 degrees. It might be a couple of degrees warmer than that now, but sort of not 32 as we had in the southeast on Friday. So the yellow Pembrey recovery vehicle in the 17-degree temperatures, heading back into the paddock with the Alan Gill car. That shouldn't be far away, I wouldn't have thought, now, for being able to turn into the paddock entrance at the crossing. I assume that's where it's going to head, and then the race will be able to get back underway after the green flag lap, of course. And apologies for the delay here at Pembrey and to those watching on Alpha Live, but just as soon as we can, the racing We'll be back with you. And don't forget, as we've said, 3 more races to come this afternoon for the 116 trophy. Sponsored by Gershox, the 90-minute race, and 2 15-minute races for the R&M Racing Sports 1000s and the K-Tech Racing Clear Sport Championship as well. 1 minute board is being shown by the marshal, so the engine's now firing up, and we will get another green flag lap. It might be, as we say, slightly less than 10 minutes because of the length of time that recovery has taken. We should have started this race 10 minutes ago now, and it'll probably be another 2 or 3 minutes before it actually starts, with the green flag lap now getting underway. So we'll be a little bit behind, but hopefully that time can be made up again. As the cars go off on the green flag lap to get some heat back into their MRF treaded tyres. It's a very affordable tyre that these cars run in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Very limited modifications in this championship. It's a standard Honda K20 engine, just in limited modifications to the induction, exhaust and sump baffle. The cars are power tested on the 750 Motor Club's rolling road. ECUs are sealed to prevent undue development and therefore associated costs. They use Yellow Speed Racing Premium coilovers. A safety device is roll cage. They can change the brake pads, but otherwise the brakes are standard, and it's a standard gearbox with an M factory helical limited slip differential as well. That's the setup for these Type R trophy cars. It's a bit of a modern day equivalent of the Stock Hatch Championship. We now still have the classic Stock Hatch Championship, of course, running with the 750 Motor Club. The Stock Hatch cars having been absorbed into Hot Hatch a few seasons ago, and this, I guess, is its spiritual replacement.
Yeah, that's right. You've kind of got a couple of options, haven't you, rather than the sort of the multi-mark Stock Hatch back in the day. Now you've got a couple of options within the 750 Motor Club where you want to go front-wheel drive, 2-litre hatchback racing with limited modifications but close competitive action, and this is one of those options on the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, which this race will be getting back underway very shortly now that we are on this green flag lap. So lots of thought can have gone on over the last 15 minutes or so in the cars, with the drivers can think how they can attack this start and how to attack the hairpin. Do they go inside, outside? How late do they brake? We heard from drivers it's quite difficult to know where to brake. There's not very many obvious sort of markers to use compared to perhaps some other corners around the circuit. And of course it's the most vital braking zone because it's a very long braking zone, going from a very high speed, probably the quickest speed you go on this circuit, to then the lowest speed. As you go down the gears, you've got to be careful not to lock a brake, although I think these cars do have ABS, so that makes it a bit easier than perhaps for the older cars that are racing this weekend. But anyway, we can talk about racing very shortly because the cars that are going to make the restart are all in place. Therefore, the green flag is waved now, and attempt 2 at this race is about to get underway.
Which it does now, and it's Jake Hewlett that makes a good start from pole position. A good start too by Joe Jessup from the second row of the grid, and he's going to be chasing the race leader down to the first corner. Chris Nyland therefore has to slot into third position. And there's Matt Digby in the green car in fourth spot. Several cars abreast fifth and beyond, but it looks like it is Jake Hewlett then. At YT Biggs on Instagram, judging by the side of his car. He has the lead of the race then, from in second place Joe Jessup then and Chris Nyland in third. The 3 race winners from the championship so far this year out in front.
Yeah, that's right. In a slightly different order to what we had on those 3 laps on the first start. Then you've got behind... Oh, the challenge for the lead round the outside has gone Joe Jessup. He's run out of road. So Chris Nyland past them both. Well, he's certainly got past Jessup. He's brought Matt Digby with him. But it is Jake Hewlett, still with the novice cross on the back, that leads the way. But here comes Digby now. He's getting second. Away from Chris Nyland on the inside. Through Carter's curve into Honda. He's made it work. And Jessup's lost another place. Where there he's sideways Chris Smith, who's going to run out a little wide, so perhaps Jessup can get that one back. So Joe Jessup, who was trying to get the lead, has dropped to at least 4th place here. as he tries to hold off Chris Smith and Daniel Chapman down. They both break later than him, down into the hairpin. Some drivers break even later than that.
William Puskill and Joe McMullen coming together there. McMullen with damage to the rear of his car. Gavin Johnson there in the number 9 car squeezing up on the inside as well.
Damage to the front of Pottergill's car, so you might be able to put those two things together.
So top 3 then sweeping through, with Digby having made his way through into second place. Then Nyland down to 3rd, and Joe Jessup, the man with a lot of work to do here, looks like he was back into 4th position then, as we saw the cars just go through shot there. But it's Jake, yes it is, Jake Hewlett still leading. Quite a long gap behind Jessup now. Chris Smith has disappeared, it seems.
Yeah, he didn't come through there.
There he is in the background, so he's lost a lot of ground.
And Daniel Chapman, very wide, didn't he? Went way out of shot, so wide he went. One car's gone in the mud, but it's come back out okay. So James Mansell is out there. He's in the car with the novice cross on. The car in front of him gets very sideways. That's Daniel Chapman, who is the first of these cars, a long way behind the leaders, and then everybody else is behind him as they head up towards the Hatchett's hairpin. Damage, as you mentioned, to the 11 car, Joe McMullen, who brakes late again. This time gets the car turned in. Another driver with a novice cross on the back of his Type R Trophy Honda. And Chris Smith hasn't come through, I don't think, has he? So
no, he's just in the pit lane now, actually.
So we said he was having a good weekend. That's kind of come to an end now. As looking here at the 6th place car, James Mansell, ahead of Tim Necklin, who's been hit by 11, who's McMullen. I think they've got away with it, have they?
Looks like it.
They look like that could have gone worse. Tim, from the back of the grid originally, Conor Murphy, who had that problem earlier, retired. He's involved here.
He's 10th at the moment, I think, isn't he? And maybe even a little bit higher than that. We'll get a check on that at the moment. Leaders are coming through over the line, I can tell you. There's the James Mansell car. So he was in 6th place at the start of the lap, and I think he still is there. So Chapman in 5th, Mansell in 6th. There's 2 evocative names from the history of motorsport. And then everyone else trying to be 7th at the moment, headed by Tim Necklin in the 96 car.
But round the outside again, late on the brakes now is the bumperless car. As Pottergill runs wide, it was McMullen that was late on the brakes. The damaged front end of Pottergill there went very wide, but it's back on again as it's all going on, isn't it? In the second group of cars. Meanwhile, up front, Jake Hewlett's gap, it started to go out down to Matt Digby, 0.6 of a second. Nyland and Jessup 3rd and 4th. But here's the Mark Dickin in the middle of this gaggle, where Conor Murphy gets very sideways ahead of him, which may give Dickin a chance to go through.
Yeah, Dickin through on the inside there at Brooklands. Warwick Ellis getting the black and white driving standards flag down beneath us. So watching Conor Murphy then in that 67 car, just lost out to Mark Dickin as the leaders go through once again. And it is still Jake Hewlett leading from Matt Digby and Chris Nyland in 3rd position. But here we see that battle a little bit further back, just coming through Honda. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all together. Tim Necklin, Joe McMullen, then Mark Dickin, Conor Murphy, and Gavin Johnson going well inside the top 10 as well.
There's the bumper that's come off the back of Joe McMullen's car. He currently runs in 8th position after 4 laps of this. Here are the leaders though, absolutely together. Jake Hewlett leading Matt Digby and Chris Nyland and Joe Jessup, 4 of them. The top 4 in the championship here in a different order to what their championship positions are, but they're having a great battle here in the final of 3 races of the weekend for the Type R Trophy. But it is Jake Hewlett, the driver with the least experience, at the front. Matt Digby probably with the most experience really here in P2. Chris Nyland, championship leader, 3rd. Joe Jessup, who raced in the series last year, sits there in 4th place as they head their way through Honda Curve for the 5th time, with Jake Hewlett leading the way.
Yeah, over the line they go. William Pussigill now getting the track limits warning flag as well. He's in 13th position after his excursion on the previous lap. Chris Nyland going deep into Hatchett to try and get the place away from Matt Digby. Danger is there. He leaves the door open for Joe Jessup, who's not too far behind in 4th position either. He certainly doesn't get P2 away from the very experienced Matt Digby though. So it's Hewlett now, a slightly bigger lead again, I think, over Digby in second, Nyland in third, Jessup in fourth. There is then quite a gap back to Daniel Chapman in fifth, ahead of James Mansell in sixth place. And Mark Dickin and Conor Murphy have both made up place as well, going seventh and eighth now.
Meanwhile, the leaders work lap number 6. Still Hewlett out front as they turn their way through the Brooklands hairpin here. And Matt Digby, he managed to fend off that challenge at the start of the lap from Chris Nyland, so still runs second. Here's that second group, including Conor Murphy and Mark Dickin, 7th and 8th, now ahead of Tim Necklin. They're also headed into this part of the circuit where Murphy gets a better exit and draws up alongside Mark Dickin and should make 7th position there for his own as they work their way through Carter's Curve, and does. So he's through ahead of 777, which is Mark Dickin, who tries to fight back, does he, here into the final corner, but can't make that work. And then you've got Necklin and McMullen behind.
3 minutes of the race left to go on the clock. It's Jake Hewlett leading by about half a second. That's Tim Necklin locking up in 9th position. Joseph McMullen trying to find a way through behind him. Gavin Johnson there in 11th place now, the former Porsche 924 champion and classic stock hatch racer as well. As we watch the 67 car, that's Conor Murphy then. He's in 7th place at the moment. He's about 5 seconds behind James Mansell up the road, so he's got a bit of work to do, and I'm not sure he's got enough time to do that, to catch up into the top 6 positions. There's that bumperless, or rear bumperless number 11 car of Joseph McMullen. Will affect the handling a little bit as the leaders go over the line again with 2 minutes left to go. Still in the same order, I can tell you. As we're watching now, Murphy here, he's getting away, I think, from Dickin, isn't he, a little bit, in 7th position.
Yeah, it's starting to look that way, isn't it? As they come through to complete their 7th lap. You say quite a long way behind the leading 4 that have scampered away from the rest. Here they are, Jake Hewlett still leading, but not by very much, over Digby, Nyland and Jessup.
William Puttergill's in problem, I think. He seems to have lost power on the way down the Cowles straight, the start and finish straight here, so Puttergill may be out of this race before much longer. This is the leading group of cars working what's probably going to be the penultimate lap here, because we've just got just over a minute to go. A lap time here is about 1 minute and 7 seconds. Best lap of this race has been a 1:06.97 for Joe Jessup, which is not as quick as Jake Hewlett went in the earlier race. Over the line they go, and yes, I'm pretty sure this will be the final lap that they are now starting, and it's Hewlett ahead by still only about half a second.
Okay, so hard on the brakes for the final time. No change the position here, but there might be a car to lap, the Warwick LS car on the final lap of the race possibly, which could cause some issues. But just the one car should make it easier than the previous race where there were 2 cars close together. We shall see if that does make a difference on the final half a lap of this Pembrey race weekend for the Type R Trophy competitors.
Yeah, it's been a busy 3-race weekend for them, and another 3-race weekend later on in the season as well. Here's Hewlett, he's coming up behind that back marker, Warwick Ellis though, not ideal timing to get that car, though he will get past at Carter's. Will Digby get through as well? Yes, he does, as Ellis keeps well out of the way. Looks like the checker flag's being made ready down here beneath us, so it's going to be a second win in a row then for Jake Hewlett. Very good news for his championship campaign in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Hewlett takes the win. Matt Digby, another second place for him in the number 97 car. In third place, it's the 130 car of Chris Nyland. Fourth, the number 28, Joe Jessup. So it'll all still be very nice and tight in the points, with 3 of the 3 championship contenders all in the top 4. Daniel Chapman, number 104, takes 5th. 69, James Mansell takes 6th position there in the background. You can see William Puttergill's car being worked on, but to no avail in the pit lane. Conor Murphy takes 7th, Mark Dickin 8th, Tim Necklin 9th, Joseph McMullen 10th. And then the rest of the field coming through. An entertaining race that for the Type R Trophy, but Jake Hewlett just seemed to have that under control all the way through.
Yeah, and I think they take the championship lead there with another win. So he's adding to his tally here, taking that win at Oulton Park, but then 2 this weekend at Pembrey. So his 3rd win of the season. And let's take a look at those results then of round 7 of the championship.
9 laps completed in the 10-minute race for number 92, Jake Hewlett. He won by 0.41 seconds on number 97, Matt Digby. In 3rd place, it was the 130 car of Chris Nyland. He was ahead of Joe Jessup. In 4th, number 28. Then quite a gap back to Daniel Chapman, number 104, who took 5th. James Mansell, 69, took 6th. 7th place to number 67, Connor Murphy. 8th place to the 777 car, Mark Dickin. In 9th place was number 96, Tim Necklin. And Gavin Johnson rounding out the top 10. Well done to him. Joseph McMullen was 11th in number 11. 27, Daniel Bailey was 12th. Then Samuel Dennis. Jack Thomas, Ursula Jordan, Craig Atkinson, Matthew Duffel and Warwick Ellis. We lost William Pudskill to the pits. Chris Smith was a retirement as well. So the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, that will continue before too much longer at Donington Park on the 6th of August. Look forward to that. A reminder that we have 3 more races to come this afternoon here at Pembrey. Coming up next, it's the 90-minute race. That's the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy for teams with up to 3 drivers. We've also got the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship and the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship to round out the weekend's racing here at the home of Welsh motorsport. Let's go down to Johnny Palmer in the pit lane to hear from Jake Hewlett.
The top 3 in the final race of the weekend for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, neatly arranged in front of us, almost as they crossed the line. In fact, they were nose to tail. We won't be able to have a word with Joe Jessup, but he was just shy of the final podium slot. It's been a great weekend for Jake Hewlett, a couple of wins along the way, and he's taking his time to get out of the car. Who's going to win the race in terms of who's out first of all? Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Christopher Nyland whilst we wait for Jake. Chris, you came here as a championship leader. That's, again, useful points for 3rd position and some pressure from behind as well as in front.
Yeah, well, on that race in particular, it was I couldn't really go for the move because I knew Joe was right behind me, and I did show me nose once, and he was right there. So I thought, no, I've got to play it safe. You know, I've just got to think about them championship points. Obviously, they're catching me, but it's just about maintaining the points gap really. So I've tried my best. I mean, I've had a reverse grid, started from 8th, got to 3rd. I did start on pole yesterday, but obviously it just didn't go my way with that. But I think it was, 3 podiums, so I'm happy with that.
It's been incident-packed this weekend, but Pembrey generally has gone down well in the paddock, do you feel?
I think so, yeah. Obviously the circuit, it's a good circuit, yeah. It's fast, it's flowing. You can't make overtakes, you know. I've proven that. So, and it's a good track in both the wet and the dry. So I personally enjoyed it, yeah.
Good. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you here as part of the 750 Motor Club schedule, of course. Let's move to Jake to make sure that we've got time to first of all present this. So, Victory Garland. It's been all right for you this weekend, hasn't it? Especially the last 2 races.
Yeah, very, very positive. Really struggled in the wet with the wet setup. Still working on that front, but we've kind of got the dry dialed down. So, yeah, get off the line clean, look ahead.
And lots of pressure from behind, but you had to keep it, as you say, neat and tidy.
Oh, absolutely. There's some phenomenal drivers in this series. They've all got talent and they can all drive. Pressure throughout, but again, try to look ahead.
Well, very well done, Jake. Enjoy the Garland. Now to one of the keystone events of the weekend, 90 minutes worth of the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy.
So we've got the cars coming to the grid now for the Gaz Shocks 116 Trophy. And this is the 90-minute race with pit stops and multiple drivers. Treble 7, Mark Sullivan, is going to be on pole position. It's actually going to be Sam Carrington-Yates starting that car, but we'll see a lot of Mark Sullivan in that car later on. And alongside him driving solo today is number 5, Anthony Seddon. The second row of the grid is number 87, Louis Woodward, and the 71 car, which will be started by Christopher Godden. Row 3 on the inside is the, I beg your pardon, it's on the inside it's the number 34 car of Toby O'Reilly, and 42, Chris Warburton, is next to him. On the 4th row on the inside it's number 1, that's Richard Lakey. Beside him is the 151 car of Peter Keane. In the 5th row, it's 44 and 88. That's Richard Phillips and Ross Riley. In the 6th row, it's 50 Liam Brezitz and 12 Andrew Woodbine. On the 7th row, it was 4 and 40. That's Chris Noakes and Tom Laurie Fussy. Then it's Freddie Tatham with that 10 position penalty. He lines up a bit further back on the grid in the 89 car than he should have done. And then the number 3 car of Jeremy Woodgate is beside him. On the 9th row, it's 209. That's going to be started by Will Abraham and 57 Toby Partridge. On the 10th row, it's 220 Simon Fox and 123 Johnny Webster. And then on the 11th row, 22 Richard Roundell and the 41 car of David Lawrence, which rounds out the field. So a 90-minute race that we'll have for the 116 trophy cars. They're just going to leave to go onto their green flag lap beneath us now. The format of this race is that it is, as we say, a 90-minute race. The pit lane window will open after 15 minutes and it will be open until 75 minutes of the race have elapsed. During that time, all teams must make 2 mandatory 60-second pit stops during that window. There are penalties if you don't take your stops during the appropriate time. You can't take teams may not make either of their 2 mandatory pit stops under safety car conditions, it says on the bulletin for this weekend, so that's a change again, I think. And there are a couple of drivers with pit stop penalties, or a couple of teams. The Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates team, they have a 30-second penalty, and the Goddens, Christopher and Jack, have a 20-second penalty, and that is for previous race success. So 90-minute race, and it looks like it's going to be an interesting contest, this, with Sam Carrington-Yates there. Josh Link's only going to do a 20-minute stint today and leave most of the racing to Mark Sullivan.
Well, so he says anyway. So that is their initial plan. So we saw Louis Woodward go well earlier, didn't we, where he took second in that sprint race. He goes solo, doesn't have one of those penalties, so he's surely going to be one to look out for during the course of this race. The race wins have gone in the way at Croft of Harry Ormerod and Tim Crichton, and I think at Alton Park of Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates, the last of the races. So that's the reason for their success penalties, which I think come in the first of the 2 pit stops. So you've got time to work your way back up after that. You can see the pace car there making its way shortly into the pit lane. Then we get this 2x2 rolling start, which is going to be very busy into turn 1, I suspect.
I imagine it will be, Josh. So they're heading through Chris now. Not Chris, Carter's even. Chris, that's Cadwell Park, isn't it? We're not there until September. So through Carter's they go, and towards Honda. So it's Sam Carrington-Yates and Anthony Seddon in the number 5 car that control the pace. Through Honda then, we've got the red lights on the gantry, and this rolling start for the Gazshocks 116 trophy about to get underway. Through Honda they come, just watching out for the red lights, which are still on at the moment, and out they go. Away we go then for 90 minutes of racing in the Gazshocks 116 trophy. And they head down to Hatchett's for the first time. It's Sam Carrington-Yates leading. Louis Woodward in the white number 87 car, trying to make his way up the inside of number 5. Anthony Seddon getting through there down at Hatchett's hairpin for the first time. A little bit of a schmozzle further back, but actually all relatively clean, Josh, as they make their way out of Hatchett's through Spitfires and now swooping through the left-hander at Debaney. Sam Carrington-Yates leading from Louis Woodward.
Yeah, that's right. So they got through without real drama then, didn't they, at the start of this 90-minute race. So everybody taking that viewpoint that this is a long race. There's plenty to do. What they've got to look out for during this race is the track limits, because we saw a lot of penalties in that short 20-minute race, and you've got to do 90 minutes here without exceeding track limits. Well, they got through the first corner okay. Now it's gone wrong.
Yeah, it's the 1-2-3 car involved, which is that of Johnny Webster, who's going first in that car. Getting back out into the race, though, having lost a little bit of time. Here with the leaders coming through Honda then to complete their first lap. There's a bit of a gap, isn't there, from third back to fourth, where Christopher Godden is trying to keep everybody at bay there. The three abreast behind him on the way down to Hatchett's hairpin. It's the 151 car on the inside of Peter Keane, that is. 34 is Toby O'Reilly, and one making his way up the inside is Richard Lakey. So he's the one that's got involved, as well as too has the 88 car, which is the car being started by Ross Riley.
Yeah, that got all very busy on the run up towards Hatchett's, but actually they got through the corner without the drama that you may have thought was coming. But Godden, as you say, Christopher Godden, which is Godden Senior, starting this. And we know Jack qualified the car well to get it fourth, but now everybody's trying to take that position away from Chris. But he's doing a good job at this point here to keep what is a very long train of BMW 116Is behind him. And it is a 151 then, Peter Keane trying to come through, but I don't think he's able to make that work on this occasion through Carter's curve. He's got a tighter line though through Honda, so is this going to give him the run out of the corner down towards Hatchett's? I don't think it necessarily has, because there's everybody else trying to pass him here. 34 Toby O'Reilly to the outside, 42 Chris Warburton to the inside. And I think actually as they get to the hairpin itself, Keane has got up the inside of Godden for fourth. And does he make the move work when the cars come back into viewpoint? He does, so it is fourth for Peter Keane. He has got himself up ahead of Christopher Godden, but he is now 6 or so seconds behind the top three, which is Carrington, Yates, Woodward and Seddon.
Yep, so Godden doing a pretty good job here at the moment. There's the O'Reilly car, 34, the Eco Trailers livered machine. 42 is Chris Warburton up on the inside. Thought he might make the move at Brooklands, but that didn't quite work out. It's Ross Riley in the 88 car that's going to stand to benefit here. He gets a good exit out of Brooklands. He's going to be on the inside line for Carter's curve, and it looks like he has gone through. Yes, so number 88, Ross Riley goes through and up into 7th position at the expense of Warburton.
A very sideways car behind them though, that was Richard Lakey, but he was able to control that slide through the very fast Honda curve that completes the lap here at Pembrey. Battle here for what is 7th position, I think, as the Riley car loses out, I reckon, there to Chris Warburton. So Ross Riley, who had been progressing a little bit, has just lost potentially 7th position in all of that. Just ahead of them, Christopher Godden's also lost another place to that Eco Trailers liveried car of Toby O'Reilly. So O'Reilly now 5th on what is lap 4 of this 90-minute race.
Yep, Sam Carrington Yates has done the best lap so far, 1:13.20. There we can see Louis Woodward then in 2nd position, number 87, about 2 seconds behind the race leader, but he's got Anthony Seddon in very close proximity to him in the number 5 car in 3rd position. He's then got a gap of about 5 seconds back to Peter Keane in 4th, but Keane now he's obviously he's got past Christopher Godden. He's making a bit of progress and putting away from the Godden car, who will have Jack in the car for the later part of the race, and Jack the quicker driver of the two. I'm sure Christopher won't mind me saying that. Down to the hairpin goes Anthony Seddon, number 5 in the grey and orange Anthony Seddon racing car, trying to find the way past the 87 Louis Woodward, but unable to make that work at the moment.
Yeah, it seems that way. Louis Woodward in that BMW M type livery, and of course BMW Motorsport celebrating 50 years of motorsport this year, announcing last week their new prototype car that's going racing. But Woodward here just ahead of Anthony Seddon. And this could kind of become a battle for the win later, you kind of wonder, don't you, with these two cars not getting that success penalty. And at this point, there's nothing that can separate these two drivers. They're both going solo for the full distance. And they seem to have the pace at this stage over the rest.
Yeah, they do indeed. 90-minute race for a single driver is a bit of a test of endurance. I guess it's good that it's not quite as hot, the weather, as it might have been. Make things a little bit easier for these solo drivers, of which there's quite a few this weekend. Seddon and Woodward overlapping there on the way down into Hatchett's. Different lines being taken, and net result is not much change to what happened on their way into the corner.
Yeah, that's right. Seddon didn't feature as well, did he, in the sprint race this morning? But now coming to sort of the proper race, the 90-minute race, as is the case with the usual races for the 116 trophy. He's right there with Louis Woodward. These two in 4 seconds, by the way, behind Sam Carrington-Yates, who does still lead the race. Now, Peter Keane, since he got into 4th, is starting to close them down. He was 0.8 of a second quicker than Woodward and Seddon on the recent lap. He's 3 seconds behind them. So Peter Keane could become a factor in all of this. There he is, I think.
Yeah.
In the 151 car here, we're getting a good view of his BMW now.
Yes, I've not seen too much of Peter Keane so far for this weekend, I don't think, but clearly going pretty well this weekend. And good to see a number of new drivers coming into 116 trophy and into racing more generally. Peter's obviously got some experience under his belt, no novice class on the back of his car. But I have to say, not a name that I've come across before too many times. There he is, chasing after the top, or the second and third place cars. Woodward, number 87, and 5, Anthony Seddon. Sometimes that car of Anthony Seddon shared with Alan Caulfield, but Seddon driving solo this weekend, we understand. Keane is about 2.35 seconds behind third place at the moment. He's now 6 seconds very nearly clear of Warburton. Christopher Godden has now sort of tumbled back several places compared to the 4th place he was in the earlier stages, back down to 9th place. He was just ahead of Richard Phillips as he crossed over the line that time.
Looks like Peter Keane's had success here at Pembrey in the past in the Citroen C1 Endurance Series, and now he's moved to rear-wheel drive with the BMWs and going well. That car that went out of shot there was a bit wide, kicking up the dust. That's the car that's running just behind Peter Keane, I think, Chris Warburton. Then for 7th, you've got, for 6th I should say, Toby O'Reilly, Richard Lakey and the late breaking Andrew Woodbine, who's going to run out of road just a touch there.
Yep.
So he in 8th in the AWE liveried car, stays in that position after all. And then Christopher Godden is up next, isn't he, in 9th. Still with a bit of a train of cars going on behind him.
Peter Keane on the previous lap lost a couple of tenths to Anthony Seddon, actually, 1:14.05, so a bit slower than he had been before, but we'll just look at this scrap going on here for 6th, 7th and 8th position. It's making its way out of Brooklands towards Carter's, and it looks like Woodbine might make a position here, might get up to 7th place. Yes, he's done it. He's through on the inside at Carter's, and so number 12 goes through. Another new fastest lap for Sam Carrington-Yates has just been set to 1:13.10 now. Obviously yesterday's qualifying session was wet, so not a representative lap time. There is a 5-second penalty being applied to yeah, they've taken the numbers off the board already, I think, before we could work out who that's going to, but we'll hopefully get that appearing on our screen as well.
Number 3, Jeremy Woodgate,
okay.
I've got here.
Yes, there we go.
So this is already happening 8 laps into the race, Ian.
Yes.
There's going to be probably another 70 or so laps, isn't there?
Well, close to it. Yeah.
So drivers really have got to keep in the track limits. We've already seen today one driver being black flagged and brought into the pit lane because they weren't respecting track limits. Yeah. In the previous 116 trophy race, 5 or 6 drivers I think got penalised. So actually, success in this race, I think there's a car running wide there. is going to be keeping the car on the circuit in the defined race circuit and not picking up a penalty, which will affect your race.
Yep. So within the white lines or the curbs, any wheel over the edge of a white line, or a curb if there is one at that particular point, that is exceeding track limits, and that is where you'll start to attract the attention of the observers around the circuit, who will report drivers perhaps going over that. So there, for example, you're allowed to use the red and blue bit, but you're not allowed to use the green bit.
Some drivers were obeying that particular corner, some maybe less so. Second and third still together. They're 8 seconds behind Sam Carrington-Yates now. And Sam has really been the form driver in this category for a few seasons now. And he's driven away from these two, Louis Woodward and Anthony Seddon. But Sam Carrington-Yates has this 30-second success penalty to serve at the first pit stop. So that, at this point, will put him a long way down the order in the car that he shares with Mark Sullivan. So in realistic terms, therefore, this is really the battle for the lead of the race. We were watching there, Louis Woodward and Anthony Seddon, who were almost overlapping out of Honda curve, but by the time they get down to Hatchets, they're realigned. However, Peter Keen's almost with them now. They're in 4th place. We mentioned he was about 3 seconds behind a few laps ago. That's just a second now. So Peter Keen, new to this series, is going really well, it has to be said there, in 4th position.
Yeah, we've got Christopher Godden, I think, losing another position there down at Hatchets. I think Richard Phillips going through in the number 44 car. So we're not far away from the pit lane window being open, and drivers starting to make their mandatory stops. And the fact that you're not allowed now to take your mandatory stops during a safety car period, that makes the race a little bit more strategically interesting, I think, in that you're not sort of sitting there thinking, well, we'll see if a safety car comes along and then we'll make our pit stop. You've got to think about the race, imagining safety cars just don't exist. They're not a thing.
Yeah, the only thing that you may try and do if you've got a clever team boss is if you think a safety car might come out, perhaps if you're watching the live stream or see a car go off, if you can get into the pit lane before the safety car does come out onto the circuit, you should, I guess, be allowed to continue that stop. Anyway, hopefully this race goes incident free and we get...
there aren't any safety cars.
Yeah, absolutely, but that's... can't be promised upon. Another driver who might come involved in this is Chris Warburton, who I don't think we've seen again much in this series before. He's 5th, and he is lapping quicker than the 3 cars ahead of him. So he's catching Louis Woodward, Anthony Seddon and Peter Keen. So we've got now 4 cars separated by about 4 seconds. So where we thought it was perhaps going to be just Woodward and Seddon, there are more drivers coming into this, all solo drivers behind Sam Carrington-Yates and Mark Sullivan. There is Chris Warburton, so he is going really well in the 42 car, the driver from Oxford, and he is going to be one to watch during the course of this race. Here is 2nd, 3rd and 4th all together on the race circuit. They've just lapped, I think, the first of the cars during the course of this race. And they come then down into the right-hander at Honda curve. Seddon hooking up the inside. Woodward feeling the need to defend off of the corner. And they go across the line where they can see, now that we're 15 minutes into this race, the pit open board being shown. So drivers can make their pit stops if they wish at this stage of the race. And for the next hour of the race, they can come in. So it's a big pit window to make these 2 pit stops. So 87 Woodward, 5 Seddon, 151 Keen, all being caught by 42 Warburton, who on the last lap was the best part 2 seconds quicker than these 3. It might have been because they had that lap traffic to deal with. And we know Pembrey, not the easiest circuit to overtake at part, so if you get caught behind a slower car, you can lose time.
The 89 car is into the pit lane with some damage there as well. That's the Freddie Tatham car. He was in 18th, or is now showing on the timing screen in 18th position. The pit lane window is open though, so this should count as one of the mandatory stops. You'll see how the car's been parked at a 45-degree angle into the pit lane there, and that's another requirement for the pit stops. Another car in behind, that is the 22 car of Richard Roundell. Again, parked at 45 degrees in. That's to avoid any potential incidents in the pit lane with cars trying to enter and exit too quickly. And that's the 5 car in from 3rd position, just in the back of shot there. That's Anthony Seddon. So that's the first of our sort of leading contenders into the pit lane, and there's a few more starting to head down pit lane now.
So I think you were absolutely right, Ian. With this new rule change, it's very much changing the tactics. We don't normally see a load of pit stops at the beginning of the pit window. Usually it's further to the end. And a big chunk of cars have pitted at the first opportunity, including one of our contenders, Anthony Seddon.
Yeah, Andrew Woodbine's in as well. All solo drivers, notably, so it doesn't really matter. You're not trying to balance, oh, I need to get so many minutes and he needs to get so many minutes. They can pretty much do as they please from that point of view.
Yeah, there's not a set number of minutes a driver has to do in a multiple driven car, but it's more about sharing the track time in those instances. Another car's been given a 5-second penalty, which is number 40, I believe, which is the car started by Tom Lorry Fussy. So a couple of drivers now already with a penalty to be added on at the end of the race. 14 laps had just been done by the race leader, Sam Carrington-Yates, as Anthony Seddon goes out 1 lap down. So you lose a lap in these 60-second pit stops. Also into the pits, one of the 2 driver-driven cars, the Ross Riley and Gary Taylor car, that is. I suspect Ross Riley will stay in and then their change over later, perhaps closer to the halfway distance. So the overall order, therefore, has been shaken up a bit. Here's the leader, though, Sam Carrington-Yates, 15 seconds clear now of Louis Woodward, who's got Peter Keane and Chris Warburton with him. So he's lost Anthony Seddon behind after Seddon pitted. I wonder if Seddon felt he was being held up by Louis Woodward there, because he was behind him for a long time.
Yes, possibly so. What have we got? 71 minutes left to go. I think the Chris Warburton is the Chris Warburton that did Saxmax back in the late 2000s, and I think he's done some MG racing more recently, just judging by pictures on social media. So Chris Warburton, I think, is familiar with the 750 Motor Club paddock, having raced in Saxmax a decade or so ago.
He was a front runner in that, wasn't he, or pretty high up the order?
Just trying to get the details of his Saxmax career up in front of me while we're talking.
But he's going well here. And he's just got past Peter Keane. Well, that's because Keane has pitted, so another of the front runners is in. But he's done a lap time here, Ian, of a 1 minute 13.37, which is only a quarter of a second slower than Sam Carrington-Yates.
Yeah.
Warburton qualified 7th in the dampness yesterday, but now a dry circuit, and he's going really well.
He was 3rd in the 2010 championship, had a win in both 2010 and in 2009 in Saxmax. So this is the view of the car streaming through to Bailey Bend and the crossing.
He's making a comeback a bit like Johnny then, after many years away.
Absolutely, yes. Inspired possibly by that move.
Here he is, chasing Louis Woodward for what is now 2nd position. So he's had 2 cars disappear in front of him to the pits, and battles behind. The Christopher Godden train is continuing, isn't it, a little bit? Now it's for 7th position. You've got Chris Noakes, Richard Phillips, Jeremy Woodgate, all in this queue, I think. You see there the RL Motorsport Services car of Richard Phillips in 44.
Have we mentioned the Treble 7 car in the pit lane?
No.
We have now, because Sam Carrington-Yates is there. Well, he did say he was going to do 20 minutes and then hand over to Mark Sullivan. And there is the Treble 7 car in the pit lane.
Yeah, it looks like he's strapping Mark into the car, so that might be someone for Johnny, if he can hear us, to grab a word with. Sam Carrington-Yates, a very good first stint, but of course they've got this 30-second extra pit stop here to do.
Yeah.
So therefore will lose the lead.
Yeah, so this is going to take a 90-second stop all in then, with the mandatory 60 seconds and the 30-second penalty. So they've got plenty of time to do everything they need to do. In the background of shot there you can see Jack Gordon waiting for his turn in the number 71 car, which is back up in 6th position now as a result of other pit stops ahead of him. So that's Sam Carrington-Yates. The gloves are quite literally off. And a few words of encouragement and advice to Mark Sullivan before he goes back out into the race. It'll be interesting to see where the Treble 7 car is going to come home in this one.
Yes, and we'll see how Mark Sullivan gets on, because as Sam Carrington-Yates kind of alluded to, Mark Sullivan hasn't done the longest of stints in these 116 trophy races in the past. But it sounds like he's going to today.
Yeah, of course, it's always possible that Sam could get back in for the final stint. We'll have to wait and see, though. But for the moment, he's going back out into the race. There's the 40 car then on screen now. That's the 11th position car. Tom Laurie Fossey in that car at the moment. It is a car that has a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, as well as the Woodgate car, the number 3 car, a little bit further up the order.
Peter Keane came out 10 seconds ahead of Anthony Seddon after they both pitted.
Okay.
I think.
And they're in 13th and 15th at the moment.
Oh, not.
Meanwhile, Chris Warburton's leading the race. There's the 1 car of Richard Lakey, the RL Motor Services machine.
So Warburton's got past Louis Woodward on the road then?
Yes, he has. That's a good point. And they're just passing our commentary box now with that change certainly cemented, and the gap having gone out a little bit now from 0.4 of a second as well, I suggest.
So something that Anthony Seddon wasn't able to achieve in sort of 10 or 12 laps early in the race, sitting behind. So
there's Christopher Godden, so he is 5th, and this is Anthony Seddon unlapping himself. No, what was he? Yeah, unlapping himself, isn't he, from the 71 car?
Yeah, so you lose over a lap, but how he has lost 10 seconds to Peter Keane is a slight mystery at this stage.
Could just be the in and out of the pit lane, a bit more cautious maybe than Peter Keane, or maybe Keane was a bit not cautious enough. Who knows?
Well, that's sort of the question, isn't it? Whether it was that Seddon was too slow in the pits, or had an error around it, or if Peter Keane had been too quick. But it's more likely that you're going to be slower, isn't it? Not very often that we see a mistake with a short stop or whatever. Although it's quite a long pit entry here. Not quite sure where the speed starts.
No, it's speed limit.
Yeah. So you could, if you're sort of aggressive into the pit lane, you could gain some time. There's a very sideways car there behind these two, and I'm not sure if it went off. Yeah, it did. So that was Richard Phillips out of 7th place.
It did. The 41 car's been into the pits and has gone back out again. So that was David Lawrence who started that car. So it's either going to be Yayan Evans or Freddie Blackman at the wheel now of the number 41 car. So 24 minutes or so into this race, coming up towards 1/3 distance of this 90-minute Gas Shocks 116 trophy race. There's the 12 car of Andrew Woodbine, so he's in 14th at the moment, having made his stop. But let's head down to the pit lane, and I think that Sam Carrington-Yates is with Johnny Palmer.
I thought one of the best places to start was the car that was setting the pace in the initial stages of this 90-minute race, and Sam Carrington-Yates, that was you. You managed to get a fairly decent lead ahead of the first pit stop.
Yeah, Anthony and Louis were having a little bit of a battle together, so it gave us a bit of a chance to get away and try and build a gap for Mark. Mark's going to do a little bit more time in the car today, so needed to build up as much as possible.
And Mark, are we expecting lap times to not be quite to your level, without wishing to be rude?
He's a couple of seconds off in testing, yeah, but he was going really well in testing around here, really consistent time. So if he can put that together, then we'll hopefully, with a 30-second penalty, it's pretty difficult. We've obviously done a 1.5-minute stop there instead of a minute, so that makes it almost a sort of a game over sort of situation, and we just try and do whatever we can.
And then it's the idea that you get back in to bring it home for the last however many minutes are left.
Yeah, so we'll see what he can do. He's got 45 minutes to an hour, depending on how long he can last. That's not an innuendo. And hopefully I'll get in at the end and go like mad.
Proverbial clappers. What do you like in terms of being out of the car and having to observe rather than being in control?
yeah, that's quite weird. That is a bit different. But I'm looking forward to it. Martin needs the time in the car, and he was really consistent here in testing. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do, and it'll be a bit of a challenge and a lot of fun at the end of the race as well for me.
You've got to conserve the car throughout as well, and it needs to be in a suitable state for you to take it over later.
Hopefully.
We wish you well in the 777. Well done. Thank you so far.
Thanks, Johnny. So great to hear there from Sam Carrington-Yates, and it sounds like a slightly different strategy going forward than what possibly was talked about earlier. Here is Mark Sullivan then. He's in the 15th position, but of course has made one of those pit stops. The car behind him, Richard Lakey, is battling for position with. So they're both on the same lap. And a better exit to the corner for Lakey, and he's got 209 coming with him, which I think is still driven by William Abraham. And Lakey's going to go through, and Abraham's going to follow him, I think. So Mark Sullivan does lose a couple of places there. So that would drop him to P17 after 20 or so laps of racing here at Pembrey for the third race of the season for the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy. And working his way then through the S's is Mark Sullivan. Meanwhile, up front, Chris Warburton still leads by the best part of a couple of seconds over Louis Woodward, so it's 42 from 87. And then into the pits comes 44 Richard Phillips now. Third is 34 Toby O'Reilly. Fourth is 57 Toby Partridge. Fifth is 71 Christopher Godden. And sixth is number 4 Chris Noakes. The best of the pit stoppers is in 11th position overall, which is 151 Peter Keane. So already more than half of the competitors have pitted as we come up to 1/3 distance. Peter Keane is still 10 seconds clear of Anthony Seddon. And then the third of the stoppers is Andrew Woodbine. At the pit lane then, after that stop, goes Richard Phillips. And we see there, number 71, Christopher Godden, in 5th position, has behind him on the road and 4th position, Chris Noakes. They've both completed 22 laps so far and working lap 23. Behind them is one of the early pit stoppers, Andrew Woodbine, 3rd of the stopped cars in the 12 car. But he's trying to work his way through so he can run his own pace. But at the moment he is stuck behind those cars, who he is of course 1 lap down on. But here then is the 5th and 6th, Godden and Noakes. Christopher Godden driving that car that was previously a guest car. As Ian mentioned earlier, was driven by Martin Donnelly, former Grand Prix driver on an occasion at Snetterton a couple of years ago. And Chris Noakes is still chasing another car into the pit lane now. Is 123, which is the car that was started by Johnny Webster that he shares with George Adshed. So they're going through their 60-second stop now. That car was a little bit further down the order, I think, as this 5th place battle continues through the S's, being headed by Christopher Godden, who's about 40 seconds behind the race leader now, Chris Warburton. And they work lap number 24 of this race.
So, in terms of those on the timing tower now, how many places do we have to go down to find people that have made their stop? Is it the top 9 that haven't, we think?
Yeah, that's right.
And everyone else has?
Yeah, and we just heard from Sam Carrington-Yates, who now says he will be getting back into the car for the end of the race. But
Right.
he said probably just for the last 15 or 20 minutes or so.
Okay, we'll see about that.
Yeah, indeed.
It does mean that we've still got Chris Godden out there at the moment in the number 71 car, which is on screen.
And he just lost 5th, just as you
Yeah.
said that, to Chris Noakes. But yeah, Godden is going for a longer stint, because Jack Godden's tended to do most of the race there as well, hasn't he?
This is Tom Murray Fussy into the pits. He'll hand over either to Tom Wood or Mark Davis. A 3-driver effort this in the number 40 car, one of the 40-40 racing efforts. And it's great that the 116 trophy allows for this setup where drivers can, or teams can share the driving 3 ways if they wish. And a good, affordable way, therefore, to get into racing and amortise the costs over several of you.
See the Ross Riley car going through there. He started racing in the 116 Trophy a couple of seasons ago and has stuck with it. And he shares that car with Gary Taylor, and they are running in 16th position. Just behind them on the road is Liam Brazitz, but he's got a 15-second penalty already, only one-third of the way into this race, for multiple exceeding track limits during the course of this race, so that is far from ideal.
Who's just coming into the pit lane now? It is Andrew Woodbine, and this is for his second stop, so he's already in that number 12 car, made 2 stops therefore, getting them in nice and early. Let's give you a rundown on the orders. We've just gone past the hour mark. It's 42 Chris Warburton that leads, 87 Louis Woodward is second, third is number 34 Toby O'Reilly, fourth is 57, that's the car of Toby Partridge, fifth is number 4 Chris Noakes, sixth is the 71 car of Christopher and Jack Godden, seventh is number 3 Jeremy Woodgate, eighth is number 220, which is the car started by Simon Fox, shared with Austin Browser. As the 87 car comes into the pit lane from second place, you can see in the background there. 151 Peter Keane is 9th. Number 5 Anthony Seddon is 10th. We're into the drivers that have made their first stops now. 209 is the car of the Abrahams. Has that been in? I'm not sure that it has. William Abraham and Peter Abraham. 12th is Richard Lakey. Now a 10-second penalty going out to car 3 as well. So that's the other car that already got 5 seconds, Jeremy Woodgate, now getting another 10 to make it 15.
Top 2 are into the pits actually, Ian, because Chris Warburton came in on that same lap as Louis Woodward.
Yes, so he did, yeah.
So Toby O'Reilly in 34 has taken the lead, who's only in his second ever race, just debuted at Alton Park last month, but has done track days before. There is the Abraham car. I think it has pitted. It was one of those really early stoppers. And they're running quite well up the stopper list, really, in a length overall. But certainly, as you suggested, there is a different strategy going into this race with these new rules.
Yeah. I think it's actually probably a bit more interesting, isn't it, rather than just everyone piling in whenever there's a safety car, which is a bit predictable when it happens. It also means you're sort of constantly waiting for it, then possibly you end up making 2 stops fairly late on in the window as well. So I think this is more interesting, actually.
And it might mean that things are a bit more obvious what's going on earlier as well. And it's a bit probably safer in the pits as well, not to have everybody in the pits at the same time.
Agreed. So all round good. Louis Woodward's got ahead of Chris Warburton in the pit stops then. He's back ahead now on our timing screens. And yeah, I can just see them down there at Spitfires now out of the window. And yeah, that's certainly the running order, 87 ahead of 42, with all of the other 5 cars ahead of them yet to make the first of their mandatory stops. So they'll have to, well, they don't have to do that soon. They've still got another 40 minutes to make, 40 minutes, he said, using his maths degree, to make 2 stops. Let's head down to the pit lane. Johnny Palmer's down there once again. Hope you got this time, Johnny.
Move to the other end of the pit lane now, and to team 40. 3 drivers here, so I mean 2 stops. You should be able to do that fairly comfortably, Tom Laurie Fossey. But was that the stint that you expected to do? Did the team call you in earlier, later?
No, as expected, that's half an hour, so splitting it fairly between the 3 of us. It was a bit more frantic a half hour than I was expecting. Had a slight dink to the back from someone, don't know who, so did a bit of grass cutting. But other than that, pretty happy with it. It was awesome start, so I think I was up to 12th at one point. But we don't have the pace to be 12th, to be honest, so slowly but steadily I was being nibbled fairly by most, but yeah, someone decided that they could do with me out of the way a little bit earlier than I'd hoped. So after that, I ended up in quite a quiet area of the track, so I was just trying to knuckle down and actually learn this circuit properly and get some good times in.
That's a nice idea, certainly. How do these cars take to a little bit of punishment, the odd knock here and there? No discernible difference?
No, I radioed in, because obviously in the cockpit you can't see anything, and with a hands device you can't even really turn to left or right. So I was shouting at the pit crew to tell me whether they wanted me to come in. I didn't physically hit anything other than the dink from the other car, so felt all right. And actually, I think I put in my fastest times fairly soon after that because it felt all right. But yeah, it was. They can take some abuse, but equally there's a limit. I think particularly our front tyres, I might have been a little bit hard on them. But we'll see. We'll see if the other two guys start moaning that it's understeering, and I guess that's all my fault.
Mark Davies taking over. Did you offer any advice to what had happened in the opening stint, or just keep quiet?
Yeah, I just shut up and got out, to be honest. He's very good as well, so he'll just find his pace. He's actually usually better on the brakes than I am, so we'll see if I've cooked them, and if not, then we expect some decent times from him.
Exciting to watch that car. We'll see how you get on. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
So thank you very much to Johnny Palmer down there in the pit lane. Good to hear from the Team 40 car, which is now in 19th position. There it is on screen now. We're seeing it in the window as well, in the inset, while we're hearing from Tom Laurie Fussy, and they are ahead of Andrew Woodbine in the running order. But Woodbine, of course, has made 2 stops, whereas they've only made the 1 so far. The other drivers still competing in this race are the 2 other teams, 22 Richard Roundel and 41, which is the other 40-40 racing entry, which has got 3 drivers, the David Lawrence, Ryan Evans and Freddie Blackman car.
There is Andrew Woodbine, the only of the cars that have made 2 pit stops, so he's obviously a long way down the overall order, but he will progress forward if he continues to have a clean race here. Quite a lot of cars together on the circuit actually around him.
And the leaders are nose to tail, or not the leaders, the drivers that are the 2 likely leaders. When the pit stops all shake out, I can tell you that they're heading down towards Hatchett's Hairpin. Lou Woodward and the 42 car of Chris Warburton, and it is for the moment still Woodward ahead of Warburton. We're watching there the treble 7 car now being driven by Mark Sullivan. He's in 13th position at the moment. And just behind him on the road is the Woodbine car that has made 2 stops already. Those are the two cars that are probably going to shake out battling for the lead, Josh.
Yeah, it seems that way at this stage. Oh, there's a big accident, I'm afraid, out of the final corner. Out of shot, Andrew Woodbine, who we were just watching actually, is just slammed into the pit wall. So therefore, I suspect there might be a caution coming in this race shortly. But this battle continues on the road between Louis Woodward and Chris Warburton. The good news is that Andrew Woodbine, as you can see there, is out of the car. What is left of the car, because the front of the car has been rather dearranged, but he's out of the car. He's climbed over the pit wall all by himself, so that's the good news out of all of this. And one of the Warburton's pitted, I think, has he?
Yeah, the Warburton car's into the pit, so that's for a second stop then. Yellow flag's out, safety car out, unsurprisingly.
So did he get into the pits before that safety car board went out?
Well, we've said before the safety car got out onto the track. Yeah, it's a question of where. I'm not sure how well defined under the safety car is, because the safety car wasn't on track. What does this regulation say? It says teams may not make either of their 2 mandatory pit stops under safety car conditions, which implies to me that's when the yellow flags and safety car boards come out rather than when the safety car enters the track. But when he entered the pit lane, possibly all right.
Yeah, we shall see. He's running one of the 40-40 racing cars, which I don't think we've really seen battle for a win before.
No.
Because usually it's got novices in and people that are getting into it. Okay, Chris Warburton, I don't think he's raced much recently, but we know he's a quick driver. So it's showing these 40-40 cars are well prepared. They are cars that can run as a winning car.
The penalty for making a pit stop under safety car conditions, if that is indeed what you do, is a 2-lap penalty applied after the race. So it's something that will not be sort of visible on track. The rescue crew on hand, they're in the pit lane to just check over Andrew Woodbine after he's his car's hit the pit wall there.
Although we should say here at Pembrey there is an armco barrier actually in front of the pit wall itself.
Yes, it's not just the concrete wall.
No, that's right. So that's a good initiative, isn't it, by Pembrey here? I don't know how long that's been the case, but to have the armco in front of the wall itself, because otherwise that would have been a much bigger accident.
Yeah, absolutely right.
There's been quite a few Larry moments out of Honda curve during the course of today. He kind of wondered if that was going to happen at some point.
It's certainly not unprecedented to have cars hit the wall there at Pembrey. And certainly I've seen that happen, I'm sure, in 750 Motor Club meetings before as well.
It's a very fast corner, mate. You're right on the edge of adhesion. It's been very exciting to watch cars come out of that corner, it has to be said.
But it is easy just to lose it, and then, you know, it's not very far.
Did Chris Warburton get out the pits back still on the lead lap? I think he probably did. So that, depending which way that goes, that is probably a race-defining moment.
Well, this was the whole point you were making, is, you know, actually the trick will be to be cognizant of what's going on and time your pit stop before the safety car comes out if you think there might be one.
Yeah, this is a bit similar sort of to American racing with IMSA or IndyCar. You quite often them here, you don't want to get caught the wrong side of a safety car.
Yeah.
So therefore you make your pit stop as early as you possibly can because of that. Although there you can make then the pit stop later in the safety car, but it's the same kind of principle where you'd rather make the pit stop before the safety car rather than after it.
You just saw the yellow Pembrey recovery vehicle heading round to the scene of the incident to try and hook up the car. They'll need to try and work out what the best way to recover this car is from up against the barrier. Hopefully it will be in a position where they can sort of at least lift the front of the car up and tow it away.
I guess the other thing is if it's dropped any fluid on the road.
I was just thinking that as well, yes.
There was a lot of steam and smoke perhaps when after the car did hit the pit wall.
So
if
there is, then they'll need to get that dressed with cement dust or similar. But for the moment we're behind the safety car. We're pretty much at the half race distance here, just slightly more than 45 minutes of the 90 to go. There's the 71 car, still being driven by Christopher Godden, isn't it? So he's not been in to hand that over yet. Oh, possibly that's not the case as we're going down now, because we'll find out who Johnny Palmer's got to speak to.
Very distracted because I'm trying to work out when we're going to go back to green flag or not. I was just having a word with you, Chris Godden, about whether that was a neatly timed stop. You just handed over to Jack, and then within 30 seconds, the safety car came out.
Yeah, can't plan that, of course. So yeah, it'll be a miracle. So all being well, that's done us a favour. But we'll wait and see. I think the driver's all right. He's out the car, isn't he? I believe. So good. Yeah, we'll see how it pans out.
Recovery well underway. I didn't actually see how that incident panned out, but there have been a few close moments. I've chatted to 2 or 3 drivers now, and it was a real dice at the start.
Yeah, it's quite good fun out there. It's the first time I've probably had a chance to properly race people, to be honest. I'm usually stuck in the car at the end of the race. So no, it was very good fun. It's a good track, and I've just red flagged it. Yeah,
that changes things.
It does change things a bit. Well, we'll see what happens. Yeah, so enjoying myself. The track seemed to have less grip than it did when we were practicing on Friday. It's either that or we wore the tyres out on Friday, the only set we've got. So, yeah, it's entertaining, certainly.
So you actually missed the terrible day of weather then, because it was obviously hammering it down yesterday, but you didn't do any running then?
We qualified in the wet yesterday. So, yeah, but yeah, the tyres survived that one, thankfully. Yeah, Jack qualified the car 4th, which is, yeah, pretty good. So happy with that.
So presumably now, from a race official's point of view, they're going to have to dictate how long there is to go and where in the window you're allowed to drive, do a pit stop up until, unless we assume it is 15 minutes out from the checkered flag.
Well, we were told it was 15 minutes out of the checkered flag in the briefing this morning, but I guess if the race time is cut down, then that could change. But yeah, we'll wait and see.
How big is your team to utilise this strategy, to tweak it here and there? Is it just you and Jack, or are there additions to that?
It's me and Jack, and we've also got Jack used to race against a lad, and we've got his parents here helping us out. Excellent. So yeah, it's 3 years. That was karting. Haven't seen them for 3 years, and they've turned up today to give us a hand. So that's good. Thanks, Kirsty. So.
You may well be very grateful of that support. We'll keep Jack in mind, because he's going to have to do some sitting in the car for the time being, and presumably you'll be on the radio to him at times too.
We can't afford radios. No, we're definitely on a budget. There's no data logging, no radios, so just hand signals.
The old simple stuff often it can be better than the technology that is often rife for going wrong. Chris, congratulations so far. It's been a good drive in the hands of Jack Godden currently, but as we said, now into a red flag. So what happens next?
Yep, so red flags. And Johnny Palmer posing the question that we'll all be asking, what happens next? We had a red flag in the previous round as well at Alton Park. That came a little bit earlier in the day, early in the race, and we had a 60-minute restart, and there was different rules put in around the mandatory pit stops. But now we've got just over 45 minutes to go when the red flag came out, so whether it'll be a sort of 45-minute restart or possibly slightly shorter than that, but we've still got, in some cases, 2 stops to make, some cases no stops to make, and most have got 1 stop left to make, so it will be something for the officials to decide. Obviously, we would always rather not stop an endurance race like this, where there's pit stops and that can cause a problem. But I think it was just unavoidable. The recovery crew got there, had a look at what was needed, realised, we're not just going to be able to pick this up, in a straightforward way and tow it away. It's going to need a little bit more intervention. I think there is fluid down there as well. That's the 750 Motor Club rescue crew are now helping to deal with. So it is going to be a few minutes, I think, before this race can get back underway for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, which races these days in association with Motorsport News. So you'll be able to read Carl McKellar's report about the 116 Trophy race as a special box in Motorsport News later this week. And at Silverstone next month, they're having a special 100-mile race as part of that arrangement backed by Motorsport News for the 116 Trophy cars. But at the moment, the car's sitting there stationary on the circuit at the approach to Honda, and it's going to be a few minutes, I think, before the car of number 12, Andrew Woodbine, can be recovered from adjacent to the pit wall. I imagine once that is done, and now the rescue crew, or the recovery crew, I should say, have hopped back into their vehicle. Yet they're towing it away right now. So the car's being towed away, and it is really heavily damaged at the front end. So that was a heavy hit for Andrew Woodbine. We can see from our commentary position here, it's a considerably shorter 116 than it was before. So Andrew, hopefully all is well with him. He certainly got out of the car quite quickly. But it looks like the rescue crew have also done their work dressing any fluid, and we should therefore be able to go racing again reasonably soon. What I'm not quite sure is what the format is going to be for the restart and how long it's going to be. All of these questions that we don't know the answer to. But let's go down to Johnny Palmer. He's got someone else to chat to in the pit lane.
Still the red flag continues, but a chance therefore to catch up with a few people, hopefully up and down the pit lane. Paul Abraham from the 209 car. I watched your first stop. Now that was Will staying in the car, but I mean the kit that's involved here to make sure that you're not breaching the very careful pit lane minimum reference time is impressive. There's a little buzzer that goes off. You have to push the car out and wheel spinned off.
Yeah, well, it all counts. The time you spend in the in-lap and the out-lap, we've been practicing that quite a bit. So, yeah, really important. He got it off to a tee there, did a fantastic job, and we're doing a great job on circuit. We're not quite sure where we are now, but I think we jumped 7 or 8 places in the pit stop. Wow. So I think we're up to around P5. So we're just waiting to see how the safety car, but hopefully the guy that was in the car in the pit wall is all good anyway. That's the main thing.
Obviously the idea initially was to just hold the race under safety car, but the decision's been taken to red flag. Now that further complicates matters a little bit, because you'll have to check your regulations book now. It shouldn't alter when you can pit up until, we think. I mean, I'm guessing here, but 75 minutes was the rule before we started. Are you expecting that to be the same the other side of the red flag?
Yep. So 15 minutes from the end. I don't expect that to change. A bulletin will be issued if that is the case. They may drop the last stop, as happened at Alton. Potentially, depends on how long the red flag is. But I think as long as it doesn't reach the 15 minutes, I think it will carry on.
Were you expecting to do half an hour?
Can't say.
I mean, there's so many people watching this, and the problem is, someone might...
No, I'm kidding. No, so we were trying to do it tactically around traffic. Will was fastest, then second fastest on track. He then had clear air. He chose himself to come in when he got behind a pack. So we just left him carry on really until he got back into traffic, and then we're going to stop him then. So it could have been any time up to the 15 minutes.
So where he re-emerged, you said he was able to leapfrog several cars, but he was then, coincidentally perhaps, in clear air.
We had tried to work that out, so just to see where he would land back in. So he came out with about a 15-second clear air in front and took 15 seconds. In fact, he caught and passed the leader, 777, who were leading the race up into the pit stops. They pitted about the same time. So it worked out really well. We did gain a lot in the pit stop. So a bit of luck, if you call it luck.
And the car generally across his first 2 stints, fairly consistent, you think?
No, we are carrying a slight issue, actually. We've got an engine management light is flickering on and causing a slight misfire on the upshift, but he said it's fine and he can manage it, so until it stops, we'll keep going.
And then you have to take over and manage it yourself, perhaps?
Yeah, I'm sure it'll stop just about then. No, we hopefully it'll be okay.
Paul Abraham, congratulations so far on a good drive, and yeah, there is a long way to go. We'll see how you get on later on. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Johnny, down there in the pit lane, catching up with drivers. As you can see on the screen now, the car that had caused that red flag has been moved, and now the officials have this task of working out what to do next. Presumably that is a plan, because cars are moving into a position on the grid, and that position I'm not sure has been communicated yet in our direction.
Yes, I've requested an update from race control, but at the moment that's not forthcoming. So the cars look like they're being regridded in the order in which they were at the time of the red flag. So we've got the Toby O'Reilly number 34 car and the Chris Noakes number 4 car on the front of the grid. They're gridding up side by side as if it's going to be a rolling restart again. So then Louis Woodward is going to be 4th on the grid in the number 87 car, and then the next car we should see is the 151 car of Peter Keane, therefore, if that's how this is all working, and yes it is. They've found him, and they've found Anthony Seddon as well. They've got to sort of find them all in the pack and then shuffle them forward. This should get a quicker task as we go along, because there'll be fewer and fewer cars to choose from. So they're gradually being pulled forward, one by one, and really the track now clear, so I would think we'll be able to go racing in one form or another in the not too distant future, Josh.
Yeah, I guess the other thing that needs to happen before the race can restart is for what if the plan is going forward to be communicated to the teams.
Yes,
because you can't really go racing without knowing what the rule set is going to be.
No, agreed. That's important as well. Just to make sure.
This is certainly a problem that's sort of been around international racing lately as well. Johnny was at covering the Spa WEC race last month, which I think had 2 red flags in it, which then causes rules needing to be changed sort of on the fly. And so, yeah, certainly not just a problem which occurs to this level of motor racing.
No, absolutely not. So there you can see the cars forming up on the grid. At some point, the safety car will need to sort of move to the front of the field, presumably to lead them off, and the race to get back underway. As I say, we'll hopefully get an update from race control as to exactly what the situation is. So we've got the majority of the grid now formed up, so we'll shortly be able to go underway. I think probably the teams have now got an idea of what's been going on. It's just not been communicated to us yet, but hopefully we'll get that information and certainly we'll be able to make sense of what's going on for the remaining half of the race. Reminder, we're in Wales this weekend. Breezy Wales as well. I mean, we could just have easily shown you the flag of Sweden, I think, as the flag of Wales there, which would have confused us. We're not at Anderstorp.
So, when you had this red flag at Oulton, Ian, was their cars been lapped at that stage?
Oh, now you're asking. That was a month ago. I don't think... No, possibly we had some cars that were lapped by that point. It was still relatively early in the race, in the first 20 minutes.
So I just wonder if the lap... How many laps you... Because obviously this is the difference between Motorsport UK regulations and FIA racing.
Yes.
where the laps would count, if this is a totally new grid, because we're not sort of doing a safety car restart, are we? So it's all very confusing.
Yeah, so anyway, we await the any news to what's going on. We will just, in the meantime, commentate on whatever's in front of us, whatever appears on our timing screen. We will tell you what that says, and hopefully it will all make sense at the end. Bird of prey, possibly a kestrel. Didn't look big enough to be a buzzard, I didn't think.
Looks like the pace car is...
Yeah, so the pace car's moving off, and they're going to go round, I think, in 2x2 formation. No, they're dropping to single file now, so they are dropping into... some of them are dropping into single file, and some of them are staying 2x2. So I think they're trying to work out what it is they're supposed to be doing. Yeah, they're dropping into single file now. There's the Woodbine car, which has had that very heavy hit, unfortunately.
So my screen here, Ian, is showing everyone on 0 laps.
Okay.
So as if this was like a sprint race restart.
So we're possibly going to aggregate the times after the race, perhaps. We'll see if we get news on that.
So yeah, it should just be the 1 lap behind the pace/safety car here, and we'll see if we're... I imagine we'll probably get a 2x2 rolling start, won't we? But
yeah, they've all slotted into single file around behind the safety car. Anyway, we've got the cars heading round then behind the pace car for the moment. It's 1.456 mile Pembrey layout, which has produced some really good racing this weekend. It's a long journey for many people to get here, but it's rewarding circuit to drive, produces good racing, and it's a circuit that probably doesn't see as much motor racing as it should do. I think it does deserve a little bit of a better calendar and more visits from some of the major clubs that it gets, because it does produce good racing.
yeah, hopefully having sort of a real good live stream coverage weekend here at Pembrey might make some difference going forward. Great to have this coverage to perhaps people who've never seen a race from Pembrey before here this weekend for the 750 Motor Club race weekend here with, like we said, decent grids, good racing all the way through.
So safety car is going to come in, but you've got then cars following it into the pit lane, some of them, which is entirely predictable. Most of them are staying out, it has to be said, for the moment. The couple that are coming in, try and pick up who those are in a moment. But Josh, what's going on down at Hatchett's?
Well, this is the battle for the lead then between Toby O'Reilly and Chris Noakes, it would seem. So they make their way through. Third is Louis Woodward. Fourth is Anthony Seddon. And this is because Peter Keane has come in, one of the front runners from before. And the other car that is pitted is the Simon Fox and Austin Broutzer car. But the Peter Keane car is particularly important because he was a front runner earlier on. So we work this then the second lap from what was a safety car restart, as we saw there. There's 44, Richard Phillips, out there in the RL Motor Services car.
Jack Godden just going through shot in the number 71 car as well, having taken over from his father Christopher, so he'll drive to the end of the race whenever that comes. There's 87 Louis Woodward then, and he's now got 5 Anthony Seddon behind him. So this strikes me as a significant battle potentially.
Yeah, so these are currently third and fourth. Make that second and third. Has Chris Noakes come into the pits? Yes, he has.
Yeah.
So number 4 has pitted. So this certainly would suggest that there's one more pit stop to do. There's more cars coming in, I see. But yeah, second and third, Louis Woodward and Anthony Seddon. Now 2 seconds behind Toby O'Reilly, that driver we were talking about, who's only in his second race.
There's the 220 car going back out into the race then. And the other car that's just come in then is the 1, 2, 3 car. So that's the second stop, isn't it, for the Webster and Adsed team. So did they change drivers at the first stop, did we think that they did? It was Webster that started the car.
Yeah, it looked like we're changing drivers now, though, didn't it?
Okay.
Yeah, not sure which way around.
Okay, so we've got the 87 and the 5 car there, Louis Woodward and Anthony Seddon doing battle here on the road. And these cars are going to be 2 cars that are pretty evenly matched as well, as we saw in the early part of the race too. Woodward sweeping his way through Honda there, and Seddon's got a good run on him though, and will challenge on the way up to the Hatchett's hairpin. We're watching the cars just behind. That's the 57 car of Toby Partridge. Behind him is the 209 car, now being driven by Will Abraham, as we heard from Paul Abraham a moment ago. So they're battling away down into Hatchett's hairpin once again.
Yeah, that's right. So no change there. What about the second? Well, Anthony Seddon ahead. So he did get ahead of Louis Woodward, who seemed to run a little wide at Honda on that previous lap. So change there for second. Woodward's car was all over the place there, over the bumps, was really bouncing around in the 87 car. So change of driver here for 88. So Ross Riley getting out of the car, and Gary Taylor gets into the car. So that is occurring down there in the pit lane currently, but Toby O'Reilly, his lead is starting to be closed in on by Anthony Seddon, and they're making their way to the end of the 4th lap, and it's still O'Reilly in the Eco Traders car that leads, but not by very much as they complete their 4th lap, Ian.
Yeah, so it's going to be 35 minutes from when they started, which was 5 minutes or so ago. So I still think it's 15 minutes from the end of the race when the pit lane window closes. The aim will be to aggregate the times from the 2 parts of the race to make some sense. So what we won't see here is the result as it stands. So what we see on circuit will need to be added together to what happened in the first part of the race to come up with the result.
We should have took a picture of the position, shouldn't we, or something?
We should have done.
So we may not get post-race interviews, I guess, from this, because there may not be a result out at that stage.
Well, Johnny can possibly just chat to some people he meets down in the pit lane, as he has been doing for the last half an hour, really. That would certainly be very welcome. The 57 car in at the moment, then that's Toby Partridge, and 41 in, so that's the driver to put their 3rd driver in now. So either Johan Evans or Freddie Blackman getting into the 41 car, one of the 40/40 racing machines. There's an interesting scrap, because you've got Jack Godden there in the number 71 car up the inside of 777. So that's for position on the screens for 7th place in this second part of the race. And in between them is the 42 car as well, a driver who could be in for a win here potentially. That's Chris Warburton, because of course he's made 2 stops. Where is he on the screens? He's 9th on the screens at the moment. He just made that second stop just before, we think, the safety car was initially called.
Yeah, if he doesn't have to stop again, he's certainly in a good position, Chris Warburton. Jack Godden, we just saw there, he's the quickest person on this second start. He's done a 1:31 in the 71 car, and Chris Warburton seems to be sort of going with him at this stage. So I guess equally, everybody out here has got to push as hard as they can, because they probably don't really know what position they're going to be in.
Well, that's it. This is, in a way, pure racing. You've just got to push hard, do as many laps as you can in the time available. And as simple as that, really. Not really worry too much about the competitors that are around you. Just get your head down and drive quickly and see where that leaves you at the end of the race.
And of course, aggregate results were certainly a thing of the past.
Yeah, absolutely.
When there were red flags, that was quite a usual thing. It hasn't happened much lately, I don't think.
No, so that's the aim, that's the hope, that we'll be able to aggregate the results to decide the winner. That's the 40 car then. So that's going to be Tom Wood getting into that car for the final 3rd of the race. Tom Laurie Fussy having started. Mark Davis done the middle stint. Obviously a stint for him that's been sadly disrupted by the safety car and the red flag.
Yeah, that's right. There's Mark Sullivan still, isn't it, in 777, 7th in this part of the race. And he was passed, wasn't he, recently, I think, by Gooden and Warburton. who we were seeing. So they make their way through here on what is the 7th lap of this restarted race. Here is Anthony Seddon, who leads this part of the race by a second over Louis Woodward. And so they've got past Toby O'Reilly, who's pitted, I reckon, in 34.
Yes, he did.
So therefore, these are the leaders of this stage of the race. So the Anthony Seddon racing car, driven by the man himself, up through Honda curve to complete another lap of this, but Louis Woodward going with him as they come up across the line then to complete the 7th lap of this part of the race. So 25 minutes still on the clock.
There's going to be a stop and go penalty for somebody, because I can see the boards being prepared, the numbers are being pulled out of the rack. We'll tell you who's got that stop-go penalty in just a second, but let's go down to the pit lane. Johnny Palmer's there once again.
Pit stop just done and dusted in the number 123 car, and Johnny Webster's just got out and handed over to George Adcheed. No, that's not his name at all. Adzed is the correct pronunciation. That's a running joke, apparently.
Apparently so, yeah. Yeah, we like to tease him about it.
Now, your opening stint had everything you just told me, including a slight off.
Slight off up at Senna S's, yeah, on the first lap, which wasn't ideal.
It's quite quick there.
It is, yeah, and obviously the tyres weren't quite warm enough. So, yeah, it took me by surprise.
So, on the grass, opposite lock?
Yeah, a bit of rallycross. So, a bit of rallycross. Just managed to avoid a collision with a car behind me. And managed to get back on track and get back up and regain 4 positions.
And what do you do in terms of kind of clearing your mind and saying, that's done, I've just now got to get my head down to what eventually was a double stint and a red flag? Well, safety car, red flag, and like I say, it had everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you just got to get your head down and crack on, really. Just, try and keep back up with the pack. So...
When the safety car comes out, does that cause you a bit of a rethink about, should we do another stop right now?
Yeah, you have to toy with tactics, so the radios come in quite handy. Go out with one tactic, safety cars can always change it, and then you come back in with another. So, yeah, safety cars can potentially where you are, work to your advantage.
And how much did you know then during the red flag, whether things were going to alter, the drive window was going to change? I don't think it has, incidentally.
No, I mean, for us it was just a case of making sure we split the time, so as soon as we got the first opportunity we'd already done the first mandatory stop, so it was just box as early as possible.
And we're going to see similar times now after the change of driver, or are you tending to be the quicker?
George was actually slightly quicker in the sprint race this morning than what we found in testing, and he's now got a lighter car because there's only half a tank of fuel, so he's no excuses.
Johnny, good drive so far, and we'll see how your co-driver gets on.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers.
The 34 car is the car that's getting the stop-go penalty. The black flag is being displayed to it, so that I would think will be for an infringement during its pit stop, which it made a few moments earlier. So it could be for not stopping at 45 degrees, for example, in the pit lane. It could be that, or excess speed in the pit lane might be another explanation for that. But certainly a stop-go penalty for the number 34 car.
There that car is, going up the inside into the turn 1 hairpin, the Hatchett's corner there, just getting past one of the other cars out there is Toby O'Reilly, the driver from Manchester, and who we said earlier, just in his second race coming through from track days before.
It was parallel to down the pit lane rather than at 45 degrees, I think, so that was the reason for the stop-go penalty for the number 34 car.
Yeah, so he's driving the car that says here was built by Anthony Seddon for Simon Walker-Hanson and David Whitmore, but I don't think they ever raced it, did they?
Did they? They may have done once. I can't really remember. There's just something ringing a bell for me, but
okay,
I can't quite remember. 87 has been into the pit lane as well, so we've seen Louis Woodward in and go back out again. Anthony Seddon has also been in and gone back out again. We've only got 6 minutes left, so the drivers having to make their second mandatory stops don't have much time left to do so. The treble 7 car is going back out into the race, and I think that's Sam Carrington-Yates getting back into the car then.
Yeah, he said he was going to, whether the day plan changed with the red flag and stuff, but we shall see how quickly that car goes now. Which is Chris Noakes goes back into the race. 44 is in, Richard Phillips. Driver's being strapped into the car.
I can see the 34 cars come into the pit lane. I'm not sure if it's stopped in the official penalty area. It's stopped this time. This time at about 60 degrees rather than 45 or sort of parallel.
Does that
but I
even it
don't
out?
think it's stopped in the correct pit box, so the penalty box.
Okay. Potentially not ideal. There's 151, Peter Keane, who was impressive in the first part of this race. He runs 11th in part 2. And he's got a couple of cars around him.
Car that's now first on the road in this race is the Will Abraham number 209 car from Jack Godden in second place. Chris Warburton has made his way up to third place, but we think that Abraham and Godden have probably both got another stop to make. That is going to leave Warburton out in front. In fact, he's got ahead now of Godden, has the 42 car, and the Godden car's in the pit, so that's why. So that puts Warburton up to second, 6 seconds behind the Abraham car in this second part of the race.
Yeah, Will Abraham, he also hasn't done that much car racing, but he's done Rotax karting before. He had his first race just in November last year at Anglesey, so very little racing for Will Abraham, who was born in the 2000s, so a very young driver there out there.
Yeah. 1:13.07, the best lap of the race. That is to the man that's in the pits at the moment, Jack Godden. So he's gone faster than Sam Carrington-Yates, managing the early part of the race.
I don't think we've had the lap times from the early part of the race on the screen.
That's quite right. So that is just from the second part of the race, beg your pardon.
But yeah, I can't remember what Carrington-Yates managed.
No, beg your pardon. I'm not sure it was any much better than that.
No, it could well be the best, but because I guess he's got a bit less fuel, so the car should be a little bit lighter. But getting percentages, it doesn't make a huge
209's in, and that is the car from the lead then. So that means that Chris Warburton's now leading on the road, and he's got no more stops to make. So he's looking good to win this second part of the race, certainly. And it's then a question of whether the results can be satisfactorily aggregated together from the first and the second parts.
Okay. So pit stop going on. So Paul Abraham are getting to that one down there now, the ex-Fun Cup racer.
There's Louis Woodward. Now he has the 42 car behind him, and the 42 is Warburton, who we think therefore is going to sort of put a lap here on Woodward. Therefore, trying to anyway. And he's got Anthony Seddon. So you've got 3 quick cars right together there. Woodward and Seddon on the same lap, but Warburton trying to get a lap ahead of both of them now, because they've had to make a stop in this second part of the race, and Warburton in that number 42 car hasn't had to make a stop.
That's going to be an important thing, isn't it? So if Warburton wins this part of the race, the flag will go out to him. So therefore, if he can put a lap on these cars, the aggregate lap number is going to be in a much better place for him compared to his rival. So actually, that's going to be an important thing for him, I would have thought anyway, to make sure he finishes a lap ahead of these two on this part of the race.
Yeah, so they're making their way through Spitfires now. So Warburton already passed Seddon in the number 5 car. He's going to try and get past the number 87 car next. That is Louis Woodward, who's third on the timing screen, so effectively he will have lapped everyone up to and including third place. Richard Roundell, has he got another stop to make? He stopped quite early, didn't he, Richard Roundell, originally? I don't know if he's made 2 stops though, or not. Still, the 42 car trying to find a way through. I think Woodward is being quite staunch in his defence here. He probably isn't necessarily aware, well, he may be aware that the 42 car is on a different lap, Warburton is on a different lap. So there's no blue flags, I don't think, which ordinarily there would be. So Woodward, with this similar paced car behind him of Warburton, now trying to find the toe down the Cowles straight towards Hatchett's hairpin. It's getting to the outside line for the hairpin, but no, tucks back in behind Woodward for the right-hander. So it's still 87 ahead on the road, Louis Woodward, but he's just trying to avoid becoming a lap down to Chris Warburton, number 42.
Yeah, that's right. We've only got a minute till the pit window closes, so if anyone hasn't made their 2 pit stops, they really ought to have done.
Jeremy Woodgate is getting the black flag. Now, is that a stop-go penalty as well? No, it can't, because I can see that board line out. It must be a drive-through penalty that he's serving, which will indicate it's probably for track limits infringements.
Yeah.
So it'll be a drive-through penalty that he'll have to serve.
He was on 15 seconds before, wasn't he, in the first part of the race? Which I don't think showing on our screens. Freddie Taven has been given a penalty in the second part of this race of 5 seconds. And this scrap is showing Seddon now unlapping himself, potentially importantly, to getting past Warburton there on the road up towards Honda Curve. This is quite a frenetic battle, actually. Oh, one car's gone off.
That's the 50 car of Liam Brezitz. Back out into the race he goes. Okay, so we're hearing from the pit lane in the 209 car. It's Will Abraham who's going to do all of the stints in that car, so Paul Abraham not getting in the car then today. And they are 6th in this second part of the race at the moment. There's the 3 car going in. That'll be for its drive-through penalty, Jeremy Woodgate. We've now got less than 15 minutes to go. The pit lane window is closed. The pit closed board is being shown from the starter's gantry. And so it's now just a 15-minute run to the checkered flag, but an unusual one in that we have this situation whereby we've got cars on different laps and a possible aggregation of the times, and Richard Roundell therefore hasn't made another stop, so possibly he did make his 2 before the red flag.
Looks that way. This is all quite exciting stuff. As through Honda Curve, Louis Woodward was running wide and Antti Seddon was coming down the inside of him. Let's see if we can pick that up down towards Hatchett's. Yeah, Seddon's done it and he's brought Warburton with him. So Louis Woodward has dropped behind these 2 cars on the road. Actually, Warburton might get both of them here because Seddon also runs wide. And yeah, he's done it. Warburton's put a lap on these 2 cars in part 2 of this race.
And I suspect he'll be able to sort of pull away a little bit now he's got through. We'll see if Seddon and Woodward have anything to say about that. A bit further back, some place changes. Peter Keane, you can see, up to 8th position in this second part of the race. Sam Carrington-Yates, who got back into the number 777 car, that car is in 10th position, a lap down and a bit, isn't it, that car now?
Yeah, and he's doing 1:13s, but not quicker than what Jack Godden did earlier in the 71.
Yeah, Jack Godden in 5th place, so he is only about 5 seconds actually behind Seddon and Woodward, isn't he? So he could try and get ahead of them before the end of the race. Seddon, meanwhile, is going to try and get back ahead of Warburton, I think, going down to Hatchett's. We're watching something else on screen at the moment, but just watching that out of the window. And Seddon's got back through on the road down at Hatchett's ahead of Chris Warburton, who will try and get back through at DeBenny or Spitfires and then DeBenny. But no, he can't quite make that work. Here they come into shot, Josh.
Yeah, they're absolutely together. So a fascinating battle that has broke out here on the racetrack with Louis Woodward right behind, and as you say, Jack Godden, he was 5 seconds behind not long ago. That's less than that now. That is for sure.
And he'll be on a similar pace, if not a slightly quicker pace than these drivers as well.
3 seconds on the last lap he was quicker.
Wow.
Because they are fighting so hard. You said it was 5 seconds, that was only actually a lap ago, isn't it? Now it's sort of 2.5.
Like you say, just about getting your head down, driving as fast as you can in this part of the race when you're not quite clear how it's all going to pan out. Just go as fast as you can. Let's see if the results do get aggregated afterwards. Yes, confirmation that they will be aggregated on the screen, so
we just don't know the first part of the result.
Yeah, don't know the first part, which is always how it used to be in the old days before we had the sort of rule change that meant you didn't routinely have results aggregated when you had a restart. It really is. Well, here's another race. Watch that one, and then we'll work out what happens afterwards. But you do think here that Chris Warburton's going to be in a strong position with if he can get that lap back on Seddon.
Yeah, it's a potentially important thing both ways, isn't it? For Seddon to be in front and get that extra lap, so therefore complete the same number of laps in this part as Warburton. Or an alternatively for Warburton, important to have that one extra lap in part 2 of the race.
Yeah. So 10 and 3/4 minutes left, roughly, of this second part of the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy race here at Pembrey. Still 2 more races to come this afternoon for the Sports 1000 and the Clios to round out the weekend here at Pembrey.
Yeah, they should be exciting races, shouldn't they, to include the programme here. So they've had plenty of time to have a think about since their last race.
Yeah.
I should think 2 exciting races to conclude. Well, it's been a frenetic race meeting, hasn't it? 16 races to just a day, which I don't think I've been to a race day with 16 races in one day for a while, let alone with an endurance race during the course of the day.
No, not at all. So plenty of value for spectators that have made their way to Pembrey today, or if you've been watching on the live stream all day, hope you've enjoyed it. Maybe you've been rewarding yourself on Father's Day with a watch of the live stream from Pembrey. And happy Father's Day to all fathers tuning in. So there's Woodward, and he's just ahead now of Jack Godden, and this is for position. It's for 4th position on our timer screens, a lap down, sort of approximately a lap down from the race leader.
Yeah, lapping a very small bit, isn't it, to Chris Warburton. But a good stint here from Jack Godden as they make their way through. And just ahead of the road, there's a couple of cars close together, including the 41 car there, the race car radios machine that is out there with 9 minutes of the race to go. And it's the Taylor car just ahead, Gary Taylor, who shares with Ross Riley. So in this part of the race, this is a battle for 15th and 16th positions. And Gary Taylor, who started racing just last season, and he's just age 39 years of age last week. So happy birthday to Gary Taylor a week ago.
So about 8 minutes of this race left to go, and there's the 50 car of Liam Brezitz coming through shot there at DeBenny, and that's Rich Rounder who's in second. Now Jack Godden here, he's behind Louis Woodward still. He's not yet been able to find a way through. They're just coming through Honda now and onto the start finish straight. While they've been battling, they've actually fallen behind Anthony Seddon and Chris Warburton, who are still in that order on the road. Warburton just needing really to nip ahead of Anthony Seddon at some point in the next 7 minutes or so to really help his cause potentially in quite a big way.
Yeah, absolutely right. And there they are, just in front. And then this battle behind that Ian has been describing with Louis Woodward in the 87 and the 71 of Godden. Nose to tail to the left-hand side of the circuit goes Jack Godden, but he can't yet make his way through, but he's giving it a good attempt here in the ex-guest car, but he can't get much closer than this to the back of the car in front.
They're not, you can't. They're lapping the high 114s though, which is about a second and a half or so off the sort of really quick times, so they are slowing each other up. Let's have another word down from the pit lane. Johnny Palmer.
Into the real business part of the race now, and I'm with Mark Sullivan. Potentially another safety car here, Mark. You've got a conversation to be had with your co-driver Sam. I love this because this is the heat of the moment in an endurance race. Mark, you did the middle stint. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least. The car's understeering, sliding round a lot. had a couple of nice little battles, lost a couple of places and got a couple of places back. But yeah, it's good race, fast track. Yeah, it's good.
I chatted to Sam earlier on. If anything, it's more nervy for you guys when you're out with the car.
Oh yeah, definitely. When you're in the heat of battle, aren't you? And like I say, the car's moving around a lot. It's sliding all over the place. It's a lot trickier on the inside than it looks on the outside, you know.
Sam's doing 114. He's pretty much dead when he gets into, I think, some clear air. But there are cars ahead of him that are in the 116. So are they catchable?
I've got a fly in my eye then. Possibly. I don't think he's going to catch the front runners now. But, you know, as always, Sam will give it as good as he can. I think we might end up possibly get a 5th, something like that, which is okay.
I'll let you get back to the radio. Towards the end of the race, Mark Sullivan in the 777. Can they get in the top 5?
Well, that car that had a spin on the way out of Honda and was there for quite some time has now manoeuvred out of position, so that's good news. So hopefully we'll be green flag running towards the end of the race. Who was it?
Not sure, but just seen on the screen, got a penalty for the leader. Chris Warburton's been given a 5-second track limit penalty.
Well, that's going to complicate things even further with the aggregation of the results, isn't it? Probably makes it even more important that he gets ahead of Anthony Seddon. I'm not sure where he is in relation to Seddon on the road at the moment. Well, there he is. Where is the Seddon car? Is it in front? Is it behind? We can see the 88 car. The Riley and Taylor behind it. Yeah, he's behind the 5 car, so... And he's fallen away a little bit, if anything, hasn't he, as well? Meanwhile, Jack Godden now has got clear of Louis Woodward, so he's got ahead of Louis Woodward, and now he's got about 5 seconds to try and make up in the remaining 4 minutes to get back on terms with Anthony Seddon, which again could be important here.
Yeah, that's right. And only a few laps of this race to go as well now. So Chris Warburton getting past Anthony Seddon is looking unlikely, I would suggest, because that gap's gone out.
Yeah, it has.
209 here, so that's Will Abraham we heard, didn't we? So for 4th in this part of the race, he's about to change, because Jack Godden's on the inside there and slots through.
Yeah, so Will Abraham losing the position. Jack Godden going through, and yeah, the chase is on now for Anthony Seddon then, in 3rd place on the road. Over the line we've got Liam Brezitz coming, and also the 40 car as well. That's a car that's got a 15-second penalty for various track limits misdemeanours. That's the 40 car you can see on screen now, doing battle with the 220, which is Austin Browser at this stage of the race. So we'll keep an eye out. There should be 3 minutes to go. See if the checker flag appears on schedule. There's a board going out for 87. It's a stop-go penalty for Louis Woodward now. So he is serving a stop-go penalty, I'm afraid. Well, he might not get the chance to serve that with only less than 3 minutes of the race to go, in which case there'll be a penalty applied after the race. So Louis was just driven past that board now. So we'll see if he comes to a stop at the end of the next lap.
But that, again, could be a race-defining moment, couldn't it? It's certainly not going to help his cause.
No, I don't think he's going to be the one that wins this race. We really don't know who is going to win this race. But I don't think it's going to be him now, anyway. Not if he's got a penalty to serve, one way or another.
No, that's absolutely would seem that way. Oh dear!
Oh,
Seddon.
That's Seddon. That's Anthony Seddon. Wow, and he was the one just ahead of Chris Warburton on the road. Now, has he done that all by himself, or was he assisted in some way into that? We just saw Louis Woodward flash past him as well there. So Seddon, who was ahead of Warburton on the road, we presume that he no longer is. We can see out of our commentary box window, in fact, I think the 42 car about to head towards us. He's not quite here yet. The 42 car of Warburton does now come through and is the sort of leading car on the road, and the car behind him now on the road is that of Jack Godden.
So that certainly is a very important moment, wasn't it, when Anthony Seddon went through, went off the road and really lost a lap basically there in his result because of it.
Absolutely. I mean, Warburton's one contender. Jack Godden could be another contender for victory here, potentially. There's Lou Woodward serving his penalty, so we did see the board, and now he's going back out into the race. But that's really compromised his hopes there.
So here is Warburton, who's looking in a nice place. I think we can agree he's got a good chance of winning this aggregate result. So
the Woodward penalty, by the way, that was for a short pit stop.
Okay. So you gain so little, don't you, by doing that in the pits? And
yeah.
In the penalty, you lose all that time and a lot more. So round comes Warburton to start the final lap.
Well, there's no checkered flag this time, so it's at least one more lap to go.
So
how far behind is Jack Godden now on the road? Obviously he's a lap or so behind, but only a matter of 3 or 4 seconds behind Warburton.
The other thing for him on the road is he's only a couple of tenths behind Will Abraham for third in part 2 of this race.
Yes. Hadn't he got past him once? I think he had. And he's now trying to do so again. I think Godden had got past Abraham previously, so may have made a mistake and fallen back behind. That last lap he did was a slow lap in the 15, so possibly lost that place on the last lap.
Seddon came through in 6th after his spin behind Carrington Yates.
Checker flag's being made ready, so I think it is going to go out this time with the clock having counted down to 0. So Chris Warburton heading into Honda for the final time. We're not sure if this is going to be how the full classification turns out after the results have been aggregated, but he is not quite yet going to come into Honda. He is now. Here he is. It's the 42 car coming through now. So it is Chris Warburton winning on the road in the Gas Shocks 116 trophy race. Second on the road will be Richard Roundel, albeit most of a lap behind. A whole lap behind, but just behind Warburton on the road is the third place car of Will Abraham. Just behind that car in 4th place is Jack Godden. Sam Carrington Yates has got back to 5th in the end in the car that he shared with Mark Sullivan for that second part of the race, ahead of Anthony Seddon, benefiting from Seddon's moment about 3 or 4 minutes from the end. Peter Keane 7th in the 151 car, 8th to the 57 car of Toby Partridge, although he's got a 5-second penalty to be added to his time. 9th to the number 1 car of Richard Lakey, and 10th to number 89 Freddie Tatham. But I think, Josh, we're just going to have to wait and see what the official results are once they've been aggregated. Terry Stevens and the timekeeping team will have their work cut out to get the software to do all of that and produce a final result for the 2 parts that we've had in that Gas Shocks 116 trophy race.
Yeah, so I suspect for those people who are particularly interested in that is to head to the 750 Motor Club website and the 116 trophy part of that later, perhaps today, this evening perhaps, to check what those results will be, because they will be all posted there, like you say.
Yeah, so Chris Warburton heading down into the pit lane. I don't know if Johnny Palmer's going to go down and talk to anybody and after the race. That was a verbal nudge. And he will hopefully catch up with Chris Warburton, Richard Roundel maybe, and Will Abraham. They're as good a people as any to talk to. We'd not heard from them during the course of that race, so it'll be interesting to hear what they've got to say anyway, although there is some doubt over the full classification, which will be hopefully made clear a little bit later on. The Gas Shocks 116 trophy that continues at Silverstone with that 100-mile race next month, and they rejoin the 750 Motor Club bill at Donington Park on the 7th of August.
That's the BMW day, isn't it?
It is.
Donington.
Summerfest. So big weekend. There's lots of BMW racing. BMW Car Club are there. There's also the Ultimate BMW race as well, which should be good fun. And lots of BMW Car Club stands, displays, etc. on the infield as well at Donington Park. So that's certainly something that you'll be able to enjoy at Donington Park, in particular if you're a BMW owner.
You can see the cars for our next race already ready to head out on track. But before we do that, we can hear from Johnny Palmer down in the pit lane.
Well, we're trying to make head and indeed tail of this. Clearly, an aggregated race is never a particularly simple thing to follow. But with a 90-minute affair affected by a red flag, you're always going to have that slight complication. As far as the timing screen is concerned, Chris Warburton did win that race, so we should make a beeline for Chris. A little bit of a tattered front right corner, I noticed, but it did the business. And a little provisionally, Chris Warburton, we're going to put that around your neck, purely because of the red flag. I understand it's now going to be an aggregated race, so we're going to have to add the first half to the second half. But the second half was certainly won by you as a solo driver.
Yeah, it was great. I've got to thank Jez and 4040 Motorsport for actually letting me come and use the car this weekend. It's first time jumping in the car on Friday, and then since then they've been working with me to try and improve the car and get the balance better for myself and what I wanted out of it. And it's just been great since. And Jez made a great call as soon as he saw the car crash on the pit lane to come in and do the second pit stop before the safety car boards went out, which then allowed us to actually then get that extra pit stop before everybody else.
I think it was the guy making those calls that I had a quick chat with, and somebody in the team said, you need to make your waves in Formula One next. Here he is, in fact. Maybe so, yes. Very happy down here, and it was all about, as explained to me at the time, getting you in just before. I mean, you couldn't have predicted that safety car.
No, we couldn't have, and it was just luckily with the guys being on the pit wall and having the radio in the car, which was a late addition that we made this morning. It was just a great thing to do, and it was well done and to the team, and the car's been great throughout the race, and we were matching the others on the pace, and that was also good compared to where we were on Friday.
Congratulations. It is a little provisional at the moment, and it might be a case of paying attention to the 750 Motor Club Live website for the standings. Complicated affair, I think you'll agree, but we'll move on now with the next race here at Pembrey.
And it's going to be the third and final race of the weekend for the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. Their super sprint weekend of 3 15-minute races opposed to the usual 2 20-minute races. Pole position for this one is number 88 Richard Webb, and beside him is number 2 Michael Roots. Second row has 1 on the inside, Ryan Yarrow, and 14 Paul Smith beside him. On the third row it's going to be 43 Paul Rogers and 8 Dan Clues. Row 4, 63 Colin Chapman and 72 Jonathan McGill. Row 5 is 21 Phil Hutchins and 44 Carl Austin. The 6th row, 9 Ian Hutchinson and 71 James Foley. Row 7, 85 David Watson and 33 Daniel Ashby. Then Paul Sawyer 11 and 24 Rich Miles. We're starting at the back. In fact, I think they have shuffled, as we thought they might, the David Watson car to the back because it is a guest class car. Second race of the afternoon, Josh, for the Sports 1000s, and third race of the weekend.
Yeah, that's right, and it's Richard Webb who remains unbeaten in the championships. He's got a big old lead now, something like 40 plus points over Ryan Yarrow, last year's champion. We'll have to see here if Michael Roots can get his car off the line, which he hasn't been able to do in the previous 2 races. If he can, he might be able to take this battle to Richard Webb, the championship leader in the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. Yarrow second, third Smith, fourth Chapman and fifth Rogers in the points, as the countdown is shortly going to get underway for the penultimate race of this busy race weekend here in the south of Wales. We can see there the Spire and the Mattel all the way on the first 3 rows. It's Spire's on the right hand side, it's Mattel's on the left.
No Rich Miles by the looks of it, and no Paul Sawyer either from towards the back of the field. So we're down to 14 starters for this final race of the weekend. We'll watch out for that guest class car, the development car that David Watson is driving. We've got the green flag at the back, but I think there's some other reason we're just waiting for the circuit to be cleared elsewhere, possibly before the race can get underway. So the car's just sitting on the grid for the moment. The Spire of Richard Webb. Spire, the concern for so many years of Paul Nightingale. And he's built many of these cars up there in Derbyshire, and it's been a mainstay really, Spire sports cars off this Sports 1000 Championship for well over a decade now. More recently they've been challenged by the Mattels. You can see the number 2 Mattel on the outside of the front row of the grid being driven by Michael Roots, and as you were saying, let's hope he makes a better start to this race than he has the others.
I think we're doing letting some teams out of the paddock by the looks of it at the moment, Ian. So it will be a few moments before we get the race underway.
That's right.
Somewhat unusually, the paddock is on the inside of the circuit with no other way to get out apart from over the circuit itself, as you can see here at Pembrey. So if you've never been here before, that's something you may not know.
Yeah, so and obviously there's a sort of build-up of traffic there during that 90-minute 116 trophy race, so a few cars to get out. Looking at sort of past champions in Sports 1000, so Spire have taken the overall championship in 2021, 2020, 2018, 2017, 2014, 2013, 2012, I think was the first year that they... Did Tim Gray drive Aspire in 2009? I can't remember. But they've won several championships. Mattel have just won it on the one occasion. That was 2019 when Chippy Westmail took the title. Of course, no, twice, of course, because Scott Mattel won it in 2015, of course, in the eponymous car, I beg your pardon. So Scott Mattel took the title in 2015 and Chippy Westmail 4 years later. But Mattel's last year finished second and third in the championship with Michael Roots and Victor Newman, who's moved over to F1000 this weekend. Anyway, we're about to go racing here at Pembrey for the final time. The 5-second board is raised, revs are rising, lights go out, away they go. And Michael Roots at this time did make a reasonable getaway. This time is tucked in there into second place behind Richard Webb from pole position. Paul Smith carrying a lot of speed down towards Hatchett's. Is it too much speed in the Mattel? Well, he's got the place away from Ryan Yarrow, who started a position ahead of him on the grid. Can he hold on to it now as they come through Spitfires and DeBenny? And the answer for the moment appears to be yes, he can.
Yeah, so they make their way through this first lap of 15 minutes of S1000 racing. So quick, these cars. And they will get around this lap in about a minute. Such is the speed of them. And it is led then by the unbeaten man this year, Richard Webb. So he heads the pack from Michael Roots and Paul Smith and Ryan Yarrow and Dan Clues and Paul Rogers. Those six, quite a long way ahead of anybody else. There is Paul Rogers returning this season. He's got their cars in front running a little wide, particularly Ryan Yarrow was well out over the curb there, coming out of Honda, and that means Dan Clues is attacking. But actually, Yarrow's brakes so late defending, he gains a place, he goes past Paul Smith, which was quite remarkable there, and Dan Clues got a good watching brief of all of that, so they're back into grid order really, aren't they, with Ryan Yarrow now getting back ahead of Paul Smith.
So Webb it is that's leading, Roots in second, so he's having his strongest race of the weekend so far, helped of course by getting the car off the line in a half-decent fashion. And Ryan Yarrow up to third. He of course piled the pressure on and led some of the second race of the weekend, the first race of the day. He's got Paul Smith behind him now, and then Dan Clues it is next up in fifth position. But we're watching the two leaders coming through to complete the second lap.
Yeah, and they're going away quickly from Ryan Yarrow, who's got all this pressure being applied to him by Paul Smith. And now Clues is coming involved in this. He gets squeezed up towards the grass. He just about avoids the grass, does he? He locks up, he's on the tarmac, and he's going past Paul Smith. And Paul Rogers fancies a bit of this, and he goes through too. In the TGM Spire, well, how many positions can he get here? Because he's got past Paul Smith, and he's right tucked up there behind Dan Clues in the Mattel Cars machine. And they come through then, absolutely together. Some great battle between these drivers. And a couple of times now, Paul Smith has had cars come past him on the brakes into Hatchett's.
Yeah, so 12 minutes of the race left to go, coming towards the end of the third lap of the race then. And it is still Richard Webb that's leading the way. We're watching Paul Rogers go through. He used to race at Contour, did Paul Rogers in the past, making his return to Sports 1000 this season. Just watching Ryan Yarrow go through, and that's Paul Smith giving the grass an unscheduled cut probably wouldn't have got away with that yesterday, but he has got away with it today, albeit losing a bit of time.
Yeah, is this going to cause any problems? Because the splitter dug well in there, and we shall see how Paul Smith's race goes moving on from there. Race leaders turn their way through. Here's Richard Webb then in 88, pulling in the car through. I don't think it's quite as lively as it was in the earlier race. We heard he had that misfire as well, didn't he? He was saying. Well, if you want anyone to try and sort a misfire out with these cars, Richard Webb is your man, isn't he? Here, so he leads after on the fourth lap now. But the fastest lap has gone the way of Michael Roots on a 59.43 as he's now going after the race leader here as they glass across the line once more.
59.43 is exactly the same lap time as Richard Webb did in the earlier race as well, so that's still half a second nearly outside the lap record. I thought we'd be nailed on to get a lap record today in Sports 1000. It's not happened yet, Josh. 58.97, the magic mark.
Yeah, that's with Matthew Higginson, who we'll see later in 750 Motor Club events in a different championship. The multiple champion, of course, Higginson. It does show you the development of these cars. Sort of hit a brick wall, didn't they, around that time? Well, I guess all the development had gone in and not much more was to come. Just little tweaks here and there. Where there were big jumps around that period, weren't they? Going into
that was
those
really
years.
when we were moving towards much more of these rear engines. You were still on that crossover where you still got a strong front engined division as well at that time. But now, as you can see, it's really very much a rear engine championship that we have on our hands here. These sort of prototype type machines. That's the 21 car of Phil Hutchins. So he's in 9th place, sandwiched between Carl Austin and Jonathan McGill.
Okay, as they come up across the line. Phil Hutchings, still quite new to this Mattel that he's campaigned now for a few races. McGill breaks extraordinarily late, but that's okay. He gets the car turned in and he gains the place. He gets 9th position away then there from Phil Hutchins. Jonathan McGill has had a best result this year of 6th. He's currently running 9th here, just getting himself past, as we were saying there, of Hutchings, who's ahead of him in the championship by just a point. So over the course of the year, very little has separated McGill and Hutchings, and again today they are together on the track, just behind Cole Austin actually. Cole Austin, who sits in 8th position. He's had a better result this season of 7th. Richard Webb now though is going quicker. He's pulling away from Michael Roots, and he's done a lap time of 59.23 seconds, averaging over 88 miles per hour around this circuit, which of course includes that very slow first corner. So as we've been saying here, these cars very quick, and Richard Webb getting closer to that lap record.
As my old mate Andrew Wilkins used to say, that includes all the corners, not just the first corner, Josh, all of the corners. As he explained how incredibly quick cars at Mallory Park in my youth. They lap Pembrey incredibly quickly as well, and Richard Webb certainly is doing that. 59.23 then. He's now 2.26 seconds clear of Michael Roots in 2nd place. He instead has got 4 seconds in hand over Ryan Yarrow, who's got a bit 1.5 in hand over Dan Clues. 4th and 5th looks a little bit tastier. Dan Clues and Paul Rogers only about 0.4 of a second between them at the end of the previous lap, and as you see them coming into shot now, there's still only a matter of about 0.4 of a second between them as they complete lap number 7 of the race.
Paul Smith still behind them, so it looks like that grassy excursion of U4 isn't too bad for him. Rogers got past Clues on that lap, didn't he? He's up to 4th now. There we see him in 43, narrowly ahead of 8, which is Dan Clues as they make their way through. Spire ahead of Mattel in this particular tussle that's going on. Paul Rogers got his first podium earlier on today. He sits 5th in the championship. Dan Clue sits 7th in the championship. He's had a best result this season.
Oh, but they were squeezing one another. Sorry there, Josh, through the Brooklands hairpin. Roger just about holding on, sorry.
Yeah, 4th is his best result so far this year, and that's for Clues, who's currently 5th, so he'd like to get another 4th here, and he's challenging up the inside there into Honda Curve. We haven't seen many passes there, particularly in these cars that are so quick. That was fantastic.
Yeah, really nice move that from Clues. Oh, and that's a shame for James Foley. His black and yellow Spire, the ex-David Whale car, that's out of the race, I'm afraid.
Yeah, that's a shame for him, because James missed the race yesterday, obviously with some kind of issue, but he's not going to get to the end of today.
He had an off in qualifying, didn't he, yesterday, I seem to remember, so that might explain why.
At least he got out to do the 2 races today, at least start them. So here's the Clues and Rogers battle. And you can see their driver working at the wheel, putting lots of correction into it to get the car pointed in the way he would like it to go. And Dan Clues then just ahead as they go screaming through Carter's Curve and up to Honda. This is where we saw that move a lap ago. And it's Dan Clues then in front now. Pit boards out to the drivers as they cross the line to complete 9 laps of this race, which is still headed by Richard Webb with 5.5 minutes to go.
So what's this going to be? 7 wins for Richard Webb if he can keep hold of it. 7 out of 7 so far this season. That starts to look pretty imperious as far as the championship's concerned. It's probably starting to look that way before this weekend, to be honest. But he's cementing it here.
But we saw with in the low cost, didn't we? Craig Land was doing the same thing. He was winning every race, and then a bad day happened, and everything goes wrong. The difference, whoa, big from Paul Rogers. He spins out. Yeah, I didn't think he was stopping there at Brooklands, so a big moment there for Paul Rogers. He tried to gain a place, he spun out. The difference here for Richard Webb, of course, is it's not just been winning by small margins generally. It's been the quickest driver, getting fastest lap in every race. I think Alton he won by a ridiculously big margin. And that's what's the real thing in this championship. Meanwhile, we see here Dave Watson in the MK Indy, this new RLM engined Cup 200 car that Dave Watson's having his first outing. The first time it's had any kind of race, this car that runs the 1340cc motorcycle engine compared to all the championship cars that run the 1 litre car, the 1 litre superbike engine. And for Watson here, he runs in 12th position overall, the only front engine car out there, sort of taking you back to the days of RGB that we were mentioning earlier, which had front and rear engine cars out there.
Yeah, at Donington it should have in it, there'll be 2 of them out hopefully, Danny Andrew and Matthew Booth, the drivers slated to appear at Donington. And again, it's a triple header, so we're talking about Richard Webb, and if he has a bad day or a bad weekend, if he has a bad weekend at Donington, like Craig Land has had that weekend, that could change things a little bit. That would be his local circuit as well, of course, for Richard Webb, so who wants to do well on home territory.
So also, the other point is there whether Richard Webb could actually wrap the championship up at Donington at the next round.
We'll have to get our calculators out on that one.
He's certainly going a long way to try and be the first champion of the year.
Certainly is. Jonathan McGill and Carl Austin here. Jonathan McGill's picked up a 5-second penalty, so this is a slightly phony battle. That'll be for exceeding track limits. So realistically, he needs to try and get ahead of Carl Austin and pull away from him.
Coming past the commentary box, so you can tell the different note of the Watson MK Indy, the bigger engined car, potentially not producing the power of the superbike engines though. But yeah, we're hoping to have more of those as time goes on. As you say, the number of them should double at the next event.
I think the theory was it'd be about 4 seconds a lap slower, and that's sort of borne out in the lap times in this race. Richard Webb's 59.23, David Watson's best time at 103.04. So yeah, roughly 4 seconds slower around this Pembrey circuit.
Yeah, that's a good prediction there from Richard Webb at the beginning of the weekend. And his lead, by the way, now is 3.8 seconds over Michael Roots. Third is Ryan Yarrow, a long way back now, Fourth is Dan Clues, fifth Colin Chapman, sixth Paul Smith. So Colin Chapman's got past Paul Smith recently. And of course they're both past Paul Rogers, who had that off. And then in 8th position here is Cole Austin. On the road in 9th is Jonathan McGill. And 10th for Phil Hutchins, with a couple of laps to go at the end of this one for these cars. Already at the end of the lap is Richard Webb, as he continues to push on. Guess the shame for Michael Roots was that he didn't make the good start in the race where Webb had those issues.
Yeah, could have snuck a win there, couldn't he, Michael Roots, which would have been first man to beat Richard Webb this season. Phil Hutchins now tracking Johnny McGill as they go through Carter's there and towards Honda. We're just watching Carl Austin, but did Hutchins get through? Yes, he did do that at Carter's, so Hutchins goes ahead of McGill now up into 9th place on the road.
Roots, Webb sideways there, he's pushing on still, isn't he? Second place for Roots with Insane. He's had a bit of a problematic season. I think he had some issues at Oulton Park where he didn't really get much of a run in either of the races, and that dropped him down the championship table a bit, currently 6th. But apart from that, he had to get in second at Croft in particular. So he's been like one of the better drivers in the championship, but had those issues.
Just behind the commentary box, the number 9 car, Ian Hutchinson, has spun out of 11th position at Debenny, but he's got going again. That's not that far ahead of the leader, Richard Webb, who is on to his final lap now. There he is. He's just lapped the David Watson MK Indy.
Yeah, so Webb now working the final lap. The car was moving around a little bit. There's Roots, who's second in the Mattel, second last year, second on another occasion this season. That's one of the earlier spires out there, isn't it? Daniel Ashby, great to see some of the earlier cars out there, and with a new driver to race in there. You saw the novice cross on the back. But for Richard Webb, it's going to be win number 7, it would seem, Ian. Checkered flag being prepared here.
Yeah, he's heading through Honda for the final time. Up to the checkered flag he comes at almost exactly 15 minutes, and he takes the checkered flag to win round 7 of the RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship. Michael Roots comes home in 2nd position, 3.74 seconds behind. And then Ryan Yarrow, quite a distant 3rd actually. It didn't seem to have the pace that he did in the earlier race. And he takes 3rd position in car number 1. Dan Clues, after that good scrap with Paul Rogers for much of the race, he takes 4th place in number 8. Over the line, 5th place is number 63, Colin Chapman. Paul Smith, after his grass-cutting moment, is going to be 6th in number 14, and Paul Rogers takes 7th after his spin up at Brooklands earlier in the race. And we'll tell you in a moment the results of the Gasshocks 116 trophy race, which has now been confirmed. So we'll look first at the results of the Sports 1000 race. That's a win for number 88 Richard Webb from number 2 Michael Roots in 2nd place, the gap between them 3.74 seconds. In 3rd place was number 1 Ryan Yarrow, 4th to number 8 Dan Clues, then Colin Chapman 5th in 63, Paul Smith completing the top 6 in 14, then Paul Rogers, Carl Austin, Phil Hutchins and Jonathan McGill. And further back, Ian Hutchinson with a spin towards the end there, and then a lap down, David Watson even, and Daniel Ashby. James Foley retiring from that RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship race. Before we head downstairs and hear from Johnny Palmer, let's tell you about what the aggregate results of the Gasshocks 116 trophy was. Those have now been published, and I can tell you that the winner there was number 42, as we thought it probably would be, Chris Warburton, completing 59 laps with a time 1 minute 43 seconds ahead of Anthony Seddon, number 5 in 2nd place, despite his spin. Peter Keane, 151 3rd, Louis Woodward, number 87 4th, the 209 car of the Abrahams, or just Will Abraham as it turned out, in 5th, treble 7, Mark Sullivan and Sam Carrington-Yates, Josh.
But that was a crucial spin there for Anthony Seddon, because he would have been a lap ahead.
Yes, he
of
would.
Chris Warburton. So that's we thought that was a crucial moment, and it turned out to be that way.
So congratulations to Chris Warburton on his return to 750 Motor Club action, getting the verdict in the Gasshocks 116 trophy race. And I think that aggregate result is very much a fair result as well. Let's head down though to the pit lane to hear from the RLM Racing Sports 1000 drivers with Johnny.
Richard Webb already in position at the end of that last of the weekend RLM Racing Sports 1000 Championship races. It'll be the 2nd time I've caught up with Richard. Finishing 2nd, Michael Roots, Ryan Yarrow completing the podium. Ryan's Spire just pulling into position now. And Richard's having a quick chat. Let me give you that first of all. Near perfect conditions now. I've had to wait all weekend for them.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that was it was nice to get a second dry race of today. Conditions were great, and that was a far more happy race for me. We've solved the misfire. Still not quite there with the handling this weekend in the dry, but we got done what we needed to do. So.
And generally about a 3-second gap back to Michael, which I suppose was manageable even through traffic.
Yeah, it was manageable. I would have liked to have carried on pushing a little bit harder. I think the car has got more in it. We're just struggling with the rear end this weekend. So, but bottom line is we've got the job done. We've got the points in the bag again. So,
pleased the misfire was so easy to solve. Well done. So we'll move to Richard's right-hand side, or his left-hand side, to the number 2 car, Michael Roots. 3 seconds adrift, and you couldn't quite get close enough to attack after he'd made the break.
No, not at all. I was just glad to get off the start line, to be fair. It had pretty good pace, but I'm just glad to have finished in a representational sort of position, to be honest.
Has it been a trying weekend, particularly yesterday with the poor weather?
Yeah, for lots of reasons, and at home. So hello, kids and Sarah. It's been quite a tough weekend, to be honest.
It must be quite tough for Father's Day being away from home too.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but we're all in the same boat, I suppose. But the kids also miss us, I suppose.
Yes.
But yeah,
this will be for them. Second place for them to end the weekend.
Yeah, no, I'm happy enough with that, I think. Thanks.
So are we. Congratulations. Nice to have a Mattel on the podium as well. And hopefully Ryan is still, yes he is, Ryan's still here. What did you say before? A fat man from Yorkshire or something? He's done good again, hasn't he? 3rd place?
It might be all right, dear good. No, I'm not really happy, but I tried to kind of build on what I did before. It didn't really work. The car was good early on and then went off again. Paul got by me at the start, so then I kind of had a lap of, I just lost touch, and it was just difficult then, because obviously the harder you try, most of the time the harder you try, the further backwards you go, and that's basically what happened.
Maybe some head scratching to be done between now and the next round. We wish you well with that, Ryan. Congratulations on a podium nevertheless. And we move forward now for the final race of the weekend, the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship.
Yep, race 24 on the programme, final race of the weekend, and the 3rd and final race of the day for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship. Pole position goes to number 12, Spencer Stevenson. Beside him is number 53, Owen Rosser. Second row of the grid is number 55, Justin Griffiths, and 77, Andrew Harding, is beside him. On the 3rd row, it's the 111 car of Nick Harrison, and then the 1 car of Jack Dwayne, the first of the 182s. Then on the next row, it's 22, Chris Keir, and 21, David Walsh, but he's not there by the looks of it. The 5th row is 4, Tim Bentley, and 30, Darren Ransom. The 6th row is 56, Chris Lawrence, and 33, Nick Brady. The 7th row, 40, Scott Edgar, and 15, Alex Hawkins. The 8th row is 48, Charles Shelburne, and 47, Ben Swift. Tom Stevenson Joyce, number 49, and Chris Page, number 31, are on row 9 of the grid. Row 10, 26, Gareth Tansey, and 65, Andy Bennett. The 11th row, 7, Stephen Richardson, and 38, Olivier Algieri. I think he's not out again, though. I think he was having some engine problems earlier on today. But Josh, final race of the weekend for the Clios. It should be a good one.
Yeah, you'd think so. And we've had some good racing, haven't we, in the 2 classes, in 197s and in the 182s. In the overall standings, it's still a 182 driver that leads. It's Jack Dwayne, I reckon 7 points clear of Scott Edgar, but they're being drawn in now by Owen Rosser, who took his first win earlier on today, and Owen Rosser now just 9 points behind the overall championship leader. Also very close, Justin Griffiths and Nick Harrison, top 5 in the championship, separated by just 18 points after 6 races.
Yep, so a triple header format for the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship this weekend. Double header at Donington Park, double header at Brands, and a treble header at Snetterton to round out their seasons after this. But this is another championship that looks like it could be fairly wide open. The narrative changing as the season has gone on. Certainly the 197s have had the upper hand overall here so far this weekend. We'll try and have a good look at what's going on in the 182 battles as well during the course of this weekend, where Jack Dwayne is effectively on class pole position after this grid was set up, and he is quite a long way ahead on the grid of Scott Edgar, who's been the man that's won the 182 class in both of the races so far today. So that's intriguing.
Yeah, Edgar's going to have his work cut out if he's going to win this one.
Certainly is. I'm sure we'll have a good look at that as the race gets underway. And it's a good start then by the black car of Spencer Stevenson from pole position. There you can see Andrew Harding trying to get alongside and past Owen Rosser and up into second place. Jack Dwayne trying to get in amongst the 192. I think he had a little bit of a biff there, did he not, from one of them as they went through the 197s. And then the rest of the 182s going through. It looks like Scott Edgar has made up some places already. Chris Keir off over the grass at Spitfires. That loses him, I think, a little bit of time. Chris Keir in the number 22 car. But out front, it's a change of lead. Owen Rosser's got through to number 53 from 12, Spencer Stevenson.
Yeah, he's starting to sort these starts out now, isn't he? He didn't start on pole that time, but he is now leading the race. There's 55 just in Griffiths ahead of Andrew Harding. Stevenson is second, by the way. So they make their way through this first lap of the final race of the event here at Pembrey. And it is Owen Rosser then leading the way. We had a good battle earlier between these two drivers, and yesterday really, between him and Spencer Stevenson, and looking to continue here in this final race of the weekend as they come up across the line and down towards the hairpin. So it's Rosser, Stevenson, Griffiths and Harding and Harrison in the 197s behind. They see Jack Dwayne lead. Oh, and the 182s have just wrecked themselves up towards hatching, which included Scott Edgar, the winner from the two races earlier today, got involved in that with Darren Ransom. At least those two were involved.
Yeah, certainly were. So that's set back Scott Edgar. He's now about 3 cars from the back as he rejoins the race. Just seeing the red car of Tim Bentley, but it's Jack Dwayne still leading from Chris Lawrence in the 56 car amongst the Clio 182s here, and Chris Keir, number 22, in 3rd position. Tim Bentley in the red car in 4th spot. There he is, and without a front bumper is the 15 car of Alex Hawkins, and he's been elbowed wide there by the 33 car, well, which is Nick Braid, who was up several places on the course of that lap, and he's now lost out as well to Ben Swift, 47.
Yeah, I wonder if Hawkins was behind Edgar and Ransom going on to that lap, so
explain something.
It may do. Yeah, so the 182 battle is lively, it would be fair to say. Meanwhile, up front, Owen Ross is a second clear of the rest. Let's see if people can break this time without taking anybody out into the hairpin. Well, maybe. Just about.
Owen Ross has got a new lap record, a 107.10. That's reduced the lap time from the earlier race. Spencer Stevenson set the lap record then. So we're working lap 3 of this race, and the 2 cars there side by side. That's allowed Scott Edgar a bit of a free pass through, hasn't it, as they were battling with each other. I think that was Shelburne and Brady, was it, that were leaning on one another?
Shelbourne, I think, might have been the other one, possibly. But certainly, as you say, Edgar making the most of them. More grass track in there. That's
Chris Lawrence off. So Chris Keir's going to go through to second place within that class, and Jack Dwayne is now pulling away, isn't he, from the the rest of the 182s here.
Very much so. Jack Dwayne hasn't had a great weekend here at Pembrey. He got involved in that red flag causing accident yesterday, which damaged the car a bit. Maybe not as much damage as some others, but they managed to get it out. But he didn't have the best of results. Well, he got a second in the first race. He got second, I think, in both of them, didn't he? But with Jack Dwayne, he wants to be winning the races, and he hasn't managed that yet this weekend. But now he's 2 seconds clear of Chris Keir in the class. Then Chris Lawrence is up next, who's having a better race here. Then Tim Bentley, and then Ben Swift. He's in the top 5 of Class A for the Clio 182 machines. There's Tim Bentley in 4. But well up the road is Jack Dwayne. in the class.
So Bentley there having a look up the inside of Chris Lawrence. This for third position, going into Carter's, and he's through. So Tim Bentley takes third place away. And now he's going to try and set off after Chris Keir, who's already a little way up the road now from these two. He's pulled out a gap during the course of this lap. And they've got Ben Swift, the airline pilot, just behind them as well. And that's Nick Brady, the ex-drift competitor, making some moves down towards Hatchett's. But there you can see Jack Dwayne's got ahead of Nick Harrison in the 197.
Yeah, that's right. So that's good for overall championship points as well, isn't it? The championship that he leads currently over Scott Edgar, but then Owen Ross a third, and he's of course the race leader here by 2.5 seconds. Now he's really driving clear of Spencer Stevenson, and there is Stevenson. Third is Justin Griffiths, and fourth is Andrew Harding. They make their way down the Speedway straight. So is this Rosser going better, or is this Stevenson struggling in race 3, I wonder?
Yeah, what are his lap times like? Stevenson's a 107.79 as his best lap, so he's 0.6 off what he managed in the earlier race, so maybe he's gone the wrong way on a setup, maybe the tyres aren't quite up to it in this race. So he's off the pace a little bit. Rosser, as we've said, has improved in his lap time from the earlier race by only 1/10. So sort of very similar lap times to the previous race. So I think it's more about maybe Stevenson not having such a happy race here, and he's really falling into the clutches now of Griffiths, Justin Griffiths in third.
There the 182s go through, and Nick Harrison's dropped well amongst them, so I don't know what's happened to his car. Nick Harrison, who is 5th in the championship coming into this race, has dropped all the way to 10th. And here's Ben Swift, who's ahead of Nick Brady. They're both behind Chris Lawrence, who's 4th in the class. The class headed by Jack Dwayne by 2.4 seconds from Chris Keir. Tim Bentley 3rd, and this, the battle for 4th.
Yeah, Ben Swift, number 47 there, 26 years of age, only in his 2nd season of racing in this self-built car. There's Keir and Bentley, so Bentley has caught Keir now, and he's really challenging, isn't he? Very close between the two of them as they came through Honda that time. And he's going to be having a look, I think, to the inside, no, to the outside possibly as they head down. He's got to be mindful of that damaged bumper though, because if that comes adrift, that could cause him a problem.
Yeah, that's for sure. Don't want that going underneath the front tyres. Here is 33, which is Nick Brady. And Scott Edgar is there behind. So Scott Edgar is making progress up through the order during the course of this. After that incident he was involved in early on, Scott Edgar coming back through a little bit now, a length overall.
Yes, so we'll see what more progress coming. Nick Harrison, well, we thought he was in problems. He's now in the pits as well, I'm afraid, in that bright blue car. I'm just having a look. Twinge on the bumper, but Harrison out of the race, it would seem. So there's Bentley in that number 4 car, still chasing after Keir. They're about 2.5 seconds behind Jack Dwayne, just coming up to the end of the 7th lap of the motor race. Still being led by Owen Rosser by just under 4 seconds from Spencer Stevenson. Justin Griffiths 3rd, Andrew Harding 4th, and there goes Bentley up the inside into Hatchett's. He's probably going to lose it again on the exit though, isn't he? So Christopher Kay is going to be back on the inside at Spitfire, so he just overcooked that one a bit, Tim Bentley, but I can see what he was trying to do.
Yeah, well, he might have another go at it as Nick Harrison goes back into the race, it looks like. But here's that battle for 6th overall, 2nd in Class A, and they make their way. Then here's the 197s. We've seen them for a few laps. Well, Owen Rosser leads by 3.8 seconds over this battle. Spencer Stevenson and Justin Griffiths. And then Andrew Harding in 4th position, but Stevenson ahead of a very sideways Justin Griffiths there as they turn their way right through which is Honda Curve, and they go up across the line then to complete what is 8 laps of this race, 4 seconds behind the leader. So Owen Rosser looks good for a win. But for second, well, it's that's all up for grabs in the final 5 minutes of racing.
Chris Lawrence is getting the driving standards flag, number 56. He's in 11th position at the moment, so he needs to watch his step as far as track limits are concerned.
Yeah, he's lost some places lately because he was ahead of Ben Swift, Nick Brady and Scott Edgar at one point.
Yeah, there's Darren Ransom just going through. He's just behind Chris Lawrence actually, and Alex Hawkins in behind him. You can see Edgar there with the bonnet, with a bumper flapping in the breeze, just ahead of Lawrence. So there's the Ransom car, and there's the Hawkins car, which lost its bumper in the early stages.
Been a decent fight back from Edgar here, hasn't it? Because he was pretty much last, not quite, but that pretty far down. Dan Ransom also has some damage to his rear bumper, getting sideways. He's, what, 12th here. He's been having a pretty decent season. Big improvement for him from last year. Alex Hawkins, one of the new drivers, just behind him as they come through to the end of 9 laps of this Pembrey circuit. Ransom hooks a couple of wheels over the dirt though, which is unadvisable, I would think. But it didn't really affect him much.
No, so there they go, 4.25 minutes left. Darren Ransom in 12th, Alex Hawkins in 13th position in that number 15 car, first year of racing for him. He's done some BTRDA rally driving in the past. He's 32 years of age, telecommunications engineer. We're watching now though the 55 car of Justin Griffiths, who's there in 3rd position, not terribly far ahead of Andrew Harding at the moment. 42 years of age, Justin. Also did some rallying in the 2000s, and he's involved in property restoration.
Yeah, he's got his mate Andy Harding right there, as you say. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Harding, who won the 2 races at Silverstone. In fact, it was a new rear axle they went and got down the road last night and fitted that. And well, he's got him to through the races, hasn't it? All the repair works they've done on that car.
This has been a good drive by Owen Rosser, let's not forget that, because he's pulled out a nice lead of more than 5 seconds over the next 3, which are pretty much together now.
It's the kind of thing that he's shown his paces though over the previous 6 races, and now he's put it into a race distance so far.
182s are battling for 2nd position, and it's Chris Keir and Tim Bentley alongside one another. They're both about 3 seconds behind Jack Dwayne at the moment, so it really is the battle for the minor places. Ben Swift's also involved in this as well in the number 47 car, but he's actually losing out to Scott Edgar here. He's trying to come back through the order. He's made up a couple of places already on this lap, getting past Nick Brady and now Ben Swift, who's lost 2 positions in 2 corners.
Yeah, and it's very lurid as he's trying to get the car back under control. This has been a really good drive from Scott Edgar, hasn't it? Because he didn't qualify, or didn't start very well, didn't start very high up the grid, had that moment where he was knocked out of contention, it would seem, but he's fought back really well here. Probably one of his best drives. He's won races this year, but to overtake so many cars on a track which isn't the easiest perhaps to pass on, he's worked his way through the order.
It's a nasty dent he's got in the driver's door as well, isn't it? And if he hadn't had that incident, could well have been challenging Jack Dwayne here for the win, which would have been his 3rd of the weekend if he was able to wrest it away from Jack Dwayne. So there he is now, up into 4th place within the Clio 182 class. That's behind Bentley and Keir. So what price P2? He's not going to get the win, I don't think, unless Dwayne has a problem or makes a mistake, because there's only about 1.5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, so this might or might not be the penultimate lap of the race, actually. For Andy Harding, he might get 3rd from Justin Griffith here. He's on the inside line, headed up towards Carter's Curve, and easily powers past him. He must have got a better exit there, or has Griffiths got an issue with his 197? Because he's dropping way back. The leader goes across the line with more than a lap time to go, so we might get 2 more laps in here.
Yeah, should do. So waiting for the 182s to come through. Honda to start what we think will be their penultimate lap. We're watching a bit further back though. The 26 car of Gareth Tansey and 49 Tom Stevenson Joyce. There's a few cars with bodywork damage in this race, isn't there, Josh?
Yeah, it kind of brings the memory back to the old Clio Cup days when they were 182 cars. I used to see quite a lot of that sort of thing going on there. But here's Owen Rosser. We haven't really seen him all race because he has been dominating this motor race. He leads by 6 seconds in the car that was used as a development car last year for this new class that's come into the Clio Sport Championship for 2022, the 197. And Owen Rosser, in his first year of car races, come from karting, and he's absolutely dominated this one. He should get one more lap in as he goes across the line. So that means the 182s, this battle for second place within their class, well, it's going to have an amended result on what we see on the circuit, because Tim Bentley is going to be given a penalty for exceeding track limits during the course of this race, and he is running third on the road. So Scott Edgar should get a class podium out of this.
Yeah, he should do, shouldn't he? Might even do it sort of on the road, because they've still got just over a lap to go. Sort of halfway round, very nearly his final lap now has gone Owen Rosser in the lead of this race. There he is, just heading through the crossing and towards the centre S's now. So around about halfway through this final lap of the race, heading off down to Brooklands. Meanwhile, all kinds of shenanigans still going on in the 182s. That's the battle with Chris Lawrence getting ahead of Nick Brady now. There was two cars, well, there's one car between, no, that was just a change of position, wasn't it? It's just updated on the screen. But that's for 10th place anyway, is what I'm trying to say. Owen Rosser, meanwhile, is heading through Carter's Curve for the final time this weekend, off up to the right-hander at Honda. So final race winner of the weekend here at Pembrey in the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship is a very pleased indeed Owen Rosser. So he's got the victory from Spencer Stevenson in second place, Andrew Harding in third place, chasing Stevenson hard over the line in the end. Fourth place should go the way of Justin Griffiths, but here is the battle for second on the road in the 182s to be decided between Christopher Keir and Tim Bentley. That's Andrew Harding going across the line, and Jack Dwayne it is that wins in the Clio 182. So Justin Griffiths going across the line in the 197s. Jack Dwayne wins in the 192s from Chris Keir. Tim Bentley's third on the road within that class, but he'll drop down a few places. So Scott Edgar, as you predicted, Josh, will get a class podium out of all of that. And Josh, we've had some excellent racing from the Clios, but across all of the categories today here at Pembrey.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. A frenetic day, 16 races we've had. We've got through it, all before 20 to 6, and a great day, proper 750 Motor Club racing throughout the day, where some races weren't predictable until right at the end, and it's been great to come here to Pembrey, and yeah, it's been a really good circuit to see racing at, and as always, it's been great to be part of this coverage with you, Ian, and with Johnny.
Yeah, so thank you very much to you, Josh Barrett. Good to have you with us this weekend. Those are the results from the K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race. The win going to number 53, Owen Rosser. He finished 4 seconds clear ahead of number 12. That was Spencer Stevenson in second place. In third place was number 77, Andrew Harding, and Justin Griffiths completed the top four in the 197 finishers. First of the 182s, in fifth place overall was number 1, Jack Dwayne. In sixth place, number 22, Chris Keir. Seventh place to number 4, Tim Bentley, but he'll drop down once that 5-second time penalty has been applied. Eighth to number 40, Scott Edgar. Ninth to 47, Ben Swift. Chris Lawrence rounding out the top 10. Further back, it was Nick Brady, Darren Ransom, Alex Hawkins, Charles Shelburne, Gareth Tansey, Tom Stevenson Joyce, Chris Page, Andy Bennett. Jack Dwayne's just done an extra lap of the circuit, by the way. There you can see him in the background. And Nick Harrison did get back out to complete his race and take 19th position. So that's it from the K-Tech Clio Sport Championship for this weekend, and indeed this 750 Motor Club meeting. The Clios are out at Donington Park in August. Well, that's all from me in the commentary box, so thanks to Josh and to Craig Cook, who've been with me in the commentary box, as well as has Johnny Palmer. Let's go down to him for the final time. Good night from me.
So the end of another K-Tech Racing Clio Sport Championship race. It's another win for Owen Rosser, and we missed the opportunity actually to speak to Owen last time. So thank you for being patient. There's your garland, and a chance to really sum up your weekend. Another victory.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend. Didn't have a lot coming in, really. Never been to the track. Still only my third race in cars. So, yeah, it's been a fantastic weekend. I just need to give a big shout out to my dad over there. Happy Father's Day and all that. You know, it's a bit,
you know, I wouldn't be here without him. So yeah, it's been a great weekend. Really good.
So when did you know you were going to be really competitive? I guess from the moment off yesterday, but they were in very different conditions.
Yeah, obviously yesterday very different. Soaking wet yesterday. You know, obviously pole in those conditions that guarantees nothing today. And yeah, I mean, from the off, it's been a really good weekend. And yeah, on to Donington now.
And a peculiar situation when you expected to be racing last night. We attempted it, and then you had to wait, you know, a full overnight spell to be racing bright and early this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a weird one. You know, I think after quali I'd have liked a wet race, but yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it today. You know, second and 2 wins. You can't get much better than that.
Indeed so. Congratulations on a second overall and indeed class victory, Owain Rosser. And let's move forward to Jack Dwayne, because you've had stories at each end of the extreme, haven't you? Tell me about yesterday, first of all.
Yesterday there was a racing incident. I'll not comment on what happened, but it went obviously terribly wrong into that hairpin, and there's a lot of damage caused to cars, mine being one of them. So I've got to thank everybody that built my car for me all through the night and, well, into the night. Lent me parts. Scott Edgar lent me parts for the car, bearing in mind we're friends but we're rivals, so that was very nice of him, and just everybody helped really, because we were going home, so it's nice to finish on a win. That's really good.
I mean, we don't want to dwell on the incident, but clearly you had a lot of tidying up to do to the car. I saw you late last night trying to see whether the front wheels would even move, and now you're winning your class.
That's it, yeah, the setup's not too bad on it. It's not exactly how I wanted it to be, but it's working. I've sort of adapted to drive it how it is. It's not quite how we want it on the back end, but it's can't just nip home and sort it out, so made the most of it and got stuck in.
You ever raced here before, and are you a Pembrey fan now?
First time here, really like the circuit. I said that as soon as we did the first test session, so I really like it. I like bumpy, technical circuits where it's not all about straight line speed, so yeah, good place.
Congratulations, Jack. I'm sure there's probably a garland somewhere, but we've run out for the time being. But congratulations on the win in the 182s. Jack Dwayne taking the victory. Now, our next live stream, we will have an announcement about that on the 750 Motor Club socials in the next few weeks. So keep an eye on at 750 Motor Club on Facebook, on Twitter and on Instagram. If you want to see 750 Motor Club in the flesh, Brands Hatch Indy Circuit is the place to be, because, I mean, Indy Circuit racing, as I'm sure you'll know, is always phenomenal. And when the 750 Motor Club make their trip down to Kent, it's one to be there for. So that's the first weekend of July, 2 weeks from now. But for the moment, from Josh Barrett and from Ian Soman in the main commentary box, from me, Johnny Palmer, in finally a sunny pit lane here at Pembrey, it's bye-bye for now.